Chapter 161 Taste Some Flavor. Ningwa Mansion. In the warm room on the west side of the hall, a muffled groan sounded, accompanied by heavy breathing, and the room gradually returned to calm. After a while, Pinger was able to speak after hearing the rustling sound of dressing. Master, you said you would come to eat. Why did you not eat? Zhang Yuli pretended to be embarrassed. I think he hasn't been back for a long time, and he wants to go out for a walk. Where are you going now? At this point, Pinger suddenly realized. Did you go to a brothel? As a man, it's normal to drink a few more cups. How dare he? He came back the first day, and the master, the mistress and the grandmother were waiting at home, and he dared to go out to fool around. Pinger was still more aware of Jiao Lian's status in the family, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Zhang Yuli shook his head and said, I don't know what second brother Lian was like before, but now it seems that he is exaggerating and doesn't seem to be a henpecked man. Pinger sneered. After 2 cups of yellow soup, I'm afraid he can't even tell which direction is north. And he's not afraid of the wind blowing his tongue off. That's because Grandma is not here. Hey, Zhang Yi retorted. A man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. Not to mention that he has been away from home for a year. It is normal to have some changes. Not to mention, at this point, he hesitated to speak. What's more, you must know that this person's heart is scattered. It is difficult to collect it again. He used to be restrained by his sister-in-law in Beijing, and now he has returned to Jiangnan, and there is no one around to watch him. So he will be completely free, let alone the other things. Just look at the concubines in Master Lin's family. I see. He doesn't seem to be lying. What aunt? Zhang Yuni exaggerated Jiao Lian's words during the banquet. Finally, he said, I told you all this just to remind your sister-in-law when you go back. Don't think of Lian Air as the same Lian Air as before. Be more patient in everything. Don't annoy him and make yourself embarrassed. Pinger didn't take it seriously and sneered. I think he is so bold that he dares to act arrogantly with Grandma. He will be in trouble. Pinger cursed twice. But thinking of her current status, she turned and said, Why didn't the master go? If I went, how could I have the chance to bump into Miss Pinger tonight? After saying this, there was another rustling of clothes in the room, accompanied by panting. No, no! Grandma must be getting impatient. Pinger pushed his big hand away with difficulty, hurriedly straightened her collar, broke free from his embrace, and leaned over to smooth her collar. Zhang Yuni didn't force her, and waited until she finished packing before seeing her out of Ming Mansion. It's not that he hadn't thought about taking advantage of Wang Shifeng's resentment and stealing away when Jiao Lian was away. However, after several previous contacts, he found that Wang Shifeng was a bit suspicious. More haste, less speed. If he acted too hastily at this moment, he might not succeed, but would backfire, making her suspect that he was deliberately instigating Jiao Lian to go to the brothel. Back at Dangxian Pavilion, Yushi, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately came up. This, as a person who had experienced it, she immediately noticed that the breath was different. The bird droppings business requires the help of the Wang family's connections in order to get ships to transport them. So I took the opportunity to ask her for Pinger, but she would not release her until the business was profitable. Zhang Yuni didn't think of hiding it, but just postponed the time a little. Yushi didn't feel bad, but said, Pinger is a good girl. If she can come with the master, she won't be caught between the two of them. She unconsciously recalled the situation at the birthday banquet that day, and joked, I wonder why one sister sticks to Pink. Maybe she is looking for a taste. Zhang Yuni was confused by her and blurted out, What do you mean by looking for a taste? Yushi hurriedly added fuel to the fire, and described the scene of Li Wan teasing Pinger after she got drunk that day. Zhang Yuni didn't expect that Li Wan, who was always dignified and cold, had such a passionate side. Gulp. The image of that cold and beautiful face melting suddenly appeared in his mind, and he swallowed unconsciously. Yushi immediately noticed something and said with a charming look, The elder sister-in-law of the West Mansion is inconvenient, but the elder sister-in-law of the East Mansion is right in front of you, and you can do whatever you want. Pa! Wang Shifeng slapped Pinger in the face, and her pretty face was full of power and anger, staring at Pinger and said, Okay. What do you think of me? I'm waiting at home. But you are all happy. Pinger covered her face and dared not speak. Although she didn't care about Jiao Lian, she didn't want to make Wang Shifeng sad. Zhang Yuni didn't mention a word about Jiao Lian's romantic affairs. But it was not good not to say where Jiao Lian went. Wang Shifeng was already anxious waiting. And when she heard that Jiao Lian ran to the brothel, she had no place to vent her anger. After being delayed for so long, and seeing that Pinger was still lingering, she took her anger out on her. However, after this slap, she also felt regretful. On the one hand, the two had been together for many years, and Pinger had never been so harsh. On the other hand, Pinger was now Zhang Yunyi's person, and it was her duty to serve Zhang Yunyi. However, she had always been strong-willed and would never give in. So she shouted, "Since you all have your hearts leaning towards the outside world, I will satisfy you now. And don't stay here. I will fulfill your wish." As she said this, she pushed Pinger all the way out of the courtyard. Originally, she felt a little guilty for not sending Pinger to Zhang Yunyi through Jiao Lian. But now she no longer had this idea, and simply took advantage of today's excuse to drive Pinger over. Anyway, he had already established a connection with the Wang family, and Mrs. Wang would definitely not investigate further if he sent a maid from the Wang family as a dowry. Besides, the business of bird droppings had already begun, and it was reasonable to wait for it to be transported to the capital after the new year. Although Pinger understood the meaning of her words, she would have been happy to do so at other times. But she couldn't bear to leave her at this moment. She stood at the door in a daze, staring at the gate. She had originally planned to stand at the door for a while, and wait for Wang Shifeng to calm down before going back. Unexpectedly, a figure suddenly appeared at the west corner door. He walked towards her and scolded her all the way. "This phone girl is too ungrateful." She got angry at the master. "So why did she take it out on you?" "Grandma." "Go! Since we won't keep you here, come back with me, so as not to bother them by staying here." Li Wan came up quickly, grabbed Pinger without saying anything, and pulled her to her own courtyard. Pinger saw Wang Shifeng's attitude, and didn't know whether she would calm down tonight. So she thought it was not a good idea to stand outside the courtyard. So it would be better to stay at Li Wan's place for one night and see the situation tomorrow. So she didn't refuse. Li Wan pulled her back to the house and told Suyun, who was making the bed, "Pinger will accompany me tonight. You can go to another room to sleep." Suyun did not dare to object, and hurriedly picked up the bedding in front of the couch and left the house. Li Wan then pulled Pinger to sit on the bed. Looking at the red palm print on Pinger's face, she reached out and touched it, sighing, "Why do you have to vent your anger on me?" She lived next to Wang Shifeng's courtyard, and she heard Wang Shifeng's anger in the courtyard. But she did not hear it all, and she was not sure that Jiao Lian had not returned yet. She thought that Jiao Lian had found Pinger behind Wang Shifeng's back and was caught by chance. So Wang Shifeng was jealous and drove him out. While stroking Pinger's face with her fingers, she said with emotion, "I know this life very well. You are also a miserable person. It's the same whether you have a man or not. But you can't make a mistake in this matter. If someone sees you, you will be doomed. If you can't stand it in the future, come to me, and we can comfort each other." Pinger was stunned. Before she could react and explain, her mouth was blocked by Li Wan. She was horrified and was about to refuse. Unexpectedly, before she could take any action, Li Wan shrank back as if she was stabbed by a needle. "Pooh! Pooh! Pooh!" she kept spitting out. "What's wrong with your mouth? What's wrong?" After a long time, she didn't say anything. Li Wan's heart was like a mirror. She secretly felt unlucky and thought Pinger was left by Jiao Lian. Pinger was initially shocked by her extreme behavior, and when she came to her senses, she realized why she behaved like that. She thought Li Wan knew Jiao Lian had not returned, and was afraid that she would misunderstand her as a fickle person. So she hurriedly said, "Grandma, listen to my explanation. Grandma and Master Yi have been doing business together, and I have already given me to him." "Ah!" Li Wan stopped immediately, pursed her lips, and unconsciously looked at the saliva on the ground. And her heart was suddenly full of mixed feelings. After a long pause, she hesitated and said, "You mean Feng girl gave you to Brother Yi? Then you are..." Pinger couldn't hide it, so she had to tell the truth. Second Master Lian went to the East Palace and didn't come back for a long time. But the eldest master asked the lady to look for him. So Grandma sent me to the East Palace to urge him. But who would have thought that he went to the brothel to hang out? And the eldest master kept me for a while longer. And Grandma was so angry. After hearing this, Li Wan felt even worse. I thought Pinger was as miserable as me, so I took the risk to cheat on her. But I didn't expect that she was Zhang Yunyi's lover behind her back. This would not be like me. But I could repeat the scene in the cave from time to time. Just thinking about it would make me feel sad. With a resentful look on his face, he looked at Pinger's beautiful lips and said sourly, "It's a good thing that I saw you in the cave last time in Ning Mansion. I was worried that you would get into trouble, so I wanted to help cover it up. It seems that I expressed my feelings wrongly." Pinger then realized that Li Wan had seen her that day. Although Wang Shifeng had given herself to Zhang Yuni, Li Wan didn't know about it. But instead of reporting it, she helped to conceal it. At that moment, I was only grateful in my heart. "Thank you for your compassion, madam. Please help me cover it up for a while. I have no way to repay you. I know that you are miserable. If you need me, how could I not see the clues from Li Wan's behavior just now? This kind of thing is welcomed by the rich families. She has also helped Wang Shifeng to relieve her pain, and did not think there was anything wrong. However, she thought that Li Wan should wait for her to wash up after she gave the order." Unexpectedly, before she finished speaking, Li Wan had already rushed over. She even blocked her mouth without any hesitation. She just thought that Li Wan was too pent up. She didn't know that although she didn't see the battle with her own eyes, she eavesdropped on the whole battle. This behavior was just because she didn't want to miss the opportunity and tried to get some taste from her. Chapter 162 After Effects. The next day, Pinger slowly opened her eyes and felt her bones and muscles were numb, and her whole body was sore and weak. Last night in the warm room of Ning Mansion, Zhang Yuni tossed her back and forth for half an hour, and she was exhausted. Unexpectedly, she was tossed back and forth for nearly an hour with Li Wan. Although the feeling was not as strong and powerful as that with Zhang Yuni, it was deeply rooted in people's hearts. But there was also a kind of long-lasting energy like water dripping through stone. The second wife of her family looked so powerful and powerful outside. But when she got serious, she was afraid that she was not as good as the first wife's one finger. Yes, at most one index finger. I didn't expect that the first wife, who usually kept a low profile, was so tenacious behind the scenes. She glanced at Li Wan, who was still sleeping beside her with lingering fear, and a strange look appeared on her face. Last night, at first, she thought Li Wan was holding back too much, and when she heard that she was willing to relieve her, she couldn't hold back, so she rushed over and forced a kiss. But then, she felt something different. Li Wan didn't ask for a kiss, but clearly wanted to eat her saliva. She thought it was her natural reaction. After all, she had this desire when facing Zhang Yuni. When she tasted the taste again, she naturally stopped. But she didn't expect that she didn't spit like before. But instead, she stirred her snake-like tongue as if she was still not satisfied. And even her teeth were cleaned. That would be fine. But she didn't give up, and leaned over to do the dirty work again. She even suggested to wash up several times. But Li Wan ignored her until she was done. And then she stopped and let her relieve her. She was not a fool. How could she not see it? However, she could understand that the false phoenix was only a consolation after all. Li Wan had been a widow for many years. How could she resist that masculine scent? However, she was a little confused. She suddenly noticed the strangeness in her mouth. Did she really not smell the smell? Or was there another reason? Seeing that the sky was getting brighter, she quickly put aside those speculations and swam a few times like a loach. But she could not get out of Li Wan's restraints. She had to lift the quilt on one side of her and carefully pushed away Li Wan's arm wrapped around her chest. When she lifted the corner of the quilt, the cold air invaded and finally woke Li Wan up. She stretched lazily, put her hand on Pinger's pink back, and said, "Why don't you sleep a little longer? I'm afraid that Grandma has woken up too. I have to go back and see her. Phone girl. I don't know how many lifetimes she has cultivated to be blessed to have such a caring person like you." Li Wan sighed, sat up wrapped in a quilt, put her big woolen coat on Pinger, held her hand and said, "Don't worry. I won't say a word about your affairs. Now we have become close friends. Even if you are not in this mansion in the future, don't forget to come and see me often." Pinger couldn't help but feel sad when she heard this. Although she was a slave, she had a home. Women from ordinary families can remarry after being widowed. But Li Wan, although she is the eldest grandmother of Ronghua Mansion, this identity is also a bondage. I'm afraid that in the future, she can only look forward to me coming to comfort her. Her heart warmed up, and she assured, "Don't worry, Grandma. Even if you go to live with the master in the future, I will come to see you regularly." "Oh, I knew you were warm-hearted and kind." Li Wan couldn't help but hold her hand again. Sighing, you also know that my life is like this. I just hope Lonar can fight for it. On the day of Master Jing's birthday, brother, he said that Lonar still needs to work hard. I didn't know about your relationship, so I asked Sister Jin for help. But there has been no news. After all, she is not as close to you as you are in the house. So you have to ask for me. Don't worry, Grandma. I'll take care of this. Seeing that she was delayed for a few more hours, Pinga hurriedly put on her clothes, and didn't bother to wash up, and hurried back to Wang Shifeng's yard next door. But Wang Shifeng was standing in a daze at the door of the main room with red eyes, and her hands on her waist. Seeing Pinga coming back, she said angrily, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable living over there? Or did you come back to see me laugh at you? Grandma is in a serious state. Grandma was angry last night, so I stayed in Grandma's room for one night." Thinking of what happened last night, Pinga felt guilty, and her voice became lower and lower. Looking at Wang Shifeng's appearance, it was obvious that she had not slept all night. But Wang Shifeng saw her weak voice, and thought that she was worried that she was still angry. She stayed alone in the empty room last night without anyone to talk to. She felt a little regretful, seeing that Pinger did not run to Ning Mansion, and came back on her own initiative. She did not say anything more, waved her hand and said, "Okay. Look at your haggard appearance. I'm afraid you didn't sleep all night. Go and wash up." After she said this, Pinger became more ashamed and said hurriedly, "I'd better help Grandma wash up first." "Why wash up? You still have people thinking about you. Who will I show my face to?" Wang Shifeng said angrily, "I think he is really bold. He actually let me wait for a whole night. He must be too wild in Jiangnan. It's better not to come back." Having said that, she still turned back to the inner room. Pinger was slightly stunned, hurriedly got some hot water and followed in. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Wang Shifeng's words of being too wild are exactly the same as Zhang Yuni's words. Could it be that Jiao Lian really changed his temper? Pinger was a little worried, but she didn't dare to report Zhang Yuni's words truthfully. She had to persuade Wang Shifeng while she was dressing her hair. It was difficult for me to say it before, but now I want to persuade you. As the saying goes, things will turn around when they reach the extreme. He has been in Jiangnan for a year, and has just returned. If you quarrel with him now, I'm afraid you won't be able to calm down for a while. What do you want to calm down? What does he want to calm down? He is having a good time outside, and I am serving the old lady and the ladies at home, working hard. Now that he is back, he doesn't coax me, but wants me to give in to him. She became more and more excited, slapping the dressing table loudly. Among all these housekeepers in our family, which one is easy to deal with? If you make a mistake, they will laugh and tease you. If you are a little bit biased, they will complain about it. And the eldest master, the eldest lady, Madam, it would be fine if he didn't help me, but he actually wanted to destroy me behind my back. Where can I complain about these grievances? And, she wanted to tell how Zhang Yuni took advantage of her. But fortunately, she stopped in time and changed her words. People say that a short separation is better than a new marriage. He didn't even think about making up for the deficit of this year. He ran away as soon as he came back. He wasn't afraid that I would be missed. Madam, you are joking. Not to mention that Mr. Lian knows it very well. Even I know that you are not that kind of person. Humph! Wang Shifeng snorted coldly. What kind of person is born? If he dares to turn his face away from me, I will definitely teach him a lesson and put a hat on him one day. Madam, be careful with your words. If this is heard by others, it will spread even if there is nothing wrong. Don't forget, Madam. Chapter 163, Act on the News. Why are you so listless recently? Young lady? Are you worried about Madam? In the 3 small main rooms in the east corridor, the maid said carefully while combing Tanchuan's hair. Tanchun has been sighing a lot recently, and today she is even more absent-minded. Tanchun shook her head gently, but said, "No matter how capable you are, you can't decide your parents' origins. With such a mother, even if the lady is angry with me, there is nothing she can do." At this point, she suddenly said without thinking, "The red gorilla felt cape that the second sister wore yesterday. I remember the old lady also has one. Have you heard when the old lady gave it to her?" The secretary was also stunned by the question, and pondered, "No way." The second young lady was taken back by the first lady before she returned the birthday gift to the master. Recently, She has been with us to pay her respects to the old lady. Besides, Monsieur has always liked that cape. And the old lady has not let go. How could she suddenly give it to the second young lady? Why did the young lady suddenly ask about this? Tanchun did not answer, but just lowered her head slightly, and said indifferently, "Nothing. I just suddenly looked familiar. Maybe I thought too much. Some time ago." She was listless. Indeed, because Aunt Zhao spread rumors, and falsely accused Mrs. Wang of losing her reputation. Today, it was because Ing Chun suddenly took the initiative to greet Zhang Yuni in Rongqing Hall yesterday. Ing Chun was able to see things clearly, and she naturally knew that as a concubine's daughter, she was naturally not worthy of the legitimate sons and grandsons of the princes. Although she was adopted by her stepmother with the family background of the Rong mansion, her marriage would not be bad. But the struggles in the back house and the relationship between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law were obstacles that could not be avoided. As the biological daughter of Aunt Zhao and adopted by Lady Wang, she felt deeply about this. On the contrary, Zhang Yuni, who had no father or mother, was quite to her liking. Even if ordinary people married into the family, they had to serve their parents-in-law, set rules, and fight with each other secretly. As Lady Wang was the legitimate daughter of the Wang family, she had endured for so many years and still could not really hold power, let alone she was just a concubine. Not to mention that Zhang Yuni was favored by the emperor and had a bright future. Just the fact that he could manage the harem without any constraints after marrying into the Zhang family was enough to attract her. Originally, she thought that Lady Jia and Lady Wang valued him very much, and she was of the right age, so she only needed to take steady steps, and this position would belong to her. Unexpectedly, Ing Chun suddenly appeared halfway. If it was just the first room that was enthusiastic, she would not care. At the birthday banquet, she saw something. However, judging from the situation at the time, Jia Shi and Lady Xing were clearly frustrated in the East Mansion. They even went to the old lady and were too ashamed to return to the Ning Mansion for the banquet. How come they seemed to have received the help of Lady Jia now? She did not know that Lady Wang had also made a promise to the Ning Mansion because of Yuanchuan's matter, and because of Jia Jing's character. Lady Jia excluded her. On the contrary, Jia Shi, who had always acted unrestrainedly, was able to do such sneaky things. It was because Aunt Zhao arranged Lady Wang's affairs that no one made the decision for her. So Lady Jia had to settle for the second best and chose Ing Chun. However, she was not as compromising as Ing Chun, but a person who faced challenges head-on. Even if she lost the initiative, she could not give up easily. No, it was not necessarily that she lost the initiative. She seemed to suddenly think of something and said, "I remember that the last time something happened. It happened that the master invited Brother Yi to Aunt Zhao's room. Right? Miss, now that you've mentioned this, I remember that the first time the master invited Master Yi to the mistress's room, but the last time he changed it to the aunt's room." Tanchun stood up suddenly and said, "Let's go! Stop combing your hair. Go see her." "Ah, miss, don't worry about the madam. She is my biological mother after all. It's been a month. The madam must understand. If you find fault with me again, there's nothing you can do about it." Hearing her say this, the secretary didn't say much and followed Tanchun all the way to Aunt Zhao's room. Aunt Zhao was lying on the bed with her clothes on. After all, she was Jia Xing's concubine. People saw the situation that day. Jia Xing obviously wanted to protect her. Even the Wang family didn't dare to offend Jia Xing, lest they be liquidated in the future. They were quite measured in their actions. Although they hurt their bones, they didn't hurt their skin. Now lying on the bed like this, it looks even more curvy and full of peaks and ridges. When she saw Tanchun enter the room, she turned around and yelled, "You have no conscience. I have worked hard in this room for half my life. And now you and your brother are here. Now that something has happened, you don't even show me your face. Oh, and he also knows that she has done something wrong." Tanchun sneered and said, "When you spread rumors and cause trouble, did you ever think about my difficulties? Madam loves me very much, and she is disappointed several times because Auntie always causes trouble. If I were a man, I could go out. I must have left long ago and established a career. I would have my own reasons then. But I am a girl, so I don't say a word. I shouldn't talk too much about the elders' affairs, but I have been with my wife since I was a child. You made up those rumors. But have you ever thought about implicating me? Although I am not like Juaner in front of you these years, I always think of your kindness in raising me. And I save money, and give you a portion of my monthly allowance. I have never thought of asking for anything in return. But it is not right for you to treat me like this. Right? Aunt Zhao was speechless, and had to make up a story. When did I spread rumors? I just didn't take precautions and spread the master's words. Tanchun ignored her and told the servant and Xiao Jixiang in the room, "You go outside and keep watch. I will talk to you." After the two left, she softened her tone and said, "You can just say this to others. Why do you have to pretend to be wronged in front of me?" After her lie was exposed, Aunt Zhao didn't feel embarrassed, but said confidently, "Isn't it for you and your brother?" Tanchun said firmly, "It's true for Juaner, but it's not necessary for me." "Humph," Aunt Zhao snorted. "Don't take your brother lightly. Just treat Baoyu as a treasure. Be careful not to worship the wrong Buddha." With Zhang Yunyi's identification, she said this quite firmly. But, after all, it's hard to change one's nature. And there is a bit of sourness in her words. Tanchun sneered and said, "Juaner is my brother. And Baoyu is also my legitimate brother. I have my own standards for who treats me well. To put it bluntly, even if he recognizes me as his sister in the future, there are reasons for it. And I have nothing to complain about. Besides, he is loved by the old lady and the lady above. And there is a huge family business waiting for him. It is not his turn. And he doesn't need me to curry favor with him." "Humph!" Aunt Zhao snorted coldly and exhaled heavily, causing the bulge behind her to tremble. "You are right anyway. So why did you come here today? Are you here to discredit us mother and daughter? I only have one question to ask the lady today." Tanchun cleared her throat and said in a deep voice, "What was the reason for the master to invite Brother Yi to Aunt's room last time?" After saying that, she looked at Aunt Zhao with hope. Logically, this was Jia Jing's first time to entertain guests in Lady Wang's courtyard. Even if he didn't choose that place, he wouldn't downgrade it and put it in Aunt Zhao's room, unless the matter was related to this room. However, although Tanchun had some guesses in her heart, she hoped to get confirmation. "What's the matter?" Aunt Zhao was stunned by her question. After thinking for a moment, she raised her eyebrows and said, "How should I know? Maybe he saw that he was an extraordinary person and wanted him to give your brother some advice. Who knows?" Her words were half true and half false. In her opinion, Jia Zheng couldn't resist her soft and hard nagging. So he invited Zhang Yuni to give Jia Huan some advice. Although the process was a little bit off and Jia Zheng was unable to accompany him in person, he had already done it for him and persuaded Zhang Yuni to give his son some advice. Tanchuan's attitude made her afraid that if she told the truth, it would be passed on to Lady Wang, which would arouse suspicion, and she would ask Zhang Yuni about the inside story. If she knew that her son was an official and might inherit the title, she would be even more reluctant to tolerate them. However, her son was obviously outstanding, but she had to keep it in her heart. Just like walking at night in brocade clothes. She couldn't feel relieved if she didn't speak out. Therefore, she half concealed and said such ambiguous but acceptable words. After she said it, she regretted it a little, fearing that Tanchun would hear something and stare at her closely. Tanchun didn't think she would hide anything, and she smiled at Aunt Zhao's words. It was true that Zhang Yuni was extraordinary, but it was not entirely true that he reminded Jia Huan. She said "oh" and let out a long breath, feeling that the trip was worthwhile, and her heart became more determined. Just as he was about to leave, he hesitated for a moment and said to Aunt Zhao, "I advise you to learn from your mistakes. It's a blessing that Madam didn't pursue the matter this time. Don't think about it anymore." Chapter 164 Unexpected Disaster. "Oh, my second master? Why are you back just now? The master was angry all night last night. Go over and admit your mistakes." Jia Lian, who was still drunk, had just gotten off the car at the east corner gate when he was stopped by Qin Gui, who was beside Jiaxi. After hearing this, he sobered up immediately. What happened? Did that Yiksha come to complain to the master?" "The second madam didn't come, but the master asked the wife to go to the second madam to find you yesterday." Qin Gui pulled Jia Lian into the black oil gate and said in a low voice, "The master is very angry at the moment, and he told me to guard the door and call you over as soon as possible. Second master, you better pray for yourself." Jia Lian couldn't help shrinking his neck and wanted to run away. But after thinking carefully, he realized that he could not escape the temple even if he could escape the monk. If he ran away now, he would only be guilty of a greater crime. He had no choice but to follow Qin Gui through 2 ceremonial gates before arriving at Jiaxi's place. Qin Gui stopped outside the house and bowed to the inside, saying, "Master, the second master is here." Crackle. Bang. There was a sound of a bench being thrown against the table in the house. And then Jiaxi's voice rang out, "Tell him to get out of here." Qin Gui gave Jia Lian a look that said, "May the best come to you," and hurriedly dodged from a distance. Jia Lian gritted his teeth and walked in with his head down. As soon as he entered the door, he knelt down and said, "Son greets the master." "Greetings?" As soon as he finished speaking, a foot was thrown into his face. Jia Lian was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground. Before he could get up, he saw Jiaxi holding a bamboo stick as thick as a finger and walking towards him angrily. He said angrily, "That brother Zhen has offended the master. You don't beat him for me, and you fool around with him. And you don't even know how to ask for my safety when you come back. And you fool around outside all night before you remember me." He kept scolding, and the bamboo stick in his hand was not idle. Like raindrops, swinging at Jia Lian's head and face. Jia Lian didn't dare to hide, so he had to raise his arms to protect his face, while begging for mercy. "Master, spare me. Master, spare me. This is all the old lady's order. Let my son thank Brother Yi well." And it happened that Brother Zhen said he would welcome my son. So we got together. He was smart enough. And when he heard that Jia Zhen had offended Jiaxi, he hurriedly distanced himself from him. It's not that he knew that Zhang Yuni's name would work with Jiaxi, but at this time, he could only take Jia Mu's order as a token to avoid being beaten as much as possible. Last night, Wang Shifeng had selfish motives and did not tell Mrs. Xing that Zhang Yuni was involved. Now that she had vented her anger and listened to Jia Lian's explanation, her anger had mostly subsided. Coincidentally, Mrs. Xing also came over after hearing the news. Jiaxi slapped him twice on the arm, and then said in a deep voice, "Since the old lady has told you to do so, why don't you come here to greet me first? You've kept me waiting all night." Jia Lian was also a little confused, and said in doubt, "My son didn't know that the master was waiting for me at that time, and I didn't dare to neglect the old lady's order. I thought it would be the same if I came again today." "Bullshit!" Jiaxi slapped him twice again, and shouted angrily, "You dare to quibble? The old lady herself is embarrassed to say that if she wanted you to thank Igor, would she not have told you to come here to greet me?" This. Jia Lian was stunned for a moment. He didn't have time to think about the meaning of Jiaxi's words. Suddenly, he thought of the situation yesterday and hurriedly explained, "It's really not my son's fault. I don't know what Bao Yu was doing yesterday. He suddenly wanted to throw that thing again. I'm afraid the old lady didn't take care of it for a while. My son is absolutely not lying. You will know once you ask me." Mrs. Xing said hurriedly, "Master, calm down. Since Bao Yu is going crazy, I am afraid that I can't take care of us." Jiaxi exhaled heavily upon hearing this, and cursed, "This little thing. Is it intentional? It's always causing trouble for us." Jia Lian calmed down at this moment, and said carefully, "I wonder why Brother Zhen upset the master. What real brother and fake brother? This kid is now a dragon guard, and he is still holding on to Brother Yi and refuses to let go. He really wants to blind his heart." When he mentioned Jia Zhen, he had no place to vent his anger, but he didn't pay attention. Zhen and Jia are applicable to Jia Zhen. He was only concerned with venting his anger, and didn't care whether Jia Lian could understand or not. Fortunately, Mrs. Xing was able to grasp the key points and hurriedly explain from the side. "Originally, we also had good intentions. There's a saying that good things should not flow to outsiders. Now the East Mansion is not as good as before. How can the fourth girl still be worthy of him? Fortunately, the old lady is still reasonable this time. But it's not easy for us to come forward in this matter. You have to keep it in mind. The master wanted to give some instructions in advance, so as not to act like a man in front of him." Jia Lian only knew why he was beaten at this moment. Thinking of the situation at the dock yesterday, he didn't think there was anything wrong. He was secretly glad that he saw that scene at the dock yesterday. Otherwise he might not take Zhang Yuni seriously. When Jiaxi saw that Mrs. Xing had finished her explanation, he said, "How did you get along with him yesterday? Did you offend him? How could that be?" Jia Lian patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Master. My son and him got along very well. He never mentioned it, and didn't even look at me when he got off the boat. That's good. That's good. Mrs. Xing smiled and said. He is your brother-in-law. You have to get closer to him in the future. Well, invite him to your place for a drink more often. And ask your sister to get acquainted with him. Speaking of this, Jiashi seemed to remember something and squinted his eyes and said, Which brothel did you go to yesterday? Wolong arranged to go to Jingxianjuan. Which girl did he like yesterday? Jiashi twisted his long beard with a bit of vulgarity on his face. Is it Yuner, Mayor or Hongxing? Jialian hesitated. He didn't go. He didn't go? Jiashi kicked him to the ground and waved the bamboo stick in his hand again. He didn't go. What did you do? Not doing business. Just fooling around outside. When he said this, Jialian already had a bad premonition. But he couldn't figure out why Jiashi asked like this. Worried that lying would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. He could only bite the bullet and report the truth. Although he had been prepared, he did not expect Jiashi to be so angry. He was kicked to the ground and subconsciously supported himself with his hands. He did not have time to protect his face. As a result, his face was slapped several times, leaving several blood marks. He had just protected his face and had no time to beg for mercy. But Mrs. Xing spoke first. Stop hitting. Stop hitting the master. How can he face people after his face is broken? And he is counting on him to have more contact with Brother Yi. This sentence was more effective than begging for mercy. And she immediately stopped. I will let you go for now. If you can't do this, see how I will deal with you. She waved the bamboo stick in his hand and threatened. Don't be idle anymore. Find out more about his preferences when you have time. It's always right to follow the prescription. It's best to find out what kind of girl he likes, so that you can ask your wife to pick one up for your sister. Hey. Jialian promised quickly. I'll leave it to my son. Go away. Jialian felt relieved when he heard this. But he had just gotten up from the ground. Jiashi stopped him again and said, Wait. Go back later and tell your wife to arrange 2 important tasks for Qin Gui and Wang Shanbao in the garden. If you can do it, it will be considered as a reward for your crime. If you can't do it well, you will be in trouble. It's not easy for him to beat his daughter-in-law, and he can't do anything about her. But his son is his own, so he won't have to pay for it even if he beats him to death. He didn't consider how to explain to Wang Shifeng that Jia Lian didn't come back all night the first day he came back, and he only took the opportunity to urge him to find money for himself. Jia Lian had just been beaten, so he didn't dare to refute. He hurriedly agreed and crawled out of the house. Chapter 165. Husband and Wife Fight. Jia Lian left the east courtyard and went out. He hesitated for a moment and turned back to Ronggua Mansion. He did not go through the second gate directly, but like a thief, he went through the side door on the west side of the east courtyard, bypassed the Tiran Mute courtyard, and went through the corridor on the east side of Mengpa Sai all the way to the northeast corner of Shui's courtyard. He looked around the whole time, cautiously, as if he was afraid of being seen. After entering Shui's house, he breathed a sigh of relief and followed the servants to Shui Pan's residence. Wen Long, give me some strong medicine to help the mood. After waking up Shui Pan, who had just fallen asleep, he couldn't wait to explain his purpose. Last night, he was still shouting on the way back before curfew. But when he arrived at Jinxiang courtyard, he didn't remember it at all. In addition, when Shui Pan invited Zhang Yuni at the wine table, the half-woman's words made him think of Yuner. Shui Pan was not particular about details. He saw Jia Lian's intention and generously let Yuner serve him. The girls in the brothel love money, but most of the girls who usually serve him are big-bellied and also like to be pretty. Shui Pan looked rough and was not a kind and gentle person. Yuner had been kept by him for half a year and had long been disgusted with him. When she first saw Jia Lian, a handsome nobleman, she was even more greedy and tried her best to please him. Although Jia Lian had hooked up with many good girls in Jiangnan, he could only occasionally use the servants to relieve his sexual desire during the half-month journey back to Beijing. The dry firewood was so hot and alcohol catalyzed that there was not a drop left in the morning. Since Jiashi said that he went to the brothel, I am afraid Wang Shifeng had heard about it. He had been away from Beijing for a year. He lingered in the brothel the night before returning to Beijing and did not return all night. I am afraid that Wang Shifeng would not be able to pass it. Originally, it was not a big deal to go to the East Palace to find Jiazhen, but he had just been beaten by Jiashi, and there were still wounds on his face. It was difficult to explain. So he had to come to Shui Pan to ask for it, because he was worried about being seen on the road. He sneaked all the way. Shui Pan came back with him. But Jia Lian was stopped at the gate. He had been back for a while, and was woken up in a daze. He was too lazy to care. He just opened the drawer at the head of the bed, said he would take it himself, turned over, and fell asleep again. There were 3 bottles in the drawer, and they didn't look serious. Jia Lian was exhausted, so he wanted to find a strong medicine to boost his spirits. At this moment, looking at the 3 bottles, he couldn't tell which one was right for him. He had spent all his energy on Yitter yesterday, and now he woke up Shui Pan again. He felt really bad. He thought about it, and poured out 1 pill from each of the 3 bottles. He sniffed it, and made sure it tasted good. So he poured 1 pill from each. He was too lazy to find warm water to take it, so he swallowed it raw. He had taken this kind of medicine a lot on weekdays. He had become a good doctor after a long illness, and he had a very accurate grasp of the time when the medicine would work. He silently calculated the time on the way, and the time to deal with Wang Shifeng's questioning. He sat in Shui Pan's room for a cup of tea, and only left the Shui family courtyard after suppressing the fishy and disgusting desire in the pill. He was too lazy to take a detour, and hurried back home. He saw Pinger guarding Wang Shifeng, who was standing in the courtyard with her hands on her waist, looking at her with a fierce look and a cold brow. He immediately hunched his back, trotted forward, bowed, and said, "My dear lady, the second master misses you so much." He raised his head with a flattering look on his face, and reached out to grab Wang Shifeng's arm. Wang Shifeng slapped his hand and spat. "Bah! Are you kidding me? I'm afraid you've been bewitched by some bitch outside, and you really don't want to come back, right?" Originally, she had waited all night, and was already furious. But when she saw the wound on Jia Lian's face, her heart softened and her tone was not as sharp as expected. Jia Lian was also trying to play the victim. But now, he observed the other's words and expressions, and complained, "Second madam is wronged. People say that a short separation is better than a new marriage. With a wife as beautiful as grandma at home, how can I want to stay outside?" He paused, put on an indignant look, and said, "It's also my fault for not knowing the truth. I thought about the old lady's instructions, and couldn't neglect Brother Yi. So I was fooled by Brother Jin. He and the master broke up because of Brother Yi's marriage. But he took it out on me. He tried his best to get me drunk at the table, and took me to the brothel when I was unconscious. I treated him as a brother, but he treated me like this. If I hadn't been taught a lesson by the master just now, I would still be in the dark." He told what happened last night, and in Jia Shi's courtyard half-truthfully. He was not wasting time in Shui Pan's room just now, and he had already thought of a response. Since he knew that Jia Shi was humiliated by Jia Zhen, he could use it immediately, although he didn't know that Jia Zhen wanted to get him drunk. However, since they were brothers, he didn't have any psychological burden to stab him twice. Finally, he pointed at the wound on his face and said, "It just happened that Bai Yu got mad, and the old lady didn't care about the master. The master just thought I was entertaining Brother Jin, so I got beaten for nothing." After hearing this, Wang Shifeng's expression suddenly became a little unnatural. She knew that if she hadn't concealed it, Jia Lian was ordered by Jia's mother to accompany Zhang Yuni last night, and he might not have been beaten up. However, despite this, it was impossible to admit that she was wrong. She quickly changed the subject and said, "So, the old lady also intends to let the second girl marry Brother Yi? If Zhang Yuni could marry Ying Chun, Wang Shifeng would naturally applaud. Not to mention that her business would have an extra layer of security. And if Jia Shi and his wife lacked expenses in the future, there would be someone to support them. Right? That's right." Seeing that Wang Shifeng didn't hold on to her fault, Jia Lian quickly followed her words and said, "It's not difficult to get closer to him. But the master also asked me to find out what kind of girl he likes. And he doesn't want to go to the brothel. You can't ask me to ask him in person. Right?" He didn't notice for a moment, and said that Zhang Yuni didn't want to go with him, which was a bit different from what he said before when he was drunk. Wang Shifeng naturally heard the difference. However, although she sneered at Pinger's words last night, she also took them to heart. In addition, because of her, Jia Lian was beaten up, so she pretended to be ignorant and didn't notice. Instead, she took the opportunity to say, "I have an idea that can help the second master deal with it." "What idea?" Jia Lian was struggling with this. Tomorrow we will say that we want to give Pinger to him as a concubine. If he agrees, he will be very happy. In this way, it will be easy to report to the master and the lady. After all, Pinger was Jia Lian's concubine in name. She was also worried about how to explain it to him. When the opportunity came to her, she would not let it go. No. No. Jia Lian shook his head like a rattle. Why not? Wang Shifeng raised her eyebrows and said, Second Miss is your biological sister. As brother and sister-in-law, we can't not help at all. I haven't settled accounts with you for what happened last night. When Jia Lian heard that she wanted to bring up the old matter again, he thought that she was jealous because she didn't come home last night and wanted to give Pinger away in various ways. So he quickly stopped. He didn't know that Pinger was already Zhang Yunyi's. He thought to himself that the person who tied the bell should be the one to untie it. He couldn't force Wang Shifeng and had to ask Zhang Yunyi for help. Since the old lady and the master wanted to get married, the marriage was inevitable. As the eldest brother-in-law, asking him to refuse a maid would be a piece of cake. Right? Second madam. Calm down. Second madam is right. As brother and sister-in-law, we really can't fail to show some expression. I was just worried that he would not accept her. I definitely didn't mean anything else. Wang Shifeng naturally heard the meaning of Jia Lian's words. She sneered in her heart. She had already eaten until there was nothing left. And she still thought that Zhang Yunyi would spit it out? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but think of the fierce battle in the back corridor that night. And she unconsciously let out a soul-stirring groan from her nose. She was afraid that Jia Lian would notice. So she quickly smiled charmingly at him and covered it up. If he doesn't want to accept it, we can find someone else in the mansion. And we can always find out his preferences. This groan, combined with the rare charm, immediately aroused the drug's properties. Jia Lian suddenly felt his mouth and tongue salivate, swallowed his saliva, licked his face and moved over, holding Wang Shifeng's arm, and said with a smile, I have kept my virginity for you for this year. Please check it out. Grandma. Wang Shifeng glanced at him coquettishly. And then she was shyly pulled by Jia Lian and walked into the house. She stepped over the threshold and entered the house. When she turned to the inner room, she caught a glimpse of Pinger standing in the yard in a daze. She just remembered that she was already Zhang Yunyi's woman, and it would be inappropriate to ask her to serve after the couple's housework. She quickly turned her head and ordered, Go and call Shanjier over. Chapter 166. Pinger was relieved when she heard this. Jia Lian said with some dissatisfaction, Pinger is not an outsider. Why change someone? Halfway through his words, seeing Wang Shifeng's unfriendly face, he quickly changed his words. I am just worried that if he accepts Pinger and knows the inside story, it will damage Grandma's reputation. Wang Shifeng naturally knew what Jia Lian was thinking by using Pinger's perfect identity. Humph! She couldn't help but snort and choke. Family disgrace should not be made public. He is not an outsider. Even if he knows, can he spread it everywhere? Jia Lian was retorted by her own words. And he had no choice. He didn't have the time to think about Pinger now. Maybe it was the catalysis of the drug. Or maybe it was because they hadn't been close for a year. At this moment, even if Wang Shifeng was glaring, he felt itchy. With a wry smile, he said, I am just worried about you. Since you feel it is okay, I will do as you say. As they were talking, the two came to the inner room. Jia Lian could no longer hold back. So he pushed Wang Shifeng onto the bed and leaned over to pounce on her. Unexpectedly, after Wang Shifeng fell onto the bed, she turned over, raised her straight long legs, and raised her feet to Jia Lian's chest. The crescent-like lotus feet and the long legs with even flesh and bones were hidden in the embroidered shoes and skirt. But Jia Lian knew their appearance clearly. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his hands went up along her ankles. And he said anxiously, My dear wife, please stop torturing me. I've been dying for this year. You can't fool me with these sweet words. Don't treat me like those bastard wives you hooked up with. I have a lot of things to deal with. In broad daylight, someone might come looking for me at any time. You can't do whatever you want. Of course, she didn't care about the broad daylight. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Pinger to call Shanjia to clean up the mess. But seeing Jia Lian so impatient, she wanted to take advantage of his guilt and itchiness to take advantage of him and make him promise not to have affairs again. Jia Lian didn't react. He had been in Jiangnan for a long time and hadn't recovered yet. He just thought she was joking with him and shouted, What's wrong with broad daylight? We are a proper couple. If it's not broad daylight, do you still need your second master? After he said this, he realized that the person in front of him was Wang Shifeng, and quickly swallowed back the words about paying for prostitution. How could Wang Shifeng not hear the implication of his words? She immediately put on a stern face and said with a threat, "Second master, why don't you say anything? I told you that you have been involved with those bastards in Jiangnan. Don't use those dirty words in front of me. It's disgusting." Jia Lian resolutely admitted his mistake, raised his hand and slapped his cheek twice, and said, "I was a little careless and polluted your eyes and ears. But everything I said is true. You just need to check it," he said, straightening his waist and moving forward a little closer. Wang Shifeng also knew that the emperor was far away, and although she knew that Jia Lian was not clean in Jiangnan, she was also worried that she would get nothing if she was too entangled. So she took advantage of the situation and said, "I don't care about the bad things in Jiangnan. But now that you are back in Beijing, don't bring those dirty things home. Otherwise, don't even think about getting on my bed." Jia Lian's mind was full of thoughts at the moment, so he naturally didn't refute and agreed hurriedly. Wang Shifeng was always demanding, and seeing that he agreed so readily, she took the opportunity to say, "From now on, you have to listen to me about all matters at home. Everything is up to you, madam." At this point, Jia Lian suddenly remembered Jia Shi's instructions, and was afraid that if he agreed now, Wang Shifeng would be unreasonable. So he quickly changed his words and said, "In the future, I will naturally listen to you, madam. But now you have to do me a favor." He was in a hurry to get on the bed, so he simplified and repeated Jia Shi's instructions in a few words. Wang Shifeng couldn't hold it back any longer, and pushed Jia Lian away with force on her feet. Then she sat up from the bed, pointed at Jia Lian with her eyes wide open and said, Okay. I thought you knew you were back. But it was for this matter. The lady gave me the garden affairs, and I couldn't sleep, for fear that I would make a mistake and make the lady uncomfortable. They are so good that they don't want to help, but they are plotting all kinds of schemes behind my back, hoping to find some mistakes from me so that they can peel off a layer of skin from me. Mrs. Xing didn't have anyone to use, and if she wanted to catch Wang Shifeng's mistakes, she had to ask others. However, she relied on her status as a mother-in-law and knew that Wang Shifeng had no way to deal with her, so she was too lazy to cover up her actions. Wang Shifeng had been holding back a lot of anger for a long time, but because of her status as an elder, it was inconvenient for her to vent. Now, Jia Lian just came back and didn't come back all night. It was obvious that he had been flirting with many women in Jiangnan, and at this juncture, he was arranging things for Jia Shi and Mrs. Xing. This was undoubtedly stealing money from her bowl. How could she still hold back her anger? Jia Lian was also full of lawsuits, and suffered an unexpected disaster from Jia Shi. Back home, he knew he was in the wrong, and he flattered her for a long time. Even Pinger followed Wang Shifeng's wishes and temporarily gave up, and promised to follow her wishes in the future. But Wang Shifeng refused to help even with this little favor. Wang Shifeng could have pushed the matter aside, but if she couldn't do it, Jia Shi would not let him off easily. In addition, in Jiangnan, she was spoiled by the gentleness of the water village girl, so she got angry for a while. "What are you talking about? This money is not all from the mansion. Even if the master and the lady want to spend some, what's the big deal? What's the matter with worrying that the lady will be uncomfortable? You are just fooling others with those words. But I don't believe you didn't do anything in it." These words undoubtedly poked Wang Shifeng's lungs. Jia Shi and Mrs. Xing privately inquired about the expenses of various places, which was fine. Her relationship with her parents-in-law was not good, but Jia Lian's words really chilled her heart. If she was not worried that the couple would return to the big house in the future, and it would be difficult to continue, why would she take this risk? Even for this, Zhang Yui took advantage of her. She stood up from the bed, put her hands on her hips and said, "Nowadays, everyone inside and outside, up and down, has been talking about me behind my back. You are the only one who needs to say it. You know that without relatives, you can't attract outsiders. My money is earned from your Jia family. Don't make me sick. Look at your Shirchong and Deng Tong. If they just sweep the cracks in my Wang family's ground, I'm afraid it will be enough for you to live for a lifetime. You don't have to say that I am greedy for your money. At most, we can go to the lady and compare the accounts carefully to see how much I have greedily taken from your family." Wang Shifeng talked a lot, But she was still not satisfied. She looked down at Jia Lian and said sarcastically, "They are the masters of this mansion." "Madam, I am just a servant of your Jia family. Why do you need me to arrange the work? Go directly to the warehouse to get the money. Isn't it cheaper?" Jia Lian was speechless. If Jia could go directly to the warehouse to get the money, why did he have to go around this detour? He didn't know that Wang Shifeng had already got through Zhang Yuni's relationship as the auditor, and just thought that she had changed her temper this time and didn't make any profit from it. If the hard way didn't work, he could only use the soft way, and immediately smiled and said, "It's just a joke. Why are you so anxious? I apologize to the second madam, and we will discuss this matter in the long run." As he said this, he stepped forward and was about to climb onto the bed, but was kicked away by Wang Shifeng and said, "Don't play tricks with me here. I can't bear the blame of your second master Lian. If you don't sort this out, don't even think about getting on my bed." Jia Lian originally thought that he would take advantage of the drug to manipulate Wang Shifeng into submission, and then slowly settle the matter. But he didn't expect that he couldn't even touch the bed. He had to say angrily, "Then I will go to the outer study room for 2 days. When the second madam calms down, I will apologize again." After that, he left the room in a flash. He was already on the verge of a rage, but he had nowhere to vent. He was worried that the drug would take effect and Wang Shifeng would find out that he had taken the drug and he would be accused of other crimes. Wang Shifeng was stunned for a moment when she saw him running away like this. She thought that with the threat of Jia Lian would have to coax her even if he had to swallow his anger. Unexpectedly, he went too far and made a mess of everything. She felt a little regretful, but was also worried that if she bowed her head to keep him, Jia Lian would gain the upper hand. So she was a little embarrassed for a while. "Grandma, why are you so fine?" Pinger came over with a puzzled look on her face. She didn't know what happened. She only saw Jia Lian running away in the yard with a sullen face. So she came in to see. Wang Shifeng exhaled heavily, but did not explain to her. After hesitating for a while, she ordered, "Pack up a few quilts and send them to his study." After waiting for Jia Lian for so long, she finally got him back. Before she could even have a sip of the hot soup, he moved to the outer study. How could Wang Shifeng be willing to accept this? Although she had waited for so long and didn't mind waiting for 2 more days, she was worried that Jia Lian would completely let himself go after such a commotion. She didn't want to bow her head on her own initiative, and was worried that the situation would remain stalemate. So she planned to express her concern by sending him bedding, so that he would take the opportunity to back down and give in. Pinger would not object. Thinking of Zhang Yuni's words last night, she also advised, "Why is Grandma doing this? I advised you earlier that he has been in Jiangnan for a year and has just returned. Even if he has the strength, don't rush to use it. He won't jump up if he is boiled in warm water." Wang Shifeng was not in the mood to refute, so she waved her hand and asked her to prepare the bedding. Chapter 167, Barrier. Jia Lian left the house, and the effect of the drug had already taken effect, because he was worried that he would be seen by Lady Wang or Sanchun and others on the main road. He avoided Rongshi Hall and took the road to Shui's house. He originally planned to go to the outer study room and find a servant or do it himself to wear off the effect of the drug. Unexpectedly, when he walked to the corner of the corridor, he bumped into a young woman. Ouch! The two saw each other clearly, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes at the same time. "Second master, what's wrong with you?" The young woman was very charming, and her every move was even more coquettish. She was Duo Hunchong's wife. Duo girl. This Duo Hunchong was called Duo Guan, a shabby wine cook in Rong Mansion, and also Qingwen's cousin. People saw that he was cowardly and incompetent, so they called him Duo Hunchong. Although he was good for nothing, his parents had married him a wife since he was young. This year, he was only in his 20s, and was very charming. Everyone who saw him envied her. She was Miss Duo in front of him. Miss Duo was frivolous by nature and liked to attract bees and butterflies. Duo Hunchong didn't care. As long as there was wine, meat and money, he would not care about anything else. So he had to get everyone from the Rong and Ning mansions. Miss Duo was a famous charity bodhisattva in the 2 mansions. She had also been interested in Jia Lian, but she hated Wang Shifeng's restraint and had no chance. She saw Jia Lian bending over and hunching his back, as if he had something to hide. She glanced at the wound on his face, bit over and got into his arms. put her hand on his chest, and smiled charmingly. Second master, did you not serve the second mistress well yesterday, and were driven out so early in the morning? In the past, Jiao Lian had seen this duo before and lost his soul. But he was afraid of his wife, and never had the chance to do it. Now he was suffering and was worrying about how to vent. It happened that Miss Duo bumped into him. And at that moment, the world was in chaos. Fortunately, he was still clear-headed and knew that this was not only the only way for the Shui family to enter and exit the front yard, but also the gate of Mengpa Shai was here. He grabbed Miss Duo's hand on his chest and said with a smile, "This is a long story. Why don't you follow the second master to the study and have a long talk?" He wanted to cover it up. But unexpectedly, Miss Duo was used to being frivolous. She pressed her body against Jiao Lian, twisted twice in his arms, and said with a sweet laugh, "Oh, what kind of close talk is the second master talking about? Is it the kind of up and down? Or like this, against the knees?" Jiao Lian was already under the influence of the medicine. How could he resist such teasing? And immediately dragged Miss Duo to the outer study. It was already a raging fire. How could she control it? After a while, a sound of humming came from the study. Coincidentally, Pinger followed Wang Shifeng's instructions and came to deliver the quilts. Before she reached the door, she heard such an unbearable sound. How could she not know what was going on inside? If they were together, she might help cover it up. But now she just wanted to avoid suspicion. So she immediately returned with the quilts. She knew very well that Wang Shifeng sent her here because she was worried that others would chat with Jiao Lian. If she stayed here for a long time, she would definitely not be able to explain it clearly. It was okay if Wang Shifeng misunderstood. But if Master Yi heard any gossip, it would be too late to regret it. Unexpectedly, she saw Wang Shifeng before she even reached the inner gate. "Why is Grandma here?" Pinger's face was a little gloomy. Wang Shifeng saw it in her eyes. If Zhang Yuni wanted to expand and last for a long time in the future, he would have to rely on Pinger to maintain it. She smiled and explained, "How can I not trust you? I'm just worried that the heartless guy will do something to me. And it's hard to explain to Brother Yi." She really didn't lie. Pinger followed Zhang Yuni. So she looked down on Jiao Lian's harassment. Last night, she had a big meal. Judging from the lingering look this morning, I'm afraid she will have to take care of it for at least 10 days or half a month. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little more resentful. She looked at the quilt Pinger was holding and wondered, could it be that this heartless guy ran out to fool around again? Wang Shifeng knew that Pinger understood her feelings best, since she asked her to deliver the quilt. If Jiao Lian didn't come in person, he might have thought it was delivered by the servants in the mansion. Pinger felt a little entangled when she heard this, although she didn't know why the two had broken up again. Wang Shifeng's personality was such that she would still give in even if she was not right. Not to mention that Jiao Lian had not returned all night. Zhang Yuni's reminder was still ringing in her ears. If she told the truth, Wang Shifeng might not be so unreasonable. When Wang Shifeng hesitated, her heart suddenly slipped, and she didn't care to wait for her response and rushed straight to the outer study. If it were in the past, Jiao Lian would have stopped by now even if he took the medicine. However, the medicine was too strong today, and it worked for a long time. Miss Duo was originally a watery person, and she didn't know how to cover up. As soon as Wang Shifeng entered the courtyard gate, she heard the obscene words that were unbearable to the ear. The anger in her heart rose up in an instant, and she rolled up her sleeves and rushed in. "Grandma, calm down." Pinger immediately threw down the quilt in her arms and stepped forward to grab her tightly. Although he didn't come home last night, he got the old lady's order after all. Not only was he beaten this morning, but he was kicked out of the house when he returned. If Grandma makes a scene again now, I'm afraid he will bite back in front of the old lady, accusing Grandma of being unreasonable and ignorant. "He dares!" Wang Shifeng shouted, but her movements slowed down. "Madam, listen to me. He may not dare to do it before, but I'm afraid he may not do it now." Pinger saw Wang Shifeng slow down a little, and hurriedly said, "A man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of separation. Not to mention that it has been a year. Madam, don't look at him with the same eyes as before. Do you know something?" Wang Shifeng squinted her eyes. "This?" Pinger hesitated for a moment, but thought that if she had reminded me last night, what happened today might not have happened. So she said truthfully, "My master reminded me yesterday, but I was afraid of upsetting you, so I didn't dare to tell you the truth." She briefly repeated Zhang Yuni's words last night. And at the end, she said, "My master said yesterday that the second master had become wild in Jiangnan, and asked me to remind you not to have a conflict with him, so as not to lose face." "Bah!" Wang Shifeng spat. "Would he be so kind? I'm afraid he's still looking forward to." At this point, she couldn't help feeling guilty. Jia Lian was flirting with other women outside, and she was also controlled by Zhang Yuni and tortured. Although it was forced, it was understandable. But family members know their own affairs, and every time she couldn't fall asleep, the hot and scorching taste came to her mind, and she couldn't help but imagine the situation in the empty room in the back corridor. She even thought of letting him speculate and invest. Thinking of this, somehow, her thoughts of catching the adulterer faded a lot. Firstly, compared with Pinger's experience that night, Jia Lian seemed tasteless and a pity to abandon. Secondly, in this day and age, men and women have different standards for measuring morality, and she felt a little guilty for having had such thoughts. After a long while, she finally let out a sigh and sighed, "Forget it. Let him live here well." Chapter 168 Gift Giving. Didn't I tell you to wait in front of the government office? In the main hall of Ning Mansion, Zhang Yuni sat in the main seat and said to Lai Shangrong below. Lai Shangrong bowed and stepped forward a few steps, handed over a stack of banknotes with both hands, and said respectfully, "Master has been very kind to the Lai family. This is a little gift from my father. Don't despise it." Because Sierra had a mission and came back late, Zhang Yuni did not arrive at the front yard on time, but made Lai Sheng and Lai Shangrong wait for a long time. Looking at the respectful Lai Sheng and his nephew opposite, Zhang Yuni nodded, pouted at the table, and said, "If master doesn't accept this silver, I'm afraid you won't feel at ease. Forget it. Just leave it." "Hey!" Lai Shangrong agreed and respectfully put the banknotes on the table. It has to be said that the bud determines the head. As long as you don't stand on the side of the Jia family, the Lai family is still pleasing to the eye. Although he was a bit opportunistic, he also knew how to judge the situation. Zhang Yuni knew it well, judging from Lai Da's performance yesterday. If he had this intention earlier, he would not have delayed it until today. I am afraid that this stack of banknotes was also thanks to Zhou Xingui's episode. However, he did not regard the Lai family as his own. It was enough for them to understand the pros and cons. He told the little girl outside, "Ask the eldest sister-in-law to come over." Then he turned to Lai Sheng and said, "You know the location of the manor. Go and find Zhang Cheng to make a deal. And keep an eye on the caustic soda business with the Xue family." At this point, he paused and said in a deep voice, "Don't say I didn't warn you. I will also remind you. Don't bring the bad habits of the mansion to my business." He took a quick glance at the stack of banknotes. If not 10,000, it must be 8,000 taels. Not to mention that the Lai family also had a garden half the size of the Grandview Garden. The Lai family had been slaves in the two mansions for several lifetimes. Needless to say, they knew that they could not have gotten this money just by relying on the monthly salary. "Don't worry, sir. I will never cheat when I work for you." Lai Sheng did not even make a distinction, and just said he dared not. This was completely different from his performance when he took away his job last time. Zhang Yuni could not help but look at Lai Da with a higher regard. Needless to say, this was probably his suggestion. The reason why he mentioned this was not because he was worried that the Lai family would do something to their business by taking advantage of the situation. On the contrary, if they really did this, they could take the opportunity to investigate the Lai family, not only to make them spit out the money, but also to justifiably not give Jiazhen a share of the profits. However, it was not the time to move the Lai family yet, so they planned to give them a warning first and let them stay quiet for a while. This would make it easier for them to enter and exit Rong Mansion. In fact, he was overthinking. First, the Lai family had been slaves for several lifetimes, and now they were not short of money. What they wanted most was to get rid of their slave status and bring honor to their family. Now that Lai Shangrong had a family background and Zhang Yuni was willing to help him, they naturally did not dare to make trouble. Second, the ducks knew when the spring river water was warm. Regarding the situation of the two mansions, the people of the Jia family might not be as thorough as these servants. Needless to say, the Ning mansion only had the empty title of Dragon Guard, and it could not even be inherited. As for the Rong mansion, although Yuan Chun was about to marry into the prince's mansion, the construction of the Grandview Garden had emptied her savings. The more times like this, the more embarrassing the situation of these slaves was. While they were talking, Yusher came rushing over with a brocade box. She thought Zhang Yuni was reminding her to go to Rongfu to deliver a round fan. And when she saw Lai Sheng and Lai Shangrong, she was a little puzzled. Zhang Yuni explained a few words, pointed at the table and said, "Please keep this, sister-in-law." Then he stood up and left with the two of them. The Lai family was also rich, and Lai Shangrong did not dare to ride with him, so he took his own carriage. Zhang Yuni only told Yu Lu to prepare a carriage for Lai Sheng and rushed to the farm outside the city. And Yusher counted the silver bills on the table, thought about it, and did not take them back to store, but put them in her arms, took the brocade box with the round fan, and rushed to Rongfu. Arriving at Rongqing Hall, she reported her purpose to Jiamu. Jiamu immediately sent someone to the green gauze cabinet to call Daiyu. Yusher handed over the brocade box like offering a treasure, and said with a smile, "Yesterday, your elder brother came back and told me to bring this round fan given by the emperor to the young lady as a return gift today." Lin Daiyu curled her lips and declined, "No merit. I thanked elder brother yesterday, but I can't accept this gift today. Please forgive me, sister-in-law." Yusher hit a soft nail and felt a little unhappy. For these 4 round fans given by the emperor, her little sister had used a lot of tricks. But Zhang Yuni didn't give in. But when she met Lin Daiyu yesterday, she asked her to send one over. How could she not see the difference? Jiaxi and his wife were eager to arrange for Yingshun, and Jiazhen even broke up with them for this. Now she only had Zhang Yuni in her eyes, and she couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Grandmother Jia was a smart person. She saw that Yusher looked unprepared, but she was just in front of her, because the 2 mansions are not on good terms now. She is worried that Yusher will take the opportunity to give her this eye drop, which will make Zhang Yuni feel resentful. She hurriedly smiled at Daiyu and said, "Accept it. Brother Yi is not an outsider. When your mother was still married, he had a deep sisterly relationship with your mother. I'm afraid he didn't think of the relationship back then, so he specially asked your sister-in-law Jin to come over. She just said it casually to give Lin Daiyu an excuse to accept the gift. Anyway, the 2 are of similar age, and even if they can't find out about this old story, they will only think that they are ignorant." Lin Daiyu still felt confused. She had never heard Jiamin mention it. However, she thought about it again. Her mother was the legitimate daughter of Rongfu, and Zhang Yuni's mother was a concubine's daughter. The deep sisterly relationship mentioned by Jiamu might have helped him. However, it was not easy to say it in front of Yusher to save face. She secretly calculated that her mother had not mentioned it, and it might be just a trivial matter, but Zhang Yuni and his mother had been thinking about it all the time. Yesterday, Bao Chai and others praised his character a lot in their conversation, and they praised him endlessly whenever they mentioned his help to Ning Mansion. At that time, I thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seems that it is true. She stopped being hypocritical and bowed to Yusher, saying, "Brother Yi is thoughtful. Please thank Brother Yi for me." Lin Daiyu could still be verified, but whether Yusher knew about Ning and Rong mansions at that time was a matter of debate. She had doubts in her heart. Lin Daiyu was so delicate, and she didn't look like the type Zhang Yuni preferred. After listening to what Jiamu said, she suddenly felt enlightened and believed it. He immediately smiled and said, "Brother Yi is a person who cherishes the past and cares about the old lady. If there is anything inconvenient for the old lady in the future, just let her know. He is now working in the inner court, so he is close to the water, and the best ginseng will not be lacking." Although she didn't know about the past, she had never heard of Zhang Yuni and Ning Mansion before he became famous. The 2 families almost stopped communicating, which shows the situation of her mother in Ning Mansion before she got married. She actually thought the same thing as Lin Daiyu. Although a drop of water should be repaid with a spring, ginseng in this era is a scarce commodity that can save lives, especially the best ginseng, which is even more difficult to find. Besides, Jia's mother also has the best ginseng, and if she lets Zhang Yuni buy it, it seems that he is repaying a favor. However, Jiamu felt that this was a great opportunity to increase her activities. Before she could refuse, she said, "Then I'll trouble Brother Yi to bear more of the burden. The ginseng here is a few years old, and its medicinal properties may not be as good as those in the inner palace. Look at what the old lady said. I'll tell him about this later. He is a very kind-hearted person, not to mention relatives in the mansion, even the elderly in our 2 mansions. He will consider the face of the old lady and the master and the ladies, and help if he can." Yusher patted her chest, making a sound of pounding paper. and pretended to complain. The Lai family is really too polite. It's just to help their brother. But they have to give him money. As if he is helping because of the money. Oh! Jiamu's face showed a trace of relief. So brother Yi agreed? She didn't doubt Zhang Yuni's purpose. The Lai family was also unsure about asking Zhang Yuni for help. Therefore, he set up a forward post here with Lady Jia, hoping that she could give some help. Lao Mu then gave the task of picking up Daiyu to Lida, and originally planned to let them go to Piao Piao Feng first. But he unexpectedly agreed. Lai Sheng was deprived of his job in Ning Mansion. But Lida happened to find him. So he agreed. And he thought it was his own credit. He felt that Zhang Yuni was more and more appropriate and pleasing to the eye. Chapter 169, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Oh! What brings sisters in here? While talking, Wang Shifeng walked in with a smile. Yusher told her the purpose of coming. And she had to show off Zhang Yuni. Wang Shifeng said with a smile. No wonder people outside are full of praise for Brother Yi. His character and personality are really impeccable. If Lian Er can be half as good as him, I will wake up laughing in the middle of the night. If he was as lively as Zhang Yuni, he would sleep soundly every night. And he would wake up laughing even in his sleep. She said half-jokingly. Yesterday, the old lady clearly told him to take good care of Brother Yi. But he drank some yellow soup and lost his mind. He completely forgot the old lady's instructions. He knew that Brother Yi never lingered in those places of fireworks. But he only cared about having fun in the brothel. Sister-in-law will apologize to him on our behalf later. Hearing this, Jiamu frowned and said, This bastard? Why didn't he come home all night after just coming back? Jiamu thought Wang Shifeng was jealous. So she turned to Wang Shifeng and comforted her. Don't worry. I'll call him over later to apologize to you. Wang Shifeng smiled and covered her mouth. I dare not trouble the old ancestor to worry. He fooled around outside all night, causing us to wait for a night in vain. And he came back with the smell of those slutty vixens outside. How could I let him? I scratched his face a few times and sent him to the outer study to get rid of the smell. As she said this, she turned around calmly and pointed her lips at Jiamu in the direction of Yusher. Jiamu had a gloomy face at first. But when she saw Wang Shifeng's hint, she immediately thought of something and pretended to be angry and said, He deserves to be beaten. This bastard, who has been away from home for a year, doesn't know how to spend more time with his wife when he comes back, but goes out to fool around. She turned to Yuanong and said, I will say it was me who said it. I will punish him to reflect on himself in the outer study. If Feng Girl doesn't calm down, she won't let him go back to the room. Wang Shifeng knew that Jia Lian moved to the outer study, and she must have known it from Jia's mother. Pinger's words made sense. If Jia's mother knew, she would not blame her grandson, but would think she was unreasonable, because she learned from Jia Lian that Jia's mother intended to let Yingchen compete with Ning Mansion for Zhang Yuni's marriage. She immediately had an idea when she heard that Yusher was coming. Deliberately put the wound on Jia Lian's face on her head. In this way, Jia's mother would not blame her, but would praise her for being sensible. In order to cover up her own calculations, she would rather bear the name of jealousy. Sure enough, Jia's mother was not dissatisfied at all, but worried about affecting her reputation, and said that Jia Lian's move to the outer study was to stand up for her. She became more and more proud, and said with her hands on her hips, The old ancestor is in charge of me. This time, I must let him know how powerful he is. Everyone thought she was joking. But Wang Shifeng had already made up her mind to use the power of Grandmother Jia to block the way of Jia Shi and his wife. At present, there are not many days before the completion of the Grandview Garden, as long as it is delayed for 3 or 2 months. When the Grandview Garden is completed, Jia Shi will not have any ideas about the project. As for Jia Lian, she can also use the name of Grandmother Jia to urge him to cultivate himself in the study room outside. If he is kept in the study room for 3 or 2 months, are you afraid that he will not bow his head? So, Yi Gear was not forced by him to go out and fool around yesterday. For Grandmother Jia, her children and grandchildren's philandering is not a big deal. She is more concerned about Zhang Yuni's character. This time, before Wang Shifeng could speak, Yusher spoke first. Brother Yi is a very self-disciplined person. He has never been to such a place. He has always been determined. Even though his eldest brother, Lian Er and Wenlong urged him for a long time yesterday, he did not make an exception. Although she was not present, she spoke with a serious tone. This comparison made Lin Daiyu and Yuanong who were listening, feel that he was different from Jiazhen, Jialian and others. Jiamu was also very pleased and became more determined. After talking for a while, Yusher got up and said goodbye. When Yusher left, Jiamu sent Lin Dayu away and asked Wang Shifeng, "What's going on?" Although Jiamu had some guesses in her mind, she still had to confirm it. Wang Shifeng said seriously, "Old lady, you are wise. Granddaughter-in-law is not such an unreasonable person." When Lian Er came back this morning, she saw the blood on his face and felt so distressed. After asking, "I learned that the master waited for him all night because of the second lady's matter, and he was angry and kept him. He thought that if the East Mansion knew about this, it would inevitably be suspicious. So he made up a reason to cover it up." Hearing this, Jiamu knew that she was only concerned about Baoyu yesterday and had missed something, which led to Jia Lian being beaten. However, she was unwilling to admit that she was partial to one and neglected the other, so she had to pretend to be confused. While scolding Jia Shi for being too hasty, she also praised Wang Shifeng for her cleverness. Wang Shifeng also followed suit and said, "It's nothing for the granddaughter-in-law to suffer some grievances, but it can't ruin the second lady's big plan. In my opinion, while Lian Er has a wound on his face and can't see people, we might as well put on a full show to prevent Brother Jin from being suspicious and causing more trouble, and at the same time help him calm down." Before this, Jiamu asked Yuan Yang to pass on the message, and made a lot of preparations under the pretext that Jia Yutsuan returned to Beijing with the team. But it failed to dispel Jia Shen's doubts. I agree with Wang Shifeng's words. Wang Shifeng, who got the order from Jiamu, left Rongqing Hall and went straight to the outer study. He bossed the servants about, and made a lot of arrangements, and confined Jia Lian. That night, Zhang Yuni returned from the government office. Yusher exaggerated and repeated what she had seen and heard today. Although he had no memory of the original owner's biological mother being on good terms with Jiamin, he certainly would not object to being able to have more contact with Lin Dayu through this relationship. As for buying ginseng, it was just a small matter for him. Ginseng was a special project of the inner court, and those that flowed out were those left over by the Guangchuzi, or those that were eliminated over the years. And only then would they be handed over to the imperial merchants for sale. Not to mention that he belonged to the same Qin Wan line as the Zhongshuan king, with his current status in the emperor's heart. It was not a problem for him to ask the emperor for a few good ginseng. And Wang Shifeng and Jia Lian had a falling out, and even fought, and moved to the outer study, which was an unexpected surprise. First, although Wang Shifeng had given her a guarantee, Jia Lian was obviously not a good person. He was not at ease leaving Pinger by her side. Now, Jia Lian had moved to the outer study room and lived separately from Wang Shifeng, so there was no need to worry. Second, although he was quite confident in his ability to pry into someone else's house, the effort required to make adobe and reinforced concrete was naturally different. Hearing about these two happy events, he became interested. He immediately asked Yusher to prepare more wine and food, and he went to Tianxiang Tower and to Fengchuan for a walk, and took Qin Kiching and Yu Erji with him to have a drink in Dengxian Pavilion to cheer him up. He took the two back to Dengxian Pavilion, but saw Yu Sanjia pouting and sitting downstairs. As soon as she saw him, she said angrily, "Brother-in-law, why is there one less fan?" Chapter 170, Getting Drunk with Wine. People's desires are always difficult to satisfy. Now with Yu Erji's help, she occasionally acts like a spoiled child with Zhang Yuni, and has good food and drink, and no shortage of gold and silver jewelry. So she is no longer obsessed with yellow and white things. She has coveted this set of round fans for a long time, and has been begging Zhang Yuni for it. But he has never given in. She can only come to Dengxian Pavilion from time to time to play with it. Therefore, she found out that one fan was missing at the first time, and it happened to be the one she liked the most. "How can you talk to your brother-in-law?" Yu Erji scolded, and hurriedly stroked Zhang Yuni's chest twice, and smiled. "This girl is spoiled and outspoken. Master, don't take it to heart." Just at this time, Yusher, who was preparing wine and food, came. "Yunyi's things are given away. Do I have to explain to you?" She had many complaints about this little sister, and said, "An inch of brocade is worth an inch of gold." Not to mention that the paintings on this set of round fans are the work of famous artists from the previous dynasty, and they are also gifts from the emperor. "Can you afford it?" she scolded him, which undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. Now, Third sister Yu has seen the direction of the wind and knows that Ning Mansion is not as good as before, also relying on Zhang Yunyi's support. Her second sister still has the title of a legitimate concubine, and may not be inferior to her eldest sister. In addition, she has often argued with Zhang Yunyi, and she feels that he enjoys it, and is not afraid of you. Sure. She immediately retorted, my younger sister is not worthy of it, but my eldest sister is the mistress of the Duke's mansion, so she can afford it. You sure almost choked her to death. Zhang Yunyi watched coldly, and seeing that Yusher was embarrassed, he coughed and said, it was my negligence. There are still 3 left. You 3 can each take one and divide it. The 3 people he was talking about were Yusher, Yu Erji and Qin Keqing. He didn't take this kind of small thing seriously. He saw that Yu Sanjia was quite jealous, so he used it to taunt her. He gave it to Lin Dayu just because he thought that the fan was quite suitable for her. After Yu Sanjia said this, it seemed that he was cherishing his own broom and was reluctant to give it to her. It just so happened that there were 3 left, just enough to divide. Of course, he also wanted to take the opportunity to hit Yu Sanjia. First come first served, but he was just hesitating, and there was still a layer of separation. So, he also reminded Yu Erji, this is for you. Don't let others touch it. Yu Erji never compromised on his words, and quickly gave Yu Sanjia a helpless look. She replied, it was given by the master. I will not let others get involved. Yu Sanjia did not expect that she would end up making things worse because of her quick mouth. However, she dared to sneer at Yusher, but she did not dare to contradict Zhang Yunyi. She could only hold back her grievances and muttered to herself, isn't it just that I didn't mess around with you like them? She made a fool of herself and had no face to stay any longer, so she left in a huff. Despite this little episode, Zhang Yunyi was still in high spirits. After spending some time together, he also saw that Yu Sanjia did not care much about the distinction between men and women. He saw the attitude of Yu Laonyang, and even if he took her in by force, he would probably only help with the aftermath. However, he had read the original novel, and knew Yu Sanjia's temperament very well. It was not easy to persuade her. Even if she took her in, she would have troubles in the backyard in the future. Today, he was quite satisfied that he could use the round fan to make her suffer a setback. When the wine and food were served, he invited Yusher and the other 2 to start eating. In the past, he was the one who selected the troops and generals, but he had never gathered the 3 people together. Today, it was just a whim. But after 3 rounds of wine, he also wanted to sleep together. After eating and drinking, he was a little drunk and hugged the 3 people upstairs. Yusher felt that Zhang Yunyi was supporting her, and her heart became more and more heated. Before she drank 2 cups, she wanted to throw herself into his arms. And Yu Erji, who always listened to his words, got such a valuable thing, and felt that Zhang Yunyi valued her, and she only liked it in her heart. Only Qin Keqing looked at the 3 people present before going upstairs, and said, thoughtfully, mother-in-law, please tell me, who did uncle give the other fan to? Yusher poured wine and explained, Yunyi went to pick up Miss Lin yesterday and gave her a Duan ink stone. Last night, he asked me to return the gift to her this morning. Miss Lin? Qin Keqing muttered softly, glanced at Zhang Yunyi, and seemed to think of something. Perhaps it was because of the round fan, or because of the experience the night before, or because of the addiction to role-playing. That night, Qin Keqing was out of character and showed her tenderness. She had seen Lin Dayu before, although her body shape was a little different. She learned about 70% of her demeanor, which made Zhang Yunyi linger for a while. It is inconvenient to go into details, but Yu Sanjia returned to her room in a bad mood. She didn't know how much thought she put into that set of round fans, and how much advantage she gave to Zhang Yunyi. But she still failed to get what she wanted. But Zhang Yunyi deliberately targeted her, and specifically told Yu Erji not to let her get involved. The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged, pounding the table and throwing the bench. When Yu Laonyang heard the noise, she hurried over to ask, my little ancestor, what's wrong with you? He bullied me. Yu Laonyang misunderstood for a moment, thinking that Zhang Yunyi had used some tricks, and said disapprovingly, you have all the good food and drinks, and all the gold and silver jewelry. So even if you are bullied by your brother-in-law, what's wrong? No! Yu Sanjia stomped her feet. Why are you angry? Since it was not the kind of bullying she thought, it must be that something did not go as she wished. Old Lady Yu was furious when she heard this, and said sternly, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if you get married tomorrow, you won't have this day anymore. Your eldest sister said that the manor outside the city has rows of glass houses, and only vegetables are grown inside, which are more valuable than people. These are just for eating a bite of green leafy vegetables on a snowy day. What kind of family can have such a grand show? As if no one cares. Third sister, you seem to be indifferent. But her voice softened. Let alone other things. Just talking about the benefits of the sunroom. She can be considered to have a deep understanding. In this winter, sitting in it is warm and warm. And it doesn't delay the snow. Not to mention how free and easy it is. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Let alone going back to the past. Even the days of begging in Ning Mansion in the past. She couldn't get used to it. Old lady, you knew her daughter's temperament best. And she quickly said, don't you want it? And the hot spring village. It's said that it's been prepared. When I'm free in a while, I'll take your elder sister and second sister to take a hot spring bath. But you may not get a share. Third sister, you didn't say anything this time. She didn't know who the other round fam was given to. But just looking at the ownership of the remaining three, she knew why she didn't get a share. However, the more she understood the reason, the more she felt wronged. Originally, she could still numb herself. These were earned by her own ability. Now, this fig leaf has been torn off. And it was still because of her sister. Chapter 171 Casual Talk. It is already the 12th lunar month. Last year, there was no snow in the entire capital city in the 12th lunar month. This year, it has snowed every few days since the beginning of winter. Huifeng Garden has long been covered with silver. And the Bluestone Path is also covered with a thick layer of snow. Zhang Yuni, who got up early, did not want to mobilize a large number of people. So he simply changed the way of morning exercise. Master, Yu Erji's smooth arms went around his waist from behind. And she pressed her jade-white body against his back. She pressed her forehead, which was covered with white sweat, against his neck and rubbed it. She said in a tender voice, or give my round fan to my younger sister. I see she has been unhappy these days. You can't be soft-hearted. If she doesn't get some temper, she will have problems sooner or later. Hey! Yu Erji knew her younger sister's temper, so she didn't mention it anymore. Instead, she suggested, I'm afraid she will get hurt. How about we take her to the hot spring to relax? There are limited rooms in the manor. It might be inconvenient for her to live there. He didn't refuse. After all, time was limited, and he could only stay there a few times a year. There were only 3 or 4 main rooms in the hot spring villa. He didn't want to let Baozhu and Ruizhu suffer, so he had to make do with the little maidservants who accompanied him. That is to say, pregnant women should not take a hot spring bath. Xiangling and Fengshe will not follow. Otherwise they may not be able to get a room. I can squeeze with my elder sister. Yu Erji pressed the softness in front of her tightly against his back, and said in a tender voice, well, in fact, there is no need to live separately. Doesn't the master like me to live with my elder sister and Qinshi? Zhang Yuni felt short of breath. He didn't want to admit it, and just perfunctorily said, let's talk about this later. The roads are slippery in snowy weather, and it's the end of the year, and the government is busy. Although snow is a sign of a good harvest, there were no modern snow-clearing methods in ancient times, and it was all done by manpower. Heavy snow also caused traffic inconvenience. The main roads in the capital and the official roads out of the city were still cleared, but the road to the hot spring manor outside the city was already blocked. The roads were slippery on snowy days, and the women in the mansion were not active. So Zhang Yuni was also worried that the carriage would slip, and it would be difficult to travel. In addition, the glass was being exported, and it was the end of the year-end assessment, condolences, and New Year's exchanges were all cumbersome. So he hesitated whether to wait until the end of the year to go. The output of Tiango Enjiwen has gradually shown benefits. Although the imperial merchants are not under his jurisdiction, Tiango Enjiwen, as a business unit, will not be short of New Year's arrangements and filial piety. However, the Shui family, who is close to the water, has not come to take care of it yet, because the road was blocked by heavy snow. He had rarely visited the glass factory recently. When he arrived at the government office, he saw Gu Wenhui and Lai Shangrong carrying 3 brocade boxes as big as coffee tables and walking in. After carrying the brocade boxes to the table in the duty room, Gu Wenhui opened the top box and said, Sir, These are 3 old ginsengs said by Lord Dong. Zhang Yuni stood up and looked into the box. The roots were long and spread out, filling the brocade box as big as the coffee table. Just looking at the stalks and knots, they were all old mountain ginsengs over 100 years old. Gu Wenwei seemed to be very familiar with ginseng, and introduced, ginseng is easy to be eaten, and needs to be stored in a sealed manner to keep it from spoiling for years. I have asked the glass factory to blow glass bottles of sufficient size for you to store them. Old mountain ginseng of this year. Soaking a strand of root can keep you alive. In fact, Lin Daiyu has enough ginseng of this year for several years. But the medical level in this era is limited, so he also needs to keep some for backup. Especially, Xiangling is pregnant now. There was no cesarean section in ancient times. Giving birth is like going through the gates of hell. If you are weak, a mouthful of ginseng soup can really play a key role. Old ginseng of this age is not something you can buy with money. Zhang Yuni immediately took a copy of Mi Fu's authentic painting that he bought from Boguzai in advance, and went to Guangchuzi in person to thank Dong Guangruan. Rongfu, Shue's courtyard in the northeast corner. And Shue, who came back in the snow, took off all the burdens on her body, and leaned on the warm Kong as soon as she entered the door. Panting heavily, she complained, the heater in your aunt's house is too strong, and it makes people dry and thirsty. She had peeled off her clothes at this moment, revealing the lavender long skirt lining and a large area of jade-like skin. As she spoke, her palm gently stroked her neck, and her fingertips brushed the collar, unintentionally teasing a touch of white. Shui Baochai followed into the room, took off her outer fur coat, took a blanket from the Kong, and covered her body. Although the room is hot, mother should wrap herself tightly. The door is opened and closed, and the cold air will inevitably invade. If you catch a cold, you will suffer. Even if you really feel that the restlessness is unbearable, just drink more water. And Shui responded with a smile, threw away the blanket, propped herself up, stretched her legs, and sat on the Kong. Then, she stretched out her hand to hook the fleshy feet wrapped in silk stockings, bent and twisted the plump body at will, stretched her muscles and bones, and then she exhaled a breath of turbid air and said, now that the New Year's Day arrangements have been made, I can also be more free. Shui Baochai shook her head slightly, draped the blanket over her again, and said, Mom is confused. Other places have been arranged, but Brother Yi's place has not been arranged yet. Yes, yes, yes. And Shui suddenly let go of her hand, and her plump body, bent like a soft bough, suddenly broke open and trembled. You are still thoughtful. Let your brother make friends with him. Last time Lian Air came back, he specially went to invite him. Now, not only did he not mention the share of sugar, but our family also got a share of the glass this time. Why did Mom forget it? Shui Baochai glanced at the blanket she shook off and frowned. How could I forget? I just didn't think about it for a moment. And Shui glanced at her daughter's eyes, gathered her delicate body, picked up the fallen blanket, and put it between her chest and abdomen. Inside, I heard that Xiangling is pregnant, and I don't know whether I should bring her a gift. I heard that the old lady and Anne have sent people to visit her. She left our house, so it's not good to pretend that I don't know. And Shui complained helplessly, your aunt sent someone without telling me, so I can't get a ride. If I asked your brother to bring it, it will be obviously inappropriate. Although she was sure that her family was right, she was still a little scared when facing Zhang Yuni alone. After all, Xiangling almost became Shui Pan's housemate, and it would be inconvenient for him to bring gifts. Let my brother take care of Brother Yi's, and leave Xiangling's to me. Shui Baochai pondered. I heard that Brother Yi built a glass house in Huifang Garden. It not only does not affect the view of the snow, but also keeps you warm. Tanchun has been clamoring to go and see something new. I will take her there when the time comes. Glass, a house made of glass? How much glass would it cost? And Shui felt a pain in her flesh. Shui Baochai seemed to have seen something and advised, Mom, don't think about those things. He made the glass. Can he spend money? Besides, the caustic soda business is his business. The debt to the East Mansion has not been paid yet. Even if it is embezzled, it will only be used to fill the deficit. Oh, how much does it cost to build the glass of the house? Even if the 8 families share it, they can get half a wall. Right? A hammer sees everything as a nail. Although the imperial merchants are not merchants, they are accustomed to it and think of business when they see everything. Hearing this, Shui Baochai pursed her lips and swallowed back the words she had heard before that Zhang Yuni had built a shed in the farm outside the city. Just as she was about to persuade her not to think too much, she heard the maid outside say, "Monsieur is here. She is at the old lady's place." Chapter 172 First Meeting with Sir Shangyun. "Have you brought your luggage?" Baochai asked outside while putting on her fur coat. "Yes." And Shui frowned and said, "It's the 12th month of the lunar calendar. And it's almost the end of the year. Why are you still bringing your luggage here at this time?" "Mom, you are confused. It's because it's the 12th month of the lunar calendar. And it's freezing cold that we sent it here. Yun's parents are not here. And she lives with her uncle and aunt. The Sure family is better than her aunt's family. And the charcoal is burning like it's free. Shouldn't we send it here to save some money?" Shui Baochai explained. Put on her fur coat, turned around and said, "Mom, cover yourself with a blanket. I'll be there soon." Because Shui's family was a little far away, she came to Rongqing Hall. Except for Yingchun, who was in the East Wing and didn't come here after hearing the news. Tanchun, Dayu, Baoyu and others gathered together. When Sir Shangyun saw her, she immediately left everyone behind, held her hand enthusiastically, and said with a smile, "Sister Bao is finally here." Baochai patted her hands, bowed to Jiamu, and then said with a smile, "Don't rush back this time. You have to stay longer." Shangyun's expression froze, and she nodded slightly to Baochai, smiling gratefully. "I have brought everything, and just told the old lady that I will stay for a long time this time." As she spoke, she pulled Baochai into the crowd and said with a smile, "Just now, the third sister said that the East Mansion has built a glass house, and she clamored to choose a day to go and see it together. But the second brother and sister Lin are hypocritical and refuse in every possible way. Sister Bao, please help persuade them." "Why bother? Brother Bao listens to sister Lin the most. As long as sister Lin goes, he will definitely follow. Why bother to persuade him?" Lin Dayu curled her lips and glared at Jia Baoyu. Shangyun clapped her hands and laughed. "Sister Bao is really smart," she said to Lin Dayu like a spoiled child. "Sister Lin, it's rare for me to come here. If I miss it this time, I don't know when I can come again." Baochai also helped persuade her. "It just so happens that I just told my mother that I want to go see Xiangling." "Xiangling? Isn't Xiangling from Sister Bao's family?" Shangyun was halfway through her words when she felt her hand being pinched. She quickly stopped talking and looked at Baochai in confusion. Not only her, but Lin Dayu also heard about it for the first time. Baochai explained, "You haven't been here for a while, so you don't know that she is now with Brother Yi." "Brother Yi?" Shangyun pondered for a moment. "But the one who works in Tiango Injiwan?" Hearing this, Tanchun glanced at her calmly and frowned slightly. "Hey, you have some knowledge. You actually know that he is in charge of Tiango Injiwan." Baochai pinched her nose, quietly changed her position from serving to being in charge, and said with a smile, "But you are clamoring to see something new. How come you don't know who built this glass house?" Shangyun said carelessly, "I have heard my uncle and aunt mention it several times, saying that the former emperor has returned to the spirit, which is amazing. Could it be that he built this glass house?" After hearing this, Tanchun unconsciously looked at Jiamu, and saw that she was looking at everyone with a smile, and she calmed down a little. Although Shangyun is a daughter of the Marquis's mansion, her parents have both passed away, and she is fostered in her uncle's house. Moreover, the Sure family is not like the Shui and Lin families. The family is rich, and has won the favor of Jiamu and Mrs. Wang. Now he mentioned the name of Zhang Yuni, which made people doubt the purpose of Shangyun's visit. She thought to herself that if the Sure family had such intentions, they would probably have to ask grandmother Jia to mediate. After all, Shangyun was a step away. If there was such a sign, grandmother Jia would not give up her own granddaughter and choose Shangyun. So she smiled and said, "You haven't been here for a long time. Brother Yi has been in the East Palace for almost a year." Jia Baoyu, who was over there, saw that everyone talked for a few words and then shifted their attention to Zhang Yuni, and he suddenly felt uncomfortable. He said disdainfully, "It's just a glass house. When the garden is built, we can also build one inside. Why go to the East Mansion to see what's so special?" Before he finished speaking, Wang Shifeng came in from the screen and said with a smile, "The glass was made by him. He used it as if it was free. We can't be so mean as him," she said, and bowing to Jiamu, saying, "The East Mansion just sent some vegetables that are not available in this season. It is said that Brother Yi grew them in the glass house built on the farm outside the city. Let the old lady and the ladies taste them. This time, Jia Baoyu was speechless. Although it's not that Rong Mansion can't build a sunroom, it's not something he can decide on his own. Not to mention growing vegetables in a glass house. Shui Baochai and Tanchun had heard about it before and behaved calmly. Lin Daiyu didn't care about it. But Shi Shangyun was secretly shocked. And you're using it to grow vegetables? Wang Shifeng said with a smile. They say these vegetables are grown for the emperor. But the palace can't eat that much. So we're just getting some. Grandmother Jia's smile grew even more intense. And she said with a smile, it's really thoughtful of him. Off-season vegetables are secondary. The key is this honor, which makes her particularly concerned. As they were talking, a message came from outside. Master Yi is here. Everyone looked at the screen at the door when they heard it. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Yuni walked in with a dragon-like and tiger-like step. He bowed to Lady Jia, and then bowed to the golden hairpins present. His eyes stopped on the figure with narrow shoulders, then waist and monkey back, and crane-like posture. He asked knowingly, who is this sister? Shang Yun greets Brother Yi. This is Miss Shi from the old lady's nephew's family. Shang Yun and Wang Shifeng's voices sounded at the same time. It turns out to be Sister Shang Yun. Zhang Yuni greeted her. After the two of them got to know each other, Jiamu asked, didn't you go to the government office today? I just came back from the government office. Zhang Yuni pointed to his official uniform and said, I heard from my sister-in-law that Miss Lin needed ginseng as medicine. So I took one from the inner palace. I don't know if it is suitable for use. At this moment, everyone noticed that there were two maids following him, carrying a square brocade box. Wang Shifeng hurriedly called the two maids to carry the brocade box to the coffee table in front of Jiamu's Luohan bed, raised her hand to open the lid of the box, and explained exaggeratedly, such a big plant. It must be hundreds of years old. It must have become a spirit. Right? She was so surprised that everyone hurriedly moved closer. Shui Baochai was a connoisseur of ginseng, and she explained, Phone Girl is right. Just look at these reed heads. This ginseng is probably at least 100 years old. She looked at Lin Daiyu with a complicated expression and said, this ginseng is not only useful as medicine, but even a piece of ginseng root is enough to keep you alive. Hearing her say this, Lin Daiyu felt even more embarrassed. This is too precious. Zhang Yuni heard that she seemed to be willing to refuse. So he interrupted her and said, I have something to ask you. Although I have read some miscellaneous books, I am not proficient in poetry. Xiangling has always wanted to learn poetry. So I would like to ask you to teach her when you are free. This ginseng will be her apprenticeship gift. Lin Daiyu was still a little hesitant, but Shang Yun beside her clapped her hands and laughed. Sister Ling can't refuse this time. You, the master, must go. Tanchun also stepped forward and laughed. Just now we were discussing going to Brother Yi's glass house to enjoy the snow. This is killing two birds with one stone. Lin Daiyu couldn't refuse this time. So she nodded and said, she wants to learn poetry. I can probably teach her. But forget about apprenticeship. Let's see when they go. Chapter 173 Playing with Mandarin Ducks with Laughter. Xiangling is pregnant now. I promised her today that I will accompany her for dinner tonight. Thank you, old lady. After agreeing on a time to go to Huifang Garden to enjoy the snow, Zhang Yuni could only decline with regret when faced with Jia Mu's invitation to stay for dinner. He had received a modern education, and knew that the mood of pregnant women was particularly important. The women of the wealthy families in ancient times did not have the entertainment of the previous life. They stayed in the back house all day and were more prone to depression. Therefore, he would take one day every 10 days to accompany Xiangling for dinner, hug her to sleep, and tell her some stories. Jiamu naturally had some complaints about Zhang Yuni's doting on a maid. However, on the one hand, Xiangling's children would inherit the Jin family's incense. And on the other hand, it was not her turn to complain about Zhang Yuni now. She could only nod and say, oh, then go. Come back another day when you are free. Then she told Yuanong behind her, Yuanong, send Brother Ya for me. Zhang Yuni apologized to the group of gold hairpins again, before saying goodbye and leaving. After he left, Shang Yun could no longer hold back. She asked with a puzzled look on her face, Brother Yi is married? She was straightforward and didn't dare to ask in front of Zhang Yuni. But now she spoke out. For a wealthy family, there will be no shortage of maids. But they are only for the young masters to resolve. not to mention the embarrassing status of the eldest son of a concubine. Just the fact that he gave birth to a child before getting married would also make the woman have some concerns when talking about marriage. Since Xiangling was pregnant, she naturally thought he was married. But she just heard Fingjie mention that the vegetables were planted by Zhang Yuni on the farm outside the city. But they were sent by Yushi. If they were married, this kind of work should not be entrusted to the sister-in-law Yushi. Lin Daiyu was also confused. She had not heard anything about it in all the days since she came back. Moreover, she had guessed about Yingchuan's abnormal behavior when Zhang Yuni took her back that day. And she was even more curious. Tan Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at her with a wary face. Fortunately, Bao Chai solved the doubts in time and told her the story of sending Xiangling and recognizing her relatives. After hearing this, Zhang Yun exclaimed, "Everyone says that the second brother is very thoughtful, the most careful, and understands the thoughts of girls. I think brother Yi is no worse." Bao Chai glanced at Lin Daiyu, looked at Zhang Yun and smiled. "That's right. He is willing to fulfill his promise and let Xiangling's child inherit. This is something that others can't do." Jia Baoyu was a little unhappy when Zhang Yun compared him with Zhang Yuni. And he was even more indignant when he heard Bao Chai's praise. What's the point of this? If my aunt had given Xiangling to me at that time, I would naturally do better than him. Earlier, he felt sorry for Xiangling, but he had never been able to speak because of Aunt Shui and Bao Chai. Hearing that Xiangling was given to Zhang Yuni, he was glad for him and escaped from the sea of suffering. However, he was quite disappointed when he saw Zhang Yuni later. And he was also upset that the Shui family gave Xiangling to him. Now that he was provoked by Bao Chai, he could not hold back. "Shut up," Grandmother Jia, who had just been smiling at them playing, said sternly. "If your father heard this, I would make you lose a layer of skin." Jia Baoyu wanted to refute, but when he heard Grandmother Jia mention Jia Jing's name, his neck shrank and he dared not speak. Lin Daiyu sneered, turned to Zhang Yun, and said sarcastically with a double meaning, "I think your second brother may not be as considerate as others. It seems that he has forgotten his younger sister when he saw his elder sister. She lived with Jia Baoyu in the green gauze cabinet, and she had long known about his relationship with Shirin. Maidens are also standard for wealthy families. If Jia Baoyu had been coveted by a maid from another family, she would not have said anything. But Xiangling was originally from the Shui family. She had also heard some rumors about the golden and jade marriage in the mansion in the past 2 years. In addition, she had been away from Beijing for a year and lost her parents. So she was particularly sensitive. Jia Baoyu was indignant and was about to explode. But he was holding the jade in front of his chest, and was worried that the noise would be too loud, so that Jia Zheng would know about his nonsense just now. So he had to stop and looked at Lin Daiyu with a face full of resentment. He knew very well that Zhang Yuni could do it, and let Xiangling's child inherit the Jin family. And he, not to mention Jia Zheng, even Jia Mu and Wang Furen, he couldn't pass it. At this moment, he actually envied Zhang Yuni a little. He was alone, and there was no restriction from the elders. The road is slippery in the snow. Sister Yuanan, go slower. Yuanan covered her mouth and chuckled. The old lady asked me to send you off. But you made me worry about me. Sister, you are precious. If you fall because of sending me off, it will be a sin. Your words are too serious. We are not that precious. Yuanyang's eyebrows flashed with a strange light, and she smiled. Baoyu often said that girls are made of water, and men are made of mud. He feels refreshed when he sees girls. Is it the same for you? Zhang Yuni sneered at Jia Baoyu's words. He said jokingly, I agree that girls are made of water. But if men are made of mud, then once they get married, won't it become muddy? Puff. Yuanyang couldn't hold back her laughter after hearing his description. Her body trembled and her feet slipped. Be careful. Zhang Yuni was quick and grabbed her armpit. It would have been better if he didn't pull her. When he pulled her, Yuanyang felt as if she had been electrocuted. She felt her whole body softened. Her body turned around with him, as the center, and leaned against him diagonally. Zhang Yuni took the opportunity to grab her other arm, and half hugged and half pulled her to stabilize her body. Although it was the cold winter of the 12th lunar month, she was wearing 3 layers of clothes inside and outside, and she was quite restrained. But she was picked up by Zhang Yuni through her armpits and in a hurry. She couldn't help touching the softness in front of her. Yuanyang had never had such contact with a man before. Even though the wind was cold, she still felt her face was hot, and she was embarrassed. She spoke with a trembling voice. Thank you, Master Xie. It's my fault. I made my sister laugh and my feet slipped. Zhang Yuni took the opportunity to push it further and said, why don't you help me? So I can walk more steadily. Yuanyang lowered her red face, pursed her lips and said, I can't point at you. After I send you off, there will be no one to help me go back. What's the difficulty? Zhang Yuni smiled. I know the way. Why bother you to go? I'll send you back first. And the old lady won't know. Yuanyang heard this. Her eyes sparkled like autumn water. Her heart felt warm. But she shook her head and said, I thank you for your kindness. But I can't ignore the hierarchy. Seeing her shyness, Zhang Yuni would never miss such an opportunity. He crossed her back and grabbed her upper arm on the other side, saying seriously, I was wrong just now. The road is slippery in the snow. Sister Yuanyang, let me help you. Yuanyang trembled slightly, but did not object. She unconsciously leaned her pink back on his arm. Just like that, she was half pushed and half dragged forward by Zhang Yuni. Perhaps to ease the embarrassment, Yuanyang said slowly after a while, I was wrong before. The master and Baoyu are different. He said that a girl is a priceless treasure before she gets married. Once she gets married, she will lose her glory. Not to mention Xiangling, who is pregnant. Zhang Yuni sneered. If she loses her glory after getting married, then doesn't she even look down on her own wife after getting married? Yuanyang nodded silently, agreeing with his statement. After a long while, Fong exhaled a breath of white air and said with emotion, Sister Xiangling is a blessed person, to be loved by the master. As he was speaking, two red figures appeared in front of him. Yuanyang hurriedly shook his arm slightly, and Zhang Yuni let go of his hands calmly and took his arms back from behind. Master Yi. Siki bowed deeply to him, but her eyes looked at Yuanyang, who was blushing beside her. Second miss. Yuanyang also bowing to Yingchen opposite. When did Brother Yi come? Yingchen didn't notice Yuanyang's expression. She walked up quickly and stared at Zhang Yuni, saying, Are you leaving now? My second sister is polite. I have something else to do when I go back. Zhang Yuni nodded at her, then turned to Yuanyang and smiled. Sister Yuanyang will send you here. Please accompany me back. Yingchen glanced at him and said with regret, Then, Brother Yi, take care. After passing by, Zhang Yuni turned back and said, I was just in the old lady's room. Miss Lin and the others have agreed to go to Huifang Garden to enjoy the snow the day after tomorrow. If you are free, you might as well go with us. Huh? Yingchen's face showed a hint of joy, and she agreed quickly. Chapter 174 Abuse of Public Power for Personal Gain. The next day, the agreed date arrived. The weather was good and the sky cleared up, although he said he looked down on Zhang Yuni's glass house. On the agreed day, Jia Baoyu still followed him like a burden. However, when he arrived at the glass house and waited for Dayu and others to hand the prepared gifts to Xiangling, he looked a little embarrassed and scratched his head. In fact, he was not the only one who did not prepare a gift. But Shichuan was still young after all, and she was Zhang Yuni's cousin, so it didn't seem abrupt. Lin Dayu promised to teach Xiangling poetry, so she brought a set of poetry collections. You should read Wang Wei's 105-character regulated verses and study them thoroughly. Then read 100 or 200 Lao Du's 7-character regulated verses, and then read 100 or 200 Li Qinglian's 7-character quatrains. Tan Chun obviously put some thought into it, knowing that Xiangling was interested in learning poetry. She gave her a set of 4 treasures of the study. Bochai's gift was nothing special. She made a set of gold ornaments for the unborn child. Since she didn't know whether it was a boy or a girl, she gave them gold locks and bracelets. Yingchen leaned against Jia Mu and gave her a white fox fur cape. Only Shan Yun was short of money and took out a handkerchief she embroidered herself. Quite embarrassingly, Xiangling had never been treated like this before. She was flattered and wanted to serve tea and pay respects to her teacher. However, now that she was pregnant and showing her pregnancy, no one was willing to accept it. Jia Baoyu, who was standing by, was a little embarrassed at first. He was still a little upset about Xiangling's trusting the wrong person. But when he saw her pregnant, he felt relieved. So he shamelessly mixed in with the crowd. Because it was a snow viewing event, 2 poems had to be written to suit the occasion. However, after deciding on the topic, Tan Chuan's eyes drifted towards the direction of Dangxian Pavilion and asked, Sister-in-law Jin, why doesn't Brother Yi come over? When she asked this, Yosher's face suddenly became a little unnatural, and she evaded the question. The girls are here to enjoy the snow. How can he come over? There are no outsiders here. And besides, isn't Bao Yu here too? Ing Chun muttered in a low voice. Yusher couldn't refuse, so she perfunctorily said, Then, I'll call him later. He and Feng Yadu have started a business together. Today, Pinger was sent here to discuss things. I'm afraid he can't get away now. Huh, when she said this, everyone looked around unconsciously. And indeed, Pinger was not seen. Tanchun laughed and said, I was wondering why the second sister-in-law was so kind that she specially sent Sister Pinger to help take care of it. It turns out that she was abusing her power for personal gain. Others did not think much about it. Only Bao Chai was stunned when she heard it. And Jia Baoyu wished that he would not join in the fun, and hurriedly said, Since brother he has something important to discuss. Let's not disturb him. Yes. 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 Yusher wiped the sweat from her forehead, glanced at the Dangxian pavilion not far away, and quickly agreed. In the sun room, poems were recited and couplets were composed, and the atmosphere was lively. In the Dangxian pavilion, there was also a slight panting, in full swing. Master, Master, the news came from the south the day before yesterday that the ship had already been loaded. Counting the time on the road. I'm afraid it's on the way now. Even if it can't be caught, it won't be delayed for a few days. Yusher was not talking nonsense. Wang Shifeng asked Pinger to come here for the bird droppings business. However, Wang Shifeng's abuse of power for personal gain did not prevent Pinger from following suit. With her eyes closed, she reported her intention intermittently, but she did not hear a reply. She could not help but slightly open her eyes, and said in a trembling voice, Big, just after she uttered a word. The hole for venting was tightly blocked by Zhang Yuni. For a long time, Zhang Yuni said dissatisfiedly, You dare to be distracted at this moment. These trivial matters will be discussed later. Pinger said in a crying voice, I am worried that there is no one to serve over there, which will arouse suspicion. What if they come to look for someone? Zhang Yuni said disapprovingly, It's okay. Ruizhu and Baozu are watching from the opposite side. Hearing that Baozu and Ruizhu were on guard outside, Pinger didn't know whether she let down her guard or was shy. She seemed to be afraid to breathe, and just whimpered with the north wind outside the house. When did Pinger follow the master? Ruizhu, who was sitting on the threshold of Tianqiang Tower, said with a wandering look, Do you think second Madame Lian will also? Who cares? Baozu pouted. You can't write two Jia characters with one stroke. Since the master has to deal with this side, the other side will naturally have a grudge. We can't get the account of Chenpa and the others, so we can only rely on the master to help make up for it. Although Ruizhu and Baozu were bought by Qin Yi and had no relatives in the Qin family, they had a relationship with those dead servants for more than 10 years. They were happy to be accomplices to the tiger, helping him steal the fragrance and jade, and standing guard. Although Ruizhu didn't think there was anything wrong, she was still a little hesitant. It's just that it's okay for others. But since the incident at home, they just treat the young lady as if she doesn't exist. Only second madam still remembers the past friendship. Will we? Baozu sneered before she finished speaking. It's our will. The master didn't force her to send a person here. We are helping her and keeping watch for her people. She should thank us. Ruizhu agreed with Baozu's statement. Do you think the second wife sent Sister Pinger to the master? Did she have any intention? Although Jiazhen had ulterior motives when he sent the two to Zhang Yuni, Qin Keqing was able to get along with Zhang Yuni. And the two, especially Baozu, played a great role. It's not easy to get rid of people around the women of a wealthy family. Now, Wang Shifeng took the initiative to send Pinger here, which is similar to the past. And Ruizhu couldn't help but have some guesses. Baozu nodded and said, No fly bites an egg without cracks. Didn't you hear what Madam said? Jia Lian stayed at the brothel the day before he came back, and the two of them quarreled over it, and got their faces bruised. For Yusher, who was in the same trench, the two of them still called her Madam. But for the Jia family members in the two mansions, most of them called her by her name. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Second Madame Lian has always been good at calculating. For such a big business, she must have a scale in her heart. Moreover, even if she didn't mean it, since she coveted the master's money, why didn't the master covet her body? Ruizhu couldn't find fault with Baozu's simple values, and only sighed, no matter what. Miss Pinger is kind-hearted. It's better to follow the master than to waste time there. That's right. Don't say that we haven't helped the master do anything. Even if we really helped, she might thank us. At this point, she pouted at the sunroom in the distance and said, "Don't say anything else. Just look at the lady, and you will know. There is no harm without comparison." Although they have heard a little about Jia Rong's affair with the maid, they don't have a deep understanding after all. But even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs walk. Yosher's reaction is there, which can be used as evidence. Baozhu praised Zhang Yunyi's ability, and Ruizhu would not refute it. The image of the arrogant and domineering second wife appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but think of her own young lady, who helped the tyrant and helped Mastery to manipulate Yusher. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Young lady should like it very much. Right? Chapter 175 An Unexpected Harvest. The sobbing in the Dengxian pavilion gradually stopped, and the rustling sound was accompanied by a heavy conversation. It's not a big deal to be a few days late. As long as you arrive before February, you go back and tell her to rest assured that the master is sincerely cooperating with her and will not be picky. I said that the master would not be obsessed with the original time limit, and grandma is too suspicious. This is a good thing. Otherwise you would not have the opportunity to come. Actually, grandma wanted to send me here that night when the second master Lian returned to Beijing. But I couldn't bear it. Pinger briefly recounted what happened after returning that night, and only concealed the fact that she was slapped by Wang Shifeng and stayed at Li Wan's place. Hearing her mention the situation that night, Zhang Yunyi tried to probe. "Didn't I ask you to remind my sister-in-law? Why did it get to that point? I heard from my sister-in-law that they even fought?" This, Pinger was speechless for a moment, hesitated for a while, and said frankly, "In fact, the wound on Mr. Lian's face was not torn by grandma, but by the eldest master." "Oh, then who is this play for?" Zhang Yunyi said with a gloomy face. "Could it be that his moving to the outer study is also fake?" "That's not the case," Pinger hurriedly explained. "It's also my fault that I didn't tell grandma what the eldest master said in full. It happened that the eldest master asked Mr. Lian to force grandma to find some benefits in the project. So they broke up." Hearing what Zhang Yunyi suspected, Pinger didn't dare to hide it this time. Not only did she recount how the two broke up, but she also explained the situation of delivering bedding to the outer study afterwards. At the end, she complained again. Grandma has worked so hard, and they don't want to help her, but they only want to fight among themselves, looking for grandma's faults everywhere and destroying her. Although she was meticulous, Zhang Yunyi was not completely relieved. Since the fault lies with Jia Lian, why does she put the blame on herself? "Master, I'm afraid you don't know yet. The eldest master intends to marry the second girl to you, but the East Palace also intends to strengthen the relationship. It seems that the East Palace has contributed to the eldest girl's marriage, and the old lady has made a promise. It is not easy to regret it openly, so she can only secretly allow the eldest master and the eldest lady to do it at their own convenience." Speaking of doing it at their own convenience, she paused, looked at Zhang Yunyi and said, "The eldest master asked the second master Lian to find out the eldest master's preferences, and grandma took the opportunity to say that she would use the slave to test the eldest master when Jia Lian and Wang Shifeng talked. She was also present, and she sorted out the reasons clearly." As if thinking of something, he said, "I heard from grandma that the old lady didn't agree with the east corner gate in the garden at first, but she agreed after celebrating the master's birthday. It's probably because of this reason." He knew what she was thinking. He thought that the last time he made a mess, the matter had died down. Unexpectedly, Jiamu not only acquiesced, but also helped him. The east corner gate of the Grandview Garden was originally for his convenience. If Jiamu made this convenience, wouldn't it be acquiescing to his free access? Thinking of this, his heart was beating, but he pretended not to care, and instead sat Pinger on his lap, and said with a smile, "Does Miss Ping know what the master is thinking?" He deliberately held Pinger in his arms, and straightened his waist. Pinger was hugged by him like this, and the afterglow that had not yet dissipated suddenly became stronger. However, she was already so weak that she could not bear the criticism. So she had to change the subject and said, "What do you think of this marriage? Grandma said that if you are interested, you can ask me to be the second lady's maid, so there will be less gossip. The second lady is a good one, but the eldest master is really not very good at it, so it is a bit difficult." He was unwilling to give up the advantage given by Jia's mother, But now it was not time for Rongfu to sell its daughter. So he could only make such an ambiguous answer. Because he was worried that Pinger would ask questions. He did not give her the opportunity to continue asking questions, and hurriedly patted her and said, "It has been delayed for so long. It's time to show your face outside." When she mentioned leaving, Pinger remembered that she had another entrustment, and hurriedly said, "By the way, I have another thing. I want to ask you for help." "What is it?" Zhang Yuni asked doubtfully. "Last time when I was celebrating Master's birthday, Master said that Lan needed to exercise, and Grand Madame Zhu wanted me to ask Master." Pinger told Master Li Wan's request. Li Wan. Zhang Yuni thought of Yosher's words, looked at Pinger with a playful look, and said, "Did she touch you?" Master knows everything?" Pinger said with a guilty look. "I only stayed with her last time, because I felt grateful to Grand Madame, and since she broke up with Jia Lian, Sister Feng seemed to no longer seek far away, and whenever she had no place to relieve herself, she would drag her to her. However, Sister Feng had always acted domineeringly, and knowing that she could get some compensation from Zhang Yuni, she only cared about her own pleasure, and didn't care whether she was satisfied or not. As a woman, she couldn't help but compare the two. She felt that Li Wan was rarer, and secretly converted Li Wan into half of Zhang Yuni. Now, she was suddenly asked by Zhang Yuni. She felt guilty for a while, and didn't have time to think about what he was asking. The eldest lady is also a pitiful person. Although she saw it when she was celebrating the birthday of the Master, she didn't reveal it, but helped to conceal it. If you think it's inappropriate, I won't go there in the future. This kind of thing is common in wealthy families. But there are no exceptions. Moreover, she and Wang Shifeng are still master and servant. Not to mention that Wang Shifeng's request cannot be refused by her. Even if the master is in trouble, she will stand up and help. But Li Wan, after listening to Pinger's confession, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but feel a surge in his throat. Looking at Pinger's pursed lips, he secretly complained in his heart. How many secrets are still hidden in her mouth? I just used a little strength just now, but I opened so many secrets. It seems that I have to work harder in the future. He just asked casually, but he didn't expect to get this unexpected gain. He didn't reject this kind of thing. Even occasionally, when Qin Keqing couldn't show her skills, she would help to play with Yusher or Yu Erji to cheer up. Since she has helped us, we can't burn the bridge after crossing the river. He paused and said, but we have to stop. That being said, Qin Keqing and Yusher sisters are a family behind closed doors. But Li Wan is different. Zhang Yuni is also worried that Pinger will be led astray by her. Hey! Hearing that Zhang Yuni did not blame her, Pinger turned from worry to joy. Can you help Lan Boy with his matter? Since you asked, how can I not agree? He paused for a moment and said, although we should train in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer, Lan Boy is weak, and his clothes are too heavy for him to move freely. It won't be too late to talk about it in the spring, when he wears lighter clothes. Chapter 176 Storytelling. Brother E. Zhang Yuni came to the sunroom, and all the girls stood up. It was quite warm in the sunroom. Everyone had already taken off their cloaks, revealing their inner garments. The narrow-sleeved long coats of different colors formed a sharp contrast with the white snow and glass outside. Lin Daiyu was delicate. Bao Chai was plump. Ying Chun was well-proportioned. Tan Chun was slender. Shang Yun was tall. And there was also a cold-faced lowly Shichuan. They were all plump and thin, each with their own merits. It also added a touch of spring to the silver-clad Huifang garden. After greeting each other, Tan Chun took another step forward and said with a smile, it is the end of the year and the government is busy. We came here to enjoy the snow, which caused a lot of trouble to Brother E. Ying Chun also came forward and bowed. Sister Lin just said that she would come to teach Sister Xiangling poetry in a few days. We have to accompany her. I hope Brother E will not think we are bothering you. Bao Chai smiled and said, Sister, you are wrong. Brother E hired Sister Lin as a tutor with a large gift, and he hopes that Sister Lin can come to teach Xiangling often. She quietly replaced everyone with Lin Daiyu, and no one noticed the difference. Zhang Yuni smiled and said, Sister Bao Chai is right. It is said that the host and the guests come frequently. I wish you could come often. Logically, Jia Zhen is the real owner of Ningwa Mansion. But Ying Chun, Tan Chun, and Bao Chai seem to have forgotten it. Zhang Yuni also regards himself as the owner, and there is no sense of disobedience. Shun Yun was also misled. clapping her hands and laughing. What a good host. The guests came frequently. We just wrote some poems. So we must ask Brother E for some advice. Zhang Yuni suddenly felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. Originally, it was just a business exaggeration. But Zhang Yun actually took it seriously. The original owner had no literary talent. As a modern man, he was not good at poetry. If he was asked to write poetry, he could find a few famous lines that had not yet been published. But it was really difficult for him to gossip and point out everyone's poetry. However, when Zhang Yun said this, Tan Chun immediately moved to the desk, picked up a few copied poems on the table, and handed them over with a smile. Brother E, just read the poems. Don't mind my sister's rough handwriting. Zhang Yuni couldn't refuse, so he had to take it. While thinking about countermeasures, he praised, it turned out to be the third sister's calligraphy, like a mountain cut by an axe. Elegant and graceful. It is said that the handwriting is like the person. And it is true. The four sisters of the Jia family each have talents. And Tan Chun is good at calligraphy. So her pen power is naturally not bad. Tan Chun just now, rather than being modest, was intentionally reminding Zhang Yuni that this was her work, because she knew that her poems were not as good as those of Lin Daiyu, Bao Chai and Shang Yun. She tried to make up for it in other ways. At this moment, hearing Zhang Yuni's praise, a touch of joy flashed across her face. Zhang Yuni looked through it carefully. Although he could not tell the good from the bad, he roughly understood the meaning. So he pretended to be deep and said, the plum blossoms written by all the sisters are excellent works. I am not good at poetry, so I can't tell whether they are good or bad. However, if you understand the meaning of the wind, don't destroy it easily, compared with the cold and aloof plum blossoms, which are not afraid of wind and snow. I have more pity. Huh? Lin Daiyu said with surprise. Brother Yi changed a word in Chui Daorong's plum blossoms, and it actually has a different artistic conception. This, Zhang Yuni secretly felt lucky. He had heard this sentence in a TV series in his previous life. He didn't understand it very well, didn't look for the source, and didn't know that a word was changed. Since he wanted to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses, he saw that the artistic conception was different from the poems of others. So he just used it casually to fool people. He didn't expect that he would hit the gun. However, after 2 lives, he had already trained himself to be strong and tough. So he didn't show embarrassment. On the contrary, he said shamelessly, sorry to make you laugh. I also thought that women in this world have many difficulties. Just like plum blossoms. They are forced by the wind and frost. So I can't help but feel pity. When these words came out, everyone had their own feelings. You sure? Yu Erji and Xiangling all looked at him with spring in their eyes. Even Shichuan, who was always cold and frosty, felt sympathetic. And the scene fell into silence. Lin Daiyu, needless to say, was deeply touched by the harsh conditions. Tan Chun also felt sad that she could not make a name for herself as a girl. Shang Yun and Ing Chun lost both their parents, and one was worse off than the other. Only Shui Baochai recovered first after a trance. Although she was a girl like everyone else, she shared most of the household affairs with Aunt Shui. She could even take the initiative in her lifelong affairs. So she was not deeply touched. Although she was not deeply touched, she intended to meet Zhang Yuni, and would not ruin his show. She could not help but admire. No wonder Brother Yi could make up a story like Tang Bohu and Xiuxiang. It turns out that he is such a person who cherishes women and is thoughtful. Although he had read many online articles in his previous life, there were many stories to entertain him, but they did not fit this era. In addition, Xiangling was still pregnant, and she was worried that the supernatural stories, such as strange stories, from a Chinese studio would scare her. The only thing she remembered was the story of Tang Bohu and autumn fragrance in her previous life. Xiuxiang was also a maid, which was consistent with Xiangling's identity. So she slightly changed the taboos in it, and told it to her to entertain her, and make her smile. Unexpectedly, Xiangling told everyone. Lin Daiyu looked at him with some scrutiny and said, is there really a person like Tang Bohu in this world, who is willing to be a slave for a woman? Why not? Without waiting for Zhang Yuni to speak, Jia Baoyu patted his chest and said shamelessly, don't even mention being a slave. Even if my skin and bones are turned into ash, and then into smoke, and blown away by the wind, I am willing. At first, after listening to Zhang Yuni's words, he fell into deep thought. But when he saw that all the sisters were moved by it, He couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied and indignant. However, although he wanted to refute in order to attract the attention of the sisters, he had no idea where to start. Now, he finally got the chance and rushed to show off. Zhang Yuni secretly complained in his heart. He had said this more than once in the original book. So he sarcastically said, "Brother Bao, don't laugh. If the old lady and the lady heard your words, it would be fine. At most, they would complain about me. If the uncle heard it, it would not be a joke." After hearing the first sentence, Jia Baoyu was about to refute. But when he heard Jia Zheng, he shrank his neck unconsciously. Although he did not admit that he was just bragging before, his ugly appearance was exposed in the eyes of the sisters. Seeing that Jia Baoyu was frightened by him, Zhang Yudi calmed down and said, "We need to look at the bigger picture. If Tang Bohu didn't have talent and martial arts skills, and couldn't help Hua Fu out of an emergency, even if he was a passionate man, how could Hua Fu be willing to get Qiu Xiang to him just by being a slave?" Jia Baoyu finally got the chance and said disdainfully, "It's just a maid. But it helped them. Isn't it a good story?" Most of the people present were women from official families, who only thought it was a love story. If it weren't for Zhang Yuni's words, they would agree with Jia Baoyu's point of view. But if you think about it carefully, let alone the fact that both the two young masters and Hua Fu were interested in Qiu Xiang, how could such a talented and beautiful maid be the turn of a servant? Among them, Yusher had a deeper understanding. If Zhang Yuni hadn't been a rare commodity, how could Jia Zhen be willing to offer his wife? She glanced at Zhang Yuni and put him in the perspective of Tang Bohu. Although he was not a slave, he lived in Ningfu and took all the children of his family. Not only did they have the same purpose, but they were even worse. "It's getting late. You guys chat first. I'll go see how the food is prepared." Thinking of the more serious things, she couldn't help but feel a little timid, afraid that someone would see the clues, and hurriedly made an excuse to escape. Chapter 177. Jia Baoyu felt more and more aggrieved when he saw that Qing Chuan's words were not echoed by the crowd. He did not point the finger at the sisters, but said to Zhang Yuni indignantly, "Could it be that in the eyes of Brother Yi, the world is full of muddy fools who are only interested in profit, and they are unwilling to make this good story happen?" Zhang Yuni sneered. Brother Bao just shouted that he was willing to give up everything for Qiu Xiang. If you were Hua Wen and Hua Hu, would you still be willing to make this good story happen? This Jia Baoyu was speechless for a while, and after holding it in for a long time, he blushed and said, "If I were Hua Wen and Hua Hu, I would not have delayed Qiu Xiang." He thought highly of himself and felt that he was not a fool. But in Zhang Yuni's eyes, he was even worse than those two brothers. Not to mention that Qingwen was driven away. He never said a word for her. Even Lin Daiyu. He never said that he would marry her in front of Jia Mu and Wang Furen. Even when Zijuan tried the jade, he just didn't let Lin Daiyu go home. It should be noted that this era is not like the later generations. There is no such thing as falling in love. Even in the early years, according to the great man, falling in love without the purpose of marriage is still a hooligan. Not to mention the ancient times with strict etiquette, whether it is a lady or a maid. There is no difference in this regard. Even if it is just a concubine or a roommate, it is legitimate in this era. Jia Baoyu's character, to put it nicely, is irresponsible. To put it bluntly, it is a scumbag behavior. This scum is different from Zhang Yuni. Although he also wants more, he never shirks his responsibilities. Even if it is someone like Yusher, he tries his best to consider her. Naturally, she sneered at Jia Baoyu's irresponsible behavior. However, before he could sneer, Zhang Yun scratched her red face with her fingers and said with a smile, "Second brother is shameless. You are talking lightly now. I don't know who it was the other day, but Xiangling." At this point, she reacted and stopped talking. When the old things were mentioned, Lin Daiyu snorted coldly and turned her head away, while Xue Baochai lowered her head slightly. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Tan Shun was afraid that Jia Baoyu would get angry and make Zhang Yuni unhappy, so that he would hate the whole house. She hurriedly changed the subject and said, "Brother Yi's story is very exciting, especially the couplets of Tang Bohu and Duichuan Cheng, which are even more interesting. Xiangling didn't remember it all just now, so why not tell us more about it?" Although Zhang Yun didn't say all the words, Zhang Yuni also heard the meaning of the words. He sneered in his heart. "I haven't provoked you yet, but you come to provoke me first, in front of everyone." He didn't want to lower his status and argue with a 10-year-old child, so he took advantage of the situation and began to tell a story. It is said that Yusher left the glass room and came to the Dangxian pavilion. Just as she ordered to prepare meals, she saw Yusanja pouted and walked over with an indignant look. "Sister, are you doing this on purpose? It's a rare good day. Why can everyone go out to bask in the sun? But I can't. Since the beginning of winter, it has snowed from time to time. It's rare to have good weather and go out to bask in the sun. But it was disrupted." Yusanja was quite unhappy. "Oh, just be quiet. If there were only those girls, you could go. But there is also Boyu in there. He is the treasurer of the West Mansion. It's just that he will go crazy when he sees beautiful girls. You have never been a worry-free person. If you provoke him, the old lady will complain for nothing." Although she had a deep prejudice against the sister, Yusher could more or less guess Zhang Yuni's intentions. She was worried that Yusanja would provoke Baoyu, so she specifically told her not to go in. Yusanja said indignantly, "Who wants to provoke him with his silly face?" Although she did not meet with everyone, she saw everyone passing by in Dufengchuan. Yusher ignored her assurance and said, "It is better to have less trouble than more. If you don't provoke him, there is no guarantee that he will not get crazy and come to provoke you." A while ago, because he watched a dirty joke in the mansion, the old lady called the person in front and scolded him. The person in front naturally refers to Jiazhen. There is no outsider here. Yusher was too lazy to call him master, and deliberately distinguished him from Zhang Yuni. So she didn't even bother to call him your brother-in-law. How can the second sister and Xiangling go? But I can't. Yusher sneered. How can you compare with them? They have all been through the bright road. Even if Baoyu is so rude, if he dares to provoke them, the old lady and the lady will not have the heart to punish him. As long as the second master of the West Mansion knows, he will be skinned. As if she felt that she was not clear enough, she added, "The old lady and others can only scold the one in front. But they dare not be so bossy to your brother-in-law." Yusanja flattened her mouth and said with disdain, "Eldest sister, you still talk about that fool as if he is a treasure. Isn't it because you don't dare to provoke your brother-in-law? And you can only take it out on the people in this mansion?" Yusher wanted to argue with her, but in the end, she only said, "It's good that you know. After all, she still holds the title of the mistress of Ning Mansion. It is inevitable that she feels unhappy when her own sister belittles her in front of her. But third sister Yu has always been a tough guy, and she was worried that she was setting a trap for herself. If she heard Zhang Yuni's words and fanned the flames, it was hard to guarantee that Zhang Yuni would not suspect that her position was not firm enough. Therefore, she simply pretended not to hear and ignored it. As she was talking, Pinger came out of the Dangxian pavilion. Yusher stopped talking immediately, left third sister Yu, and went to meet her. She took Pinger's hand and asked her about her health. "Look at your face. You haven't recovered yet. Why don't you rest for a while? You haven't come to the mansion yet. Naturally, you don't need to worry about it when you get here. There are people watching over there." Zhang Yuni didn't expect to reveal his whereabouts, but Pinger was still in the air, because she was worried that she would be discovered. She stayed upstairs for a while on the pretext of visiting Qin Kitching for Wang Shifeng. Yusher now knew the inside story, and there was no outsider here, so she didn't deliberately cover up when she spoke. Although she knew Pinger's identity, Pinger didn't know that she was also in the same trench. Although as a sister-in-law, it is reasonable to care about the people in her cousin's house. However, this was too straightforward. And there was also Sister Yusen next to her, so she felt a little embarrassed for a while. Then she followed you into the house again. Sister Yusen had also seen Pinger, and knew that she was the person around the powerful second lady in the West Mansion. Now after hearing what you said, how could she not understand the meaning? She watched you take Pinger into the house, and then glanced at the glass house in the distance. I saw that Zhang Yuni was like a moon surrounded by stars, surrounded by a group of young ladies and maids in the center, as if he was talking loudly. Unconsciously, I glanced at Pinger's back again. I couldn't help but secretly complain in my heart. What kind of ladies? Official ladies. And wealthy ladies. Aren't they all shameless and rushing to get close to me? Chapter 178 Unspeakable Secrets. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, Zhang Yuni accompanied everyone in the glass house, and had breakfast and dinner. Before the sun set, he escorted them all the way to Rong Mansion. It was not that he was eager to show his courtesy, and had to escort them a few more steps. Rather, he learned a lot of inside information from Pinger, and took the opportunity to visit Jia Lian in the outer study. First, It gave him a chance to mediate for Chun, so that he could take advantage of the situation and finalize Pinger's affairs. Second, it was also to test the depth of the conflict between him and Wang Shifeng, and to see if there was a chance to stir up trouble. Although he was under house arrest, he was not unable to go out. After all, now that he was back, he had to share some of the things in the garden. However, Wang Shifeng received the order from Jia's mother. Not only did she arrange a curfew at the door of the study, but she would also have several people around her whenever she went out. The servants guarding the door saw Zhang Yuni coming to visit, and of course they did not dare to stop him. "Brother Yi, you are a rare guest. Please come in quickly." As soon as he arrived in front of the outer study, he smelled a faint fishy smell. Zhang Yuni stopped, frowned slightly, and looked at Jiao Lian with a puzzled look. "Brother Lian, what's the smell in there? Go in quickly and tell me." Jiao Lian lowered his voice, glanced around with a guilty look, and then lifted the door curtain. Zhang Yuni entered the room and saw a small red clay stove in the middle of the room. Something was stewing on it, and the smell was coming from the stove. In this situation, Zhang Yuni smiled and joked, "I heard that Brother Lian and his sister-in-law had a rift and moved to the outer study. I didn't expect there was such a casual relationship. It seems that my brother is worrying too much. Brother Lian seems to be enjoying it." After hearing this, Jiao Lian shook his head, showing a trace of bitterness, and forced a smile. "How can there be any leisure time? I am so worried. There is no overnight hatred between husband and wife. Is this medicinal food of second Brother Lian meant to treat the symptoms?" He paused and asked tentatively, "It seems that you came at the wrong time and delayed second Brother Lian's return home. What home to return to? I am looking forward to staying here and hiding away." "Why is that?" Zhang Yuni said with a puzzled look. "Although my sister-in-law is a little stronger, she is also worried and confused. It's also my fault that I couldn't stop you that day. But second Brother Lian was. I've suffered here. As the saying goes, a couple fights at the head of the bed, but makes up at the foot of the bed. If Brother Lian apologizes, the matter will be over." "Apologize?" Jiao Lian flicked his sleeves and blurted out, "You still want me to apologize to her? Half of my illness is caused by her scaring me." "Issue? What's wrong?" Jiao Lian realized that he had let the cat out of the bag after hearing this. He was speechless for a long time before taking a deep breath, shaking his head and sighing. "Brother was too exhausted that day. I wanted to borrow a pill from Wenlong so that I could go back and fool around. But that Yaksha was so unreasonable." He sighed and told the story half-heartedly. It turned out that among the 3 pills that day, there was a strong medicine that was mixed in the wine, which could be taken by several people. Jiao Lian didn't know why. And not only did he take it alone, but he also lost the other 2. As a result, it was difficult to wear off the drug for a while. And that girl, who was originally a playboy, was delighted to see the prey, and spent several nights with him, until Wang Shifeng brought people over. The 2 of them had not yet left the bed. Wang Shifeng was already resentful, and she was even more furious. Not only did she let the servants break in, she also beat and scolded him. I don't know whether it was because of the shock or the excessive consumption. But since then, Jiao Lian has had a secret. He didn't dare to try to use medicine again. So he had to ask the servant to find some things that can replenish the body, stew the medicinal food, and take good care of himself. But he ate this as food 3 times a day, and more than half a month had passed. But there was still no improvement. You can imagine the resentment in his heart. People rarely look for reasons from themselves, and Jiao Lian is no exception. So he ignored the possibility of excessive consumption and only attributed the reason to the shock at the moment when he couldn't stop. Zhang Yuni was also stunned after hearing this. He originally planned to fan the flames, but now it seems that there is no need. He could only comfort her. "Brother Lian, please accept my condolences. As long as you take good care of yourself, there will always be hope for recovery." Jiao Lian was not feeling well now, so he had no time to think about Chun. On the contrary, he kept asking him to help find out if there was any recipe for recovery. Zhang Yuni naturally agreed on the surface, and the 2 chatted for a while. Seeing that he still couldn't get the point, he also said goodbye. Jiao Lian didn't know what he had entrusted to the wrong person, so he sent him all the way to the gate of the outer study, and repeatedly reminded him, "I heard that there are many rare treasures in the inner palace. Please help me find more. If you can solve my unspeakable secret, I will be grateful. Brother Lian is in a serious condition. I am also responsible for this matter. If I could have dissuaded you in time that day, you wouldn't have suffered this disaster. After saying goodbye to Jia Lian and returning to Ning Mansion, he just entered the second gate and heard a burst of angry scolding from Jia Rong's courtyard. Zhang Yuni was just hesitating whether to go and see what was going on when he saw Yusher trotting over. What's going on? Yusher said with disdain. What else could it be? It's just because of the little harvest on the farm. After hearing this, Zhang Yuni was not interested in going either. This was a planned strategy. Throw out the harvest from the farm as bait to let the father and son fight each other. How much silver did you collect? It's not about how much silver it is, but about knowing the number. Except for the game. The total amount was only over 3,000 taels, and Romer deducted nearly 1,000 taels from it, leaving him with just over 2,000 taels. Yusher explained, there was no snow in December last year, so it was normal for the 8 or 9 farms outside to have a poor harvest. However, he originally estimated that there would be at least 4,000 to 5,000 taels. Now that it is half less, how can he not be suspicious? Zhang Yuni learned about the approximate income, but was too lazy to pay attention, and turned to ask, do you remember how long Sister Zhu left the table when Uncle celebrated his birthday last time? Yusher looked at him in surprise, and said, how long can it be? I saw her chasing you to the garden, so I went to look for her on time, counting the time on the road. It is not. Zhang Yuni licked his lips and asked, so, she stayed in the garden for an hour? Yusher said doubtfully. When I saw her, she was not well dressed and covered with dust. How come she was with you? I was with Pinger that day, and she saw it. Zhang Yuni did not hide it, and told the things that Li Wan helped to hide, and said with a smile, hearing what sister-in-law said, I'm afraid she not only saw it, but also hid in the dark and eavesdropped. In fact, now the Ning Mansion has strict access control, because he was worried that Pinger was thin-skinned. He sent the gatekeeper away in advance when he passed by the door. Otherwise, even if Li Wan really followed him, he would not be kept in the dark. Originally, after hearing Pinger tell the two people's false response, he had some guesses, and now it has been confirmed by Yusher. It seems that this grandmother of the West Mansion also has some unspeakable secrets, and is in urgent need of someone to help her relieve her troubles. Chapter 179, Taste the Marrow and Know the Taste. Only after hearing this did Yusher realize that she had made a misunderstanding before. Looking at Zhang Yuni's expression again, she realized that he had set his sights on Li Wan. Therefore, she had already regarded Li Wan as a comrade in arms in the same trench. So there was no need to prepare herself psychologically. So she guessed Zhang Yuni's intention and tried to test him, since she needs you. It is only right for you to help conceal it. I saw that she was distracted that day, and I am afraid she was shocked. After all, she has been a widow for many years. How can she withstand such a commotion? I am afraid she will suffer day and night when she returns. Zhang Yuni deeply agreed with Yusher's words. She didn't know that Li Wan was looking for something on Pinger, so she made such a guess. Even at one point, he mistakenly thought that she had a secret meeting with him, which shows how embarrassed Li Wan was at that time. However, he did not know Yusher's attitude, and was too embarrassed to speak out. He only sighed hypocritically. This is my fault. If I let her make a mistake because of this, I will really feel guilty. How can I blame Yun-Yi for this? No one forced her to leave. She was reluctant to withdraw and insisted on listening to the whole story. How can I blame others? I'm afraid that at that time, when she heard the noise, she wished she could take Pinger's place in her heart. Who knows? Although she did not see it in person, she guessed Li Wan's reaction to be almost correct. Now that the topic was out, Yusher no longer tried to hide it and reminded him. That being said, she is a widow after all, and she is not like other people. She doesn't go out much, so Yuni should not rush things. After hearing what she said, Zhang Yuni felt a little embarrassed and quickly made a joke. How could my sister-in-law not know me? How could I be such a rash person? Yusher rolled her eyes at him and said, at that time, he helped us. I'm afraid the West Mansion was too late to defend. How can we compare? Zhang Yuni smiled and said, sister-in-law, how do you know that the West Mansion will not open the door to convenience? In a few words, he told Jia Shi and Jia Mu how they planned to marry Ying Chun to him. Hey! I thought that the big house would stop after the last trouble in front of the old lady. I didn't expect that there was such a plan. Yusher was surprised and asked, could it be that Yuni also has his eyes on the second girl? In her opinion, marrying a Chun, who has a soft personality, is better than her own cold-hearted sister-in-law who can't be warmed up. There's no rush now. Let's leave them alone for a while. Otherwise, with the eldest master's temper, if he really gets married, he will probably rely on me. It's better to bargain and do a one-time deal, so as not to be treated as a money bag by them. His words were half true and half false. The so-called one-time deal was naturally to wait for the decline of the Rong mansion and Jia Shi to sell his daughter. However, although he had an excuse to prevaricate, once he said that the Rong mansion's good days would not last long, it would inevitably arouse Yosher's suspicion. The matter involved a dispute over the throne, and there was no room for ambiguity, so she kept it secret from Yusher. However, Yusher would never have thought that the Rong mansion would also sell its daughter one day, and she just thought that it was a one-time deal for him to give more betrothal gifts. After hearing his words, not only did she not suspect anything, but she felt more at ease, now that the Ning mansion is relying on him for support. Even if the Rong mansion's eldest wife treats him as a money bag, I'm afraid they are not as good as him. But even so, he didn't say that, which made him seem more partial to one than the other. Her heart warmed, her mind heated up, and she blurted out, I'm afraid Yun-Yi won't have much chance in the West mansion. But in our mansion, even if he makes a big fuss, no one will know. Sister-in-law is saying. Yusher suddenly said this, without any reason, which made Zhang Yuni unable to react for a while. What she meant. Last time Yuni reminded Lan, she always thought I had asked for her, and she has been very warm to me recently. The West mansion also knows about this. I will test her attitude tomorrow, and then invite her to the mansion, and others will not be suspicious. Yusher's words were exactly what Zhang Yuni wanted. After all, Li Wan was a widow, and even if Jiamu opened the door, there might not be a chance to meet in private. On the contrary, it was guarded against men but not women. But Yusher and Pinger had no such constraints. Logically, Pinger had that kind of relationship with Li Wan, and was a member of Rong Mansion, so she should be more suitable for this task. But she was from Rong Mansion after all, and she didn't know her own secrets, so she might not be willing to do this kind of work. On the contrary, Yusher knew each other well, and took the initiative to volunteer, which was the best. He had originally planned this, so when Pinger interceded for Li Wan, he used his heavy clothes to delay. He planned to build a plank road in the open, but secretly attacked Jinsong. Let Pinger stabilize Li Wan first, and then let Yusher invite her to Ning Mansion privately. However, he didn't know the relationship between Yusher and Li Wan. He wanted to take the opportunity of asking today to make indirect inquiries, and let Yusher contact more, and build some friendships. Unexpectedly, he had already laid the groundwork in advance, which saved a lot of effort. He put his arm around Yosher's waist, and said with a smile, Thank you for your trouble, and running around for me. Sister-in-law, you must thank me when you return home. He thought he had to persuade Yusher to help, but now that she took the initiative to ask, she couldn't be less thanked. In order to prevent her from being confused and unable to move freely, Pinger took the opportunity to thank her, and told her all the details Pinger had told her. In the process, it also added a touch of strange emotions to the usual life. Don't worry, madam. The master said that Lan is weak, and now his clothes are heavy, and he can't move freely. It's better to wait until spring, when he wears lighter clothes, and then give Lan some advice. Pinger returned to Rongfu, and reported to Wang Shifeng before she found time to come to Li Wan's courtyard. She originally planned to tell her that she had lived up to her trust and turned back, but she was dragged into the room by Li Wan. Thanks to you, I can feel at ease now. Li Wan held Pinger's hand and kept stroking it, saying, You usually accompany Feng Girl, so it's rare for you to come here. Since you are here, I think you should not leave today. Let's talk by candlelight at night, and have a good chat. Talking by candlelight at night is fake, but it is true that you will know the taste. Since Pinger went to the East Mansion today, and got a reply, she must have met Zhang Yuni. So how could she return empty-handed? Although Pinger did not understand her true intention, the implication was very clear. Last time, she was caught off guard, so Li Wan was stained with it as soon as she touched her mouth. This time, unlike last time, she hurried back and not only rinsed her mouth, but also had dinner. Li Wan, who did not taste the taste, felt very disappointed. Rinsing the mouth is easy, but bathing is not that easy. After a little thought, Li Wan understood the key point and dragged Pinger to the bed. Pinger was shocked. She had stayed in Li Wan's room for one night last time, and now Jia Lian was living in the outer study, so she had to stay with Wang Shifeng. Today's visit to the East Palace was quite refreshing, and Wang Shifeng was already feeling nostalgic. If she brought back some of the aftertaste from Li Wan, she didn't know how she would blame herself. However, Li Wan's obsession made it difficult for her to break free, and because of the difference in status, she didn't dare to be ruthless. Not only did she fail to escape, but she was dragged to the couch. Seeing that the hem of her clothes had been opened for the most part, she had no choice but to cover it up while saying, "Grandma, the master already knows about our affairs." These words were like a thunderclap, and Li Wan's body could not help but stagnate. Pinger took advantage of her distraction and quickly broke free, and hurriedly explained, "Grandma knows what the master can do, and we can't hide this from him." She didn't want to hide this from Li Wan. After all, it was about her privacy, and hiding it would make her look guilty. However, she originally planned to do some preparations first, and then find a suitable opportunity. Li Wan heard this, as if she had just woken up from a dream, and said with a red face, How could I doubt you?" Although it was an impulse at the time, she asked Zhang Yuni to give Jia Lan some advice, and she had considered that he would see some clues from Pinger. At first, she was ashamed and angry when she thought of this knot, but gradually, she had a little unknown expectation in her heart. Now, she learned from Pinger that she was far less ashamed and angry than she showed. But she was a little worried, muttered in a low voice, "Could it be that he doesn't allow you to do this kind of thing?" No. Pinger waved her hand and explained. "The master only said that it was not enough and asked me to stop. He didn't forbid me to come, but the lady was in a bad mood recently, so I can't stay for long." After hearing this, Li Wan seemed to come alive, raised her blushing cheeks, and said in a trembling voice, Hey, I didn't think it through." Pinger was worried that she would do something extreme out of shame and anger, so she comforted her, "Grandma, please relax. The master is not a gossiper. He knows that you are helping to cover it up. So even if he knows, he will only keep it in his heart. I trust you. Your grandma is still waiting for you to go back. Don't delay." Pinger was still a little worried, and comforted her for a while. Although Li Wan was shy, she did not show an angry expression. Fawn stood up and said goodbye, "Grandma, don't forget that Lan Xiaozi is still relying on you to urge you to study and strengthen your body. I have also been delayed for a long time. Grandma is afraid that she will be impatient, so I will go back first." Chapter 180, adding fuel to the fire. After finally sending Pinger away, Li Wan's plump buttocks slumped heavily on the bed, and the intoxicating blush on her cold and beautiful face could no longer be concealed. She weakly peeled off the restraints on her body, pulled the quilt over her body, slid sideways, and tightly wrapped her legs around the quilt, wrapping her plump and mature body, which was as hot as a branding iron and no one loved. With the quilt covering her body, she tossed and turned, and it was unknown how long it had been before her body gradually softened and she fell asleep in a daze. In the dream, it was still the cave that she had dreamed of at midnight, and was extremely familiar. However, it was no longer Pinger who walked into the cave, but herself. Although the cave was cramped, dark, and damp, Zhang Yuni in front of him was like a ball of fire, not only illuminating the cave, but also dispelling the coldness. He was like a beast that was ready to eat, breathing out white air, his eyes spitting fire, and he rushed towards her without a care, pushing, tearing, whipping. "Grandma, Grandma, Grandma, what's wrong with you?" A quick call woke Li Wan from her sleep. She opened her eyes and wanted to ask, but she only let out a moan that sounded like a cry or a laugh from the depths of her throat. A chill came from her forehead, and Suyun's little hand was placed on it, and she said with concern, "Grandma's head is so hot. Is she sick? I'll go get someone to find a doctor." Don't. Li Wan hurriedly grabbed Suyun. "Maybe the fire in the room is too strong, and it's burning people. Go get a glass of water. I'll be fine." Suyun hurried out and returned with a cup of warm water. Seeing that Li Wan had already wrapped herself in a blanket and was sitting on the bed, she hurriedly handed over the water. Li Wan gulped down the tea in the cup, and then exhaled heavily, saying, "What time is it?" Suyun took the cup and replied, "It's past the middle of the second watch. My brother just finished reviewing and planned to greet Grandma and go back to sleep." when she heard Jialan coming to greet her. A trace of shame flashed across Li Wan's face. She wanted to cheer up and test her son's homework, but she was lazy and couldn't muster up any energy. She had to wave her hand and said, "Forget it. It's late today. Let him go to bed early." After a pause, when Suyin walked to the door, she hurriedly called her. "You go and watch over first. I'm going to bed now. You don't have to come later." "How can this be possible? Grandma is not feeling well. How can she get away here?" A trace of entanglement flashed across Li Wan's face, and she took a deep breath and sighed. "Forget it. Then you go and settle on her first." Suyun hurriedly took the order and sent Jialan back to the house, and told the maids to take good care of him. She then came to Li Wan's room with the quilt. Seeing that Li Wan had already slept on her side, she didn't dare to disturb her, so she spread the quilt on the corridor in front of the bed, because she was worried that Li Wan would not feel well at night and needed to get up. She laid down with her clothes on. Although she was not very old, she was able to serve closely, and her quality was not low, so she didn't dare to sleep too deeply. However, every time there was tossing and turning in bed, she opened her mouth to ask, but never got a response, until the second half of the night when things became a little quieter. That night, both the master and the servant did not sleep well. The next day, they woke up and almost missed the time. After getting up, they washed and brushed their teeth. They did not even have time to eat breakfast, and hurried to Jiamu to pay their respects in the morning and evening. Let's go back to Yushir. Because she was in good spirits, she helped Zhang Yini get up in the morning. After he went to the yamen, she returned to her own room in Defengxuan and took a short nap for an hour. It was not until the sun was high that she was lazy and combed her hair. She did not dare to slack off on Zhang Yini's affairs, and would spare no effort. But when she really thought about it, she was a little nervous. Putting herself in his shoes, she had only been a living widow for more than 2 years before Zhang Yini moved into Ning Mansion. But she fell into it overnight and could not extricate herself. What about Li Wan, who had been a dead widow for 10 years? She had great confidence in Zhang Yini. However, everything is difficult at the beginning. Although she had experience in matchmaking her own sister, Li Wan's status was different. At the beginning, Jiazhen was so strict with her, but she still looked ahead and behind. Let alone Li Wan, the widowed grandmother of Ronghua Mansion? Moreover, compared to her, Li Wan at least has Jialan as her spiritual support, so she is afraid to act rashly. After all, thinking and doing are two different things. Although she learned some details from Zhang Yuni, it is not necessarily safe. In particular, Li Wan is still in the dark about her relationship with Zhang Yuni. Even if she has the intention, she may be discouraged. She dressed neatly and came to Rongfu. She greeted Jia Mu and moved to the 3-room porch of Rongqi Hall. When Wang Shifeng saw her enter the room, she sat up slightly from the Kong and smiled. "Oh, sister-in-law Jin is a rare guest. I'm not here to see you." Yushir smiled and took Pinger's hand, and said to Wang Shifeng directly, "You kept it a secret from me. I just found out yesterday that Pinger is now a member of our mansion. I have been lacking a helper. Can you tell me when you will let her go?" Wang Shifeng sneered. "What you said, sister-in-law. Although she is with Brother Yi, she can't be said to be a member of your mansion." Right? When she said this, Yushir felt embarrassed. She was used to thinking of herself as Zhang Yuti's person, so her words were inevitably biased. No one would hold on to this point on weekdays. But today she met Wang Shifeng, and they didn't like each other. For a while, they were at loggerheads, and it was a bit embarrassing. Pinger quickly came to the rescue and said, "Master has no relatives and lives in the East Mansion, so he naturally regards the East Mansion as his home. Why does Grandma have to be so picky and make it so clear?" Wang Shifeng half-jokingly said. "Hey, you little slut. You have forgotten the old one when you have a new one. Now you are losing my face and helping the eldest sister-in-law. Oh, now you know how to be jealous? Let's ignore her." You patted Pinger's hand and said, "After all, you have more face in front of Brother E. A while ago, your eldest grandma also asked me to find you an E to help Lon Boy to strengthen his body. He never agreed. When you said it yesterday, he agreed. Grandma, Pinger thought that you came to blame her for doing what she couldn't do." She felt ashamed and didn't know how to answer for a while. Although Wang Shifeng would occasionally vent her anger on Pinger, she was extremely protective of her and would not tolerate others criticizing Ping. she immediately said. Oh, sister-in-law just said I was jealous. Now you are jealous too? But Pinger is from Brother Yi's room. How can you be jealous? Yusher spat. Bah! Look at your mouth. You are so outspoken. How can you say such nonsense? She and I are like sisters. Pinger can get things done. I can only be happy. How can I be jealous? After she said this, Wang Shifeng and Pinger looked at each other. And for a while, they couldn't figure out what Yusher was up to. Fortunately, Yusher also kept it a secret, patting Pinger's hand and saying, This is a good thing. You should tell her earlier so that she can be at ease. If you don't have time to go, I will go and tell her for you. Wang Shifeng snorted coldly when she heard this, and turned her head away with disdain. Pinger also showed a trace of embarrassment on her face, and said, Madam, you are right. I took the time to tell the eldest grandma when I came back yesterday. That's good. That's good. Then I won't delay. I will go to see her now. After saying this, Yusher left without delay. Pooh! As soon as she left, Wang Shifeng sneered. This East Mansion is getting more and more unruly. She is the mistress after all. But she came to compete with you. A maid? For credit. If she went to show off in front of the old lady, it would be fine. But she chose to burn the cold stove of the eldest sister-in-law. Chapter 181. Wang Shifeng thought that the East Mansion had lost its power, and Yusher was desperate to try all means, and came to offer her courtesy, and to stir up trouble for Li Wan. But she never thought that this was not the same thing. Yusher just wanted to add fuel to the fire for Li Wan. After thinking it over, she felt that although Li Wan would have many concerns about Jia Lan, he was also Li Wan's weakness. Since she was willing to ask Zhang Yuni for help for her son, she might not be unwilling to sacrifice her body for her son. Because Li Wan was a widow and did not know the role she played, she could not openly attack. So she had to attack indirectly. After leaving the 3 porches, she passed through the west corner door and went straight to Li Wan's courtyard. She did not ask anyone to report, but went directly into the inner room. Li Wan did not sleep well last night, and was leaning on the Kong to take a nap. When she heard the noise, she hurriedly got up to greet him. Why is my sister-in-law here? Yusher grabbed her hand and took the opportunity to get close to her. Sitting side by side with Li Wan on the Kong, she moved her buttocks and sat down next to Li Wan. One hand naturally went around Li Wan's back and hugged her waist, asking knowingly, What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? According to reason, Pinger told Zhang Yuni that she was willing to help last night, and Jia Lan's matter was settled. So she should have slept very sweetly. But in this situation, Yusher knew the inside story, and she knew the reason with her buttocks. When mentioning last night, a strange blush appeared on Li Wan's slightly tired face. The fire in the room is too strong, and it makes people sleep uneasy at night. Li Wan explained and changed the subject. Sister-in-law, is there something you are here for? Seeing Li Wan's performance, Yusher felt more confident and said with a smile, That's right. I came to congratulate you. Sister, Brother Yi has agreed to do what you asked me to do a while ago. Li Wan was stunned when she heard this. She thought that Yusher was still in the dark and didn't know that she had asked Pinger to intercede for her. When she learned that Zhang Yuni had given in, she hurried to report the good news. She hurriedly pretended to be surprised and happy, and said with a smile on her face, Thank you very much. Sister-in-law, it's hard for you to care about us mother and son. As she said this, she got up from the Kong. But unexpectedly, Yusher took her back. Why should we be so distant? You and I are in the same fate. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Before Yuni came, I lived in the mansion, and I was not as good as you. Not to mention that the masters don't take me seriously. Even those servants with faces. How many of them take me as a real master? She spoke with emotion, and Li Wan was also moved. The sad things were evoked again, and she couldn't help empathizing with her. It's fate, Li Wan said thoughtfully. Fortunately, my sister-in-law has finally made it. No one in the mansion dares to give you a hard time. Yusher shook her head and sighed. You can still count on Lan to be a good person. But who can I count on? It's also thanks to Yun Yi's affection and righteousness. He thinks of me as his sister-in-law. He not only supports me, but also arranges a business for me. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I will count on him in the future. Li Wan was secretly shocked when she heard her not avoiding suspicion, and she didn't dare to say anything. Yusher seemed to be just expressing her feelings. She sighed for a long time and then said, You also know that the glass sales of Tiangoinji went a while ago. And there was another big mess in the farm outside. And he didn't complain. I mentioned it to him this morning, and he agreed. She paused and said, Brother Zhu left early. And Lan's body can't be ignored. Children are bound to be lazy. And someone needs to keep an eye on them. After she said this, Li Wan also became nervous. And hurriedly said with gratitude, Sister-in-law, you are thoughtful. But I, as a mother, overlooked it. This is not what I thought of. It's hard for Lan to be favored by Brother Yi and consider these things for him. Li Wan's heart trembled, and her expression was a little sluggish. After a moment of trance, she trembled and said, Please thank Master Yi for reminding me. Yusher came close to her ear and whispered in her ear, It's hard for him to have this heart. You can't thank him by asking others. Today he asked me to come here just to tell you that he will explain this method of strengthening the body to you in person. You can thank him in person. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Yusher blew in Li Wan's ear, and her hand on Li Wan's waist tightened a little. Li Wan's body shook suddenly, and her body with protruding front and back trembled like a flower branch like a rickety. She couldn't figure out for a moment whether this was Zhang Yunyi's intention or Yosher's own plot. She had heard that although Jiazhen was still alive, Yusher was not much better than herself. If she was a dead widow, then she was a living widow. At this moment, blowing the wind and caressing, she couldn't help but suspect that she had other ideas, just like she did with Pinger. Her mind was full of twists and turns, and she was shocked, afraid, ashamed, and looking forward to it. For a moment, she was in a trance. Although Yusher was testing, she had to make preparations for both situations. She deliberately put on this ambiguous attitude to confuse Li Wan, so that she would not really be chased and run to Jianmu to cry. This was a way out for her. If Li Wan really didn't understand, she would use this as an excuse to avoid involving Zhang Yunyi. Once Li Wan went to Ning Mansion, even if there were still repetitions, she couldn't explain it clearly because everyone in the mansion was her own. With Zhang Yunyi's temperament, he would stop at the right time, since there was no solid evidence. Even if Li Wan saw the intention, she would only keep things quiet and keep it secret. However, that was her precaution. At this moment, she could clearly feel Li Wan's trembling, and her heart became more and more confident that she could succeed. She twisted her slender waist, rubbed her shoulders and hips with Li Wan, and rubbed her ears. Fawn persuaded her, but you are a widow after all, and it is inevitable that you will be worried about the melons and plums in the mansion. This mansion is not as convenient as mine. When you are free, I will send someone to invite you over, so as to avoid being gossiped behind your back. I don't know if it was because of Yosher's teasing or other reasons. Li Wan just felt dry mouth and swallowed unconsciously. But she said insincerely, Sister-in-law also said that I am a widow after all. How can I meet him privately? And, let alone go to the East Mansion. That's why you have to go to my place. Tell others that you and I were talking in private in the room. And only send the servants away and call him over. Li Wan's cold and beautiful face flushed red, as if blood was dripping. Pinger just said last night that Zhang Yunyi would have to wait until the spring to teach his son. But at this moment, Yusher wanted to kidnap her to the East Mansion immediately. If Yusher had such an idea, it would be easy to say. But if it was really Zhang Yunyi's instigation, wouldn't it be intentional? How can this be done? Although she was willing in her heart, she had to consider the consequences. Once the incident happened, not only would she be doomed, but Jia Lan would also be implicated. Although my life is better now, I also empathize with your situation. Yusher saw her intention and said gently, although Lan is a promising boy, he needs someone to help him even if he enters the officialdom in the future. Although the eldest lady wants to marry into the palace. You don't think about it. Bao Yu is her brother, and she has watched him grow up. Even if she really helps him, how can it be Lanner's turn? This? Li Wan couldn't help but hesitate. Yusher didn't give her a chance to speak and continued, on the contrary. He is appreciated by the emperor, and can even speak on the eldest lady's affairs. He is also affectionate. If he is willing to help Lanner, why worry about no one to help you in the future? After hearing this, Li Wan was already fully sure that Yusher was influenced by Zhang Yunyi. She felt a surge of anger rushing to her heart and lungs. But she couldn't help worrying about gains and losses. Did Zhang Yunyi see through her loneliness in the boudoir and her long-term separation? So he teased her. Or did he have feelings for her? Seeing that she was silent, Yusher thought she was worried about the consequences. Don't worry. I'm a tight-knit group and won't let anyone know, she said confidently. In fact, even if they know, it doesn't matter. You came to ask him for help for your son. Who can say anything? It's a critical moment for the eldest girl, and the mansion may not be able to cover it up. So how could they blame you? At this point, she sneered again. You probably don't know yet? The old lady and the first lady opened a corner gate in the garden to match him with the second girl, just to make it easier for him. The unmarried granddaughter doesn't even shy away from it. So how can they stop you from asking him for help? Ah! Li Wan screamed and looked at Yusher in a daze. She had heard about the corner gate in the garden, but she didn't think about it in that way. Now, after being pointed out by Yusher, she suddenly understood. The east corner gate opened to Weifang Garden. So Zhang Yuni lived there? Two strange red spots appeared on Li Wan's face, and her legs could not help but close together. She was hesitating whether to give in, but Yusher had already let go and stood up. She retreated to advance and said, Forget it. Even Li's eldest son, who couldn't find a place to stay in the mansion, could be given an official position by asking him for help, let alone honor. I didn't want to cause more trouble, but I felt sorry for you and your son, who were not valued in the mansion. So I arranged it for you. I thought you would give up everything for your son's future, but you are still so hesitant. Just pretend I have never been here. These words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Li Wan did not have the consideration of Jia's mother. The Lai family had always been trusted by Jia's mother. Although they were servants, they were not much less valued than the mother and son in terms of the degree of attention. Now, Lai De is asking for an official position for his son, but the government is unwilling to help. If it comes to Jiaolan, even if there is some help, it will be very limited, regardless of whether Zhang Yuni has this intention for a long time or is just teasing. If he spoils the fun, how can he have the face to ask him for help in the future? It can help his son and relieve his emotions. The only concern is that the matter will be exposed. Originally, she was still worried about listening to one side. But when she saw Yusher getting up and about to leave, she panicked and didn't care about anything else. She quickly grabbed her hand and said sadly, Sister-in-law, this matter is serious. Please have mercy on me. Please make arrangements properly. And don't let any gossip spread. Chapter 182 Not quite the same. That night, Yusher vividly recounted the incident to Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni was also quite surprised to learn that Li Wan was reluctant to accept the offer. Yusher observed her expression and thought that she, the eldest lady of the East Mansion, took the opportunity to play the eldest lady of the West Mansion, which added a bit of grace. The wind stopped and the rain stopped. Zhang Yuni said in a deep voice, Since she is interested, I can't be careless. I have to make arrangements properly and not let her attract gossip. According to Yusher's thinking, she was open and directly invited people with an excuse. But Zhang Yuni felt that this was too rough. After all, Jiazhen's reputation was there. Although she might not doubt herself in the melon field and plum under the plum, it would be the same for Li Wan to be ruined if she spread rumors with anyone. What does Yuni mean? Though the two farms outside the city are now in my hands, they are still under the control of the mansion. Aren't they fighting over the harvest of the farms? Later, you can say that I am busy these days, and I am afraid that the snow will damage the glass greenhouse. Take 500 taels of silver, and ask them to stay in the greenhouse farm for 2 days to help watch it. He prepared the hot spring villa for himself. So it is naturally impossible for Jiazhen and his son to have fun. It happened that there was heavy snow a while ago, so asking them to watch the glass greenhouse is also a reasonable excuse. Hey! I didn't think it through. They are famous. And it is indeed inappropriate to invite one Maisie to come alone. Good food is not afraid of being late. Sister-in-law, don't rush. Miss Lin and the others have made an appointment last time. They will come over in a few days. At that time, I will have to trouble you to pretend to be sick and let her come with you on the pretext of visiting the patient. Yu's eyes, still full of lingering emotions, secretly glanced at Zhang Yuni. She secretly complained in her heart. I was never too hasty. But just now, the more you shouted Wanner can't stand it, the more you ignored it. However, despite this, in addition to Xiangling, Pinger and other maids, there were also Qin Kiching and Yu Erji. Zhang Yuni never ignored her. An old friend. But he didn't complain either. That's great. We can send Suyun to follow them to the glass room. Yes. Zhang Yuni nodded. I should also avoid suspicion, so that the girl can go with him. I will go to the government office in the morning and come back quietly at noon. Hey! I will tell her tomorrow. I know you care so much about her. I'm afraid she doesn't know how to be grateful in her heart. Yusha paused and said, but if this happens, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to go to the hot springs before the new year. Right? Now, it's less than 20 days away from the new year. Since I have to pretend to be sick, it's impossible for Li Wan to get well as soon as she leaves. As a result, there is indeed no chance to go to the hot spring villa to relax before the new year. Hee. Sister-in-law knows me best. It's the same with you. I try my best at the first try, but then I lose my energy. After all, it's her first time, so I can't keep her waiting for a long time. Zhang Yuni hugged Yusha and said with a smile, I could only let sister-in-law go after the new year. Originally, the heavy snow blocked the road, and he also felt that it was difficult to travel. Now there is the episode of Li Wan, so it's just right to change it to after the new year. Grandma. Suyun's call came to her ears, and Li Wan realized that she was distracted again. She slowly retracted her empty gaze and looked at Jiao Lan, who was studying hard at the desk. Earlier, she was bewitched by Yusha and agreed to it in a rush. Once she calmed down, she was a little timid. If Yusha hadn't said that she would rely on Zhang Yuni in the future, she would never dare to take this risk. But people's minds change. After all, Yusha is the mistress of the East Mansion. If there are changes in the future, and there is this omission, she will be controlled by others. However, now she is riding a tiger, and it is difficult to get off. If she has a change, not to mention that Zhang Yuni will not support her son in the future, I am afraid that even the promises will be difficult to fulfill. Jiaju's early death has buried a deep shadow for her. Now she only has Jiao Lan to rely on, and she will never allow him to have any problems. Moreover, although Yusha can't believe it completely, some of her words are not without reason, and Jiao spread rumors about the lady. But in order to take care of the dignity of the eldest lady, the mansion still forbears and does not speak out. I am afraid that even if she notices something, she will not make it public. Anyway, her mother and son were not valued in the mansion. Even if the old lady and the wife had an opinion about her, as long as she could maintain the appearance and would not affect her son's reputation, she could not be too bad. Of course, these were all excuses she made up. After all, Pinger had already received the news, and her biggest worry was finally settled. But deep in her heart, she still wanted to leave a thought for herself, and wanted to experience Pinger's experience in the cave. She secretly made up her mind, just for her son and for herself. She only kept a one-night relationship with Zhang Yuni, and there would be no connection with him in the future. Yes, only this time. Catch the adulterer in pairs, even if there is really a change in Yosher's side in the future. But time has changed. As long as she follows the rules in the future, even if she speaks with certainty, the old lady and the wife will not believe it easily, and there is no risk of being exposed. With this thought, two strange blushes appeared on her face, and she slowly put her legs together and sat up straight. At the same time, she gradually gave up struggling in her heart. So you noticed that Li Wan finally moved, but her expression seemed a little unnatural, and hurriedly advised, Grandma didn't sleep well last night. If you feel tired, I will take care of you here. Jiao Lan heard this, put the book in his hand away, stood up and bowed respectfully. Mother, don't worry and go back to rest. Your son will study hard and won't be lazy. Looking at her sensible son, Li Wan's heart softened, and she let out a muffled groan from her nose. Well, then don't stay up too late. She hurriedly got up and said to Suyun, don't forget to tell your son to get up and stretch his muscles later. Suyun quickly agreed, Grandma. Don't worry. I won't have to. After the instructions, Li Wan moved to the door. Just as she was about to lift the door curtain, she retracted her hand, hesitated for a moment, and then turned around and told Suyun, I'm going back to sleep now. Don't come over later, so as not to wake me up. After leaving Jiao Lan's study, she immediately took 2 steps at a time and hurried back to the house. Just like last night, she quickly stripped off all the restraints on her body, got into the brocade quilt, and was tightly wrapped with the bedding. However, no one disturbed her sweet dream that night, and the scene in the dream changed from the cave in Huifang Garden to a boudoir. She was like the hostess of the room, waiting for her husband to return home. when John Yudi pushed the door open and entered. His eyes were still fiery, but his movements were not as rough as in the dream the day before. He took her hand gently and considerately, came to the bed, helped her take off the heavy restraints, and cuddled with each other for a while, and then naturally fell on the bed together, just like a couple. Chapter 183 Careful Verification. The next day, early in the morning, Li Wan, who finally had a good sleep, got up with Su Yun's help. "Grandma, you look much better today than yesterday." Li Wan's rosy face became even more dazzling when she heard this. She quickly changed the subject and asked, "When did Launer go to bed last night?" "Grandma, my brother went to bed at 2:30. After washing up, Li Wan moved to the dressing table and looked at herself in the mirror, feeling sorry for herself. Although no one disturbed her beautiful dream last night, it was just a comfort to herself. Everything in the dream was just imagination, like a rootless duckweed, too illusory. Thinking of the fact that she was neither good nor bad last night, she secretly hoped that Yusher would send an invitation as soon as possible. "Hey! Why did Grandma sweat so much? The quilt is wet." Just at this moment, Su Yun's surprise interrupted her thoughts. Li Wan thought of the madness of last night, and her heart trembled, and she groaned from her nose. She couldn't hide her guilty conscience and said, "Maybe I caught a cold the day before yesterday, and I sweated a lot last night, so I feel much better today. The fire in the room is burning hot, so don't take it out to dry. Hurry up and help me put on my makeup, because I have to go to the old lady's house every morning and evening." Su Yun was young after all, so she didn't doubt it. She quickly threw down the quilt and turned around to put on her makeup. After she finished cleaning up and had a little breakfast, Li Wan came to Rongqing Hall. When Wang Shifeng saw her, she smiled and said, "Oh, sister-in-law looks refreshed today. Is there any good news?" What good news?" Li Wan was startled and quickly denied it. "Why not?" Wang Shifeng said coquettishly. "Brother Yi has already agreed to it. Is sister-in-law still trying to hide it from us?" After hearing this, Li Wan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly covered up. They said they would have to wait until the beginning of spring. It's too early now. Seeing the two of them playing dumb, Jiamu couldn't help wondering, what good thing did Brother Yi agree to? Wang Shifeng smiled and explained to Jiamu and Mrs. Wang. "Last time, when I celebrated the birthday of Master, Brother Yi saw Lan and said that he was weak and needed to be polished. So, the other day I asked Pinger to discuss the bird droppings business with him, and asked for my sister-in-law. Brother Yi was straightforward and agreed to help Lan strengthen his body. Yesterday, Yusher came to the door and reminded her. She was busy in front of Jiamu, acting a harmonious sister-in-law and caring for her nephew. Is Lan a weak boy? I didn't even know that." Grandmother Jia sighed. "You are so thoughtful. They are orphans and widows. Remember to take care of them." Li Wan lowered her head when she heard that. Not only Grandmother Jia, but even Lady Wang, have ever paid attention to Jia Lan, the legitimate grandson? Even now that she heard about it, she didn't ask about it personally, but asked Wang Shifeng to pay a little attention. Even so, she still thanked Lady Jia. "Thank you for your concern, old lady." "Don't worry, old lady." Wang Shifeng took over the conversation and said with a hint of meaning, "I heard that sister-in-law asked sister-in-law Jin for help a while ago, but she never got a definite answer. This time, it's all thanks to Pinger." "Oh!" Lady Jia was surprised. Brother Jin's daughter-in-law didn't get it done, but Pinger is more prestigious than her. Wang Shifeng understood what she meant and smiled. "Of course. Although sister-in-law Jin is closer to us, the more we use her, the less favor she has. Now the East Mansion depends on her for help. If we ask this and that, we will always have many concerns. Besides, it's better to look at the face of the Buddha than the monk. The eldest girl will be the princess soon. Pinger is from our house after all. How can he not give her some face?" This remark was very much in the mind of Jiamu, and she smiled and said, "You can see clearly. However, it's fine to say this in our family. Don't spread it out." If it was before, Li Wan would have hoped that Wang Shifeng could take the blame. But now she is trying to take advantage of the sisterly love of Yusher to go to Ning Mansion to keep the appointment. Quickly explained, it's not the eldest sister-in-law's fault. Brother Yi was willing to give Lanner some advice before. Thanks to her, I guess they are too close to each other, and it's inconvenient to bother again and again. So it's delayed. Well, that's true. He has always attached great importance to friendship. He shouldn't refuse the request of Jin's daughter-in-law. Although Wang Shifeng's statement was more in line with her wishes, Jiamu still felt that Li Wan's words made more sense. After thinking for a while, she reminded him again, "It's hard for Jin's daughter-in-law to be on good terms with you. So don't neglect her just because something happened in the East Mansion." Although Yushur is from the East Palace and is not comfortable in front of Jiajin, the key is that Zhang Yuni is quite caring for this sister-in-law. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Don't ask her to help favor your family in the marriage. Just maintain the surface and let her consider this friendship and not try her best to hinder it. "Hey!" Li Wan almost cried out after hearing this order. She tried her best to suppress her emotions and agreed. These, Jia's mother also considered. But Mrs. Wang didn't know what the eldest room was thinking secretly. Just now, she heard Wang Shifeng mention Yuanchun, and she couldn't help but worry about it. So she changed the subject and asked about the progress of the garden. Wang Shifeng hurriedly replied, although the heavy snow delayed some time. "Fortunately, brother, he borrowed some more people. And I also urged the people below to speed up. And it will be ready in about mid-March." When mentioning Yuanchun, Li Wan's heart moved, and she didn't care whether Mrs. Wang would be unhappy, and pretended to sigh, although the honor of the eldest lady is rare. The mansion spent a huge amount of money to build this huge garden. After the eldest lady gets married, it will not be used in the future, which is really a pity. Yushur swore that the east corner gate of the garden was open for Zhang Yuni, but she didn't elaborate on how to make it convenient for him. Li Wan had some guesses in her heart, and couldn't help but want to verify it. If Jiamu really didn't care about Ingchuan's reputation for this marriage, then she would have an extra layer of protection. She pretended not to see Mrs. Wang's eyes, and only stared at the expression on Jiamu's face. Jiamu originally planned to find an opportunity, and now Li Wan mentioned it, which was exactly what she wanted. However, before she could speak, Wang Shifeng, who had already known the situation, rushed to act cute and said, "Old lady, what the eldest sister-in-law said is right. It is a pity that such a good garden is vacant. The granddaughter-in-law has an idea." "Oh, tell me," Jiamu asked knowingly. "Why not ask the girls to move in together? First, to send off the eldest girl to marry and share in her joy. Second, the garden will be popular with people living in it, and it will not be a pity to be abandoned." "Well," Jiamu praised, "this is a good idea. I think we should do it this way. What do you think, Madam?" Madam Wang secretly complained. "You said it would be done this way, and you still asked me what I think." She glanced at Wang Shifeng and smiled. "What the old lady said is right. It would be good to let them share in the joy." Madam Wang was still in the dark, and thought that Wang Shifeng had a sudden idea. Li Wan, who was standing aside, suddenly realized something. Seeing Lady Jia and Wang Shifeng singing the same tune, she felt less worried and more excited. Chapter 184 Agreement. Grandma Jin is here. After finishing her morning and evening visits, Li Wan returned to her own courtyard and heard the maid's report. She couldn't help but blurt out, So early." Fortunately, she noticed her mistake in time and changed almost to early. She took 2 steps at a time and came to her own hall, only to see Yushur sitting upright on a chair, leisurely tasting the tea served by the maid. She didn't care about being rude, so she grabbed Yushur and pulled her into the inner room. She lowered her voice and said insincerely, "Didn't we agree to go to the old lady in 2 days and ask me to go over? Why are you so anxious?" Although she lowered her voice, her tone was very urgent, not only with a bit of impatience, but she couldn't help swallowing dryly at the end. Seeing this, Yushur joked, "Who said I came to invite you today?" Li Wan felt lost when she heard this, but she murmured, That's good." Yushur wanted to tease her, so she pinched her waist and said jokingly, "Sister, you look much better today than yesterday. I guess you slept well last night." She took advantage of the situation to hug Li Wan's waist, half hugged and half dragged Li Wan, who was like a wooden chicken, to the Kong, and sighed, "Brother, he has suffered a lot. He has been thinking hard for you and working hard all night." Li Wan was startled by her crazy words, and hurriedly looked at the door and complained, "Sister-in-law, how can you say that?" Although some things were tacitly understood, they still had to take care of the surface. Yesterday, she had been using Jia Lan's method of strengthening the body as a cover, and she could still pretend to be confused. How could she save face when such a straightforward and unconcealed statement was made? Yusher twisted her waist and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about? He pities you, and is willing to take risks for his son. He has been thinking about it all night, and has made a perfect plan." She revealed Zhang Yunyi's plan in detail. And at the end, she tried to cover it up by saying, "He is willing to consider you so much. And he will definitely support Lan Boy in the future. Ordinary men only care about themselves, and are not willing to spend such thoughts on others. Only he pities you orphans and widows." Originally, Li Wan was just touched by the loneliness of 10 years of widowhood, and was also provoked by Yusher. She couldn't control herself for a while, just to have a thought. At this moment, hearing that Zhang Yunyi was so deliberate and considerate of her, she actually had a trace of unspeakable feelings in her heart. She said incoherently, Thank you for your compassion, sister-in-law." Although Yusher had developed feelings for Zhang Yunyi over time, and her experience was different from Li Wan's, she had never failed to feel touched when she saw Zhang Yunyi making plans for her. In addition, as someone who had experienced this, she immediately noticed something from Li Wan's expression. "Why thank me? When you see him in the future, thank him in person. Don't let him down. I see that he is very interested in Lan. If you put more effort in this end, he might become your godson. You and your mother won't have to rely on this end in the future." Sister-in-law, stop talking. I'm just a woman. How can I help? There are mothers who are honored by their sons. Why can't sons be honored by their mothers? Brother Yi is the most loyal and righteous, especially the most cherishing of old friendships. I don't need to say much about his character. Who in the mansion doesn't know him? She leaned close to Li Wan's ear, and said some ambiguous and crazy words. She used a pretentious tone on some key words, which made Li Wan angry. Seeing that the words had been delivered, Li Wan was also aroused, and Yusher was also worried that it was too much. So she stood up and said, "You wait. When the girls decide on the date to go, I will send someone to ask you to go with me." Unexpectedly, Yusher's words of waiting really came true. Although she went back for only 2 days, the news of catching a cold came out. However, although the sisters agreed to go again, they did not set a time. Counting the days is the most difficult, especially when the time is not fixed. You have to take a ride from others. Although she couldn't bear it every time, she sent Suyun to sleep in another room. But this did not relieve her emotions, but made her more anxious. It seemed that her mouth was also irritated, and a few blisters appeared. At one point, she almost couldn't help herself and wanted to take the initiative to ask Jia's mother to go to the East Mansion to visit the sick Yusher. But in the end, she was worried that it would be superfluous and ruin Zhang Yunyi's plan. So she had to endure it silently. Fortunately, she was not the only one who was anxious. That day, all the female relatives gathered in Rongqing Hall. Tanchen shook Lin Daiyu's arm and said coquettishly, "It's rare that the weather is good these days. Sister, why don't you take advantage of the new year to test Xianling's poetry? And the story of Brother Yi last time was really interesting. Let's ask if there are any other stories." Lin Daiyu pinched her nose and smiled. "If you want to listen to the story, you want to listen to the story. It's not wrong to use me as a cover. But since you have listened to the story, you can't be too precious. You need to teach Xianling your experience in writing poems." Before Tanchen answered, Shan Yun rushed to say, "Of course. Since we have listened to Brother Yi's story, we should return the favor." She clapped her hands and pulled Bao Chai to say, "Sister Bao, don't you think so?" Bao Chai didn't want to join in the fun, but she was afraid of spoiling their fun. So she also agreed. Ing Chun, who was standing by, lowered her head unconsciously. Although she could write poems, her level was not as good as Lin Daiyu, Bao Chai and Shan Yun. Among the sisters, she was probably slightly better than the younger Shichuan. Jiamu saw her embarrassment and said with a smile, "I heard that Jin's daughter-in-law is sick. Since you are going there, go see her together." She immediately told Hubo, "You will only say hello to Jin's daughter-in-law when you go to the East Palace." Li Wan had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Now that the matter has come, she can't help but worry about it. She is worried that Yusher will let her down, and she is also afraid that Jiamu will block her way. Her heart is in turmoil, as if it is blocked in her throat. After a while, you sent someone to reply to Jia's mother. The master took his son to the farm outside the city a few days ago. He was afraid that he would not be back for some time. Grandma is sick, and there is no one to talk to. I heard that the girls will go there to enjoy the snow tomorrow. So I want to invite Grandma Zhu to go with them, so that they can chat and relieve their boredom. because Jia Jing is a foreigner. The servants in Ning Mansion are used to calling Mrs. Yu. But when he came to Rong Mansion, they are treated as peers, so they only call her grandma. If Jiazhen and his son were at home, Jia's mother would still hesitate. But now she agreed without thinking. Then you don't need to come to greet tomorrow. And go with them to the East Mansion to see Brother Zhen's daughter-in-law on behalf of me and my wife. When Li Wan heard this, she felt a buzz in her head. And finally a stone fell to the ground. She wanted to reply to Jia's mother, but her throat seemed to be blocked. So she could only groan and bow to Jia's mother, which was considered an agreement. She spent the day in a daze, and finally made it to the evening. She told Suyun to take good care of Jia Lan, who was studying, and then went back to her room. She had planned to go to bed early to conserve her energy, but when she lay down on the bed, she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She wasted until the second half of the night, and finally exhausted her energy and fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 185 Maintenance. Because I spent the last night until the second half of the night, I just fell asleep. Li Wan slept very deeply this time. Fortunately, Suyun knew in advance that there was no need to visit her morning and evening today, so she slept until noon and finally did not show fatigue. Grandma, my brother went to the school early in the morning, and the girls are almost ready. They sent someone to ask you when to leave. Just after finishing washing, there was another report from outside. Go tell them. I'll be there soon. She asked Suyun to pass the message. After a little hesitation, she returned to the dressing table, fiddled with her face for a while, put on some light makeup, and then left the house to meet up with the other girls. She has always been cold and did not wear makeup. In addition, her appearance is determined by her heart. Although she only put on light makeup, she also showed some spring. Fortunately, the girls who were traveling with her were all unmarried girls, so they did not notice this spring love. Although Yusher usually lives in Dufengxuan, it is only for convenience. Now that she is pretending to be sick and for convenience, she will not recuperate in Dufengxuan. Because Jiamu also asked to visit the sick, the group arrived at Ningfu, passed through the inner 3 gates, and came to Yosher's courtyard through the hall. Perhaps because she was afraid of being close to home. When she came to the front, Li Wan shrank behind everyone. She watched coldly and secretly looked at Yusher. She saw that her face was pale, leaning on the bed with clothes on, and her face really looked a bit sick. But she didn't know whether it was real or fake. After asking about her health, Yusher said leisurely, "It's getting late. Lunch has been arranged in the garden, and you don't stay here for too long, so as not to get sick. If there is any errand, tell Baolu and Ruiji to do it." Tanchun frowned slightly and said, "Isn't Brother Yi here? Now that Yusher is ill in bed, and Qinsher has been pretending to be sick, it is not convenient for both of them to take care of him. If Zhang Yuli was at home, Yusher would naturally not need to give such detailed instructions." Yusher pretended to sigh. "Yesterday I heard that you were coming today, and he said he wanted to rest for a day, but he didn't expect that there was something going on in the government office. So he sent someone early in the morning. Before he left, he specifically told me not to rush back, and that he would come back to have breakfast and dinner with you after he finished dealing with the things at hand." Hearing what Yusher said, Tanchuan's face relaxed a little. Li Wan took the opportunity to say, "I'm not very good at writing poems, so I'll stay and chat with my sister-in-law. You guys go and have fun." Yu also nodded, and turned to Suyun and said, "It's rare for you to come here. I'll take care of your grandmother. Come with me to the glass house to bask in the sun and be lazy for a while." Suyun had heard of the glass house a long time ago, and she was eager to see something new, but she was limited by her status. "I thought Li Wan couldn't refuse, and I had no chance. Now that you took the initiative to mention it." I immediately looked at Li Wan eagerly. Li Wan then took the opportunity to say, "My sister-in-law is ill, and we are here to bother her. You can follow the girls and take care of her more." The two worked together seamlessly and waited for everyone to leave. Yu was about to pull Li Wan to chat a few words to ease her embarrassment, but she heard a gurgle, and Li Wan's stomach actually growled. Yusher then pulled back the quilt, put on her shoes, and pulled her to the Kong in the room outside. She pushed Li Wan to sit on the other side of the Kong table while ordering people to prepare wine and food outside. She said meaningfully, "You will have to practice the method of strengthening your body later so that you can remember it well. You can't do it with an empty stomach and no strength." Waiting for Zhang Yuni was too unbearable. So Li Wan sat across the table from Yusher, facing each other. She got up late in the morning and missed the meal. So she was really hungry now. At first, she could still toast with Yusher as if nothing had happened. But after 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, she still didn't see Zhang Yuni. So she couldn't help but worry, thinking of what Yusher had just said to Tanshun. Her heart was beating fast. Could it be that he was really delayed by something in the government? But Yusher seemed to be teasing her on purpose and didn't mention Zhang Yuni at all, which almost made her sick. Just when she was fidgeting, Yusher suddenly crawled to her side from the opposite side, and a pair of hands climbed up her plump body restlessly. Li Wan couldn't help but tremble, thinking to herself, is it true that I have thought wrong? She couldn't help but complain to herself. Zhang Yuni not only had several maids around him, each of whom had his own merits, but also the concubine Yu Erji, who had not yet married, was also pretty. How could he take such a big risk for a widow like herself? She showed a trace of sadness on her face, and was in a daze. Unexpectedly, Yusher suddenly retracted her hand and turned around to get off the Kong. She shook the wine pot and said jokingly, Sister, wait a moment. I will go get another pot of wine. This sudden move made Li Wan confused. She stared at Yusher twisting her waist and hips, and leaving behind the door. As soon as Yusher left, she realized that not only was the room terribly quiet, but there was no sound coming from the yard. The servants were all sent away? When she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel hot inside. She had already drunk a lot of wine, and the blush on her face became more and more beautiful. While she was thinking about it, she suddenly heard a squeak and turned around in a hurry. Just then, the handsome and tall figure that had appeared countless times in her dream appeared at the door. She saw him looking at her with a smile, leaning his back against the half-open door, slowly leaning back and closing the door. Then he took 2 steps at a time and was close to her in a moment. Li Wan got up in a hurry at this moment. However, her legs were originally hanging on the edge of the Kong, and she had been sitting on the Kong sideways for such a long time that her legs were already numb. At this moment, she suddenly got up and felt weak in her legs. Her hands couldn't help but climb on Zhang Yuni's body. Li Wan felt as if she had received an electric shock and wanted to retract her hand. But Zhang Yuni, who was quick-witted and quick-handed, grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. She felt a buzzing sound in her head, and blurted out as if possessed by a ghost, Brother E, please take the trouble to take good care of Wanner. She originally wanted to say Lanner, but when the words came to her lips, it was Wanner that came out. Realizing her own omission, Li Wan's buzzing head suddenly became a mess. Her already weak struggle not only stopped, but her pair of pinked arms could not help but wrap around Zhang Yuni's neck. In this situation, even if Zhang Yuni had intended to do so, he could not help but feel dazed. Although Yusher vowed, he had only met Li Wan a few times after all, because she was worried that she would back down at the last minute. She specifically asked Yusher to accompany her to drink more wine to give her courage. He had originally planned to use the opportunity of teaching radio gymnastics to lay the groundwork for some intimacy. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the room, Li Wan could not wait to rush over, still muttering that he should take care of her body. Without any hesitation, he immediately lifted Li Wan up and carried her sideways, like a victorious general, striding towards the inner room. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Leave your body to me. I will take good care of it. Let me take good care of you first. Chapter 186 Aftermath and Review. Dark, damp, and sticky. Zhang Yuni opened his eyes, and felt a sense of emptiness in his stomach. He glanced at the window in the room, and found that it was already dark outside, with only a faint reflection of the snow. He groped towards the head of the bed based on his memory, but found nothing. He supported himself with both hands on the bed, just sat up, and was about to turn around to see, but saw the door was pushed open. Yuni is awake. Yusher stepped into the room, and just after saying a word, she quickly fanned her nose with her hand again and again. She couldn't help complaining. Why is she like she has no food to eat? When I saw her leave, her legs and feet were not in good condition. It was cold, and it was difficult to open the window. There was a steamer burning in the room, so the smell was naturally very unbearable. Yusher suddenly came in, and felt it was extremely pungent. Zhang Yuni had always been in it, and adapted to this decadent atmosphere. Otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to stay for a moment. What time is it? He rubbed his head. When did she leave? It was already midnight. She didn't dare to go back with the girls, while they were having dinner in the back garden. She asked me to order a car to take her back early. You sure chattered non-stop. You two slept like dead pigs. Fortunately, I saw that there was no movement and came to take a look. Otherwise they would have been discovered. I didn't go to the garden, so they didn't suspect anything. Right? Zhang Yuni also felt a little guilty. You said thankfully, fortunately. I made up a lie about the government office, which was just enough to get away with it. Otherwise, the government office has been dismissed, and you haven't come back yet. Who knows if they will be suspicious? I heard from Baozhu that the second and third girls asked you several times. Zhang Yuni had just woken up and didn't notice that the second girl also included the third girl. He said absent-mindedly, "Sister-in-law, don't say anything. She said before that she just wanted to keep some thoughts in mind and have nothing to do with you in the future. So she gave up her face and repeatedly." After hearing this, you sure couldn't help but say, "You are kidding me. This kind of thing always happens again." Besides, she was almost unable to get out of bed. When I woke her up, she was reluctant to leave. She panicked when she heard that it was time for dinner. Zhang Yuni couldn't help shaking his head. He knew that this kind of thing was only once and countless times. However, he didn't expect that Li Wan's illness after being a widow for nearly 10 years would be so difficult to cure. At first, Li Wan asked him to take care of her body, and he took it seriously. He thought that she had been a widow for 10 years, and she was always pure and unselfish. So she must be overwhelmed. Unexpectedly, Li Wan, who usually didn't show her true colors, was like an iceberg, melting, swirling, and gathering into a vast ocean when she fell in love. Moreover, there are undercurrents in the vast ocean. Once you are caught in the vortex, you will be involuntarily controlled and will be unable to escape. However, being in the depths of the vortex, it seems as if your whole body is wrapped up. The comfort makes people happy, and they can't help but wander in it, lingering and reluctant to withdraw. It is said that a beautiful woman kills people without a knife, but relies on her waist to seduce souls. Zhang Yuni didn't understand whether Li Wan, who had been widowed for 10 years, had this waist strength due to her innate nature or acquired training. He could only sigh in his heart. Jiazhu's death is not to blame. There are always cows that are tired, but there are no fields that are plowed. With his body, he fell asleep afterwards. Not to mention Jiazhu, a weak scholar. On weekdays, even dealing with Yushur and Qin Keqing, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, would not be so laborious. Today, he almost lost his way because of Li Wan. He calculated silently in his mind, and estimated that Li Wan's fighting power was about the same as that of Yushur's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law plus Yu Erji. Of course, as Yushur said just now, I'm afraid Li Wan also performed above her level today, which was not without the accumulation of 10 years of serious illness. Yushur seemed to be unsatisfied, and she leaned her head out, took a deep breath, and then continued, "You don't know. She just wiped her body. Such a big basin of water. She almost didn't wash it muddy." As she said, she opened the index fingers and thumbs of both hands and drew a stroke the size of the basin. Zhang Yuni's face was slightly hot, and he quickly changed the subject. "I'm hungry. Is there any food ready?" He consumed a lot and felt hungry. Yushur said unhappily, "You don't feel uncomfortable with the smell on your body, so you should take a shower first. The water is ready, and the bathtub is outside. The food is also prepared outside. If you don't get up, I will wake you up." When she said this, Zhang Yuni suddenly felt sticky and uncomfortable. Even the sheets and quilts were wet. He quickly opened the quilt, turned over and got out of bed, swung his arms, and came to the compartment in a casual manner. Sure enough, the bathtub was already placed outside. A set of clean clothes was placed on the Kong, and the food on the Kong table was still steaming. He immediately stepped into the bathtub and sank down. He felt refreshed all over and couldn't help taking a deep breath. Yushur came behind him at this moment, rolled up her sleeves, and helped to scrub. She felt mixed emotions at this moment, secretly regretting that she helped Li Wan to match. "I originally thought that after Li Wan left, I would still have a chance to take over. But now it looks like there is not even a drop left." She hoped that Li Wan would keep her words and deeds consistent, and leave enough thoughts, so that they would have no more ties in the future. Otherwise, even if she could not come and go often, this time, she was enough to be equal to 3 people. How could she not have any thoughts? Thinking of this, she hurriedly reminded, if she goes back on her word, you can't let her do whatever she wants in the future. If she doesn't know how to restrain herself, if she gets hurt, It's not a joke. Sister-in-law reminded me. Zhang Yuni sneered and stood up. Sister-in-law. Hand me the towel quickly. Change clothes and eat early. Although he seemed to be understating it, he was secretly alert in his heart. After all, he was a mortal body, and he didn't have any external plug-in. Jiaju's previous experience. Even if he could come and go freely in Rongfu in the future, Li Wan should not be too diligent, and at most guarantee once a month. And he had to stop at a taste, and keep 30% of his strength, which was appropriate. Zhang Yuni was wary of Li Wan, but he didn't know that Li Wan had already been overwhelmed. She relied on her ruthlessness to support herself and return home. Zhang Yuni's guess was right. She had been holding it in for 10 years, and had been looking forward to it for a long time. She was even more worried that there would be no next time. For a moment, she didn't care about her body's ability to bear it. After forcing herself to go back to the house, she couldn't support herself anymore. She couldn't even savor the taste. As soon as she touched the pillow, she fell asleep. When Suyun followed the large army back to the mansion, he was ready to call her for dinner. But when he entered the house, he found that his grandmother had not only fallen asleep, but also snored slightly for the first time. Because she left early, Yusher had to use her physical discomfort as an excuse. Suyun saw that she was sleeping soundly, so she didn't think much and let her do it. However, although Li Wan slept enough for a night, she still broke her body. Unlike Zhang Yuni, she was not as diligent in exercising. She took a hot bath and had dinner before going out. In addition, she was hit by some cold wind on the way back, and she actually fell ill the next day. Zhang Yuni, who learned about this from Yusher who had recovered from her illness, was a little concerned and a little proud. Chapter 187. Seek good fortune and avoid disaster. At the end of the year, it is the time for each household to exchange favors. The same is true for the Ningguang mansion. However, among the people who come to visit, many are sad and miserable, crying poor and asking for money. The corruption case of the Ministry of Works implicated most of the officials of the Ningguang family. In the past, they had this floating wealth, and they were used to squandering it. Now that they have returned the dirty silver, even their family assets have been emptied. The difficulty of the year-end is especially for those military generals serving in the army. In order for these people to gain a foothold in the army, in addition to interpersonal relationships, they must also cultivate a group of personal soldiers. The treatment of these personal soldiers is often much better than that of ordinary soldiers in the army, and the extra consumption is also based on their own abilities. Although these generals will also eat some empty salaries to supplement this part of the expenditure. But now that the dirty silver has just been returned, it is a time of shortage. So they have to come to Ningguang for help. Prince Ning was able to win over this group of people, in addition to his status as a prince, because of the money-making way of the Ministry of Works. Now, the income of these years has been in vain, and the people below have changed their minds and complained. Although he can temporarily subsidize and solve their urgent needs, it is not a long-term solution. These people have been cut off from their financial resources. And so is he. The prince's family has no surplus food. In order to win over this group of people, he is eager to find a stable way to make money to calm their hearts. It is impossible to reach out to the Ministry of Works again, which is why he is eager to win over Zhang Yuni. Although the sales of Tiango Injiwen are in the hands of Prince Zhongshuan, he does not want to offend rashly. But the purchase of raw materials is a matter that Zhang Yuni decides. In the past, when he went to the Ministry of Works to ask for help, he often went through the route of purchasing. Now he is familiar with it. However, Jia Zheng was slow in doing things. It has been almost half a year, and there has been no news. He finally couldn't help but summon Jia Zheng to ask about the progress. Although the prince is eager to seek talents, Brother Yi is an old relative of the family. This is a matter of course. Why should the prince be humble? Twice in a row, when entertaining Zhang Yuni, something went wrong. Jia Zheng couldn't help but wonder if it was a backlash against him. He has been an official for many years, and he has not learned much about the means of governing. But he has not fallen behind in the art of shirking responsibility. It was the same few sentences over and over again. Prince Ning was embarrassed to express his intentions. In addition, what Jia Zheng said made sense. So he turned to ask about the progress of the waiting courtyard. Jia Zheng didn't care about this at all. So he had to play it safe again. Your Highness also knows that this year's heavy snow has delayed the construction period a little. It's hard to say now. Let me go back and ask clearly before reporting back. After a few questions, King Ning also saw that Jia Zheng was basically a fool, and he couldn't help but have an opinion about Yuan Shun. If it weren't for Zhang Yuni, he would even have planned to regret the engagement. Even so, he was too lazy to waste time with him. After sending Jia Zheng away, he thought of Jia Jing again. Although what Jia Zheng said made sense. When he married Jia Yuan Shun, he would be related to Zhang Yuni. But it's better to do it early than late. In addition, Jia Zheng mentioned that the progress of the other courtyard was delayed, so he couldn't help but worry and procrastinate. So he summoned Jia Jing privately again. And this time, he didn't hide the difficulties. However, such frankness failed to convince Jia Jing. Instead, it reminded him not to act impulsively, lest Zhang Yuni suspect the cause of Zhang Chongqing's death and end up making things worse. After meeting with Prince Ning, Jia Jing, who returned to Xuanzhen Temple, was still worried. The corruption case of the Ministry of Works was exposed. Although the emperor only confined Prince Ning for 3 months, it was a minor punishment and a major warning. But Jia Jing had been practicing Taoism with the emperor for a long time, and he had a general idea of the character of Emperor Zheng Qing. Originally, he could still count on Prince Ning's ascension to the throne to turn the tables. But now there is only a slim hope. Rejecting Prince Ning's proposal was out of caution on the one hand, and on the other hand, it was also intentional to alienate Prince Ning. Moreover, the more this was the case, the more Zhang Yuni could not cause trouble. Otherwise, once he knew that he was the culprit who caused his family to be destroyed, let alone guaranteeing him in front of the emperor, it would be good if he did not stab him in the back. He immediately sent someone to summon Jia Zhen, and warned him, if Prince Ning asked you to win over Yun Yi, you must not agree. Son, don't do it, Jia Zhen asked in confusion. Isn't this agreed beforehand? Let the West Mansion take the lead to avoid Yun Yi's suspicion. Why did the master specially summon his son? Jia Jing frowned and pondered. I also saw that Prince Ning was a little anxious, and I was worried that he would not listen to the advice. Now we don't ask for the overwhelming wealth, but only for peace and stability. If Yuni makes a mistake again, our family will be doomed. He told Jia Zhen about his speculation about the throne, and sighed, now that the West Mansion has emerged, I, your father, have also lost favor with the emperor. Prince Ning no longer needs to win us over. It's a good opportunity to distance himself from him to avoid being hated by Prince Qin in the future. This, after hearing what Jia Jing said, Jia Zhen's face fell immediately. He had always been counting on Prince Ning to ascend the throne and restore the former glory. But now even his last hope is gone. However, compared to wealth and glory, life is more important. He hurriedly said, should we remind Yun Yi? Otherwise, he will get too close to King Ning and implicate us in the future. Jia Jing pondered for a long time, and then sighed. This is also a worry for my father. Now the family depends on his royal favor. But this is also a double-edged sword. If you often walk by the river, how can you not get your shoes wet? The death of your uncle is always a thorn. What if he knows one day? At this point, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face, and he said in a deep voice, if he really makes friends with King Ning, our family can take the opportunity to find a reason to completely draw a line between him and the West Mansion, and then return the mansion to the court, and let him and the West Mansion to toss, so as not to be conspicuous in front of King Qin. Jia Zhen's face changed drastically, and he said anxiously, but the family depends on him to survive. Once he turns against him, wouldn't it be? Jia Jing saw that he was in a bad mood and felt the same way. However, since it was a matter of life and death for the family, he immediately interrupted and said, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no worries about firewood. Don't be too ambitious. As long as my father's reputation is still there, those heavy taxes can be exempted. With the 8 or 9 farms in the family, although we cannot guarantee great wealth, we can return the mansion built by the emperor, reduce those unnecessary expenses, and move back to Jinling to become a rich man. It is not a problem. When Jia Zhen heard that he had to stay away from the capital, he was even more unwilling. Life is at stake, regardless of whether Yun Yi knows the cause of his father's death. Just say that we planned for King Ning and slandered King Qin for using astronomical phenomena to slander the emperor. If it is leaked, it will be irreparable. Now the only way is to stay away from the capital and hide as far away as possible. It is best to make King Qin forget us. so that we have a chance to protect ourselves. What if Yuni had never made friends with Prince Ning? Jia Jing looked at him deeply, sighed and said, with his means of making money, as long as he didn't make friends with Prince Ning, he would naturally have a high position and generous salary. However, we can only leave it to fate and hope that the murder of their father and son will never be leaked. He twisted his long beard and commented, in the West Mansion, the eldest master is greedy for pleasure, and the second master is ambitious but incompetent. The hen crows at dawn, and the family is in trouble. The whole mansion is left to the children of the family. Not only are the brothers all raised, but they know very little about the major events in the court and are not worth discussing. Do you understand what your father means? Jia Zheng looked down on his lucky move to accompany the emperor to practice Taoism. So how could he look up to Jia Zheng? However, when he was talking about Rong Mansion, he forgot that he was not much better. He only cared about accompanying the emperor to practice Taoism and didn't care about his son. Jia Zheng hurriedly bowed his head and said, Father, don't worry. Your son won't worry. Chapter 188 Spring Breeze Hides Frost Blade. In fact, Jia Jing was also quite conflicted. On the one hand, he was worried that Zhang Yuni would know the truth, and hoped that he would make friends with King Ning, so that he could be liquidated by King Qin in the future, and his family could take the opportunity to cut off the blame. On the other hand, once King Qin ascended the throne and really settled old scores, whether he could avoid liquidation by cutting off the blame was also ambiguous. On the contrary, if Zhang Yuni had not taken a position in the fight for the throne, he might not be able to speak out as a guarantee like this time. It was precisely because of this conflicted mentality that he knew the intention of Jia Zhen's inquiry and the sigh of resignation. Therefore, he did not say anything to obstruct him, but only reminded him not to disclose it to Rongfu. Although Jia Zhen was not clear about Jia Jing's entanglement, he had his own ideas and did not intend to listen to him this time. Even if he followed Jia Jing's words and avoided disaster in Jinling and became a turtle, it might not be safe after all. On the contrary, if Zhang Yuni did not make any mistakes, he could even get his position right. With his love for his wife and daughter-in-law, plus his character of always valuing love and righteousness, it is more likely that he can protect his family. It is also a matter of resigning oneself to fate. But clinging to Zhang Yuni does not require one to be humble, but can keep wealth and honor. Although he has never heard that a bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle, he will weigh the pros and cons. Because he was worried that Zhang Yuni would be bewitched by the Rong Mansion, he prepared wine and food when he returned home from Xuanzhen Temple. He even went to the front yard in person to welcome Zhang Yuni to leave the court. Brother Zhen didn't go out today? Zhang Yuni got off the carriage and saw Jia Zhen, who had been waiting for a long time, and was also quite puzzled. Although Jia Rong had taken advantage of him, he was beaten and vomited a lot of the harvest from the farm. In addition, he also took the lion's share of the 500 taels that had been arranged for the two to take shelter in the manor outside the city. Although his wealth is not as good as before, it is still about 4,000 taels. He was very depressed a while ago, and now that he has more money, he can't help but make up for it. Recently, he often calls friends and asks for flowers and willows, and rarely stays in the mansion. I haven't reported the things in the manor to Yuni yet, and now that the new year is approaching, our brothers haven't gathered for a long time. Brother asked them to arrange wine and food in advance. That's good. Since Jiazhen has made arrangements here, I think there must be changes on Yosher's side. Zhang Yuni didn't refuse, and followed Jiazhen to the side hall of Ningen Hall. Jiazhen didn't go straight to the point. He first sighed about the changes in the manor, and then told about the hard work of running around for him recently. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, he put his arm around his shoulder and said meaningfully, Brother, you are now deeply trusted by the Emperor. Although your official position is not high, you can be said to have a bright future. I have a few words from my heart that I have always wanted to tell you, but I don't know whether to say it or not. He spoke so heartfeltly, and with such emotion, that Zhang Yuni couldn't help but wonder. There is nothing we cannot say to each other. Brother, just say it. The higher the position, the less you can afford to make mistakes. Jiazhen sighed, especially since you are good at making money. I don't know how many people are jealous of you behind your back. You must be very careful in your actions. Brother Zhen is right. I will definitely remember your advice. Hey! We brothers share the same glory. Brother has never been an official. How can I have the qualifications to give you advice? Jiazhen changed the subject and said, It's just that the court seems to be calm now. But the emperor is a bit old after all. How could the king of Qin and the king of Ning not have plans? Zhang Yuni pretended to be surprised. Could it be that my uncle has been with the emperor for a long time? And Brother Zhen has heard something about it? Jia Zhen was so secretive because he knew the relationship between Ning Mansion and Ning Wang. So he had a preconceived idea and suspected that he was lobbying for Ning Wang. That's not the case. Jia Zhen knew the importance of the matter and did not dare to discuss the position of the crown prince. He only said indirectly, "Brother is just reminding you not to be coerced by others." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yuni was full of doubts. He naturally heard the meaning of Jia Zhen's words. He had just entered the officialdom and rarely interacted with others. The only people who could coerce him were Ning and Rong mansions. However, one of these two mansions has been connected with Ning Wang for a long time, and the other is about to marry him. It is possible that they helped Ning Wang to win over. But Zhang Yuni didn't know where to start to remind him not to be coerced. He couldn't help but suspect that Jia Zhen was testing him, and hurriedly said, "We are brothers for life. And my brother treats me sincerely. And even his sister-in-law is willing to give up her love. You can say whatever you want." Because he was worried that Jia Zhen still had concerns, he even brought up Yoshers in front of the servants in the mansion. Jia Zhen didn't care about his face, and he was used to it. Hearing this, he was not offended, but was quite relieved. He was very secretive and said, "Although you can't write two Jia characters with one stroke, we are still two families after all. To be honest, our family and the West family are almost 5 generations apart. So how can they compare to our cousins? Brother, you are right. How could I not understand the principle of closeness and distance? The eldest master is not a good person to deal with. So how could I jump into the fire pit?" Zhang Yuni also had different ideas. After listening to Jia Zhen's analysis of the closeness and distance for a long time, he thought that he heard that In Chun and others came to the mansion. And he also said ginseng to Lin Daiyu. So he was worried that he was interested in marrying into the Rong family. So he asked around, "It would be best if you could understand this." When Jia Zhen heard that he had misunderstood his meaning, he stopped hiding and said directly, "It's just that I want to remind you not to be coerced by the second house of the West Mansion." "What do you mean?" "You have a special status. You can speak in front of the emperor. And you are in charge of the money bag of Tiango Injuan. As long as you don't make any mistakes, you can still enjoy wealth and honor in the future." Jia Zhen was afraid that he didn't explain it clearly. So he explained, "Although the eldest girl is about to marry into the prince's mansion, what does that have to do with us? As the saying goes, the old man knows each other and still holds the sword. And the rich family laughs and taps the hat. Not to mention that they are almost 5 generations apart. Even the first and second houses in the mansion are of the same mind. Brother, don't wade into this muddy water. You must know that good and bad fortune come from no door, but only from people themselves." He was so earnest. But Zhang Yuni didn't understand his earnest intentions. Instead, he felt more and more that he was testing his attitude. This can't be blamed on him, since he has understood the relationship between Ning Mansion and King Ning. He also has a little understanding of the Ning Mansion being confiscated. The only charge for the Ning Mansion being confiscated was the private burial of Sister Yusanjia. If Jia Jing and Jia Zhen could turn around in time, there might not be the ending later. Zhang Yuni said disapprovingly, "Brother, it's serious. Although what you said is not unreasonable. You can't write 2 Jia characters in one stroke. Now that the eldest girl is about to marry into the palace. Even if we are impartial, others will not take it seriously." He paused and said in a loud voice, "Besides, this marriage was also promoted by my uncle, and I also contributed to it. How can I deny my relationship? It's better to put it in a desperate situation and then survive." Jia Zhen couldn't have tried for no reason. And when Wang Furen confronted Aunt Zhao, she once exposed Ning Mansion's contribution to Yuan Chuan's marriage. Zhang Yuni couldn't help but suspect that Jia Zhen's test was caused by this. Moreover, he was also entrusted with the task assigned by King Qin. Even if he knew Jia Zhen's true intention, he couldn't follow his routine. After hearing his statement, Jia Zhen couldn't help but be speechless. He hadn't known that Zhang Yuni knew the whole story of Yuan Chuan's marriage, and said anxiously, "Brother, how do you know?" "Oh." Zhang Yuni had no way of guessing whether he was true or false, and just pretended to be indifferent and said, "I heard from the second wife last time that this is not something that is difficult to talk about. Our 2 mansions are also old relatives with the Jin family. Isn't it natural to get close to King Ning? After hearing his words, Jiazhen didn't dare to say anything more. Pretending to be drunk, he laughed. Chapter 189 New Year's Miscellaneous Matters. Seeing Zhang Yuni's stubbornness, Jiazhen also had other ideas. However, it was almost the end of the year, and he was the head of the Jia family. He had to work with Rongfu to plan a series of matters such as sacrifices and New Year's wine. And he couldn't be distracted for a while. Although he was only a 5th-ranked dragon guard now, it was still a title. In addition, compared with the past, the salary and spring sacrifice rewards were also a considerable income. So he had to go to the Ministry of Rites. After all the things were done, it was already close to New Year's Eve. Last time, Ningfu returned the dirty silver, and a lot of valuables were also exchanged. Because the ancestral hall was set up in Ningfu, the sacrificial ceremony could not be less, and some had to be moved from Rongfu to serve as a temporary facade. For a while, he was very busy, and even Yusher was involved, doing some record-keeping and inventory work. Although Ningfu had already declined, the Jia family ancestral hall was still in the mansion, and the New Year's Eve sacrifice could only be held in Ningfu. The night banquet of Lantern Festival was scheduled at Rong Mansion. Firstly, New Year's Eve and Lantern Festival are equal. Secondly, Ning Mansion is weak now, and there are no relatives and friends worth taking time to entertain. But Rong Mansion is different. In addition to the 4 kings and 8 dukes, who have always been on good terms, there are also 2 in-laws from the Wang family and the Shi family. The night banquet with Ning Mansion was scheduled on Lantern Festival, which also freed up a day to facilitate the reception of foreign guests. Compared with the busy Jiazhen, Zhang Yuni was relatively free during this period, in terms of official business. Because he originally planned to take some time to go to the hot spring villa, he handled a lot of official business in advance. The remaining matters were nothing more than assessment, performance, and approval of notes. In private life, because Li Wan lived in seclusion and fell ill after returning, there was no way to meet. Yusher could help pass on the message, but she was busy with the New Year preparations recently, and she had some opinions about Li Wan's excessive demands. So she only went once to visit the sick. Yusher was busy in the East Palace, and Wang Shifeng was naturally the main person in the West Palace. Pinger had to share some tasks, and was also busy. Xiangling was pregnant again, so he still stayed with her for one night every 10 days as usual, telling stories and talking. Because Yu Erji didn't have a reliable personal maid, he simply let Yu Erji move into Dangxian Pavilion temporarily, and let Bao and Ruizhu serve in Tianxiang Tower and Dangxian Pavilion respectively as usual. The 2 maids also ate more, and took up a lot more because of this. It is worth mentioning that Jia Chang returned to Beijing with 12 little actors on the 27th of the 12th lunar month. Zhang Yuni did take the time to take a look. However, these actors were originally low-class people. Whether in the original work or now, they have no names. They are only called by the roles they play, which is impossible to verify. However, although the names could not be verified, Zhang Yuni still saw some clues. Ling Wan and Lin Daiyu were indeed somewhat similar, and Fang Wan, who played the role of Zheng Dan, was one of the best in appearance among the 12. After the opera troupe in the Grandview Garden was disbanded, Fang Wan was able to stay with Jia Baoyu because of her good looks. With these 2 proofs, Zhang Yuni had some confidence. He did not have the consciousness to stand the last shift well. Seeing that it was the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, he had no intention of going to the Yamen. He simply asked for leave on the last day and took a holiday in advance for the new year. Because of her hatred for the Jia family, Qin Keqing would not participate in the annual festival sacrifice of the Jia family. In the morning, Zhang Yuni did not rush to get up. He hugged Qin Keqing and Bao Zu and talked with them, and whispered to them for a while before getting dressed and washing up under the help of the 2. Because he almost failed to subdue Li Wan, he not only picked up the morning exercise that was delayed by the heavy snow, but also increased the amount of exercise. After practicing in the garden for more than half an hour, he was sweating all over. And then he returned to Dangxian Pavilion, where he took a bath and changed clothes under the service of Yu Erji and Ruizhu. Just after breakfast, Yusher sent someone to report. Mr. Jiahua came to visit Xinglong Street. Hearing this name, Zhang Yuni was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that he was talking about Jia Yucun. When he went to the dock to pick up the boat, he left Jia Yucun in suspense, but he forgot it after he came back. The Qin family was exterminated, and the Jing Zhaoyin and the patrol camp were all dismissed by the emperor for their poor performance. But Jia Yucun, who came to Beijing to report on his work, got a chance. He was promoted to the position of Jing Zhaoyin a few years ago. However, Sansheng was a magistrate in the capital city, and there were many dignitaries in the capital city. Being in this position was also a double-edged sword. But this position could provide many conveniences. If used well, it could also make friends with both sides. Zhang Yuni had the emperor and the king of Qin behind him, so he was not worried that making friends with him would cause any trouble. He ordered Ruizhu to go to the pavilion on the mountain and asked Feng to go to the front hall. And he went there first. I haven't come to congratulate you on your promotion yet, but you have to come in person. Yuni is ashamed. Master Zhang is serious. You are busy with your worries, and you are busy with things. Yucun is just doing some errands. How can I trouble you? Jia Yucun bowed and smiled. I should have come to visit earlier to thank you for your kindness in picking up the boat. It's just that I'm busy with the government office. I've been delayed until now. I hope you won't blame me. Jing Zhaoyin is a third-rank official, while he is only a fifth-rank official. Jia Yucun is humble everywhere. This kind of cunning and tactful person who can bend and stretch. Maybe he can be like a fish in water in Jing Zhaoyin? Zhang Yuni thought to himself, but said modestly, the capital is an important place, and the emperor has entrusted you with important tasks. It shows that you are deeply trusted by His Majesty. Don't be modest. After a round of greetings, the host and the guest sat down. Jia Yucun said straight to the point, last time, you said that you had a connection with me, and asked me to go back and guess. But I have no clue. I don't know where the connection came from. Zhang Yuni took a sip of tea and smiled, brother. You will know in a while. As he was talking, someone outside reported that Feng had arrived. Zhang Yuni hurriedly got up and welcomed Feng in. Jia Yucun did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly got up and looked at Feng with a puzzled look. The Jin family was originally a family of scholars. Although Jia Yucun was familiar with Jin Shirin, he had never met Feng. When he asked Jia Xing to be his second wife, he also wrote a letter, so they did not know each other. This is Mrs. Jin from the Jin family in Renqing Lane, Gusa City. She is also the mother of one of my concubines. Do you remember her? This? Jia Yucun was a little dazed, and then he bowed to Feng and said, Mother-in-law, please accept my son-in-law's greetings. This sudden scene not only shocked Zhang Yuni, but also Feng, as if he noticed the surprise of the two. Jia Yucun continued, Jiao Xing often talks to me about mother-in-law, but we are so far away that we have no chance to meet. After he said this, Feng suddenly realized and said tremblingly, it's the governor. Jia Yucun interrupted her without waiting for her to finish, saying, Mother-in-law, please don't address me like that. It really makes me feel bad. I thought you were still in Ruzhou. If you had known that you were coming to the capital, I would have brought Jiao Xing to serve you. Although Feng sure had some knowledge, her family had fallen into decline after all. Jia Yucun was the prefect of Ruzhou in his early years. Seeing him act like this at the moment, although he understood that it was because of Zhang Yuni, he was still flattered. At the same time, he had a new understanding of Zhang Yuni, and he was even more grateful that he did not use his power to pressure him. He hurriedly helped Jia Yucun, who was kneeling, to stand up. Jia Yucun did not pretend anymore and stood up. Back then, my mother-in-law did not abandon me and took Jiao Xing as her adopted daughter. Seemingly seeing Zhang Yuni's doubts, he sighed and recalled the past while explaining the reason behind it. Jiao Xing was originally just a maid of the Jin family. Giving such an identity to a concubine was considered a promotion. Not to mention being promoted to the position of a concubine, the Jin family fell into decline, and Jia Yucun wanted to promote Jiao Xing. They were even less likely to be arrogant. Not only did they remove her from the family, but Feng Sure also adopted her as an adopted daughter. This kind of operation was actually not uncommon in ancient times. When making friends and using backdoors, there were even examples of redeeming brothel girls, adopting them as adopted daughters, and then catering to their preferences and sending them to officials' homes to become close friends. However, at that time, Jia Yucun was obviously just trying to promote Jiao Xing and did not care about this relationship. Otherwise, Feng Sure would not have been living in Ruzhou. Now, the reason for such an attitude is all because of Zhang Yuni. Although Zhang Yuni knew this, he did not show it, but had a good chat with him. When the host and the guests were happy and sent Jia Yucun out of the house, The two sides had already called each other brothers. Chapter 190. Make plans. Modern people have many misunderstandings about the ancient New Year sacrifices. The so-called heaven, earth, emperor, parents, and teachers. When offering sacrifices, ancestors are only ranked second to last. The monarch who can enter the time you can enjoy incense. Which is why Emperor Zhengqi insisted on welcoming his biological father into the Tainyu. Even ministers with outstanding merits are not without opportunities to obtain such honors. The Lingyan Pavilion of the Tang dynasty also has this meaning. Of course, the etiquette is not for common people. For ordinary people, they only need to worship the heaven, earth, and ancestors. Offering sacrifices to the emperor is a privilege only for the scholar official class. As noble families with the same kinship with the country, the Ning and Rong mansions naturally offer sacrifices during the new year. This is also the reason why Shui Baoqin will participate in the sacrifices of the Ning and Rong mansions. As an official in the court, Zhang Yuni is of course no exception, because the ancestral tablets of his parents were still in the old house. He took Yuerji, Xianwing, Qin Qiqing and others to the old house early in the morning on New Year's Eve to pay homage to Zhang's ancestors and parents. And Yusher also went with them to pay homage on the pretext of taking care of them. Not long after Wusui came back from Zhang's old house, Jia Mu and the two ladies, Xing and Wang, who were given imperial edicts, had returned from the palace to pay homage. The Jia family members, including Shui Pan and the women of each room, all gathered in Ning Mansion. The process of the sacrifice was not much different from the original book. Ning Mansion was the eldest house of Jia, and the position of the main sacrifice belonged to Jia Jing. Jia Shi and Jia Zhen accompanied the sacrifice, and Zhang Yuni, together with Jia Zhen, Jia Lian and Jia Baoyu, each took his place. After paying homage to heaven and earth and the emperor, Zhang Yuni and Shui Pan withdrew, and the people of the Jia family, along with Jia Mu, paid homage to the portraits of Jia Yuan and Jia Yin again. Perhaps because of the misfortune that happened to Ning Mansion this year, Jia Mu did not refuse Yosher's invitation to stay for dinner, as she did in previous years. After the ceremony, he was welcomed to the main hall of the backyard by the female family members, while the male family members started the meal in the front hall. In such an occasion, Zhang Yuni would not go to the backyard like Jia Baoyu did, so he sat at a table with Jia Zhen, Jia Lian and Shui Pan. Jia Lian had been confined for more than a month, but he was very bored. He toasted with the three of them, and was in high spirits, because this table was not for the direct descendants of the two mansions, but for the dignitaries like Zhang Yuni and Shui Pan. There were also many Jia family branches who came to toast. After a while, Jia Lian was already drunk. Although Wang Shifeng had a good plan, it was not good to confine him during the new year. Zhang Yuni wanted to test him, so he pretended to be concerned and asked, "Has Brother Lian's condition improved recently?" When this was mentioned, Jia Lian, who was in high spirits just now, suddenly fell. He hesitated and said, "It's the new year. Why does Brother Yi have to bring up something irrelevant? Aren't you afraid of spoiling my fun?" Zhang Yuni was naturally worried that he would recover from his injury and return to work, and he had his eyes on Ping. But he was embarrassed to say it out loud, so he had to make an excuse. "Isn't this just to ask about the situation, so that I can help you find out if there is any medicine for your condition?" Jia Lian got this unspeakable secret, and he immediately thought that there was something wrong with the medicine. So he found Shui Pan to ask. Shui Pan had to investigate the reason in detail. He and Jia Zhen had a similar taste, and he was not good at talking. So the three people present knew his situation clearly. It's just that they were embarrassed to say it. Now that Zhang Yuni has taken the lead, they no longer have any concerns. Both of them had experience in this area. Shui Pan couldn't help but wonder, "I have mixed these pills before, but I recovered in 3 to 5 days at most. It's been a month for you. Is it because of congenital deficiency?" He was used to speaking his mind, and didn't consider Jia Lian's feelings. If he was a man, he would never admit that he was incapable in this area. Moreover, Jia Lian still had such a secret, and he was immediately angry when his soft spot was touched. And he said, "How is it congenital deficiency? There were no pills on the night I came back, and I had sex with Yuner several times. I'm afraid your medicine is problematic." Shui Pan was also heartless, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with him making fun of Yuner. He smiled innocently and said, "Brother Yaozhen has taken this medicine before, and we are all fine. Why did it go wrong with you?" "You?" Jia Lian's face was also a little embarrassed, and he didn't know whether it was because of the wine or anger. His face was flushed, and he glared at Shui Pan. Lian Air. Don't worry. What Wulong said is not unreasonable. And there are no outsiders here. Let us help you analyze it, so that we can prescribe the right medicine. Right? After all, it was in Ning Mansion, and it was the new year. Jiazhen was also worried that the two had a quarrel, so he hurried to smooth things over. It's not like we haven't played together before. You won't have any congenital deficiency. Shui Pan also reacted at this time, and hurriedly picked up the wine glass and said, Don't blame me, Brother Lian. I just said something wrong, so I will punish myself with a glass, he said, and drank it all. Jia Lian was slightly relieved. Jiazhen was quite experienced in this regard, and analyzed, Wulong and I have taken that medicine a lot, so there is no problem. If it is excessive consumption, it is possible. But, just what? Since it concerns the happiness of the rest of his life. Jia Lian did not care about whether he was embarrassed or not, and asked hurriedly, This medicine is usually used by us to liven up our mood. There have been times when we have overconsumed it in the past, but it has never been like you, who has not recovered for so long. He spoke from his own experience, and his analysis was very logical. Zhang Yuni had no experience in this area, so he could only listen. On the contrary, Shui Pan rushed to say, Yes. Last time I followed Feng Xing in Jinxiang courtyard. We played for 3 consecutive days, and took this medicine like candy beans. But after returning, I only rested for less than 10 days. They were talking so attentively that they did not notice Jia Rong coming to toast. He blinked his sly eyes, looked at Zhang Yuni, and suddenly said, Isn't second Uncle Lian scared by second aunt? Zhang Yuni couldn't help but look at Jia Rong with a new look. He had heard of post-traumatic stress disorder in his previous life. Jia Lian's illness might not be caused by this. This was a wake-up call. Jia Lian was unwilling to admit that he was born with a defect. Although Jia Rong's words might not be accurate, they gave him a way out. You are right. It must be her who harmed me. Why did I offend this Yiksha star in my fate? If I find a chance, I must divorce her. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Yuni and said, Brother E, you can read faces. Please help me see if I am in conflict with that Yiksha star in my fate. It is better to destroy a temple than to break up a marriage. Wang Shifeng is not Qin Keqing. She just has some conflicts with Jia Lian, but no life and death feud. In public, if he instigated Jia Lian to divorce his wife, he would not only make a mortal enemy with Wang Shifeng, but also be detrimental to his own reputation. Even so, he was unwilling to help mediate. Seeing that the couple were in harmony, he could only say ambiguously, Don't worry, Brother Lian. It won't be that bad, it won't be that bad. Shui Pan was a sincere man. He and Wang Shifeng were cousins. Seeing Zhang Yuni say this, he hurriedly advised, This is just Ronger's guess, and it may not be taken seriously. Uncle Shui doesn't know. Jia Rong hurriedly explained. My nephew was scared by the master in my aunt's room once, and he was in a bad state for a while. Chapter 191 The Drunkard's Intention. After these words were spoken, Zhang Yuni and the other two looked at Jiazhen at the same time. It must be said that Jiazhen and Jia Rong, the father and son, were in sync, and they were both telling Jia Lian about their own experiences. However, Jia Rong didn't know whether he was concerned about Jia Lian's condition and temporarily ignored Jiazhen's presence, or he was fearless, knowing that it was New Year's Day and Jiazhen would not take action. He actually told the matter of hooking up with his aunt in public. Jiazhen's face showed a trace of embarrassment, took a deep breath, and stared at him fiercely with his eyes wide open. Seeing this, Jia Lian stepped forward and said, Brother Zhen, don't blame the child. Isn't it just a concubine? If the child likes her, you can give her to him. As long as you solve the problem of your brother, I will give you 1 or 2 more rooms later. After all, it was because he gave Jia Lian advice that he offended Jiazhen. Jia Lian also pointed at Jia Rong to tell him how to recover, so he couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb. Although Jiazhen was angry, he was just annoyed with him and lost his face in front of everyone. The father and son were birds of a feather. It's not that he had never given maids and concubines to Jia Rong. Now that Jia Lian had made peace and promised benefits, he stopped. After pacifying Jiazhen, Jia Lian hurriedly grabbed Jia Rong and said, Good nephew. Tell your uncle how you cured your illness. Awakened by Jia Rong's words, he had gone to Jiaxi's room to look for it before. But he was not as brave as Jia Rong and dared to take action. However, even so, he was almost caught by Jiaxi several times. And he was still frightened for a while. Originally, he still had the idea of shirking the blame. But now, he believed Jia Rong's words without a doubt. Jia Rong, however, was embarrassed and said, Uncle, I was frightened by the master. And you were frightened by your aunt. There are differences between men and women. And my method may not work for you. Jia Lian was at a loss and almost in despair. He didn't care about these things anymore. So he hurriedly urged, One leaf can tell the whole story. Just tell me. I will tell the difference. Even if there are some differences, I can learn from them. Anyway, it's better to give it a try. This? Jia Rong hesitated. Let's talk about it another day. I'll talk to you in detail another day. Now this is his heart disease. Like a bone stuck in the throat. Wishing to take medicine according to the prescription immediately. How could he wait? He put on the posture of an elder and said impatiently, Stop talking nonsense. Speak quickly. Since the second uncle has ordered, I can only obey. Jia Rong did not look at him, but took the opportunity to secretly smile at Zhang Yuni. And then hesitantly said, Nephew happened to go to the master once. And happened to meet the master and the aunt in the room. Nephew listened outside the room for a while. And I don't know how it got better. He finished his words hesitantly. And everyone's face became interesting. Shui Pan was a simple person. And he didn't guard his words. He said bluntly, This is simple. Lian Air. You can follow Rongur's method. And also, when the words came to his lips, he thought it was inappropriate. Jiazhen forgot the embarrassment of being eavesdropped by his son. And his face was full of gloating. Zhang Yuni finally understood why Jia Rong had smiled at him with such a meaningful flattery. Others did not understand the meaning of his words. But Zhang Yuni understood it. At first, Jia Rong had the intention to sell Wang Shifeng to him, although he did not appreciate it at that time. And Jia Rong did not know about the private transaction. He should have seen his cooperation with Wang Shifeng. As luck would have it, as soon as Jia Lian returned home, Wang Shifeng drove him to live in the outer study. It is possible that Jia Rong had some guesses in his mind. So he used this as an excuse to propose such a method of treatment. It is unknown whether Jia Lian was really fooled by this method when he was desperate. From Jia Rong's perspective, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. This matter cannot be avoided by Wang Shifeng. It is possible that she used the excuse of treating Jia Lian's illness to half push and half push. Pretend to be real. And make the affair between the two people clear. As for whether it succeeds or not, he also said in advance that there is a difference between men and women. And it is not his fault if it fails. In such a short time, Jia Rong can come up with such a ghost idea. And Zhang Yuni has to admit that he is also a bit crooked. Unfortunately, Jia Rong had the wrong idea. Although he had the intention, he had not been able to get involved. However, if Jia Lian really dared to find Wang Shifeng, the foreshadowing of letting her eavesdrop on him might play a role. Although Jia Lian did not know Jia Rong's true thoughts, he understood what Jia Rong meant. However, on the one hand, he could not make a rash conclusion based on speculation on such a matter of being strict with himself. Secondly, he was not Jiazhen, who could boss around Yushir. If he dared to make such a proposal to Wang Shifeng, he might not be able to cure the disease, but would get into trouble. At the moment, he had to drink a few more cups to relieve his depression. Jiazhen watched the excitement and said with a smile, Don't worry, Lian Air. The children are talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. This method doesn't work. You can always think of other ways. Miss Feng has a hot temper. You must be careful. She has a hot temper? I think she is a fierce woman. Jia Lian slammed the table and said angrily, I finally understand that family background and appearance are all false. You have to marry a virtuous wife. If you marry such a fierce woman, your life will be ruined. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Jiazhen was suddenly stunned when he heard this. He originally planned to use Jia Lian and his wife as an example to make a fuss about Zhang Yuni's marriage. At this moment, he could not help but think of his previous plan. If Zhang Yuni could listen to his advice, he would be happy with this marriage. But he was stubborn. Then, in order to save his life, he could only try his best to cut off his relationship with him. His small eyes turned around and around between Zhang Yuni and Jia Lian, and he could not help but come up with a plan. Originally, he planned to pretend to be nice to him for a while, so as to get some benefits, so that he could have more money to rely on after the quarrel. Now, he unexpectedly discovered another way to make money. If it weren't for the two, the mansion had made an agreement before, and Jia, she would not give up. Since he was willing to take this deal, why not fulfill his wish and sell Zhang Yuni's marriage? Thinking of selling Zhang Yuni, he unconsciously looked at Shui Pan again. The share of sugar that Zhang Yuni gave to Yushir was still in the Shui family. Once he fell out with him, I'm afraid that this money would not be cheap for him. Originally, the whole family depended on Zhang Yuni for survival. He didn't want to, and didn't dare to, ruin Zhang Yuni's plan. But now, he couldn't care about these. Even, this might be a reason for a falling out. He made up his mind to do two things at once. On the one hand, to get some more benefits from Zhang Yuni, and on the other hand, to bargain with Jia Shi in private to get a good price for this marriage. When the time is right, he will do his best to get the money from the Shui family. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly feel lucky that Ying Chun was a good person who was easy to get along with. Otherwise, the preparations he made before would really backfire. Chapter 192 Secret Communication. Jia Lian and Jia Zhen each had their own concerns and stopped talking for a while. Jia Rong finally found time to speak, picked up the wine glass, and winked at Zhang Yuni and said, Uncle E, I offer you a glass of wine, and wish Uncle E all his wishes come true. Zhang Yuni was quite satisfied with this thoughtful nephew. He nodded to him in approval and clinked glasses with him. Many people knew how to read people's expressions. Previously, when the few people were talking, the side branches of the Jia family did not dare to disturb them. Now, when they had time, they all gathered around. However, Jia Lian was not happy, and Jia Zhen was worried and had no intention of paying attention to them. Zhang Yuni and Shui Pan were tired of dealing with them. Glancing at Jia Lan, who was surrounded by Jia Cheng, Jia Qin, and Jia Yun, Zhang Yuni took out a folding fan from his bosom, handed it to him, patted his head and said, I didn't prepare a gift last time, so take this imperial ivory fan and play with it. Although Jia Lan was the most capable among all the Jia family members, he didn't take it to heart. Now, he has been with Li Wan for several times, and he is considered half a son, so naturally he is not the same as before. Knowing that he will definitely see her at the New Year's Eve dinner, he prepared a gift early. Although he was secretly shocked by Li Wan's obsession, he was also happy to be there, and he couldn't help but be obsessed with it. However, Li Wan had said that day, just to ask for a thought. Although he didn't agree in his heart, and was quite confident in himself. Li Wan had endured for 10 years after all, and he didn't know how long she could endure this time. Unfortunately, Yushir has been busy preparing for the new year recently, so it is not convenient for him to visit her. And he has no idea about Li Wan's attitude towards her. This folding fan, on the one hand, made up for the arrears of the last time, and on the other hand, it was also a test to show that he was not a ruthless person. Jia Lan had no idea that he was not interested in wine. Like a little adult, he bowed and said, I can't refuse the gift of the elders. Lanner thanks Uncle E. Although others were jealous, Jia Lan was the eldest grandson of Rongfu after all, and it was natural for him to be treated specially. The front yard was full of wine, and the backyard was never idle. As the person with the highest generation and the most respected status in the Jia family, Jia Mu was inevitably flattered by the female relatives from all sides. However, she was of a high generation, and ordinary female relatives could not get involved. She only talked a few words with the sisters-in-law of the same generation, and then excused herself from the work and returned to Rongfu in advance. Mrs. Wang always disliked the hustle and bustle, and Mrs. Xing was uncomfortable in Ningfu because of the rift last time. So she left with them. Wang Shifeng, on the other hand, had a rare moment of leisure, and with her nature of being in the limelight, she attracted much attention. However, things were different now. Although she didn't show any signs on her face, she seemed to be in a bad mood. These women from the side branches were all dependent on the two families, and were the best at observing her words and expressions. In addition, they had heard about the conflict between her and Jia Lian, so they didn't dare to get involved too much. They only toasted her, said a few auspicious words, and then left. Although Wang Shifeng was full of ambition at the beginning, She threatened to confine Jia Lian to the outer study until the garden was completed. But after more than a month, she couldn't help but feel regretful. In addition, she had heard recently that Jia Lian was always looking for things that complemented the shape, and she was worried that he would take advantage of the loopholes and benefit outsiders. So she took the opportunity of the new year and pushed the boat along, letting him move back to the yard. I had hoped that Jia Lian would be able to take advantage of the situation and make peace with him. Who would have thought that instead of taking the step she handed over, he would turn his face away and move directly into the wing room. She didn't know Jia Lian's unspeakable secret, and couldn't help but think of Zhang Yuni's reminder through Pinger. So she couldn't help but feel worried. She could still keep her emotions to herself. But Li Wan, who was beside her, had a red and white face and an unpredictable expression. 10 years of perseverance was completely cleared in one day. How could she remain calm? A while ago, because she was ill, she had no time to care about other things. But now that she had just recovered from the illness, she came to Ning Mansion and was moved by the scene, which inevitably aroused the madness and beauty of that day. If it was just like this, her face would only have spring feelings. But it wouldn't be so unpredictable. But on that day, she had to add unnecessary details and said too much in front of Zhang Yuni that she only wanted a night of pleasure and left a memory. In addition, she was too demanding and behaved too badly at that time. So she couldn't help but worry that Zhang Yuni would have a bad opinion of her. And since that day, Yushir, who was originally very warm, only visited him as a routine and never came again. It made her worry about gains and losses and complain about herself. Before that, she almost couldn't control herself when she saw Zhang Yuni's figure from a distance in the ancestral hall. In addition, she didn't dare to stare at him in public, and she couldn't see his attitude from his expression. Originally, she planned to take advantage of the banquet to ask Yushir about Zhang Yuni's attitude. But Yushir never gave her a chance to whisper, and only drank with a group of sisters-in-law from the side branches. Before, she was still worried about the shameless and crazy remarks that Yushir made from time to time. Now, she was hoping that she could say some more crazy things. She didn't know that Yushir disliked her for being too demanding, eating too much and taking too much, and was worried that it would ruin Zhang Yuni's foundation. She thought that Zhang Yuni had an opinion of her. So Yushir had such an attitude. For a moment, various emotions such as shame, regret, and humiliation overlapped, so that she was so lost that she didn't care to hide the expression on her face. Fortunately, she had just recovered from her illness, and others only thought that she was not well yet, and did not doubt it. Otherwise, she would have been exposed. She ate a New Year's Eve dinner in a distracted state, and followed the Rongfu's large group back to her own courtyard with extreme disappointment. But she saw her son Jia Lan took out a folding fan from his arms. He said respectfully, "Mother, this folding fan is a gift from Uncle E. I think it is very valuable, so I must let you know." "Ah," Li Wan cried with joy when she heard this. Is this given by your Uncle E?" She took the folding fan tremblingly, and couldn't help rubbing it in her hands. Seeing her so excited, Jia Lan was very surprised and said, "Although it is a gift from the Emperor, we have it at home. Why are you so excited?" Li Wan realized that she had lost her composure and wiped her tears to cover it up. "Your Uncle E is not an ordinary person. He can give you a gift from the Emperor, so he must value you." Mother is very pleased and excited. She wanted to keep the folding fan for herself, but she was afraid that others would see the clues, so she had to hand it to her son reluctantly. He warned, "Since it is a gift from the Emperor, you should take it back and keep it well. Don't damage it or lose it." Jia Lan had also heard about Zhang Yuni's deeds, and he did not doubt it, so he said hello and left. When Jia Lan left, Li Wan could not help herself, and kept saying in her heart, "He must have me in his heart." But because of his status, he had no choice but to prepare gifts for his son to express his feelings. Thinking of her widowed status, even if Zhang Yuni wanted to renew their relationship, it would probably be inconvenient. It was not easy to make so many arrangements the last time, and it was impossible to mobilize a large number of people every time. Moreover, even if it was such a perfect method, it would inevitably arouse suspicion if it was used too much. She secretly planned in her heart how to renew their relationship. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she thought of the convenience that Jia Mu gave Yingchungsing. Since grandmother Jia was willing to make things easy for him, she would not hinder him from entering and leaving, if he could take the opportunity to move into the garden. Wouldn't he be able to benefit from Yingchuan's happiness? However, grandmother Jia asked the girls to move in with the excuse of sharing Yingchuan's happiness. How could a widow like herself share that happiness? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but regret it. She had learned from Yusha earlier that if she had used the excuse to move in when Wang Shifeng just proposed it, there would be no trouble today. Now she can only wait until Yuan Chun gets married and then find an excuse. Chapter 193 Preparing for a Hot Spring Trip. Spring Festival. There is not much difference between ancient and modern times. It is nothing more than visiting relatives and friends. Rongfu has a constant stream of guests coming and going, and has been busy for 7 or 8 days before rushing to return the gifts. Jia Zheng still remembered the instructions of Prince Ning, asked about the progress of the garden project, and took the time to report to Prince Ning's mansion. Ningfu lost power, but few people came to visit. On the contrary, Zhang Yuni's side has been visited by people, in addition to colleagues in the inner court and subordinates of Tiango Injuan. Jia Yutuan also brought Jiaxing to the door and paid a visit to Fengshe. However, he had just entered the officialdom and rarely made friends with people, so he stopped for 3 or 5 days. On the 10th day, Pinger came to tell Zhang Yuni that the ship carrying bird droppings would arrive in Beijing tomorrow. Zhang Yuni was also very quiet. These bird droppings need to be turned over and dried to avoid rash use, which will cause diseases and insect pests. Although the first batch only needs to consider the spring plowing ceremony, the amount of the few acres of land, but also need to consider storage and subsequent work. And now it is the first month of the year, not to mention the short days. The temperature is not enough. It is impossible to just turn and dry it normally. I am afraid it needs to be baked. The location? The manor outside the city is the most suitable. There is a large area, and there is a greenhouse to store the processed bird droppings. Zhang Chung can do the future work, but he still needs to do some demonstrations for the first batch. Years ago, because Li Wan delayed the hot spring trip, we can take this opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. First, the 2 manors are outside the city, not too far apart, and can save the trouble of entering and leaving the city. Second, the bird droppings have to be baked and turned, and the smell is probably not good. After returning, soaking in the hot springs to get rid of the smell is also convenient. However, when discussing the itinerary with the girls, they encountered a problem. Although Jia Jing was not in the mansion on weekdays, it was the spring festival now. According to past experience, he would not return to Xuanzhen Temple until the 15th. We couldn't rush him back. Qin Keqing was easy to arrange. Internally, although she still had a title, it was also a tacit matter. Externally, she had been pretending to be sick and did not see guests, and no one would come to her house. As long as she continued to pretend to be sick, she could get away with it. But Yosher's identity was awkward. Originally, Zhang Yuli planned to use the same trick again. Let Jiazhen and his son stay temporarily in the farm in the greenhouse, and claim to the outside world that they were traveling with him. Now, not only was Jiajing at home, but it was also the end of the year, so he had to keep someone in the mansion. Seeing that everyone was eager to try, and Zhang Yuni had something important to do, Yusher could only say angrily, "Forget it. Don't spoil everyone's fun for me. You go." Qin Keqing covered her mouth and smiled. "Then uncle, make it up to mother-in-law tonight, and we won't make trouble." Yusher felt better after hearing this. Yuerji took the opportunity to say, since the eldest sister is not going, there is a vacant room. The younger sister has been begging for a long time. Can you take her with you? Originally, Zhang Yuni wanted to temper Yusanji's temper, and he always used the limited room as an excuse. Now that Yosher's position is vacant, it's not good to show too much deliberateness. Go back and tell her that you can take her, but don't cause trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for sending her back early. After giving Yuerji some instructions, she was really relieved. Getting the confirmation, Yuerji couldn't help but go back to report the good news. Qin Keqing also tactfully withdrew, making room for him to help Yusher relieve her resentment. It was a rare opportunity to eat alone, and Yusher ate a lot, sweeping away the resentment in her heart. Let's not talk about it for now. But Yuerji returned to Dufengxuan and hurriedly reported the good news to her younger sister. Little sister. Little sister. Fortunately, my eldest sister is not going this time, so I have the room free. So the master is willing to take you with him. You must behave yourself when you go. She chattered non-stop, conveying Zhang Yuni's instructions. He also reminded her, It's rare for us to go to the hot springs, and the master always likes those new things. In the evening, no. When he is here, you should not go to the hot spring, so as not to spoil the master's interest. The third sister Yu was very unhappy, pouted, and said indignantly, "What? It's my turn because the eldest sister didn't go. Brother-in-law is too partial." The old lady Yu on the side was unhappy and sneered, "Just be content. If it wasn't for your sister's help, could you have such a blessing? Not to mention the hot spring. Even this garden and this glass house are also what you can enjoy." This statement undoubtedly stepped on the tail of the third sister Yu. She always thought highly of herself, and was unwilling to admit that she was taking advantage of others. But old lady Yu was still not willing to give in, saying, "Your eldest sister at least knows how to behave." She knew from the beginning that this mansion was unreliable. She hooked up with your brother-in-law, and this mansion would fall into decline in the future. With a fleeting love affair with your brother-in-law, you don't have to worry about the future. But you? Can you still rely on your sister and brother-in-law for the rest of your life? Third sister Yu was dissatisfied and said, Who am I relying on? When did my brother-in-law ask for something, and he didn't give it back from me?" Old lady Yu sneered. "With a few pounds of meat in front and behind you, where can your brother-in-law not find it? Why would he have to ask for it from you?" As she spoke, she kept looking at Yu Sanjia with a sidelong glance, and said with disdain, "In the past 6 months, the money you spent, let alone your few pieces of meat, even if you were beaten with money, I think it's enough." As she spoke, she gestured in front of and behind her twice, and her meaning couldn't be more obvious. "Mother!" Seeing this, Yu Urji hurriedly advised, "Master doesn't care about that little money, and I'm not an outsider, so spend it." It would have been better if she didn't advise, but this advice backfired. It was tantamount to admitting that Zhang Yuni didn't care about the little money, and he treated her well for her sake. Third sister Yu's face was red, and her chest was heaving. She stamped her feet, and gritted her teeth and said, Who wants to waste his money? Humph! Old lady Yu snorted coldly. "If you don't know what's good for you, what else is it but a waste? Tell me what you mean." Third sister Yu stood up angrily and said, "Don't provoke me with words. Aren't you just hoping that I will be like second sister so that you can catch this rich son-in-law?" Old lady Yu sneered. "Oh, I thought so at first. But you are really a hopeless case. How can you count on it? I brought you there, and you're still nitpicking. Not eating steamed buns to save face. If you have a backbone, you'd ask your sister to reject your brother-in-law." "I won't." Third sister Yu stamped her feet and said angrily, "Just wait. There will be a time for you to count on it." With that, she slammed the door and left. "Mother, why are you doing this?" Second sister Yu saw her sister slam the door and left, and couldn't help complaining. Third sister Yu was always strong-willed. She was worried about something going wrong, and was about to chase him out. But old lady Yu grabbed her and said, "Don't go. Think about it for her. She has to change her mind on her own. I can only help her so far." "Ah?" Yu Urji looked puzzled. "She is picky about clothes and food every day. She wants silver and gold, pearls and gems, eats fat geese and slaughters fat ducks. With such expenses, how can ordinary families afford her? No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Old lady Yu knows Yu Sanjia very well." At this point, she paused and sighed. "Besides, I think her husband will not allow her to marry someone else, if she doesn't take the opportunity to wake her up. If her husband is tired of her, she will really have no way out. She is worldly wise, and can see through Zhang Yuni's mind very thoroughly." Mother means? Yu Urji had never thought about these things, but she understood them after hearing them. This time is a rare opportunity. When we get to the hot spring manor, don't be too tight on her. Hey! My daughter understands. Chapter 194 Bargaining. The next day, after having an early lunch, Zhang Yuni took Qin Keqing and the sisters Yu, as well as 2 maids, and rode in 3 carriages, drove out of the corner gate of Ning Mansion, and headed straight for the hot spring villa outside the city, because there was a night banquet at Rong Mansion on Lantern Festival. This trip to the hot springs could only last for 4 days. In the hot spring villa, all the necessary items were already ready, so you could move in with your luggage. Even so, several people still had large and small bags piled up in almost a car. Zhang Yuni was surrounded by these fragrant packages. Originally, according to his idea, 2 cars were enough, and he could ride with Qin Keqing and Yu Urji. And he could also find some excitement in the car. It seemed that they were more looking forward to the activities in the evening. In order to let him retain his energy, the two insisted that he and the package accompany him. Just as he was thinking about how to arrange the evening, Sierra's voice came from outside. Master, yesterday I went to my aunt's place and told you that I would be there today. I have arranged for people to clean the house again. When I went to the dock to pick up the boat last time, I saw Lin Jishu and remembered the complicated relationship between the servants of the two mansions. After returning, I asked Yusher to find out about the servants who were given as dowry. Coincidentally, Sierra, who drove the carriage for me, was the nephew of the maid who was given as dowry with the original owner's biological mother. Is Amu okay? Yes. The master gave a lot of severance money at that time. And now the master cares about me. Which is great. The master in Sierra's mouth is naturally his chief father who died. Now, he has regarded himself as a servant of the Zhang family. New clothes are not as good as old people. And Wu and others have been in the Zhang family for many years, and are considered to be conscientious. Zhang Yudi was more assured. So he asked Yusher to ask if she was still willing to follow him. In addition to Aunt Sierra's family, there are two other families. One is Zhang's old servant, who was arranged by Zhang Yuni to live in Ning Mansion. The male servant is in charge of the warehouse in the front yard, and the female family is in charge of the gate control in Huifang Garden. Wu Ma's family and another family, who were married out from Ning Mansion, were arranged by him in two farms. Firstly, they have some connection with Ning Mansion, and they can avoid taking advantage of the past relationship to deceive their superiors and subordinates. Secondly, let them manage the affairs of the farm outside. And they are also managers, and they can learn more skills. The treatment is naturally very good. Not only is the salary twice as high as that of the manager of Ning Mansion, Zhang Yuni also promised that the younger generations of several families who are capable will be promoted a little. As for the future, it depends on their own luck. One person's success brings prosperity to the whole family, which is probably the case. Now it is the first month of the year, and it has not snowed for a while, so the road is much easier to walk. Even so, the carriage took an hour to travel more than 10 miles out of the city. When they arrived at the hot spring villa, Wu Ma had already led the women of the farmhouse and waited in front of the hot spring villa. Master, seeing Zhang Yuni get off the car, Wu Ma had tears in her eyes. Master and Madam are in heaven. Knowing that Master has achieved such success now, they can also rest in peace. Zhang Yuni had no feelings for his parents, whom he had never met. Although he could not empathize with them, he also pretended to be sympathetic and did enough superficial work. After a round of greetings, Wu Ma took the women of the farmhouse and vacated the packages on the carriage. Zhang Yuni waved goodbye to Qin Kiching and others. I'll go to the farm over there to take a look. I'll come back after I finish my business. Do you want to rest for a while? If you want to soak in the hot springs, go first. Zhang Yuni didn't need to do the transportation work himself. Wang Shifeng had already asked Lai Wan to pick up the boat. Calculating the time, they should be delivered to the farm one after another. Zhang Yuni can only stay here for 4 days, and he needs to take Zhang Cheng with him to demonstrate how to dry and preserve. While Zhang Yuni was busy with his work, Jia Zhen of Ningwa Mansion was also busy. Not long after Zhang Yuni and his party left, he turned around and came to Rong Mansion. He found Jia Lian, pretended to care about his condition, and then got down to business. To be honest, brother, because of the last incident, Uncle, she is probably still angry with you. Oh, Jia Lian asked knowingly. What's the matter? Jia Zhen sighed and slowly told the story of Jia Jing's birthday banquet. Actually, what Uncle she said is not without reason. Brother has also thought about it carefully recently. Marriage is based on family background. Now that something has happened in the family, and the fourth sister is still young, the second sister is more suitable. What does this mean, Brother Zhen? Jia Lian immediately understood what Jia Zhen was up to. Jia Zhen was also hiding something, and said directly, it is better to keep the wealth within the family. Now Yun Yi is increasingly trusted by the emperor. If this marriage is delayed, not only will our two families have a rift, but it may also benefit an outsider in the end. Jia Lian thought he had misheard, and hurriedly asked, Brother, just say it. The next day after he came back, he was severely beaten for this. Not only Jia Shi, but also Jia Mu warned him to be careful, and not to let the secret slip in front of Jia Zhen. Now Jia Zhen came here on his own initiative. Hearing that he was trying to match Chun and Zhang Yunyi, he could not help but feel suspicious. He could not help suspecting that Jiazhen was retreating to advance, and came to ask indirectly whether his family still had evil intentions. Jiazhen did not expect that Rongfu would say one thing in front of him and another behind his back. He just thought that Jia Lian had heard it suddenly and had not reacted yet. So, he pretended to be sympathetic and said, "Family members should not say two things. Uncle, she didn't want to talk to me during the New Year the other day, which made me very ashamed. After thinking about it, we are family after all, and we can't have a rift because of such a small matter. Please tell Uncle she. If you still have this intention, everything can be discussed." This was undoubtedly confirmed, and Jia Lian was overjoyed and said, "Brother, don't lie to me. If this matter is misreported, the master will beat me to death." After returning, he has been under house arrest, and Jia, she did not urge him too much. In addition, he had such an unspeakable secret, so he didn't care about it. But now that he knows that he has been released from the ban, Jia, she will inevitably bring up the old matter again. He is worried about this matter, and now Jiazhen can be said to be sleeping with a pillow. Jiazhen immediately patted his chest and said, "We are brothers. How can I cheat you?" He then changed the subject and said, "But you also know that my side is not as good as before, and now it all depends on you and E. I have no objection to this marriage, but at least we had an agreement at the beginning, and the mansion should always express its gratitude. It should be. If it weren't for the last sentence, Jia Lian would still be a little suspicious. But Jiazhen spoke frankly and asked for benefits, so he no longer had any doubts. He had heard that Ning Mansion was not as good as before, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. However, considering Jiaxi's character of valuing money, I am afraid that Jiazhen will ask for too much." He quickly asked, "I wonder how Brother Zhen thinks it is appropriate to express it." Jiazhen did not say anything, but raised his hand and turned his palm in front of Jia Lian. Okay. I'll take care of the 500 taels." Jia Lian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said generously, "What 500 taels? 5,000 taels." Jiazhen glared at him unhappily. Jia Lian shook his head like a rattle and said, "Isn't this appropriate? The master is marrying his daughter, and the betrothal gifts have not been accepted yet. But he wants to pay 5,000 taels first. How can he agree? In fact, in Jiazhen's opinion, 5,000 taels is too little. However, considering Jiaxi's character, he had to lower the bid reluctantly. After some bargaining, he finally insisted on 3,000 taels and refused to give up. Seeing this, Jia Lian had to say, "Since Brother Zhen is determined to do so, I have to report to the master before we can make a decision. It should be. Chapter 195 Hot Spring Play. At dusk, the sun sets. The afterglow sprinkled on the earth, dyeing the fields with a layer of light gold, which contrasted with the snow on the mountain that had not yet melted. Smoke curled outside the hot spring villa. Zhang Yunyi's carriage stopped in front of the villa. He got off the carriage, shook his sleeves, sniffed, frowned, and stepped into the gate of the hot spring villa. The road paved with bluestone slabs meandered to the middle of the mountain. Many fruit trees, flowers, and plants were transplanted on both sides of the road, because there are geothermal and hot springs here. There are also some touches of spring. Following the bluestone road, walk about 200 or 300 meters. A row of wooden fences half a person high appeared in front of us, and we could vaguely see the exposed eaves and tiles inside, as well as the rising mist. Push open the door and step into the courtyard. Going around a rockery in front of the door, I felt suddenly enlightened. Opposite, not far from the hot spring pool, is a 3-meter square transparent glass room. Qin Kiching and Yu Erji are squeezed on a chaise longue, exuding laziness and comfort. Yu Sanjia is sitting on a blanket with 2 maids, Baolu and Ruizhu, chattering and talking excitedly. Seeing him suddenly appear, Yu Sanjia's pretty face, which was quite excited, collapsed immediately. "Master is back." Baozu and Ruizhu cheered and pushed the door to greet him. After leaving the door, Fong felt the cold and could not help hugging his arms. Zhang Yudi waved his hand and said, "Go in. Don't catch a cold. Master smells bad now. You wait in the room. When he takes a bath and enters the room, you can serve him." Qin Kiching and Yu Erji raised their heads slightly from the chaise longue, and then lay back lazily after hearing the words. Zhang Yudi glanced at Yu Sanjia, who was looking at him from afar through the glass, and said nothing. He just came to the hot spring pool by himself, quickly untied his belt, and threw it beside the pool. Seeing this, Yu Sanjia pouted, hurriedly put on a fur coat, put on her shoes, stamped her feet, and ran to a house not far away opposite the hot spring pool while Zhang Yuni was still wet. Zhang Yuni took off his burdens, put his feet into the pool, and then sank to the bottom, his whole body immersed in the hot spring. The warm pool water took away his fatigue, and he couldn't help but hum comfortably. It's only been a year since he traveled through time, and he has become a 5th-rank official, and he has a 3rd-rank title. Although he doesn't have a beautiful wife yet, he can't count the number of beautiful concubines and maids at home and outside. When life is good, you should enjoy it to the fullest. Thinking of everything he is now, he can't help but feel a little complacent. However, he has always been a person who wants more, and he can't help but think of those golden hairpins who have not yet moved into the Grandview Garden, and the now forced widow Lofingzi. Just when he was sighing that he was still in the ascendant and needed to work hard, but he saw Baozu and Ruiju, who had changed into a suspender skirt. Each stretched out a pair of diamond feet and carefully went down to the pool. Then, the two of them groped closer like swimming fish, and sandwiched him in the middle, one on the left and one on the right. 2 pairs of green fingers reached up to his shoulders and back, and massaged him very considerately. There were no swimsuits in this era, and Zhang Yuni did not go to the trouble of making unnecessary designs. Although this place is very private, even the women who take care of meals are outside the wooden fence. Even if they are delivering food, they cannot enter without notice. But for women of this era, even if they are covered tightly, they still cannot let go in front of the open-air hot springs. So they use suspender skirts to cover up their embarrassment. Because it is still the 1st month of the year, they are worried that the clothes will not be dried in time. Before this, there were not many clothes in the packages piled in Zhang Yuni's car, but various suspender skirts occupied most of the space. However, this suspender skirt is not a swimsuit after all. After they went into the water, they rolled up the hem of the skirt and walked on the water. But once they sat next to Zhang Yuni, the hem of the skirt inevitably floated to the surface of the water. The pool was misty, and under the infiltration of the pool water, even the skirt gradually stuck to the body, making it more and more delicate and well-proportioned. He couldn't help but stretch out his hands, hold the 2 slender waists, and kiss each of them on the lips. He turned his head and looked at the 2 of them. He felt that they all had beautiful eyebrows and eyes and faces like peaches and plums. I don't know if it was because of the steaming hot spring or because they were shy, but under the sunset, they looked even more beautiful than before. Bao and Ruiju were like this. So what about Qin Keqing and Yu Erji in the sunroom? In this scene, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but feel his heart beating and his mind was agitated. Uncle! Qin Keqing's lazy voice came from the room, as if she had heard his voice. You said you would teach us to play the game of hide-and-seek with eyes covered. It's still early now, and it's not time for dinner yet. Why don't you teach us to play for a while? Zhang Yuni turned around when he heard that, but he saw that she and Yu Erji had changed into a lace suspender dress without knowing when. At this moment, they were both standing in the glass room, looking at him eagerly, perhaps because they had taken a hot spring bath in advance. Their fair skin was tinged with a blush, and under the reflection of the setting sun, they looked even more dazzling. Zhang Yuni stood up suddenly, ignoring the cold outside the pool, and strode into the room with his head held high. He bent down and picked up Qin Keqing horizontally, then squatted down again, motioning Yu Erji to lie on top. When the 2 of them both hooked their necks, he carried one on his back and walked to the edge of the pool, and jumped down. Ah! Yu Erji was better off being carried by him, but Qin Keqing's back slapped the water surface, and she couldn't help but feel a little pain, and she let out a rhythmic cry. The splashing water instantly wet his and the 4 girls' clothes, heads and faces. Zhang Yuni didn't care about the water stains on his face, laughed, pulled the belt he had thrown by the pool, and covered his eyes. He tightened the belt over his eyes, and shouted excitedly, "Whoever is caught by the master will be executed on the spot for a quarter of an hour to serve as a warning to others." The 4 girls heard the words, screamed in panic, and fled in all directions. It inevitably stirred the originally calm pool water, and also brought a series of splashing water sounds. As the game progressed, the unbridled splashing sound, laughter, and faint begging were accompanied by continuous and long-lasting sounds. Not only did it cover the spring at the bottom of the pool, the puffing sound of water, it also spread to the opposite house, not far from the pool. Sister Yusan, who was excluded from the room, was sitting alone on the bed, staring at the suspender skirt spread out neatly on the bed. In a daze, after a long silence, she took a deep breath, grabbed the suspender skirt, and threw it heavily into her bag as if to vent her anger. Then, she raised her hands, covered her ears, and got into the quilt. Chapter 196. Try Harder. In the main hall of the east courtyard of Ronghua Mansion, Jia Lian was hunching his back and reporting Jia Zhen's intentions to Jia Shi, who was sitting at the head, and Mrs. Xing, who was standing beside him. Finally, after the report was finished, he straightened his chest and said, "Master, I have done my job well. As long as you give Brother Zhen 3,000 taels of silver." Waste. Jia Lian was feeling proud of himself. But suddenly Jia Shi shouted, "I asked you to find out what brother he had to say. You have accomplished nothing. And you still have the nerve to say that you have done your job well." This, Jia Lian originally thought that even if he was dissatisfied, he would only complain that the price was too high. He never thought that he was dissatisfied with himself for doing something wrong. He couldn't help but secretly speculate whether Jia Zhen had offended Jia Shi so much that he was unwilling to accept this favor. Just when he thought that Jia Shi would not agree, he suddenly changed his words and said, "Don't rush to reply to him. Tell the old lady first." Jia Lian was stunned for a moment. And then he suddenly realized that he was going to ask the old lady to pay the money. Hey! He was relieved, and hurriedly agreed and said goodbye. "Son will go to the old lady now." "Wait!" Jia Shi stopped again and said, "Go to the old lady, and tell her that Zhengur wants 5,000 taels." He then frowned and threatened, "When you get the money, send it to me. If the news leaks out, I will pretend that I never gave birth to you as a son." When Jia Shi said that he didn't give birth to his son, of course, he didn't recognize him, but wanted to beat him to death. Hearing the hidden meaning, Jia Lian couldn't help but shrink his neck. "Son, don't worry. But, if Zhengur..." Before he finished speaking, Jia Shi shouted, "Just do it. How can I not consider these things?" Jia Lian did not dare to ask more questions, and bowed to leave. When Jia Lian left, Mrs. Xing said with joy, "Master, you are so happy. Is that Zhen'er's brain rusty? Ear spent more than 100,000 taels to pay off his debts. Now, for 3,000 taels, he actually gave up this marriage. He is really short-sighted." She became more and more excited as she spoke. She patted her chest and said tremblingly, "Let me see. 3,000 taels of silver is not a lot. We can still deduct 2,000 taels. It's just that the old lady is reluctant to pay." "What 2,000 taels?" Jia Shi said with disdain. "It's 5,000 taels." This, Mrs. Xing was stunned by this sentence and said cautiously, "Master, even if the old lady is willing to give the full 5,000 taels, she still has to give Zhen'er 3,000 taels. Isn't it? Who said to give it to him?" Jia Shi narrowed his eyes. "What does the master mean? Don't you think about it? When we first proposed this marriage, that bastard seemed to have his tail stepped on and dragged us to the old lady to argue. Now he is so kind that he is willing to help us with 3,000 taels? Does the master mean that Zhengur is playing tricks on us? I am his uncle after all. Now that the East Mansion is in such a state, he would not dare to cheat on this even if he had the courage. What does the master mean?" Mrs. Xing was confused by what he said. "What does he mean?" Jia Shi laughed. "Don't you think about it? The East Mansion relies on Igur to maintain its dignity. Now he is so kind that he does not want to make the relationship closer, but pushes him to our side? As if he felt that Mrs. Xing couldn't figure out the knot. He didn't keep her in suspense and said, thoughtfully, "I think he probably hit a snag with Igur, so he wants to make up for it with us." After Jia Shi's analysis, Mrs. Xing was immediately impressed and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Master, you are wise. I was thinking just now that he would lose the watermelon if his brain was rusty. So this is the reason," she said seriously. "If he hadn't obstructed it last time, Igur would have agreed to this marriage. Now, miss, being groomed by me, he has become even more beautiful. How can he not be moved?" Jia Shi twisted his long beard with his hand and said with satisfaction, "So, no matter how much the old lady is willing to pay, this money has nothing to do with him." Mrs. Xing pondered for a moment and said hesitantly, But if we don't pay this money, after the matter is done, if he makes a fuss, won't the old lady know that this money was embezzled by us? She was too excited just now. When Mrs. Xing reminded him, he remembered this omission. He coughed a little awkwardly. After a long pause, Fong slowly said, "You are right. However, since Igor despises the fourth girl, he has no hope now. At most, I will get him 300 or 500 taels as a token of appreciation to shut him up." Mrs. Xing still had doubts and said cautiously, "He wouldn't have told the old lady about it. Would he?" He dared. She slammed the table. It's too late for him to hide this kind of thing. How dare he tell others about it? If Igor knew, would he be so shameless? At this point, he said to Mrs. Xing, "As for Lian Er, when he sends the money, remember to remind me and make sure he doesn't tell anyone outside." Yes. 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 Mrs. Xing agreed hurriedly. It's a good thing that he can sell a fictitious marriage to the outside world. He will definitely not spread it. As long as Lian Er keeps it a secret, the old lady will have no way of knowing about it. That's right. As long as this marriage is successful, the old lady will not know that we embezzled the money. And we have explained it. She thought for a while and said, "Now that there is this kind of thing, it is better to ask Lian Er to stay out of it. First, he will not drink and make mistakes, and leak the secret in front of Zhengur or Igor. Second, he knows that I have embezzled the old lady's money, so I can't force him too much. Besides, that kid is always making excuses when doing things. Since there is no need to avoid the East Mansion now, I will let you do it, and I will feel relieved." Before Jia Lian came back, this was already discussed. Because before, she deliberately exaggerated the facts in order to complain in front of Jia Mu. In the eyes of Mrs. Xing, Zhang Yuni rejected the East Mansion and probably preferred Yingshun. Now that there is no East Mansion blocking the way, Mrs. Xing is more confident. "Master, don't worry. Leave this to me. There will be no problem." "Yes. If you tell too many lies, you will take them seriously." She was not sure at first, but now Jiazhen took the initiative to give in. He felt that what he said in front of Jiamu was a prophecy. How can a cat not like fishy smell? Didn't the old lady want her to move into the garden to make things easier for Igor? Don't forget to remind the second girl and tell her not to be too arrogant. If we can make her cook the rice before the fait accompli, maybe we can turn the tables. This is not appropriate. Right? Now the eldest girl is at a critical moment. If there are rumors, forget it. She was too excited just now. He didn't think about it for a while, so he could only say angrily, "This matter must be dealt with as soon as possible, so as not to let the East Mansion take advantage of Igor. If the eldest girl's marriage is over and there is no conclusion, we can do it according to the master's method and give him a boost." Chapter 197 Unexpected Changes. Zhang Yuni was able to do both public and private affairs, enjoying himself in the hot spring villa, playing and having fun. The Ning and Rong mansions also ran around for him and worried about him. Jia Lian took Jiaxi's order and reported to Jia Mu with anxiety. Unexpectedly, Jia Mu was quite optimistic about this, let alone the vegetables in the greenhouse. This honor that only the royal family can enjoy is not a matter of a few thousand taels of silver. What's more, Zhang Yuni has a bright future and is favored by the emperor. He may be of great help to Yuan Chun in the future. With Jiaxi's words as a foundation, Jia Mu thought that this marriage was a foregone conclusion. She was not as shameless as Jiaxi. If she could spend some money to avoid being too embarrassed, she would not object. However, she didn't know that Jiaxi had raised the price, and she was still quite dissatisfied with Jiazhen's high price. After a long pause, he only said, "If he is willing to give in, it is only right for us to give him a little compensation. However, we can give him this compensation. But what will happen if he wants it? Go and tell Zhener that I said that you can give him 3,000 taels to spend." After hearing this, Jia Lian also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know that Jiaxi planned to swallow all the silver. Although the task was not completed perfectly, the amount given by Jia Mu just matched Jiaxin's offer. Even if this matter was exposed in the future, at least he would not be accused of helping Laozi to cheat the old lady. When Jiaxi saw the 3,000 taels of silver note handed over by Jia Lian, he did not blame him too much. He just repeatedly ordered him not to disclose the silver to anyone. He also ordered him not to ask about Ingchuan's affairs in the future, and asked him to call Jiazhen to come, and he wanted to talk to him face to face. Jia Lian didn't care about it. When Jiashi told him to raise the price to the old lady, he saw that Jiashi intended to deduct. Now, there was only 3,000 taels, so he naturally didn't want to give it all to Jiazhen. On the contrary, Jiashi told him not to ask about Ingchuan's marriage, which surprised him. Living in the outer study for more than a month was not without benefits. Seeing that he and Wang Shifeng had a falling out, Jiashi didn't force him too much, except for the unspeakable secrets. He was free from trouble. He didn't dare to make trouble, and hurried to the East Mansion to convey Jiashi's intention. Jiazhen and Jiashi were also snakes and rats in the same nest. Before they had a falling out, they often went out to play together. Hearing that Jiashi wanted to talk to him, he guessed that he would bargain. After writing several drafts in his mind and considering the wording for a long time, he moved to the East Cross courtyard of Rong Mansion. He thought he would ask for a high price and pay it back. Unexpectedly, Jiashi did not play by the rules. As soon as he came up, he sneered and said, "If you had such self-awareness at that time, as your uncle, you would have rewarded you with a few thousand as compensation. Now you still have the nerve to ask for it. And you are not afraid of your tongue being bitten by the wind." Jiazhen suffered such humiliation and wanted to turn around and leave. But the situation was stronger than the person. For the sake of the silver, he had to swallow his anger and said, "Uncle Shi, calm down. It was indeed my nephew's fault at the beginning. Please forgive my mistakes." The more he tried to calm things down, the more Jiashi felt that his judgment was correct. And he said aggressively, "Oh, you didn't say this when you took me to the old lady. Even clay people have some earthiness." Jiazhen was also angry and embarrassed by the continuous sarcasm. The key point is that Jiashi not only pushed too hard, but also asked for a few thousand taels of silver at the beginning. And that was the situation at the beginning. Now I am afraid that he will give a discount again. Although mosquitoes are also meat, he now has several thousand taels of savings. And there is also the money that you sure deposited in the Shui family. Rather than being humiliated here, it is better to go to Zhang Yuni and put some effort. He immediately flicked his sleeves and said angrily, "Since uncle, she has no intention of discussing this business, then just pretend that my nephew has never been here." Seeing him turn around and leave, Jiashi sneered and said sinisterly, "I am afraid that Brother Yi is still in the dark about this matter." Jiazhen was stunned when he heard this and stopped immediately. He regretted it so much that he thought it was a way to make money by chance. But he didn't expect to shoot himself in the foot. Although he made up his mind to cut ties with Zhang Yuni, he also hoped to find more money to support himself. In the past, he had urged Yushir to make indirect remarks in front of Zhang Yuni. If Jiashi brought the matter to Zhang Yuni at this moment, it would certainly alert him. Once the plan was disrupted, it would be a big loss for a small gain. He had to pretend to be calm and said, "It's easy to find excuses to accuse someone. Let's not talk about whether my cousin will believe your one-sided words. Even if he believes it and knows the original agreement, I want to see if you still have the face to marry the second girl." This, Jiashi was speechless. He was not afraid of Zhang Yuni knowing, but he was worried that the matter would get out of hand and let Jiamu know. Although Jiazhen didn't know the inside story, he saw Jiashi's concerns and became more and more unreasonable. It must be said that the people in the Jia family have limited ability in other matters. But once it involves money, they are all shrewd. Both of them had concerns, and they bargained for a long time, and finally settled on 800 taels. At the same time, Prince Ning was not idle either. He learned from Jiazhen the approximate date of completion of the waiting courtyard. He found his biological mother, concubine Jin, and planned to take advantage of the opportunity that Emperor Zhengqing was not practicing Taoism during the spring festival to make a noise in front of her, so as to set the wedding date in advance, so as to avoid the completion of Rongfu and the delay of the Ministry of Rites choosing a date. Concubine Jin would naturally not shirk her son's request. However, the actions of Prince Ning and concubine Jin were counterproductive. Emperor Zhengqing was already suspicious of the reason why she facilitated this marriage. At this moment, seeing that Rongfu's waiting courtyard had not been completed, but was so impatient and busy negotiating the wedding date, he became more suspicious. He was born in a prince's mansion, not like an emperor born in the inner court of the imperial palace. In particular, because he was obsessed with cultivating Taoism. He had few children, only 2 sons, the king of Qin, and the king of Ning. But as an emperor, there are reverse scales that cannot be touched. If the king of Ning just made friends with some old idle nobles, it would be fine. But Wang Ziting was his confidant, who was promoted by him. Although, in order to prevent trouble, Wang Ziting was transferred to the 9 frontiers, he still held a large number of troops. In recent years, he neglected the government affairs. And the reason why the power did not fall into the hands of others was that he relied on the emperor's mind to let the ministers check and balance each other. But because of this, one hair moved the whole body. Once the balance was broken by drastic measures, it would easily cause turmoil. This is also the reason why he only dealt with Jing Zhaoyin and the patrol camp when the Ministry of Works was corrupt. Therefore, it seems that taking away Wang Ziting's military power can solve the problem once and for all. But it cannot be done rashly. In the court, one hair moved the whole body. But this marriage has room for maneuver. Although the emperor's words are not a joke, the matter involves the throne and the foundation of the country. Not to mention that the imperial edict has not been issued yet. There are many people who want to withdraw the imperial edict, since concubine Jin and Prince Ning are so eager to get married. I am afraid that even if they are really connected with Wang Ziting, there are prerequisites. Going back on one's word will be embarrassing. But delaying the edict can achieve the best of both worlds. Chapter 198. Is he a man? Happy days are always short. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 14th day of the first lunar month. These days, Zhang Yuni went to instruct the treatment of bird droppings during the day, and returned to the hot spring villa in the evening to play with Qin Kiching and others. He was indeed a little reluctant to leave. The only flaw was probably the limited number of harem teams. Although he brought 5 gold hairpins this time, only 4 were usable. Men all have bad roots. Although he has a lot of tricks, he can't help but lose some freshness after a long time. He made up his mind that he must expand the scale of the villa. And, next time he comes, in addition to Yushir who did not go with him this time, it would be best to bring a few more people from Rongfu. After these days of guidance, Zhang Cheng is already familiar with the process of handling bird droppings. As a superior, the most important thing is to use people, and he does not intend to do the rest of the things himself. Just remind him to follow the procedures and handle it carefully, because the Rong Mansion prepared a night banquet for the Lantern Festival tomorrow. He returned to the villa early today, intending to review the past with the 4 people after bathing, so that he could return home before the city gate closed. He returned to the villa with a familiar route, but did not see the figures of Qin Kiching and the other 4 in the sun room by the pool. Since he had already said hello before, he would come back early today. So Zhang Yuni just thought he was going to give himself a surprise. In addition, the body odor was really bad, so he did not go to the room to call for help. He peeled off all his clothes and stepped into the misty pool. When building the villa, he planned to use it as a place for playing, considering that there are sub-books and sub-books of Jin Chai, and there are many people. The pool is also built large enough, and under the mist, you can't see the end at a glance. After soaking for a while and washing off the smell on his body, he saw that the 4 people had not come out yet. He couldn't help but feel playful and wanted to tease them. He hurriedly picked up the clothes discarded by the pool and put them next to the rockery by the pool. After putting away the clothes, Fong went to the deep end of the pool. But just as he walked to the center of the pool, he found a graceful and familiar figure curled up in the opposite corner. He moved forward a few steps calmly, and when the figure was clear, Fong pretended to be surprised and said, "Why are you hiding here?" This familiar figure was naturally Sister Yu, because he had made up his mind to complain first. He deliberately emphasized the word hiding. Hearing this, Sister Yu, who had been curled up in the water, suddenly stood up, and her hands covering her skirt unconsciously loosened, and the whole person, like a lotus out of water, bloomed. She raised her snow-white neck with water droplets hanging on it, and retorted, "Brother-in-law saw me early in the morning." But he didn't speak. He had to get close to ask. And he bit back. Is he a man? Although she wanted to be self-reliant, she couldn't bring herself to move forward in front of Qin Kiching and her sister. It was also thanks to Yu Erji's suggestion from Yu Laonyang. And knowing that Zhang Yuli would come back early today, she wanted to help her. So she took Qin Kiching back to the house to talk and vacated the place for her. However, even so, Yu Sanjia couldn't bring herself to throw herself into his arms. As soon as Zhang Yuni entered the water, she had already heard the sound, but she had been hiding in the distance, struggling whether to move over. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuni took the lead and moved towards the place where she was hiding. Originally, she was a little shy when she thought of what she wanted to do, but Zhang Yuni obviously had bad intentions. But he was the first to complain, while making her feel dissatisfied. It also reduced her shyness. So she just went all out and used provocation. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuni had already trained himself to be strong. So how could he be provoked by a little provocation? He intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the handkerchief twisted in the hands of third sister Yu. With the mentality of cat catching mouse, he looked at third sister Yu without hesitation. The proud and upright figure wrapped in the suspender skirt, and the white and snow-white chest covered with water stains and white steam. Although third sister Yu was mentally prepared, she had never experienced such a posture. She was embarrassed for a moment and lowered her head. Seeing this, Zhang Yuni laughed and said, "Is my brother-in-law a man? Third sister, don't you know it?" Whether it was trying to catch the adultery beside the flower garden or teasing Jiajin in Yu's courtyard, she didn't stop seeing and hearing it. Third sister Yu didn't expect that he would not be provoked, but ridiculed her leisurely. For a moment, shame, grievance, resentment, all kinds of emotions surged in her heart. She bit her lower lip unconsciously, raised her head, and looked at Zhang Yuni. But she happened to see his eyes, searching in the water intentionally or unintentionally. She glanced at where Zhang Yuni's eyes were, and then unconsciously glanced at the opposite underwater. Fong chuckled and gritted her teeth and said, "Hey, if my brother-in-law is a man, how can he have the heart of a thief, but not the courage of a thief? Just watching but not practicing. Doing some superficial work, but not daring to do it seriously." Zhang Yuni narrowed his eyes and looked up and down. Fong said with disdain, "Brother-in-law is worried that your body will not be able to bear it, and you will cry out to the sky in a while. How can I know if I don't try it?" Sister Yu pursed her lips and said provocatively, "Are you worried that you will lose face?" He. Zhang Yuni had teased her enough, seeing that she had taken the initiative to give in. He was also worried that he had gone too far. So he laughed strangely and said, "This is what you asked for. Don't blame your brother-in-law for being too heavy-handed later." As he said this, he quickly stepped forward, squatted quickly, and stood up suddenly, carrying the unsuspecting third sister Yu on his shoulders. At the same time, his empty arm rose up and slapped the roundness that was carried on his shoulders. There was a crisp sound of paw. Before third sister Yu could react, she was spinning again, and Zhang Yuni turned her over, and she lay on the steps by the pool. Then, an indescribable emotion filled her heart. She couldn't help but open her mouth, but seemed to have thought of something. She was stubborn and didn't say anything, silently enduring everything. The misty pool water mercilessly slapped the white-tiled steps, and a rhythmic swishing sound was heard faintly in the depths of the pool. The ripples stirred up gradually spread in the pool water and spread to the periphery of the pool. Yu Erji took Qin Keqing's arm and walked from the house to the pool. Although she wanted to buy time and space for her sister, Zhang Yuni had already said that he would come back early, so it was inconvenient to delay Qin Keqing for too long. She glanced around the pool, but did not find any clothes left by Zhang Yuni, which made her a little disappointed. She frowned unconsciously and was about to shout at the place where the sound came from in the depths of the pool. But Qin Keqing covered her mouth with her hand. While she was wondering, Qin Keqing pointed at the ripples on the water and whispered, "Second ant, don't make a sound. Third ant might be embarrassed." Although Yu Erji didn't say it explicitly, Qin Keqing knew the purpose of taking Yu Sanjia back to her room just before Zhang Yuni came back, but leaving Yu Sanjia alone. It was just a matter of going with the flow and pretending not to know. After being reminded by Qin Keqing, Yu Erji immediately held her breath and listened attentively. Sure enough, the rushing sound was not as intense as before, but the rhythm was no worse. She no longer had any doubts, and looked at the depths of the pool with satisfaction. Then turned her head and smiled gratefully at Qin Keqing. They both held hands and returned to the house. Chapter 199. Don't let outsiders take advantage of you. Although he didn't intend to argue with Yu Sanjia, her unyielding tenacity aroused Zhang Yuni's determination to tame her. He inevitably increased the force, and finally she was overwhelmed and couldn't help but howl. However, this caused Yu Sanjia's body to suffer some damage, and it was difficult for her to persist in the long journey. Zhang Yuni had to stay in the hot spring villa for one more night to let her recuperate. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. He handed Ruizhu a brocade handkerchief that looked like it was smeared with paste, and told her to put it in an iron box when she returned. Fong took everyone on the carriage and returned to Ning Mansion, because Yu Sanjie was receiving the favor for the first time. When the group returned to the garden, Zhang Yuni had to ask her if she had recovered and chat with her for a few private words. After settling Yu Sanjie, he went to see Xiangling again. As it happened, Jia Xing came over to chat with Feng Shi, and he bumped into her. Jia Yuzuan, who was determined to climb up the social ladder, had always been obsessed with her, and he promoted her, who was born as a maid, to be his legal wife. Naturally, Jia Xing's appearance and figure were not bad. Although she was not as young as she was in the past, she was still in her prime. However, the long-term pampering had not added many traces of time on her face, but instead added a bit of dignified and elegant charm. The last time Jia Yuzuan brought her here, Zhang Yuni accompanied her in the front yard, while Jia Xing went straight to Huifang Garden to meet Feng Shi. The two had never met before. At this moment, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. According to Xiangling's age, she should be slightly younger than Aunt Shui. However, her foundation is not as good as Aunt Shui's, and she is not as round and smooth as her. But her noble lady temperament is similar to Aunt Shui. Generally speaking, she is between Aunt Shui and Mrs. Wang. After all, the Shui family is engaged in business, and Aunt Shui is inevitably tainted with some of the merchant's mercenary habits. And Jia Yuzuan has been the prefect of Jinling for many years. In fact, his official position is more than 2 levels higher than Jia Zheng. That is to say, Mrs. Wang, as the legitimate daughter of the Wang family, married into the noble family of Jia. The dignity and grace of a noble lady are not something that a maid like Jia Xing can achieve by just making up. Perhaps it was because of Jia Yuzuan's advice that although she knew that Zhang Yuni's official position was not high, she did not dare to be arrogant when she saw him, and hurriedly stood up to greet him. After all, it was late, and he had to go to Rong Mansion for a banquet. Zhang Yuni couldn't stay for long, so he just returned a greeting, said hello, and went to the next door with Xiangling, because Xiangling couldn't go with him. In order to avoid arousing her depression, he naturally didn't say much about the beauty of the hot spring villa, and only picked out the scenery of the hot spring villa and the feeling of soaking in the hot spring. Even so, Xiangling was very excited. Zhang Yuni had to comfort her and take her to relax after giving birth and confinement. When it was almost dusk, Yusha came to urge him again, and he and Yusha rushed to Rong Mansion. He came the latest, and everyone had already sat down. He still sat with Jiazhen, Jia Lian and Shui Pan. The 4 of them got together, and the topic inevitably led to Jia Lian's illness. In the past few days, Jia Lian had also tried to find another way to treat his illness. Since Jia Rong was cured of his illness by eavesdropping, he would follow the prescription. Although he didn't dare to mention Wang Shifeng, he could still use some stronger medicine in a different way. So, during the New Year holidays, Wang Shifeng was too busy dealing with social interactions and had no time to take care of other things. So she asked Shui Pan to go to Jingxianjuan twice. However, facing the live spring palace performed by Shui Pan in front of him, he still couldn't cheer up. While questioning Jia Rong's method, he couldn't help but feel dejected. Shui Pan didn't have much sense, and comforted her. Heart disease needs heart medicine to cure, and the bell needs the person who tied it to untie it. Brother Lian, don't be too anxious. You are husband and wife. You can talk to her later. You won't just watch her die without helping her. Jia Lian was sensitive and suspicious. He had just asked Shui Pan to cooperate in a play, and now he was hinting at something. So he couldn't help but doubt his intentions. What do you mean by that? Are you saying that I'm not unlucky enough and want me to be a coward and wear a green hat on my head? He glared at Shui Pan and said, Am I such a shameless person? Shui Pan was embarrassed and scratched his head, not wanting to say anything more. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Jia Shen's face froze, and he secretly glanced at Zhang Yuni. Although he knew that Jia Lian's words were not directed at him, the shameless words stimulated him. So, he said half-truthfully, Wenlong also meant well. Why did you get so angry with him? I'm not saying anything to you. If your illness can be cured, it's fine. If it can't be cured, you will be depressed for the rest of your life. Not only will you never have a carefree life, but how will you explain it to Feng Girl? Don't you think about it? With her personality, can she be a widow for the rest of her life without knowing the reason? He was changing the concept. There was a layer of meaning between whether Wang Shifeng was willing to be a widow and being a widow without knowing the reason. However, He was a vindictive person, and Jia Lian's words just now irritated him. So he deliberately offended Jia Lian. Although he asked his wife to offer his daughter-in-law, he still kept it a secret. He wanted to see if Jia Lian would still have the face to talk about shamelessness in front of him when he was really pushed to that point. Shui Pan felt extremely wronged, and when he saw Jia Zhen speaking up for him, he immediately felt like he had found his backbone. Then he echoed, "That's right. If you are cured, you will have a chance to leave offspring and blood in the future. If this disease cannot be cured, you will have to find someone to adopt you. By then, your son and wife may belong to someone else. Good advice is unpleasant to the ear, and good medicine is bitter. We are also thinking about you. Otherwise, who would say these offensive words to you?" The two of them said something, leaving Jia Lian speechless, and his face turned blue and white. He didn't think what they said was unreasonable, but changing his words now was like slapping himself in the face. Moreover, Jia Zhen and Shui Pan were both lustful and eager to get prey. He knew that he had a secret, and they were instigating him. He couldn't help but suspect that they were targeting his wife. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuni, who was silent on the side, was upright and had never had any idea of targeting his wife. But he never thought that the biting dog didn't bark. Instead, he remembered that Jia Mu and Jia Shi both intended to marry Yingchen to him, so he would become his brother-in-law. If it really came to that, let him help. Not only would the benefits not flow to outsiders, but it would also be easy to cover up and not be known by outsiders. It would be better than being laughed at and ridiculed by Jia Zhen and Shui Pan. As he was talking, he saw Yuan walking towards the table. She came closer and bowed to everyone. The old lady wants to invite Master Yi over. Chapter 200. Setting up the stage to perform and making guests feel at home. As early as the 30th anniversary dinner, Jia's mother wanted to call him to the backyard. However, because they were in Ning Mansion at that time, it was inconvenient to be too obvious. Now that Jia Zhen has given up on his own initiative and has a piece of land in Rong Mansion, he doesn't have to worry about anything else. There are few people in the mansion today. The old lady and the ladies are kind. Today is the Lantern Festival. Only the staff who serve in front and behind are left. They are all on holiday to go out to watch the Lantern Festival. Although he and Yuan are familiar with each other, but without the excuse of slippery roads and snowy weather, Zhang Yuni can't take advantage of her. He can only chat with her casually. It was Yuan who asked, "I heard from Grandma Zhen that Master went to a hot spring villa outside the city a few days ago?" "Yes," Zhang Yuni casually tried. This warm soup not only helps relieve fatigue and prolong life, but also has the effect of beauty and beauty. If Sister Yuan is free one day, just let me know, and I will arrange it. These days, even a private invitation is equivalent to private communication. Not to mention going to his territory. As long as Yuan agrees, it is equivalent to tacit consent and entrusting herself to him. Yuan obviously heard the mystery behind the words. Her pretty face blushed, lowered her head, and said in a muffled voice, "Master, you are joking. I serve the old lady all day long, so how can I have time to go out?" Hearing that she did not refuse, but instead made excuses for not being free, Zhang Yuni no longer pushed forward and smiled. There will always be a chance. As they talked, the two came to Rongqing Hall. As soon as he walked around the screen, he attracted everyone's attention. Not to mention Yushir, Li Wan, Ping, Yingchen and Tanchun. Even Madame Xing and Madame Wang glanced at her intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Yuni had to greet Jia Mu and others one by one, and only bowed when it was his turn. Unlike the front yard where people were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, Jia Mu's side was sitting around small tables. He took Jia Baoyu to sit on the Luohan bed in the middle, with Mrs. Xing, Mrs. Wang, and Aunt Shui on both sides. Li Wan, Wang Shifeng, Yushir and other sisters-in-law. 2 people each sat on a small table. On both sides, Jia Baoyu sat with Jia Mu, and Zhang Yuni was the only man present. So he placed his small table horizontally at the end of the 2 sides, opposite Jia Mu. It happened to be the closest to the tables of Tanchun, Yingchen, Yushir, and Li Wan, and they were at the corners of each other. After he sat down, Jia Mu smiled and said, "They all said that Igor can tell stories. Why don't you tell one today and let us listen together?" Since Jia Mu said so, he couldn't refuse. However, stories suitable for this era have not yet been published. Although he has some inventory such as strange stories, from a Chinese studio. It is a bit of a spoiler for the new year. As for the story of the talented scholar and the beautiful woman, Jianmu in the original novel did not seem to care. So he chose the story of the legend of the white snake as a compromise. This story is included in the Ming Dynasty's warning to the world. And the Great Xia Dynasty he lived in is considered a parallel time and space of the Ming Dynasty. Nowadays, although there are legends among the people, they have not formed a story book. Acceptability is not a problem. Of course. After all, Jianmu, Mrs. Xing, Mrs. Wang and Aunt Shui were present. So he did not focus on those love affairs, but on Bai Suzhen's gratitude and the difficulties she encountered from Fahai. In his previous life, he had watched the legend of the new white snake several times, and even interspersed a few lyrics from the play. Although it seemed a bit too straightforward in the eyes of everyone, the plot was fascinating enough, which made everyone listen to it fascinated. While telling the story, he glanced at Li Wan intentionally or unintentionally. Her obsessiveness was like a beautiful python that would devour anyone, and once entangled by it, it was impossible to break free. As if she had sensed the meaning in his eyes, Li Wan was inevitably reminded of the beauty of that day. Fortunately, everyone was attracted by the story, and except for Yushi, who sat at the same table, no one noticed the strangeness on her face. Wait until the story is simplified and finished. Shui Baochai was the first to recover and sighed. This story seems to be derived from the article Bo Yi Ji Li Huang, but it is not as wonderful as what Brother Yi said. After hearing what Baochai said, Tan Shen seemed to want to compete with her and said with a smile, Sister Bao is indeed well read, but I think it is more like the 3 pagodas of West Lake of the previous dynasty. After all, Su Xian and Bai Suzhen met at the broken bridge of West Lake. Speaking of this, she looked at Zhang Yuni and said, Brother Yi, what do you think? Zhang Yuni, who wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, naturally would not be biased and said with a smile, You two sisters are well read, and what you said is true. The legend of the white snake is indeed derived from these 2 stories. Lin Daiyu pondered and said, Brother Yi, the plot of this story is enough. If it can be polished, it will surely be very popular. That's right. Shang Yun also clapped her hands and said, If it can be made into a song, it will be a novelty. Although the status of actors is low, writing lyrics and composing music is also an elegant thing. Even Tang Mingwang, who was the emperor, was well versed in this, and was regarded as the ancestor of the opera world. So, no one could say anything, seeing that everyone expressed their opinions, and was very enthusiastic with Zhang Yuni. Ang Chun, who couldn't find a topic to talk about, felt a little ashamed. She lowered her head and pondered for a long time, then pursed her lips and sighed. Although Bai Suzhen is a snake demon, she has a sincere heart to repay her gratitude, which is also pitiful. At this time, Jianmu smiled and said, What the second girl said is right. Knowing gratitude and repaying kindness is the way to behave in the world. It is rare that Igur can make up this story at such a young age. Seeing Jianmu's words, Wang Shifeng smiled and said, As the saying goes, a prime minister's stomach can hold a boat. I think Brother Yi has a lot of stuff in his stomach, but I don't know how much we don't know. At this point, I don't know if it was because of the smell of wine or what she thought of, but her face turned slightly red. It was rare that she didn't say anything else. Instead, she turned her head and looked at Ping, who was standing by with spring eyes. After discussing the plot of the legend of the white snake, Jianmu called the small opera troupe and ordered 2 kunku operas. After the 2 performances, Zhang Yuni glanced at Li Wan and stood up and said, It's getting late. Yuni will leave first. Jianmu seemed to be in high spirits, while letting Yuanong see him off. She also ordered the maids to add wine for everyone. Zhang Yuni bowed and declined, saying, It's rare that the old lady is in a good mood, and it's impossible to be alone. It's only a few steps away, so I won't bother you, Sister Yuanong. Seeing him decline, Jianmu didn't insist. After leaving Rongqing Hall, Zhang Yuni didn't rush to leave, but hid in the rockery next to the hanging flower gate. Just now, he told the story of the white snake, and saw Li Wan's amorous expression, and he couldn't help but miss the charming moment when she, the beautiful python, entangled him. Before that, he learned from Yuan Yang that there were not enough people in the mansion tonight, except for those who had tasks in the front and backyards and couldn't get away. Most of them went out to join in the fun. Therefore, he deliberately declined Yuan Yang's farewell in Rongqing Hall, and Li Wan must have understood his intention. As expected, not long after he left, Li Wan left Rongqing Hall on the pretext of worrying about Jialan. When she left Rongqing Hall, although she did not see anyone, she still told Suyun, "I will walk around to get rid of the alcohol. You go to the front and watch the boys. Don't let them be urged to drink." It was understandable that she could not go to the front yard, although Suyun was surprised that she did not call Jialan back. She told her to take care of him, but thinking that it was the Lantern Festival, she did not doubt it. After Suyun left, Li Wan looked around. Just as she was about to go out to look for him, she was suddenly hugged by Zhang Yuni from behind. Then, she was dragged behind the rockery. Li Wan's body softened, and she felt dizzy. She bit her tongue quickly, shook her head suddenly, swallowed, and pleaded with difficulty, "This can't be done here. There are so many people coming and going. You go to the big flower hall behind the old lady's house and wait for me." In Rongqing Hall, the little actors were performing a piece of music ordered by Jia's mother. In the big flower hall, which was only separated from Jia's mother's yard by a wall, Zhang Yuni and Li Wan were also performing an unknown play. This was the place where Rongfu set up a stage to perform operas in spring and autumn. But it was cold today, and it was not as warm as the ground cage in Rongqing Hall. Although Li Wan was not as diligent as the little actors, she practiced hard and polished, but the melodious music in her mouth was even better to Zhang Yuni. In the sky, the moon was bright. It was reflected on the stage in the flower hall, and also on the roundness that occasionally appeared from the shadows, accompanied by the sound of musical instruments and gentle singing. The two actors became more fearless of the cold and brave. Chapter 201, Spring Plowing Accident. On the day of high in the middle of spring, Emperor Zhengqing, who rarely attended court, also left the palace and came to the Xianantan. After welcoming the gods, playing music, burning incense, and leading the ministers to worship, etc., all the cumbersome etiquette was over. Fawn led the ministers to the sacrificial field. A group of princes and ministers all rolled up their trouser legs and sleeves, each doing their own job. Zhang Yuni's rank was not high enough to have such an honor, so he was able to blend in with the crowd and watch coldly. However, Jia Yucun, the newly appointed Shutian prefecture governor, had the opportunity to show his face. He was seen holding a bull whip, raised high above his head, and kneeling facing north to present it to the emperor. Emperor Zhengqing took the bull whip and came to the sacrificial field surrounded by the ministers, holding the plow and waving the bull whip. Originally, the work could be completed after symbolically plowing the land 3 times. But something went wrong this year. No matter how the Emperor Zhengqing waved the whip, the ox remained motionless. Agriculture was the foundation of the ancient dynasty, and oxen, as the best livestock for plowing fields, were a strategic resource. In order to ensure the stability of strategic resources, the government not only set up cattle-raising officials for the people to rent, but also registered every oxen in the people. Even the princes and ministers rarely had the opportunity to eat beef. This is one of the reasons why the 5 oxen picture in the famous classical paintings handed down from generation to generation has such a high status. During the spring plowing ceremony, the oxen stopped working. Even if the emperor was angry, he could not play the piano to the oxen, or even punish it, but could only vent his anger on people. The cattle-raising officials of Shutian prefecture who provided the oxen were not exempt from the blame, and all the officials of Shutian prefecture were implicated. However, the punishment was secondary, and the ceremony had to continue. Especially this kind of sacrificial ceremony. The time could not be delayed. When the emperor was getting anxious, Zhang Yuni suddenly remembered an interesting story from the Jiaqing period of the Qin dynasty. He stepped out and said, "Your Majesty, calm down. This has never happened before. Now that there is such a sign, it may not be a bad thing. It is better to let Lord Jia and the relevant officials of Shutian prefecture make up for their crimes and complete the procedures of the ceremony first. It will not be too late to deal with it when the harvest comes in autumn." After hearing this, Jia Yucun and all the officials of Shutian prefecture looked at him with gratitude. Seeing that it was him who spoke, Emperor Zhengqing's face looked better. He exhaled heavily and said, "How can the ceremony continue if the cows don't plow the fields?" Zhang Yuni gave Jia Yucun a reassuring look, and then said slowly, "Your Majesty, the ceremony may not necessarily use cows, since it is the fault of Shutian prefecture. I am afraid that the adults of Shutian Prefecture will have to be wronged and work hard for the emperor. If you work hard for others, it would be insulting. But working hard for the emperor is justified in the eyes of these ministers. Especially, it is related to the future. Before others could react, Jia Yutsuan had already prostrated himself on the ground, saying, Mr. Zhang is right. The ceremony cannot be delayed. It is our honor to serve the emperor like a cow or a horse. Yes. 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 The officials of Shutian Prefecture suddenly realized and immediately echoed. We are honored. Zhang Yuni struck again, while the iron was hot, and said, The emperor is setting an example himself. And you all bow your heads like cows. This may not be a bad omen for good governance and harmony. Even if this matter spreads to the people, it will be a good story and a good talk. After hearing what he said, Emperor Zhengqing seemed to have thought of something. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and said, Well said. I will do as you said. Upon hearing this, Jia Yutsuan immediately got up from the ground, and together with the officials of Shutian Prefecture, he removed the lasso from the oxen and tied it to himself. Zhang Yuni also took the opportunity to help, and whispered, Don't worry. The soil has been loosened before the sacrifice field, so it won't be too strenuous. After hearing this, Jia Yutsuan was grateful and shed tears. All the officials of Shutian Prefecture were also excited and grateful. Thank you for speaking out. The reason why Zhang Yuni was willing to help them offend was certainly not to help Jia Yutsuan offend. First of all, he was not born in the imperial examination, and he was not good at literature and martial arts, and was criticized in the officialdom. In addition, he had a lot of power in his hands, so it was inevitable that people would be jealous. The emperor's heart was like water. In order to avoid the situation where 3 people made a tiger, he could not rely entirely on the emperor's trust. If a person does not think about the future, he will have immediate worries. In order to avoid the public opinion, he had to find some help in the court. I don't ask for any effect. I just hope that at the critical moment, different voices can emerge, so as not to be isolated and helpless. Secondly, the ancients were superstitious, and the spring plowing ceremony had such a problem, and it was inevitable to investigate afterwards. In order to fertilize the soil, he arranged Zhang Cheng to dig 3 feet of the sacrificial field in advance, and mix the processed bird droppings into the soil in proportion. Although he had made a report in advance, once someone with ulterior motives was concerned, he might not be blamed. Therefore, helping Jia Yutsuan and all the officials of Shutian Prefecture to exonerate themselves at this time was also helping himself. Although he had an official position, he had no relevant authority, and he could not even send trusted people to look after the sacrificial field. While Shutian Prefecture had the right to maintain the security of the capital, linking their official careers to the harvest of the sacrificial field, they would definitely pay more attention to the situation of the sacrificial field during this period. In this way, he could also feel more at ease, which can be regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, although there are many princes and nobles in the capital, Shutian Prefecture is a bully, but governing the capital is also a considerable power. In fact, it can also bring unexpected benefits in many cases, which is why he is willing to win them over. He is publicly absolving everyone today, and they have to remember this favor whether they want to or not. Even if there are a few ungrateful people among them, they will not sing against him in person because of their own reputation. These officials are used to living a life of luxury. Even if he arranged for Zhang Cheng to turn the soil in advance, when Emperor Zhengqing plowed the sacrificial field 3 times, they were all panting and embarrassed. It really fits the saying of working like a cow and a horse. Although the emperor agreed to Zhang Yuni's proposal to see the effect, the cattle-raising official was also to blame and was dismissed from his post on the spot. However, Jia Yutsuan and other hall officials, who can keep their official positions, will naturally not care about a small cattle-raising official. He had to thank Zhang Yuni again. Zhang Yuni also took the opportunity to speak frankly. To be honest with you, I have reported to the emperor earlier and used some means. I dare not say anything else. As long as the sacrificial fields are not affected by natural disasters or man-made disasters, the harvest will not be bad. Now you are closely related to the harvest of the sacrificial fields, so you must pay more attention. After hearing this, Jia Yutsuan looked thoughtfully at the imperial sedan chair returning to the palace in the distance, and the people who were originally still uneasy became more confident. Although intrigues are inevitable in the government office, at this moment, they are all united and pat their chests to tell Zhang Yuni that they will definitely send people to take strict care of the sacrificial fields, and will not allow any loss. The king of Qin and the king of Ning, who were accompanying the emperor in the distance, turned back intentionally or unintentionally and looked at Zhang Yuni and others who fell behind. However, one of them seemed to be relieved in his eyes, and the other was hot, but with a trace of entanglement. Chapter 202. A single move can affect the whole body. During the Spring Festival, several failed marriage proposals led Prince Ning to speculate on the emperor's intentions. Before that, because of Jia Jing's proposal, he had not discussed it with his subordinates. Later, with his biological mother's approval and the emperor's approval of the marriage, he did not investigate it in detail. Now that something has gone wrong, he has to discuss it with his subordinates. As a prince, he naturally has many people who are good at strategy. After some calculations, he gradually guessed the emperor's deep intentions. Therefore, during this period of time, he also stopped and never dared to mention the marriage to the emperor again. But when one thing is suppressed, another one arises. Although he dared not act rashly, Jia Zheng was still in the dark. Seeing that the garden was almost completed, he hurried into the palace and asked to see the emperor and choose a date for the marriage. However, Prince Ning had no problem entering and leaving the palace, and he could also whisper in the ear of concubine Zhen. Since Emperor Zhengqing had already made up his mind to delay, it was natural that he would not give Jia Zheng a chance to present himself. He went to the palace several times to ask for an audience, but he could not even see the emperor, even no matter how he managed it, and asked the eunuchs on duty to pass on the message. The reply was the same, that the emperor had no time to see him. Jia Zheng, who had failed to see the emperor, had to find another way. He originally wanted to go to Prince Ning to discuss, but unexpectedly, when he arrived at Prince Ning's mansion, it was the same, and he was turned away several times in a row. Originally, Prince Ning, who had taken the initiative to summon him, was even allowed to enter the door. The emperor's refusal to meet him could be explained by the passage of time and the fact that he had forgotten to grant the marriage. But it was only more than a month since the last time he reported the completion date of the other courtyard to be married. And Prince Ning had such two completely opposite attitudes. He could not help but speculate on the reason. After thinking about it, the only reason he was ignored was that he had not yet completed the task assigned by Prince Ning to win over Zhang Yuni. He would not admit that he had done a bad job. But fortunately, there were still some things to do in the garden, and Lady Jia and Lady Wang had not urged him to go to the palace to ask for orders. Considering that bad things happened the last two times he invited Zhang Yuni to the mansion, he was also cautious. That day, he returned to the mansion. He did not go to the study to chat with a few guests as usual, but came to Lady Wang. He first pretended to ask about the progress of the garden project, and then said calmly, "This is a great happy event. When it is completed, the mansion will have to celebrate it. Brother Yi has also put a lot of effort in this garden. Don't forget to invite him to the mansion." Since Aunt Zhao caused trouble, although Jia Zheng abided by Lady Jia's instructions and lived in Lady Wang's yard, he did not set foot in the main house, but slept in the wing room. As the saying goes, 3 times is the limit. He stayed alone in the side room every day, and he had passed by the door 3 times without entering. The couple rarely talked. Mrs. Wang didn't think she had done anything wrong, but now she was ignored. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Even so, it was obvious that he took the initiative to find her. She thought he was regretful and was giving her a way out. So she hurriedly agreed. "Hey, Master, you are right. I will send someone to invite him tomorrow." Unexpectedly, her warm face was met with a cold but. Jia Zheng said with a gloomy face, "You should also pay attention to your status. Now that Lian Er is back, it's fine to ask him to invite him. Why do you have to do this?" Mrs. Wang's heart trembled when she heard this. She didn't understand Jia Jing's difficulties. When dealing with Aunt Zhao, she had made bad guesses. Although from Jia Jing's performance later, it seemed that she was worrying too much. But today, he suddenly asked her to avoid suspicion, which inevitably aroused her suspicion again. With Jia Jing's face-saving personality, it is indeed possible that he pretended to be ignorant in order to save face. She was thinking about it, but Jia Zheng saw that he didn't get a response, and was worried that he didn't make it clear enough. So he made a mistake, and reminded her again, although he is a junior, he is not a junior of your family after all. You should also avoid him. This undoubtedly confirmed her guess. and Mrs. Wang was immediately ashamed and angry. But if it weren't for Jia Jing's push, why would she fall into Zhang Yuni's arms? Now, Jia Jing has the nerve to put all the blame on her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but say with some resentment, since the master wants me to avoid taboos, it's better not to invite him, so as to avoid being confused if we meet. Nonsense! Jia Jing shouted. You are also the mistress of the house, and you don't even care about this situation? Fearing that Mrs. Wang would turn her face to Zhang Yuni and ruin the Ning Wang's plan to win over the king, Jia Jing softened his tone and said, I just want you to pay attention to your status and don't send anyone to invite him. When he comes to the mansion, you must fulfill the hospitality of the host. Seeing that Jia Jing asked her to avoid taboos on the one hand, and reminded her to be a good host on the other hand, this contradiction actually took care of his dignity, but did not care about her own embarrassment at all. Mrs. Wang felt even more aggrieved and said, the master has said it all. If he makes any unreasonable demands, you have to try your best to meet them? She was too lazy to cover it up, so she simply threw the problem back to Jia Jing. Since Jia Jing saw what happened that night, he must have known Zhang Yuni's ill intentions. On the one hand, she was upset because she felt wronged. On the other hand, she also wanted to see what Jia Jing's attitude would be when facing this problem. But for some reason, she didn't feel ashamed when she said this, but instead felt a sense of revenge. Jia Jing was also stunned by her question. He just thought that Mrs. Wang was dissatisfied with him and deliberately found fault with him, and refuted, he has always been polite and chaste. You just need to do yourself well and treat him with courtesy. How could he not distinguish the importance and make rude requests? Jia Jing's words made Mrs. Wang laugh. Oh, she chuckled and said, Master is right. He has always been polite and chaste, but I don't know the etiquette. In this case, I will just follow his etiquette and return the gift. After Wang Furen finished speaking, she silently added in her heart, if Zhang Yuni wants to perform the Zhougong etiquette, I want to see if you still have the face to let me cooperate in returning the gift. Although Jia Jing did not hear her thoughts, he could hear the contempt in her words. He waved his hand impatiently and said, forget it. I will go to Lian Air for this matter myself, so you don't have to worry about it. When the day of completion and celebration comes, you just need to follow and do a good job. Although she was resentful of Jia Jing's suspicion, she was indeed controlled by Zhang Yuni at the beginning, so Wang Furen could not help but feel guilty. Before that, Aunt Zhao had already caused a bad storm. If there were any more rumors, it would inevitably make people suspect that it was groundless. Seeing that Jia Jing no longer let her make arrangements, she was also happy to have less trouble. She immediately followed his words and said, Master, you are right. Since you let Lian Air make the arrangements, you can just go by yourself. There is no need for me to do anything unnecessary. Hearing that she meant to send him away, Jia Jing was too lazy to say anything more. He flicked his sleeves and left angrily. Chapter 203. Watching Jia Jing leave angrily, Mrs. Wang became more and more angry. He clearly had a grudge against Zhang Yuni, but in order to save face, he was in two ways and only blamed himself. This temperament formed a sharp contrast with Zhang Yuni's style of daring to think and do. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but think of the scene when she was held in Zhang Yuni's arms and touched all over. Her breathing became rapid. He was already at an age of wolves and tigers. Although Jia Jing lingered at Aunt Zhao's place in the past, he would occasionally come to her room to linger. Now, half a year has passed since the storm at the beginning of winter, but the two sides lived in the same courtyard. But it was not as good as before, and they could occasionally comfort each other. After all, she was accustomed to it, and she felt guilty about the contact and reaction that day. She deliberately avoided thinking about it on weekdays, but she was able to suppress her emotions. Today, Jia Jing pointed out the truth and pinned the crime on her. She was indignant and had a desire for revenge, but she also had some broken jars in her heart. She began to think about Zhang Yuni's next move. Just at the critical moment, Jean Chuan's report came from outside the house. Madam, Bao Yuri's godmother, Ma Daopa, is here to ask for some incense money. Mrs. Wang was about to delay some time, but she couldn't help but let out an unbearable groan as soon as she opened her mouth. Noticing that the tone was wrong, she immediately changed her tone and angrily covered up. Yaya comes here. Don't you have any sense? Just find an excuse and send her away. After being scolded for no reason, Jean Chuan naturally didn't have a good face for Ma Daopa. and she couldn't help but make a few sarcastic remarks. Ma Daopa was unhappy, but she didn't dare to show it. She left Wang Furen's courtyard and went to Aunt Zhao's place. She was a fool. She might not have any other skills, but she was good at reading people's expressions. Seeing Jin Chuan's attitude, she guessed that Wang Furen probably didn't have good words. As Baoyu's nominal godmother, she thought she had a golden rice bowl. But Baoyu was always kind to pretty girls. Even his own wet nurse was cold to him. Not to mention the hateful Ma Daopa. Originally, Wang Furen was kind, but now she was out of character. She couldn't help but suspect that her role as a nominal godmother had come to an end. In the past, she had often asked Aunt Zhao for some subsidies. But now she was worried about her future financial prospects, and was more eager to make up for it. She came to Rongfu every month, and chatted with those gossiping women. I have also heard about the disturbance in the winter of last year. Before, I had been avoiding coming here because I was worried that Mrs. Wang would be dissatisfied. Today, I was angry with Mrs. Wang. But I didn't care anymore. People like this are used to exaggerating. When Ma Daopa saw Aunt Zhao, she was very secretive and said, "Today, I came here to remind you that you must make plans as soon as possible because of our past friendship, so as not to be unaware of the disaster." Aunt Zhao was able to find Zhang Yuni for a reason. In addition to honing her own means of currying favor and flattering, she would also look for some off-site factors. Although Ma Daopa did not have the deeds of Zhang Yuni, since she was designated by Grandmother Jia and Mrs. Wang to be Jia Baoyu's nominal godmother, she must have some ability. In the past, she had also asked Ma Daopa for some special incense ash and coaxed Jia Zheng to drink it, which was quite effective. She had already guessed what Mrs. Wang would do next. And after hearing this, she was even more frightened. "You are kind-hearted. Please tell me what the disaster is. As long as I can survive this disaster, I will definitely repay you generously when water becomes successful in the future." Ma Daopa didn't know. She got a clear indication from Zhang Yuni. However, parents always hope that their children will become successful. And Aunt Zhao is no exception. Originally, she only planned to talk about Aunt Zhao herself. But after hearing this, she changed her mind. She sighed and said, "It's not that I have brought bad luck to you. If you can't pass this test, I'm afraid that my brother will not only lose his future, but also his life." How could it be? Aunt Zhao was really panicked. Water's fate is precious. How could his life be in danger? Ma Daopa was stunned when she heard this. And then she realized that Aunt Zhao might have asked someone else to calculate it. It was true at first, but it was just a different time. Although she didn't know who Aunt Zhao had asked. Singing the opposite tune at this time would only make her half believe and half doubt both sides. It would be better to follow the topic and attribute the reason to Aunt Zhao herself. "You always say." Seeing Aunt Zhao being fooled, Ma Daopa said in a gentle and persuasive way, "That's right. Don't you think about it? The eldest girls in the mansion are all going to be princesses. In the future, the madam and Baoyu will only rise with the tide. If you spread rumors about the madam like this, how can this mansion accommodate you and your son?" Ma Daopa touched Aunt Zhao's heart. She has always been worried about Mrs. Wang's revenge. As a concubine, she could not get close to Zhang Yuni, let alone ask him for help. At present, Ma Daopa was her only lifeline. What should we do? We are so different from them. If they really want to deal with us, how can we escape? She held Ma Daopa's hand and looked at her expectantly, saying sincerely, "If you are willing to help us mother and son through this difficult time, we will be grateful and will show our love to you after this disaster." Ma Daopa lowered her head and thought for a long time, and then said hesitantly, "It's not that there is no way, but I understand. I understand." Aunt Zhao ran away, rummaged through the boxes, came to the Kong from a bundle, and poured out 100 taels of silver. Ma Daopa calmly put the silver into her arms, then put on a compassionate look and said thoughtfully, "Forget it. I came here today to show you and your son a clear way." Speaking of this, she paused and said mysteriously, "There are 50 great ways, 49 of which are derived from heaven, and one is missing. So great disasters also hide great opportunities. As the saying goes, 3 parts are determined by heaven, and 7 parts depend on hard work. It depends on whether you have the courage." Aunt Zhao thought she had a knife on her neck. So how could she hesitate? "You are willing to sacrifice your life to bring down the emperor. What do I have to fear now? Just tell me." Ma Daopa looked around nervously, then took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve, poured out a pill, and whispered, "This is our secret medicine. You can put it in Baoyu's tea when you find a chance. If he gets into trouble, you will definitely be able to protect yourself because of your son." She originally just wanted to coax some money from Aunt Zhao, but now she has other ideas. For this reason, she also specifically warned, "You have already spread rumors about the lady last time, so don't act rashly this time." "Yes. Yes. Yes. I will keep your instructions in mind," Aunt Zhao said cautiously. "Will the imperial physician find out?" Ma Daopa waved her hand and said, "Don't worry about this. This medicine is not poison. It is colorless and tasteless. It will dissolve in water. It will only bewitch the mind and make people crazy but not dead. Others will only think that he is possessed by evil spirits. Who will suspect you?" Aunt Zhao's eyes lit up. She took the pill carefully and looked at the porcelain bottle in Ma Daopa's arms. She said, "Can you give me another pill?" After hearing the effect of this medicine, she couldn't help but think of what Zhang Yuni had said, that Jiao Huan might not have no chance of inheriting the title. 1 is the same. 2 is the same. So she might as well go all out and poison Jiao Lian as well. Ma Daopa glanced at Aunt Zhao, but did not ask her why she wanted one more pill. Instead, she said, "This medicine is very valuable. I'm giving you 1 pill for your little money. I'm already doing it out of consideration for our past friendship. How can I give you more? You are old and confused. If Baoyu goes crazy, the master will only have water as his heir. Will he be able to do without incense and candles?" However, no matter how eloquent Aunt Zhao was, Ma Daopa ignored her and shook her head like a rattle, saying, "There is no evidence. When the time comes, if you refuse to admit it, who can I go to for justice?" Aunt Zhao was determined to get what she wanted, and spread her hands and said, "Then tell me, what do you have to do to make me believe me? I gave you 1 pill of this medicine to save you and your son. If I give you another pill, it won't be saving people. I am also responsible. But the silver cannot be reduced, and you have to sign a receipt, so as not to turn your face and deny it later." Aunt Zhao heard that she was willing to give in, so she didn't care about much else, and immediately wrote an IOU for 500 taels and pressed her fingerprints. Chapter 204 Daily Life. Zhang Yuni was quite looking forward to Jiao Lian's invitation. Firstly, it had been more than a month since the last Lantern Festival banquet, when he took advantage of the situation and performed a play in the Grand Flower Hall. He could not help but miss Li Wan's obsession. However, she was a widow after all, and even if she could go in and out of Rong Mansion, it would be difficult to find a chance to meet him privately. Only by using the old trick again, when Rong Mansion was busy and had no time to take care of it, would there be a chance. Secondly, when Li Wan was asked to move into the Grandview Garden last time in the Grand Flower Hall, she also told Zhang Yuni about her plan to move into the Grandview Garden. However, due to her widowhood, she could not propose it now, and could only wait until Yuan Shun got married before finding a reason. Since the Grandview Garden was about to be completed, the wedding date should not be far away. It's not that Li Wan is so special. To be honest, the third sister Yu, who has tasted the marrow and tasted the taste, is no worse than her. Of course, no 2 leaves are alike, and people are even more so. Third sister Yu is like a wild and untamable horse, with a spirit of never giving up. Although she is exhausted and inevitably subdued, she always resists fiercely in the process of submission. And she always wants to overthrow Zhang Yuni and become the master, although she only humiliates herself in the end, and even gets scarred and leaves many marks. She forces Zhang Yuni to use all his skills and be exhausted. Because of this, every time Zhang Yuni stays in her room, others stay away. Even second sister Yu is no exception. This makes Zhang Yuni, who is thinking about activating the sisterhood, quite disappointed. Of course, third sister Yu is just wild and difficult to tame, and she was still a little behind Li Wan's bone-sucking and marrow-sucking clinging energy. With the addition of second sister Yu, Zhang Yuni would only have to spend more energy, and he would not be unable to do it. However, this little girl's means of resistance were endless, and her movements were open and closed. Even though the step-out bed was not small, it was often not enough for her to display. In addition, she was already fierce, and she would not tolerate others interfering. It had only been more than a month since she had moved in, and the novelty had not yet worn off. Zhang Yuni did not rush for success, and planned to wear down her fierceness first, and then slowly take it. Pa! In the morning, he lifted the quilt and looked at third sister Yu, who was lying on the bed with her jade body spread out. He slapped her slightly red and swollen erection, causing ripples. Fawn got up from the bed casually, with the corners of his mouth raised, and said jokingly, "You are still a little shallow to fight with me. There is a saying that every failure makes you wiser. You have suffered a lot. Why don't you learn from it?" Yu Sanjia covered her buttocks with her hands, and then turned over and sat up from the bed. She looked Zhang Yuni up and down, and suddenly a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Suddenly she hugged Zhang Yuni's legs, curled her lips, and said indignantly, "It's not certain who will suffer. I don't believe that you don't have to go to the government office today. Come on. Let me see what tricks you have." Zhang Yuni laughed and stretched out his hand to slightly straighten Yu Sanjia's head. Then, he lowered his eyebrows and eyes, and his eyes swept over Yu Sanjia's shoulders with suspenders hanging on them, and then along the soft lines of the back groove, all the way to the slender waist, until it was close to the mattress, and the roundness suddenly rose and fell. Despite third sister Yu's eloquent speech, he still closed his eyes and rested, leisurely and unmoved. Third sister Yu knew that her old injury had not healed, so she thought of another way to turn defeat into victory. However, she was inexperienced after all, and not only did she fail to convince Zhang Yuni to admit defeat, but she also made her cheeks sore. In the end, after a two-pronged approach, he still ended up kneeling and begging for mercy, looking at third sister Yu lying on her back. Zhang Yuni was very proud and refreshed. He put on his middle coat and smiled. "Okay. Seeing that you are so diligent, I will choose a good day in a while, and give you and my second sister a name first." He was not a pedantic person, although Xiangling had promised to adopt the child to the Jin family before giving birth to him. She had given birth to him after all, so the name should not be owed. He already had a title in the Imperial Observatory, so he would take advantage of it. Anyway, he had already started working at Tiango Injuan before his father passed away, so there was no need to cover up his mistake. So, seeing that Xiangling was getting worse, he gave her a status to reassure her. When Sister Yu heard this, she did not show any surprise, but was a little indignant. "It's just a concubine anyway." As if no one cares. At this point, she changed the subject, however. "Next time there are good things given by the Emperor. Let me choose first." She still felt bad about the 4 round fans from last time. In the past, it was to temper Sister Yu's temper, but now there is a better way, and there is no need to hang her with those toys. "Okay. Next time the Emperor gives another reward. I don't want anything else, but I will ask for the round fan for you first, so that you won't always think about it." In fact, with his wealth, it is not impossible to buy good goods with good appearance and quality if he goes out to buy. It's just that the imperial gift is of extraordinary significance in the eyes of people in this era. After hearing this, third sister Yu was really satisfied, because she was overworked. She didn't have the energy to help him dress. Zhang Yuni had to dress himself, and then stepped out. This third girl is too ignorant. The West Mansion has urged her twice. As soon as she went out, Yusher came up to complain. Before third sister Yu took the room, Huifang Garden was full of harmony. Whether it was the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law or the sisters, they were all happy and got along well. Since she came, she always ate alone and refused to share the profits with others. Second sister Yu had no opinion on third sister Yu's behavior of eating alone, but Yusher was quite complaining and would nag from time to time. "Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it just a banquet at noon? It's still early now, and I'm planning to go see Xiangling. I heard from Lien Air that the second master said that this garden was the master's idea, and he wanted to ask the master to write the plaque, so he urged him several times. I thought Jia Zheng would let Jia Boyu do it, but he didn't expect that he would entrust it to himself. In the original novel, Jia Boyu has made a name for himself, and Zhang Yuni is naturally the one who can steal his limelight. However, he didn't rush over because of this. Instead, he still came to the pavilion on the mountain as planned. There are priorities, and the affairs of the Rong Mansion are not as important as his own, so it doesn't matter if he waits for a while. Xiangling's due date is about mid-June, which is only 3 months away. Giving birth is a matter of life and death these days. Whenever he has time, he will take time to accompany her and talk. I have made 2 sets of clothes for the children recently. Sister, please take a look and see if there are any changes. Before entering the room, I heard Jiaoxing's voice coming from inside. Since the spring plowing ceremony, Jiaoxing has come more frequently. Originally, she only came once every 10 days. But now she comes every other day. Oh! Brother-in-law is here. Seeing him enter the room, Jiaoxing hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, "The master said that it was thanks to my brother-in-law's care last time. But because of the last incident, the government is now so scared that they have not found time to thank him." She always came in the morning and left in the evening. So Zhang Yini had never met her. Brother Yucun is serious. It's just a little help. Although he knew that she was under the guise of taking care of Xiangling. But in fact she was trying to win some favor for Jia Yucun. But she came often. At least she could talk to Xiangling more and relieve her boredom. And Zhang Yuni also appreciated this. Zhang Yuni was not shy about it. He laid down to listen to the fetal movement for a while, chatted with Xiangling for a while, and told her to walk around the garden more. After about half an hour, he left the mountainside pavilion and rushed to Rong Mansion. Chapter 205 Nightmare Magic Speculation finally enters into the stock market. The Rong Mansion was quite grand. Not only were Jiazhen and Jialian, who arrived early, present, but even Jiaxi and Jiazhen also greeted them in the front yard. "Thank you for waiting for me. Uncles. It's still early. Don't worry. This garden was originally built to imitate the residence of immortals. I believe my nephew has already known the plaque. Since uncle has ordered it, you and E will take the responsibility. In that case, let's go write the plaque first, and then come back for a feast." After a round of greetings, the five of them came to the main gate of the Grandview Garden. Although the drawings were drawn by him, it was his first time to conduct a field inspection. He followed Jia Zheng and his party into the garden, all the way through Xiaoxiang Pavilion, Dieter to Xilingzhu, crossed the Fengyao Bridge, past Jiushuangjia and head north, until Liaoding Huashu. Then turn east. At Tuobi Villa, he climbed the Grandview Tower and looked out over Ao Jingxi Pavilion. Then he went downstairs, crossed the Qifang Sluice Bridge, and walked along the bamboo fence path. He named the pavilions and towers along the way one by one, and then returned to the main gate. Perhaps considering that he was not good at poetry, Jia Zheng did not ask him to write a poem, but just took a quick look and named each place. Even so, it took more than half an hour. The group left the garden gate, past Li Wan's yard in the back corridor, and before passing through the west corner gate, they heard a noise from the opposite side. "It's terrible. Someone is killing someone." Everyone was shocked and hurried through the west corner gate. Wang Shifeng, with her hair disheveled, was holding a kitchen knife, like a headless fly, chasing several maids in the three porches in the back building of Rongxi Hall and the alley between her yard. Nightmare magic? It came ahead of time. I wonder if Jia Baoyu is also going crazy. Zhang Yuni looked at Wang Shifeng running wildly. A hint of joy flashed across his face, and he unconsciously looked to the southwest of Jiamu's courtyard. The high walls and small courtyard blocked him from seeing what was happening in Jiamu's courtyard. But he saw Mrs. Wang, who came and stopped in front of the porch after hearing the noise. Although Mrs. Wang arrived, she couldn't judge that Jia Baoyu was fine. After all, the alley was located in the back building of Rongxi Tang. The noise here could reach her ears, so it was not surprising that she came at the first time. On the contrary, Jiamu's courtyard was quite a distance away from Rongxi Tang, so even if she came to report, she had to go through the corridor. The backyard was full of maids and female relatives. Now seeing Zhang Yuni and his party, several panicked maids immediately found their backbone and hurriedly ran towards them. However, these maids really overestimated the courage of the masters of the Jia family. Fortunately, they were born into noble families. When they saw Wang Shifeng coming with knives in both hands, they all retreated back. This time, Zhang Yuni, who was slightly stunned, was pushed to the front. Jiaxi and Jia Zheng, as elders, still took some consideration. Jia Lian was married to Wang Shifeng in name, so it was not good to be too obvious. On the contrary, Jia Zhen, without any scruples, retreated to the back. He looked at Wang Shifeng, who was waving two kitchen knives and running towards the crowd, and glanced at Zhang Yuni, who was blocking the way. His brain was hot, and the ferocious look on his face flashed, and he pushed Jia Lian in front of him. At the same time, he shouted, "Lian Air, hurry up and restrain Feng girl." Persuasion failed, and he was determined to cut ties with Zhang Yuni. However, even if they cut off ties, If he was allowed to make friends with Prince Ning, he would inevitably be exposed in front of Prince Qin. If he had an accident, not only could he eliminate the trouble forever, but he could also take over his property and savings. Even if Qin lost her support, she could only let him do whatever he wanted. In Ning Mansion, if Zhang Yuni got into trouble, he would also be jointly responsible. And in Rong Mansion, even if he was investigated, it would be Rong Mansion that would be held responsible. And the crazy Wang Shifeng was the best scapegoat. After all, there was no reason for a madman to kill people. Even if Zhang Yuni was lucky, he could put the blame on Jia Lian. After all, he pushed Jia Lian. Wang Shifeng went crazy and committed a crime, so it was reasonable for him to push Jia Lian out to subdue her. Therefore, he deliberately adjusted the angle of the push, and Jia Lian was caught off guard and unconsciously stretched out his hand to push Zhang Yuni on the back. However, Jia Zhen obviously underestimated Zhang Yuni's reaction. Thanks to long-term training, although he was caught off guard, his lower body was still stable, and he was not panicked, and only staggered forward a few steps. Unlike the others in the Jia family, he was frightened by the knife in Wang Shifeng's hand. Instead, he was very sober and understood that Wang Shifeng was a woman, and the only thing that could hurt him was the weapon in her hand. While staggering forward, his hands went straight to Wang Shifeng's wrist. While holding Wang Shifeng's wrist, he took advantage of the situation and knocked Wang Shifeng to the ground. Fortunately, Zhang Yuni held her wrist, half lifting it, and relieved some of the force. In addition, she was unconscious at this time, so she didn't feel the pain. Instead, she raised a pair of long legs with even bones and flesh and kicked desperately. Zhang Yuni was afraid of being kicked in the vitals, but he didn't care about avoiding it. He simply lay on Wang Shifeng and pressed his legs tightly on her legs. It was March, and although the spring clothes were not too thin, they were not too heavy. Although Wang Shifeng was pressed down, she twisted like a swimming fish, especially her two long legs with even bones and flesh, which struggled like loaches. The light gauze and thin skirt, the charming feeling of rubbing against each other, suddenly hit Zhang Yuni, and he felt stiff all over. As Wang Shifeng continued to be coy, the speculation she had said before came true at this moment. Unfortunately, she was not conscious at the moment, and she could not judge Zhang Yuni's reaction. Zhang Yuni thought that he had subdued Wang Shifeng, and then someone would come to help. Unexpectedly, not only did Mrs. Wang not react, but even Jia Lian, who should have spoken the most, did not speak. Jia Zhen, the instigator, saw that Zhang Yuni was unharmed, and while he was uneasy, he did not dare to speak, and just hid far away and watched coldly. She had many complaints against Wang Shifeng, and was eager to see her make a fool of herself. When Jia Zhen saw this scene, he couldn't help but think of his experience of inviting Zhang Yuni to his house. While he was glad that he had taken precautions in advance this time, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. For a while, he had not recovered from the shock. When Mrs. Wang saw him pressing Wang Shifeng under him, she couldn't help but think of her own experience. Although the aunt and niece were one after the other, and their situations were different, she still couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. And she didn't care about stopping them. Jia Lian, who should have stopped the situation the most, was also deeply shocked when he saw this scene. However, unlike others, when he saw Wang Shifeng struggling under Zhang Yuni, there was a hint of excitement on his face. The sign of a faint breakthrough of the disease made him wish that Zhang Yuni could spend more time on Wang Shifeng to help him get rid of the disease. There were a group of masters present, but no one spoke. The servants were also distracted for a while, and dared not make decisions on their own. They actually let Zhang Yuni press Wang Shifeng, who was struggling like a fish, to the ground and torture her in front of them. "You bastard! How dare you poke me with a stick? I will break you!" Just as Zhang Yuni was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard Wang Shifeng's delicate scolding, and then opened her mouth and bit his shoulder, twisting her legs even more. Zhang Yuni's face froze after his whereabouts were exposed. He didn't care about the pain of the bite on his shoulder and hurriedly said in a stern voice to cover it up, "Come and help quickly. How long will it take?" The Jia family members woke up from their dreams and directed the maids to come forward with different expressions. Chapter 206 Hesitant to speak. After a group of maids took ropes and untied knives, they finally tied up the crazy Wang Shifeng. Zhang Yuni slowly stood up, pretending to wipe the dust off his body, and couldn't stand up for a long time. When he finally calmed down, He stood up and said to Jia Lian, "Why did you push me just now?" It's not that he has eyes behind him and knows that it was Jia Lian who pushed him. But it's not right to press Wang Shifeng under him like this. Because he thought that someone made a mistake in the chaos of war and dared not admit it. Therefore, he was forced to blame him to avoid gossip. Unexpectedly, he found the right direction by accident. It wasn't me. Jia Lian waved his hands repeatedly, speaking incoherently. It was Brother Jin who pushed me. Unlike Zhang Yuni, he needed to fully deal with the crazy Wang Shifeng. After pushing Zhang Yuni, he hurried back to find the culprit. Jia Jin had already thought of an excuse when he took action. And now he was well-mannered, saying calmly, "Although it is urgent, it is still a tug of war. Since you are here, how can we do it? If I don't push you to subdue Feng Yatu, who else can I push?" He explained righteously, then turned to Zhang Yuni and smiled. "I didn't expect Lian Air to push you. My cousin is not hurt, right? It was so close. How could I?" Jia Lian was about to explain, but Zhang Yuni raised his hand to stop him. "Forget it. The situation was urgent. It was all unintentional. And I am fine." Although Jia Jin's reason was reasonable, the original owner died in the so-called accident created by Jia Jing. Now, as luck would have it, it was Jia Jin who took the initiative. So how could Zhang Yuni not be suspicious? However, the more this happened, the calmer he was. Not only did he stop Jia Lian from making his own judgment, he also found an excuse. "No. I'm glad you're fine." Jia Zheng had long since recovered. However, in his opinion, Jia Lian and Wang Shifeng had this experience, and they took the blame for him. So he felt a little guilty. Only after hearing that Zhang Yuni would not pursue the matter did he speak. Thinking of the situation just now, he was terrified. If Zhang Yuni really had an accident in his home, not to mention Yuanchuan's marriage, even the whole family would probably not have a good ending. Just when he was rejoicing, the panicked voice of the maid suddenly came from a distance. Madam, something's wrong. Bao Yu is hysterical." Amber beside Jia Mu and Yuchuan, Saixia and others in Wang Furen's room ran and shouted. Mrs. Wang finally woke up from her dream and murmured, How did he become hysterical?" Jia Zheng stamped his feet suddenly, beat his chest and stamped his feet, saying, "Evil creature, what trouble is he causing now? I will go over and break his legs." Like Mrs. Wang, he did not know that Jia Baoyu was the same as Wang Shifeng, but thought that he was being irritated again. Several maids hurriedly explained, No, Master, he is not hysterical. He is not in his right mind. Talking nonsense. Scratching and hitting like crazy. What? Jia Jing's face changed. Mrs. Wang, who was standing by, felt dizzy and her body softened, and she almost fainted. Luckily, Jin Chuan, who was beside her, was prepared and supported her in time. At this moment, there was no time to care about Wang Shifeng, as Jia Lian stayed to take care of her. A group of maids supported Madame Wang, and together with Jia Zheng and others, they went to Grandmother Jia's courtyard. Zhang Yuni also planned to go over to see the situation, but was unexpectedly pulled by Jia Lian. What do you mean? Second brother Lian? Didn't you just say that in an emergency? I will do it. Besides, if it weren't for your push, I wouldn't have. No. Jia Lian shook his head like a rattle, hesitating to say, Yes, I want to trouble you for something. Just at this moment, Pinger came over in a hurry. Master, second master, I heard that Bao Yu was in trouble, and I saw that the master and the lady had gone there. But why didn't I see the grandmother? She was in a hurry and put Zhang Yuni in front. And Jia Lian didn't care. He just waved his hand and said impatiently, Something happened. Go and have a look. Ah? She was fine just now, and asked me to go to the front to take care of it. She went back to the room to drink some water, and then came. How could it be? Pinga looked at Zhang Yuni with a puzzled look, and when he nodded slightly, her face suddenly changed drastically. She didn't care about anything else and rushed into the yard in a hurry. What's the matter? Second brother Lian? You might as well tell me directly. Jia Lian didn't rush to speak after hearing this, but instead poked his head out and looked around. Don't say it. There are really ears in the wall. And he saw someone poking his head out at the west corner door. Shouted, Who is hiding there? Come out. Zhang Yuni couldn't help but turn around and look, only to see An Zhao timidly poking out. In the past, if he saw An Zhao acting sneaky, he might have other thoughts. But now he asked unhappily, "What are you doing sneaking around there?" An Zhao's eyes were evasive, and she stammered, I heard that something happened between Baoyu and the second madam. And I didn't dare to go to the old lady. So I came to see what happened. Although she got 2 pills from Ma Daopa, she never had a chance to take them. Zhang Yuni knew that he could fish in troubled waters. And she, who had not found an opportunity for a long time, also had the same idea. Taking advantage of the fact that there was something going on in the mansion today, she arranged for Jia Huan to take the opportunity to give Jia Baoyu the medicine. And she came to Wang Shifeng's courtyard with another pill. Jia Huan did not have any accidents, but she herself had problems. Because Wang Shifeng was ashamed to speak. She had always kept the fact that Jia Lian lived in the West Wing a secret. She was very strict in controlling the courtyard. And even if there were some gossips, they were just among her own people, and they would not be spread outside. Therefore, when she saw a cup of tea cooling in the hall, she judged from the utensils that it was prepared for the master. She mistakenly thought that it was prepared in advance for Jia Lian, who had walked around the garden. Because Wang Shifeng didn't like her in the first place. She was worried that she would be seen if she stayed too long. So she hurriedly gave the medicine and left. As the instigator, especially since she originally intended to harm Jia Lian, she naturally felt guilty when she saw the real master. Zhang Yuni knew that her expression was a guilty conscience. Jia Lian just thought that she was afraid of offending Lady Wang because of the rumor. So she hid her head and tail. If you want to see it, go and see it. Why are you sneaking around? After all, she was Jia Jing's concubine. So he had to consider Jia Jing's face, and didn't show his face again. Yes, it's my fault. I won't bother you 2 masters. And Zhao came to eavesdrop because she was worried that she would be suspected. Seeing that Jia Lian didn't seem to be suspicious, she didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly said goodbye and left. After being interrupted twice in a row, Jia Lian seemed to have lost his momentum. He hesitated for a few times, and was about to say something but stopped. Zhang Yuni had something else on his mind, and didn't want to waste time with him. So he bowed and said, I still have to go see Baoyu. Brother Lian, if you have something to say, let's talk later. Jia Lian didn't seem to have thought about how to start. Or maybe he was worried about being overheard. So he hurriedly said, Hey, I'll come find you later. Chapter 207, Pushing the Issue. Zhang Yuni said goodbye and left. But he did not rush to Jianmu's courtyard. Instead, he took a detour to the front yard. He found a servant and asked, Where is housekeeper Lai? The housekeeper went to find a doctor. As he was talking, a carriage hurried in from the corner gate. Then, Lida pulled a doctor out of the carriage. Zhang Yuni nodded to Lida and followed him to send the person into Jianmu's courtyard. He waited in the courtyard for Lida to send the person in. When he came out of the house, he pulled him to a deserted place and ordered, You should keep a close eye on the mansion these days. If anyone comes to treat Baoyu and the second sister-in-law, be sure to notify me as soon as possible. He had been thinking about the bald monk and the lame Taoist priest, and thought that this nightmare magic would take some time. Today, seeing Wang Shifeng trigger the plot in advance, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Although Xiangling has been foreshadowed. If there is a problem, Jinshirin can also be used. But we must prepare for everything and not wait passively. Therefore, although he knew that this would happen early, he did not stop Aunt Zhao. He did not care whether Jia Baoyu lived or died, or whether he would suffer because of it. And Wang Shifeng, after all, was not his private goods. He was not a bootlicker. So why should he ruin his own big thing in order to win her favor? Although he coveted her body, he would not lose the big picture for the small and lose the main thing. This point is not only Wang Shifeng, but also Sister Yu and the Shui family. He has this attitude. Of course, there is a way to have both. If she has already committed herself to him, it will be another situation. Last time, he could have used some indirect words to get Aunt Zhao to change the candidate. But he felt that it was unnecessary. Lida was obviously hesitant. Such a big thing happened in the mansion. And as a housekeeper, he naturally got the news first. If it was just something immoral, he could still cooperate with Zhang Yuni. But it was about the lives of Jia Baoyu and Wang Shifeng. So he couldn't help but feel worried. Zhang Yuni saw his concerns and comforted him. Don't worry. I think Brother Guanbao and the second sister-in-law are lucky people. But the person who came to treat seems to have some connection with me. And I want to meet him. After hearing this, Lida felt relieved. I understand. I will not go out these days. I will stay in the East Mansion. If you see someone coming to the door, remember to come immediately. Although the book explains the time when the bald monk and the lame Taoist come to the door, he still plans to stay in the mansion for safety. After the explanation, he rushed to the house. Just then, he saw the doctor shaking his head and going out. In the house, Jia Mu and Wang Furen were heard, crying son and flesh. Zhang Yuni entered the house and saw Wang Furen kneeling in front of the bed, shaking her clothes and trembling. Jia Mu also looked sad, sitting at the head of the bed, wiping tears. Behind them, Li Wan and Sanchun, as well as Lin Daiyu, Bao Chai, Shang Yun and others gathered together. Jia Zheng's face was as gloomy as water, pacing in the house, rubbing his hands constantly. Seeing him enter the house, he said angrily, "What are you doing here?" Several times he invited Zhang Yuni to the house. Nothing good happened. I originally thought that this time, Jia Lian and Wang Shifeng took the blame for me. But I didn't expect that it would still implicate my own family. Faced with Jia Zheng's sudden hostility, Zhang Yuni was a little confused. He said in a proper manner, "I heard that Brother Bao was in trouble, so I came to see him." Jia Zheng frowned and said coldly, "Something happened in the mansion. I'm afraid I don't have time to greet you." He was resentful in his heart, and he didn't even bother to call him nephew. He had just asked him to write a plaque. But now he asked people to go forward and not back. Zhang Yuni was a little angry because of the internal strife in his mansion. He simply turned around and left. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Jia Mu and others were awakened. The ancients were superstitious. Before the doctor took the pulse, there were servants who talked to each other, made plans, and prayed to the gods. Seeing him, he couldn't help but think of Xiangling's matter, as if he saw a life-saving straw. Sensing Zhang Yuni's dissatisfaction, Jia's mother snorted coldly and scolded, "Brother, he came here with good intentions. What's your attitude?" Faced with Jia's mother's rebuke, Jia Zheng hesitated to speak. This ambiguous matter was originally his guess. How could it be put on the table? Madame Wang didn't care about Jia Zheng's suspicion, and rushed to him. Just before he stepped over the threshold, she grabbed his sleeve and begged, "Brother, please help me look after Baoyu." She thought that Jia Zheng's attitude was caused by herself, turned her head to look at him, and said angrily, "If you are angry, come to me. Why bother to delay Baoyu?" "Yes, second brother. I'm not saying anything bad about you. Just now, if it weren't for Brother Yi's action in the back, we might not be able to survive. In that situation, I know that we should act according to the emergency and not say a word. What kind of evil anger are you getting?" She was happy to see the internal strife in the second house. And he also wanted to show his goodwill to Zhang Yuni. So he also helped. "Forget it. No matter how you deal with it. I don't care. It's okay." Jia Zheng was speechless after being squeezed by everyone's words, and simply threw his sleeves and angrily put down his pole. If it were in normal times, Jia Mu and Wang Furen would have to persuade him with good words even for the sake of decency. Now, they have no time to worry about this. Especially Wang Furen, who originally considered Jia Zheng's reaction, saw him leave with a wave of his sleeves, and her concerns were gone. Because she was worried that Jia Zheng's attitude would make Zhang Yuni dissatisfied, she also put down the pole. The hand that was holding Zhang Yuni's sleeve also grabbed his forearm without a sound. If it were in normal times, such close contact would inevitably make her imagine. Now, there is no time to take care of these details. With pleading eyes, she said sadly, "Don't take it to heart, E.G. He was in a hurry and said something he didn't want to say. Please help Baoyu for the sake of our past friendship." Although this was an explanation for Jia Zheng, there was a hint of interference in the words. Others couldn't speak, but Jia Mu was not bothered. She immediately agreed. "Yes. He is also worried and confused. Don't take it to heart, E.G. Jia Mu's words did not touch Zhang Yuni, but it was Mrs. Wang's past friendship that made him feel that they were meant. Seeing that the two were at the gate, Mrs. Wang's plump body was enough to block everyone's sight. He then repeated the old trick, following the method he used on Anshua that day, and quietly placed his hand on the hand that was holding his forearm, gently patted it twice, and then placed it on the back of her hand. Seeing that Mrs. Wang did not show any dissatisfaction, she became more and more aggressive. While pretending to comfort him and rubbing the back of her hand, she said ambiguously, "I saw that Brother Bao's forehead was full, and he did not look like a fierce man. So I came to confirm it." Unexpectedly, my uncle disliked him. Even though Mrs. Wang had a psychological estimate of his audacity, she had never thought that he would be so unscrupulous in public. Although he was even more outrageous last time, there was no one else present after all. She had never been teased like this before. Although she was concerned about her son's safety, she could not help but feel impatient. But Zhang Yunyi's words were ambiguous, and his words clearly showed his dissatisfaction with Jia Zheng, which made her dare not act rashly. She had to swallow her anger and let him take advantage of her. Fortunately, Zhang Yunyi also knew when to stop and knew that the two of them could not stay at the door for long. Then he changed the subject and said, "However, Yuan Yi would not be ignorant of the seriousness of the matter. I think the uncle is also worried and confused. Let's see Brother Bao first." Mrs. Wang was as if she had been pardoned. She hurriedly let go of her hand and turned to lead him to the bed. Under the eager expectation of everyone, Zhang Yunyi pretended to ponder for a moment, and then said in an unfathomable way, "I think Brother Bao is a lucky man. There will be a turnaround in 3 to 5 days at least, and 6 to 7 days at most." After saying that, he sighed again. "Forget it. I won't go to the government office for a while. I will come here often to see the situation, and I will go back and look for a solution to see if there is a solution. Jia Baoyu is fine, but Wang Shifeng has been coveting him, and they are also in the bird droppings business together. It is not reasonable to stand by and watch him die. Judging from Aunt Zhao's performance, this is probably her trick. However, it is impossible to be sure that there are really bald monks and lame Taoist priests who come to rescue. The book says that the deadline is 3 days. If there is no news after 6 or 7 days, we can only start from Aunt Zhao and Ma Daopa." Everyone was relieved after hearing his words. However, some people still have doubts. Lin Daiyu said this. "Is it possible that we can only wait like this? Whether it is time to consult a doctor or pray to the gods, there is no need to delay." Jiamu immediately made a decision. "Yes. Yes. Yes. Just do as Igor said." Chapter 208, treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. With Zhang Yunyi's words as a foundation, everyone was more open and said a lot. Some said they would ask a Taoist priest to exorcise the evil spirits. Some said they would ask a witch to perform a shaman dance. And some recommended Zhang Zhenren from the Jade Emperor Pavilion. There were all kinds of noises. They had tried all kinds of treatments and prayers, and asked for divination and prayed to the gods. But nothing worked. It was almost sunset, and there was no result. Zhang Yunyi also left with an excuse. Jiamu hurriedly asked Yuan Yang to see him off. Li Wan, who was standing aside, heard the words and looked at him expectantly. Zhang Yunyi saw it, but he did not refuse it like he did at the Lantern Festival. You can get hot anywhere, but you need to keep your mind calm. He knew very well that he had the status he had today, the reason why he could be surrounded by people, and the reason why he was like a fish in water in the two governments. If his immortal method was questioned, everything today would be in vain. The more so, the more important it was for the monk and the Taoists to make mistakes. Because of his arrival, the plot of the book has changed. It is hard to say whether they will arrive as scheduled or change their schedule. Originally, he did plan to fish in troubled waters and meet Li Wan privately. But now he is worried that Lai De will not be able to find him and will miss the opportunity. Because he has something on his mind, he never speaks to flirt with the couple. There was no conversation along the way. When he returned to Ning Mansion, he repeatedly told the gatehouse that if someone came from Rong Mansion, he must notify him as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, before Lai Da's news about the monk and the Taoist priest came, Jia Lian came first. Knowing that he had something to ask for, Zhang Yunyi didn't take it too seriously. The words later were more of an excuse to talk about it later. Unexpectedly, Jia Lian actually took it seriously and chased after him that night. Brother Yi, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. There is no harm without comparison. Also, Lai De did a lot of preparation and took the initiative to apologize before telling the story. On the other hand, Jia Lian is the one who understands the ways of the world the most in the Jia family. But right from the start, He was accused of standing by and watching someone die, as if he was wrong not to help. Zhang Yuni even suspected that he was too well behaved, making him mistakenly think that he could hold himself hostage by occupying the moral high ground. He secretly complained, "You probably don't know how erratic Master Yi's moral standards are, right?" But he said, "Second Brother Lian is fine. Why is he talking about life and death? Brother Yi, if this disease can't be cured, I'd rather die than live." Zhang Yuni originally thought that he had caused some trouble, or that she was too tight on Yingxuan's marriage. Unexpectedly, it was because of this reason. It's no wonder he didn't think of it for a while. As the saying goes, the first effort is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. When Jia Rong proposed it, he didn't say anything. He suddenly brought up the old matter after a few months, especially now that Wang Shifeng is still crazy. Even if he is willing to help, she may not cooperate, although he thought so in his heart. He said, "Don't worry, Brother Lian. Although I don't know whether the medicines collected in the inner palace are suitable, but it doesn't hurt to try. I have asked someone to get in touch. Once there is news, I will inform you as soon as possible." This, after listening to Zhang Yuni's statement. Jia Lian's face was not happy. He pondered for a long time, and then hesitantly said, "Actually, there is no need to be so troublesome. The method is ready. It depends on whether you are willing to help." Zhang Yuni immediately patted his chest and said righteously, "If I can help, I will definitely not refuse." Jia Lian just showed his joy. But Zhang Yuni changed the subject. "But, Brother Lian, you have to let me know how to help, right?" Even though he had guessed Jia Lian's idea, he was always cautious and worried that he would use some method of substituting someone else for someone else. Although he knew that he had verified it with Shui Pan first. Shui Pan was full of flesh and was very different from his image. It was hard to guarantee that he could not substitute himself, and it would not work. To be honest, you know the method, which is what Rong said last time. This, Zhang Yuni pretended to be surprised. "Brother Lian, do you want me and my sister-in-law too?" "That's right." Now that the words were spoken, Jia Lian no longer concealed them. "It depends on whether you are willing to help." Zhang Yuni pretended to be entangled, pondered for a long time, and then sighed, "Forget it. As long as my sister-in-law has no objection, I will definitely not refuse." As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Lian grabbed him and said, "Then let's go quickly. I'm all right. It's all arranged. Now Pinger is the only one guarding her room. I'll send Pinger away later, and you can go in." Zhang Yuni was shocked. Could it be that my sister-in-law is well? It's only been an hour since he came back from Rongfu, and Lida didn't come to summon him. Is it because he didn't do his job well? Or is there something else wrong? However, before he had time to find out the reason, Jia Lian blurted out, "It's because she's not well. So it's easier to do things." Zhang Yuni was also in a dilemma. He was going to follow a madman. Wang Shifeng was now like a madman, and she had bitten him on the shoulder at noon. Now, not only would it be boring to do things, but it would also be easy to get hurt. Although tying people up was fun, he still had his own bottom line. "Brother Lian, you are joking. My sister-in-law is in such a situation now. How can Yuan Yi take advantage of her?" He was afraid that Jia Lian would misunderstand him and turn to others for help. So he hurriedly added, "Besides, in this situation, it may not be effective." Right? He was as steady as a rock, and Jia Lian couldn't pull him up. So he had to stand still again. He smiled and said, "I came to ask for your help for a reason. To be honest, I have tried the method of using a substitute, but it didn't work. But today, when she was pressed down by you, she showed signs of recovery. As long as you keep working hard, you will definitely help me get rid of the disease." After listening to Jia Lian's explanation, Zhang Yuni knew that he came overnight because he must have regarded himself as the only chance. He was relieved. When Brother Lian is in trouble, I will stand up for him. But if I do this, I will inevitably be suspected of taking advantage of others. Why don't we wait until my sister-in-law is well, and then we can discuss it in the long run? In order to avoid Jia Lian misunderstanding that he was deliberately shirking responsibility, he was particularly frank. However, Jia Lian also had his own difficulties, and said with difficulty, "It is still unclear whether her madness can be cured. And besides, just now, he asked Zhang Yuni to help with the treatment, and he didn't seem to be embarrassed. But now, he seemed to find it difficult to speak. After thinking for a while, Fong pondered and said, besides, she is in such a state now. If something happens to her, won't I have no hope of recovery from this disease? Zhang Yuni finally understood why he was so anxious. It turned out that he was worried that something might happen to Wang Shifeng. Without her as the medicine, there would be no hope of recovery. So he comforted her. Second brother Lien is seriously ill, and sister-in-law has lost consciousness for a while. But she is not terminally ill. How can there be any what-ifs? He was afraid that Jia Lian was still worried, and said, besides, I see that sister-in-law and brother Bao are not short-lived people. There will be a turnaround in 3 to 5 days at the shortest, and 6 to 7 days at the longest. If there is still no improvement by then, brother will not refuse. Zhang Yuni also said this in front of Jia Mu and Mrs. Wang. Wang Shifeng's symptoms are exactly the same as Jia Baoyu's. Although Jia Lian did not meet in person, he was also notified. Hearing this, instead of changing from worry to joy, he stamped his feet anxiously and blurted out, if she is well, how can I speak? On the contrary, it is convenient for us to act now that she is unconscious. It is true that it is convenient for you to act. Right? Zhang Yuni sneered in his heart. This is probably the reason why you are in a hurry to achieve success. Right? But he said earnestly, although this method is effective, it is only a temporary solution. What if the old illness of second brother Lien relapses? This? Jia Lian was stunned by the question, as if he was thinking about the possibility of the old illness recurring. After a while, Fong shook his head and said, at worst, I can just try to hide myself from her and not give her a chance. Hey! Zhang Yuni said in a gentle and persuasive way. Brother Lien has a mental illness. Maybe his words and deeds in the future will trigger the old illness. After hearing this, Jia Lian suddenly became nervous, his eyes burning, and he looked up at him and said, Brother E, do you have a cure? Zhang Yuni raised his hand and waved at Jia Lian. When he came closer, Fong whispered in his ear for a long time. Chapter 209. The script is ready. After hearing this, Jia Lian showed some confusion on his face. Is this method really feasible? Zhang Yuni bewitched. Why don't you give it a try? Brother Lien? At the very least, it can be a temporary solution, and it can be solved once and for all in the future. Jia Lian still hesitated and said, what if she doesn't fall for it? Zhang Yuni sighed and said, if this method doesn't work, in order to help Brother Lien, I can only be a villain in vain. By then, Brother Lien will have to use some means to force his sister-in-law to submit. Zhang Yuni secretly complained that even with the help of you, the insider, he still couldn't take down Wang Shifeng in one fell swoop. So he might as well find a piece of tofu and die. Okay. Jia Lian clapped his hands and smiled. I hope you won't refuse when the time comes. Don't worry, Brother Lien. Zhang Yuni pretended to hesitate. But Miss Peng always stays with her sister-in-law. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient for you to have her around. Jia Lian hesitated and said, she is the maidservant of Yiksha Star, and I can't order her around. Or should we take this opportunity to send her away for the time being? Zhang Yuni said, I don't think it's necessary. If you can use her for your own benefit, she may be a helper. This? Jia Lian seemed reluctant. Zhang Yuni said with displeasure, why? Brother Lien has worked so hard for him, even at the cost of morality. And Brother Lien can't even bear to part with a maid? If Jia Lian couldn't recover, he wouldn't mind hiding it. But now, he hopes to take advantage of Jia Lian's request to give Pinger a clear way out. Jia Lian was afraid that he would change his mind, so he denied it flatly. How could it be? It's just that the girl has always been loyal, and brother is worried. Don't worry about this, Brother Lien. It's just right that my sister-in-law's situation is unclear now. You can ask her to serve me first under the guise of arranging a way out for her. I have my own way to make her convinced and obedient. Hey! Hey! The situation is stronger than people. Although Jia Lian is reluctant, he can only respond. In this case, Brother Lien, don't delay. Go back and ask her to come. At this point, Zhang Yuni said with a serious face, however, in order to avoid my sister-in-law's suspicion, she still has to follow my sister-in-law. But my brother has always been a clean freak, regardless of maids and concubines. I will not allow others to covet them. Brother Lien should understand what I mean. Right? Please rest assured about this. Brother, Jia Lian is now concentrating on curing the disease. Even if he has the heart, he is not strong enough. Zhang Yuni then sent him out of the corner gate. Because Pinger will come soon. He is not in a hurry to go back. So he waits in the gatehouse. After a moment, Pinger came in, with a suspicious look on her face. Master. How could second Master Lien? Of course he has something to ask of you. Zhang Yuni put his arm around her waist as if no one was around. And led her to the side hall. As soon as he entered the room, he said directly, Do you know that Jia Lian was already too exhausted in Jinxiang courtyard when he returned to Beijing that day? And he was forced to take medicine when he came back. Now he is inhumane. He did not tell Pinger that Jia Lian might have been frightened by Wang Shifeng, which led to his heart disease, but instead attributed it to excessive exhaustion. Pinger was stunned and said with a stammer, This? No wonder Grandma said that he collected a lot of things that can replenish the body with like. But he moved back for a few months, and was still calm, and lived in the wing room. It turns out, Zhang Yuni held Pinger on his lap, while recounting how Wang Shifeng went crazy today, and how he was pushed and pressed down by Jia Lian. Then he asked, Do you know why he came to me just now? Is it to ask about Grandma's condition? Oh! Zhang Yuni sneered. He wants me to take advantage of my sister-in-law's confusion to help him treat his unspeakable secret. Seeing Pinger confused, he leaned close to her ear and explained again how Jia Lian showed signs of breakthrough when he saw him pressing Wang Shifeng down. But he deliberately concealed that he was the only possible solution. How could he? Grandma has 1,000 faults. But in this situation, he doesn't think about seeking medical treatment. But instead, perhaps because he didn't know how to describe Jia Lian's behavior, Pinger was speechless for a while. After a long pause, she finally came to her senses and looked at Zhang Yuni with a little doubt. Hesitating to say, Then, Master. Zhang Yuni said righteously, Master, how could you be so mean and take advantage of others' misfortune? It was my fault. Pinger looked guilty and quickly admitted her mistake. But, Zhang Yuni hesitated and said in a gentle way, But, since he has found a way to treat it, I am afraid he may not give up easily. Pinger thought he was just reminding her kindly, and quickly assured her, Master, don't worry. When Grandma gets better, I will tell her to be on guard. Although I am delaying now, it is not a long-term solution. Since he can find me, he may not find someone else. Zhang Yuni looked melancholy and sighed deeply. Do you know what other backup he has arranged? What backup plan? Pinger exclaimed. Use medicine. Zhang Yuni said with a worried look on his face. It's hard to prevent a thief in your home even if you guard against him day and night. If he mixes it into food or tea, can you still prevent him? Once he really takes the risk, it will not only be useless, but he will bite you back. Then go find the old lady. Pinger stopped talking here. Old lady? Zhang Yuni sneered at the right time. He has no children yet. And he is from the first house. Not to mention the old lady. Even the lady is afraid that she can't say much. Even if she considers the incense, she won't make the decision for my sister-in-law. Right? This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Pinger was at a loss and said, Then, what do you think we should do? Seeing that the time had come, Zhang Yuni said bluntly, For now, I have to use the same trick against him. At least it can make him worry, so that he won't bite my sister-in-law back later. He didn't give Pinger a chance to react, and then said, Do you know why he pushed me today? Pinger was interrupted by him, and didn't have time to think about it. She hurriedly said, Why? Don't you think about it? If I was injured by my sister-in-law, even if she was crazy, I'm afraid the Emperor would not let her off easily. After he reminded her, Pinger felt a little scared and cried softly. Zhang Yuni paused for a moment, then sighed. He has long been impatient with being restrained by my sister-in-law, and has repeatedly threatened to divorce her after drinking. However, he has no suitable excuse because my sister-in-law is from the Wang family. If I am really injured by my sister-in-law, and she uses this as an excuse, I am afraid that even my wife would not be able to speak for my sister-in-law. In ancient times, once a woman was divorced, she would not only be rejected by her husband's family, but also by her parents' family. Wang Shifeng was not Qin-Kiching. She had experienced the pain of her entire family being wiped out and almost being killed. And she was also arrogant. Once divorced, it would be more painful than killing her. Pinger was naturally clear about her character. And after Zhang Yuni's gradual progress, she was even more worried. Zhang Yuni then revealed the subsequent plan. Although this method is not very appropriate, it is better than being plotted against by Jia Lian, being ruined and being kicked out of the house. At this point, he paused. We are doing this for her own good. Although we have to hide it from her, we have no choice. Although he is not afraid to share others' things, he is afraid to share with others. Yu sure is like this. And Wang Shifeng is the same. With Jia Lian's character. If Wang Shifeng has this kind of relationship with him, he may not be disgusted, but will secretly be happy. If they were asked to reconcile, wouldn't it be a self-defeating move and a self-inflicted blow? To prevent this situation, Wang Shifeng had to break off all ties with him. So, he couldn't follow Jia Lian's arrangement, lest Wang Shifeng feel guilty about him. Jia Lian now hated Wang Shifeng, and he had a disease in his heart, which gave him the opportunity to instigate Jia Lian to cooperate with his actions under the guise of curing it. Will this work? Pinger was still a little hesitant. Even if my sister-in-law knew, she would understand that we are doing this for her good. Besides, don't you know what the master is capable of? I'm afraid he won't blame you. And he will thank you. Zhang Yuni said confidently, don't worry. Although the master wants to save her, since he wants her, he will treat her with sincerity. Now that Jia Lian has something to ask of me, I will ask him to sign a document to ensure that he will not pursue it in the future. And promise that the master will visit you often. Chapter 210 Double Act? That's enough. Don't delay too long. Go back quickly and stay by your sister-in-law's side. Remember to stay by her side during this period of time, so as not to let him take advantage of you. He played the whole game. He didn't even take any further action towards Pinger. He just teased her a little to reveal her passion, which could hide it from Jia Lian and make him mistakenly think that Pinger was taken into his room today. After explaining all the relevant matters, he urged her to go and stay by Wang Shifeng's side. Pinger also knew that the situation was serious. She didn't dare to delay any longer and hurried back. After sending Pinger away, Zhang Yuni returned to Dengxian Pavilion. The next day, he didn't leave the house. He only sent Sheer to the government office and asked for a few days of leave, because he still had an excuse to find a solution for Wang Shifeng and Jia Baoyu. He didn't want to stay in Rongfu for too long. He just went to Rongfu every day under the pretext of visiting. After that, he waited at home for Lida to pass on the news. Didn't Brother Yi say that there would be a turnaround in 3 or 5 days? Why? Today is only the 4th day. The old lady and the lady don't need to worry. I have also found some clues. Even if there is no turnaround, it will only take a few more days. Then don't delay here. Go back quickly. After waiting for 4 days, Jia Baoyu and Wang Shifeng did not show any improvement. And even the monk and the Taoist priest had no news. Not only did Jia Mu and Mrs. Wang begin to panic, but even Zhang Yuni was a little nervous. That day, after leaving Rongfu and returning to Dengxian Pavilion, he couldn't help but wonder if he needed to go to Ma Daopa to get the antidote first. But he was also worried that if he left just before, the person would arrive right after him, and he would miss the opportunity. Just as he was hesitating and in a dilemma, but he heard a report from the front that the housekeeper Lai of the West Mansion wanted to see him. Zhang Yuni hurried away. At the gatehouse, Lida said concisely, Master, today, a monk and a Taoist priest came and volunteered to exorcise the evil spirits for Master Bao and Madame Lien. Let's go! Zhang Yuni took the lead. Even though he did not delay, he almost missed it. When he went out, he saw Lida pointing to the archway on Ningrong Street and said, Master, those are the 2 monks and Taoist priests in front. You don't have to follow. Seeing that the 2 turned the corner and were about to disappear from his sight, Zhang Yuni didn't care about going to Rong Mansion anymore. He quickly left a word to Lida and chased after them. Zhang Yuni followed them for a while and saw that the 2 of them were sneaky and alert, looking back from time to time. Such behavior was very different from the image of the people in Zhang Yuni's imagination, which made him quite confused. He gave up the idea of calling them, but instead followed them quietly according to the tracking skills he learned from the TV in his previous life. Fearing that they would be disturbed, he walked through the streets and alleys, followed the 2 of them around for a few circles, and then turned to Huazi Lane not far from Rong Mansion. Just as he was confused, he saw the 2 of them stopped in front of a courtyard, looked around, and then knocked on the door. Seeing the 2 of them enter the courtyard, Zhang Yuni hesitated slightly, and then moved to the door, just about to knock on the door to go in. But he heard a voice from inside. Junior sister still has many ways. If there is such a good thing in the future. Junior sister Ma. Don't forget to only know us. Junior sister? Zhang Yuni was wondering when he heard an old woman's voice coming from inside. I've been expelled from the sect. So what's the point of having senior brothers and junior sisters? Now the neighbors call me Ma Daopa. It's not easy to get such a good thing of eating from one family and eating from another. Okay. I can't do it alone. So I'll naturally ask you to help me. Ma Daopa? Swindler. Although Zhang Yuni couldn't be sure for a while whether the monk and the Taoists were pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. Since Ma Daopa could find them, there was no need to disturb them. He wrote down the address of Ma Daopa's house, found an alley at random, and went in. He no longer followed the monk and Taoist, and went straight out of Huaji Lane, hired a carriage, and rushed to Shutian Prefecture. In fact, whether from the conversation just now or from his heart, he was more inclined to think that the monk and the Taoists were scammers. After all, it is more reliable to hold your own destiny than to rely on others to take care of it. Moreover, judging from the names, they knew Ma Daopa well, so it was unlikely that they would pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. However, to be on the safe side, he still did not want to alarm the two of them, and planned to start with Ma Daopa. In this way, even if they really pretended to be a pig and eat the tiger, there would be a reason for it, and they did not directly point the spearhead at the two of them, so they would not offend them too much. Although the slaves in the mansion could also be used, it would be more appropriate for the government to come forward for such matters. Moreover, the spring plowing ceremony had established friendships with several officials in Shutian Prefecture, so it would be a waste not to use them. Although he did not wear official uniforms to go out, his name was now well known in Shutian Prefecture. He was treated as a distinguished guest and directly welcomed into the back hall after only reporting his name. Not only was Jia Yutsuan, the prefect, present, but also the prefectural chancellor, the governor, and several Tompans all came out to greet him. Jia Yutsuan was the first to come, and said enthusiastically, "Why didn't you let me know beforehand?" "My dear brother." Zhang Yuni was not arrogant, and greeted him in a proper manner. After a lively greeting, he explained his purpose. "I have some private matters, and I would like to trouble you to find some proper yamen runners." In addition to the 3 hall officials, there were several Tompans of the same rank as him. In addition, it was a private matter, so they did not use their official titles to address him. "Brother, if you have something to do, why do you need to come in person? Just send someone." Yes. The prefect is right. Mr. Zhang's matter is the matter of our Shutian Prefecture. All the people present were old hands in the officialdom. When they heard that it was a private matter, they were very understanding and never asked the reason. Several Tompans also volunteered to recommend capable yamen runners, and they argued over the quota for dispatch. Zhang Yuni didn't want to delay any longer, and finally took the initiative to propose a compromise plan, asking them to send 2 people each. It's easier to get things done with someone. After a while, a group of 12 yamen runners in blue and black came to the inner hall to listen. Although there were a group of hall officials to support the scene, Zhang Yuni did not put on a high-handed attitude. After leaving the yamen, he took out a silver note and handed it to one of the older yamen runners. "Take it to give tea to the brothers." Big man really embarrassed us." The yamen runners were flattered. However, although they refused with words, their eyes betrayed them. How much do the favors owed by those high-ranking adults have to do with him and the lower class? The older yamen runner hesitated a little, but still took it. "Sir, where are we going?" "Huaji Lane." Zhang Yuni waved his hand and stepped onto the carriage. A group of yamen runners guarded the carriage like stars surrounding the moon, trotting forward all the way. Chapter 211 Tracking. Zhang Yuni got off the car at the entrance of Huaji Lane and assigned tasks to a group of yamen runners. Then, 8 people stood guard around the yard, and 4 people followed him and broke into Ma Daopa's house. These yamen runners bowed and kowtowed in front of him, but they were like wolves and tigers when facing Ma Daopa. As soon as he entered the door, he rushed into the house, and in a moment, he tied up Ma Daopa, who was as frightened as a cicada. Seeing that the yamen runners easily subdued Ma Daopa, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he was diligent in training, he had no martial arts skills. He was worried that their affairs would be exposed, and he would be controlled by others because of his weakness. After all, the ancient times were not as peaceful as the modern times. These Jianghu sorcerers and wandering Taoist priests could walk around the streets and alleys. And they had some tricks. Going to the yamen to find helpers was on the one hand convenient to act, and on the other hand it was out of caution. At this time, seeing that Ma Daopa was easily subdued and trembling, he became more and more certain that she and the monk were just playing tricks to fool people. I have something to ask her. You go out and guard first. Sir, this group of people are very good at playing tricks. If they refuse to speak, leave them to us and make sure she will tell you everything. The yamen runners also had some eyesight. Just by looking at the furnishings in the room, they roughly guessed what Ma Daopa did for a living. While reminding Zhang Yuni, he did not forget to give Ma Daopa a threatening look. After the 4 people left, Zhang Yuni calmly said, Ma Daopa, the affair between you and Aunt Zhao has been exposed. Ma Daopa kowtowed and said, Sir, please forgive me. I was blinded by greed and bewitched by Aunt Zhao. But I never wanted to harm anyone. I just wanted to take this opportunity to make some money. I hope you will spare my life. Tell me, how did you come up with the evil intention, and how did you conspire with her? If you tell the truth, I will let you go. Thanks to the criminal investigation drama in his previous life, he also knew some interrogation skills. He didn't rush to ask the monk and the Taoist priest, but first judged the truth of their words through her conspiracy with Aunt Zhao. Hearing that there was still a glimmer of hope, Ma Daopa didn't dare to hide it, and immediately explained everything. She was angry with Mrs. Wang, so she turned to Aunt Zhao. Originally, she just wanted to coax and deceive Aunt Zhao to make up some money. But seeing that Aunt Zhao was like a frightened bird, she thought of eating both ends. On the one hand, with this incident, Mrs. Wang would not dare to neglect it in the future. On the other hand, she could get more money from Aunt Zhao. Of course, she didn't dare to really harm Jiaobaoyu. And she also planned to use Mrs. Wang as a long-term meal ticket. So the monk and the Taoist priest appeared. I know the seriousness of the matter. How dare I harm the son of the Duke's mansion? I was just blinded by the silver. I dare not keep the silver and the loan note, including the silver from the Rong mansion, as a thank you. For my share, I will hand them all over to you. I hope you will show mercy. With this introduction, Zhang Yuni changed the subject without making a sound. What is your relationship with the monk and the Taoist? I was a fellow student with them in my early years, and practiced in the Qiyun Temple in the suburbs of Beijing. Where are they now? Zhang Yuni said in a deep voice. If I can find them, I can deal with you as appropriate. I know. After finding out where the monk and the Taoist were hiding, Zhang Yuni called the yamen runners guarding outside. Ma Daopa quickly took out a bag of silver from the cabinet and handed it over along with the IOU for 500 taels written by Aunt Zhao. Zhang Yuni looked down on the loose silver and handed it over to the yamen runners who were traveling with him. Instead, the yamen runners were all beaming with joy. Taking Ma Daopa, they rushed to the hiding place of the monk and the Taoist priest without stopping. As the saying goes, one-sided listening leads to darkness, while listening to both sides leads to enlightenment. Although Ma Daopa confirmed that the two were not masters who played around in the world, Zhang Yuni was still very careful about his future and destiny. He planned to find out the whereabouts of Zhen Shirin through the two, and then confirm it through him. Because of this plan, Zhang Yuni was much more polite when he arrived at the Taoist temple of the Broken Foot Taoist and the Bald Monk. Although he still sent people to guard the surroundings, he did not break in. He only let 4 yamen runners, Ma Daopa, accompany him into a slightly dilapidated Taoist temple. The two had just made a fortune and were enjoying a good meal in the temple. When they saw the yamen runners escorting Ma Daopa in, they sobered up and fell to the ground in shock. Zhang Yuni did not let the yamen runners step forward to subdue them. Instead, he said calmly, I have something to ask you too. If you tell the truth, not only will you not be blamed, but you will also be rewarded. Hearing this, the two turned from worry to joy and hurriedly agreed. Zhang Yuni then asked about Zhen Shirin's whereabouts. The monk and the Taoist priest hesitated when they heard this. Ma Daopa on the side rushed to shout, I know. Originally, the monk and the Taoist priest were worried that Zhen Shirin had some other connections and would be punished more severely. Hearing Ma Daopa speak first, the 3 of them were in a panic, and they explained the matter clearly. It turned out that the 3 of them had not been driven out of Qiyun Temple. The Broken Foot Taoist went out to travel and saw Zhen Shirin was a little crazy, so he coaxed him with words. He originally hoped to make some money, but unexpectedly, Zhen Shirin, who had lost his beloved daughter, actually relied on him and followed him all the way back to the Taoist temple. Instead, he was accepted as a disciple by the master of the three people because of this. Later, the three were driven out of the master's door for bad behavior, but Jin Shirin stayed in the temple. At the end, Ma Daopa added, Brother Jin is now in Qiyun Temple. I saw him a few years ago. I will take you there now. I just ask you to show some mercy. Let's go! If what you said is true, this official can let bygones be bygones. Having gotten rid of his worries, and knowing the whereabouts of Jin Shirin, Zhang Yuni was in a good mood. However, this kind of trick of cheating and deceiving is just a way to avoid disaster for a family like Rongfu. But it is a way to destroy a family and a life for ordinary people. He turned and pointed at a monk and a Taoist priest, and ordered the accompanying Yamen runners, take all the past documents of these two people. Find a Taoist temple to settle them. And if they dare to make trouble and cheat again in the future, they will be punished for multiple crimes. Then Zhang Yuni looked at her and said with a smile, Aren't you Baoyu's godmother? Since I will let bygones be bygones, you should do what you should do. Because Ma Daopa had explained it before. Zhang Yuni learned that she used this monk and a Taoist priest to implicitly point Jia Baoyu's madness to Mrs. Wang's previous neglect. And Wang Shifeng, who has always been disrespectful to gods, was also used as an excuse. Since Ma Daopa has already laid the groundwork in Rong Mansion, and he has a firm grasp on her, it would be a pity to just abandon her. It would be better to let her continue to play her role well. Maybe she will be useful again someday. Chapter 212 Family Reunion. Rong Mansion. The Xue family courtyard in the northeast corner. Jiazhen put his arm around my shoulder and said sincerely, To be honest, I feel bad about this. But you also know my brother's situation. He still relies on the share of sugar to make a living. Can you tell the concubine? Zhang Yuni was busy solving his worries, and had no time to care about Jiazhen, who was secretly doing bad things. It gave him the opportunity to continue to stir up trouble, because he was worried that his actions that day would arouse Zhang Yuni's suspicion. He did not dare to delay too much. That day, he found time to find Xue Pan and told him about Zhang Yuni's misappropriation of the money of the two partnerships. He had a lot of calculations. He knew that the situation was stronger than people. The Xue family relied on the status of the imperial merchant of the inner mansion, facing himself, who came to collect debts with the power of the fox and the tiger. They had to swallow their teeth and live. He even dared not to go to Zhang Yuni. Xue Pan was doubtful and said, No way. How come I haven't heard of it? How can I lie to you? You just need to ask and you will know. But the silver. Silver is a small matter. Before he finished speaking, Xue Pan just said this and ran straight to the backyard angrily. Jiazhen knew Xue Pan's temper. With this, even if Aunt Xue had a change of heart, he only needed to provoke Xue Pan with words. And Xue Pan would not be able to save face and obediently give the silver, because he was guilty of being a thief. He was worried that Aunt Xue would ask him questions, so he ran away in a hurry. As he left, Xue Pan had already rushed into Aunt Xue's room. Mother, did Brother Yi secretly use tricks to embezzle the silver that he had partnered with our family? Aunt Xue faced Xue Pan's sudden questioning and didn't care to cover up for a while, blurting out, how did you know? Okay. You actually hid this from me. I treated him as a brother. But he turned out to be such a mean person, who said one thing and did another. My son, just be quiet. Although Aunt Xue usually yelled a lot, she was worried that he would go to Zhang Yuni in anger and cause trouble for her family when she saw Xue Pan was angry. At this moment, she kept persuading him, this is his business. And it's not a big deal if he gets a little less. If he has a grudge because of this, and he makes trouble for us in the inner court in the future, that would be a big deal. Besides, we have also withheld the silver for sugar. So it's evened out. It would have been better if she didn't say it. But Xue Pan got even more angry when she said it. You still say it. Brother Jin has come to the door. And for this little silver, he has made his son lose face. For more than 10,000 taels of silver, he was asked to pay the debt. And he felt embarrassed. Ah! Aunt Xue exclaimed. Whose idea did he say? Aunt Xue heard that Jiazhen was coming, but she was worried that it was Zhang Yuni's idea. Who cares? This is not a big deal. It's just to pay off the debt for Brother Jin. Even if he tells the truth, how can we refuse? It's just that my son can't stand him being like this, saying one thing in front of him and another behind his back. Okay. How can everyone be as straightforward as you? Aunt Shui warned. He is working in the inner court and is favored by the emperor. Even if your uncle said a few harsh words last time, the old lady and your aunt were still careful. How can we afford to offend him? Although Aunt Shui was not present that day, Shui Baochai saw it with her own eyes. Although there was a reason for it. Jia Mu and Mrs. Wang were worried about Jia Baoyu. But if Zhang Yuni wasn't so capable that he could be ordered around, why would he need to be so careful? Forget it. It's just that my son is ashamed to be with such a person. Don't ask me to entertain him anymore. He wasn't stupid. And he wasn't so ignorant of the importance of things. He just didn't know how to bend and was straightforward. As long as you don't provoke him, I'll do whatever you want. Aunt Shui was afraid that he would quarrel with Zhang Yuni, so she didn't dare to force him. Brother Jin is having a hard time now. If we are so arrears, it seems like we are bullying others. Besides, the debt has been collected by our son. How can he have the face to play with him in the future? Forget it. Forget it. Since he has come to collect the debt, we will just consider it as a loss to avoid disaster. Tomorrow I will ask the account to settle the money, and you can just send it to him. Jia Zhen's calculation of using the power of the tiger to bully others was indeed correct. And Shui never thought that he, who relied on Zhang Yuni's support, would dare to do bad things behind his back. Shui Pan then stopped. In fact, it was not that he hated Zhang Yuni for this, but he was always outspoken and felt that he had made the wrong friends. So he was angry. At the same time, Zhang Yuni also found Jin Shirin from Qiyun Temple and took him back by car. However, unlike Feng, although Jin Shirin was not young, he had a ruddy complexion and white hair, and looked a bit like a Taoist immortal with white hair and a youthful face. When he saw him, Zhang Yuni was also a little unbelievable. After several confirmations, he was half believing and half doubting. As if seeing his doubts, Jin Shirin explained, I have been practicing Taoism with my master for the past few years, but I have not made much progress in Taoism. I have learned some health preservation methods and some pharmacological knowledge. The reason why the monks and Taoist priests in ancient times could deceive the world was mostly related to this. It was just mixing the medicine in the talisman or in the incense ash. At the beginning, he lost his beloved daughter and had no desire to live. So he had the idea of escaping from the world. In recent years, he has been pure and abstinent, and gradually let go of his worries. In addition, he has a good way of keeping healthy and has medical knowledge. So he has not aged too much. However, after all, it was the pain of the year. He had no hope before. But now it is a different situation. Hearing that his beloved daughter was lost and found in the temple, he could not hold himself. Then he heard that Xiangling was pregnant and Zhang Yuni was willing to let the child inherit the incense, which made him even more overjoyed. If it were not for the relationship between him and the old Taoist Qiyun of Qiyun Temple for so many years, he would have given up Taoism and returned to secular life on the spot. Now that the family is about to reunite, he can't help but feel homesick and at a loss. Sir, is Lian okay? Knowing that Xiangling was a concubine, he did not dare to regard himself as a father-in-law. In the early years, I did suffer from hardships. Now that your family can be reunited, it can be said that the hardships have finally come to an end. Your Excellency's kindness, I will never forget it. Jinshi was about to kneel down to thank him with tears in his eyes. Zhang Yuni held him and said solemnly, since Xiangling has followed me, I should treat her well. These are what I should do. I don't have much ability, but I have learned some knowledge of health preservation and pharmacology over the years. If you don't mind, I will tailor a set of health preservation methods for you. Thank you for your trouble. With his demonstration in front, Zhang Yuni would have asked even if he didn't mention it. Now, it's natural to go with the flow. However, he was not only after Jinshurin's health preservation method, but also wanted to take care of him. Now I have some businesses, but I can't manage them. I wonder if you are willing to help. Jinshurin was well educated and knowledgeable after all. Otherwise, he would not have invested in Jia Yutsuan in advance. Some things are not trustworthy to outsiders, and it is inconvenient to leave them to servants. Jinshurin is quite suitable in terms of status and conversation. Your Excellency has been very kind to my family, so I shouldn't refuse. But Master, Zhang Yuni did not take Jinshurin's refusal as an offense, but appreciated him more. Why not ask Senior Qi Yuan and make a decision later? Jinshurin no longer had any doubts and quickly agreed. As he spoke, The carriage stopped in front of Ning Mansion. Zhang Yuni took Jin Shirin out of the car and came to the pavilion on the mountain. Seeing Feng and Xiangling, the family had their own sorrow of separation. Zhang Yuni didn't bother him either. Chapter 213. The good show begins. Early in the morning. Huifan Garden. Zhang Yuni followed Jin Shirin to practice a set of boxing. When he finished, he felt warm all over. Jin Shirin was not in a hurry to return to the temple. He had stayed in Ning Mansion for 2 days, and taught him to familiarize himself with the boxing. According to Jin Shirin, this set of boxing was a modified version of the 5 animals exercises by Taoist Qian. Although it seemed that he did not exert much strength, he sweated more after practicing a set than he did after running 2 laps on weekdays. Moreover, he did not feel tired. Not only did he feel more energetic, but he also became more energetic at night. Zhang Yuni was overjoyed and secretly made up his mind to make Li Wan look good next time. However, Li Wan rarely went out, and opportunities were hard to come by. But Wang Shifeng, who had already improved, was imminent. The day before yesterday, Jia Lian had already come to the door impatiently to urge him. It was only because he had taken several days off before that there were many affairs piled up in the government office. So he had to delay for a day. After the morning exercise, he arranged the carriage and sent Jin Shirin back to the Taoist temple. He was calm and waited for Jia Lian to take action. Rongwa Mansion. Wang Shifeng, who was lying on the bed, looked at Pinger with hidden anger and said angrily, "Where is that dead ghost? I have been well for 2 days, but he has not shown up. I am afraid he was too late to be happy during those days of coma." Pinger hesitated and said, "Second Master Lian, he. After all, it was related to the happiness of the rest of his life." When Wang Shifeng was in a coma, Jia Lian didn't know how nervous he was, fearing that she would die. However, because of Zhang Yuni's order, she never showed up again after her condition improved. Pinger was well aware of the reason and was worried that if she reported the truth, it would cause Wang Shifeng's misunderstanding and affect Zhang Yuni's plan. This attitude was just right. Could it be that you took advantage of my illness and lack of restraint to bring someone home? Originally, if Wang Shifeng didn't ask, she would pretend to be indignant. But now she saved the trouble. Pinger didn't say anything, but her head was lowered more and more. Wang Shifeng was a person who couldn't sit still. She had been holding a lot of anger in the past 2 days, and she couldn't hold it back anymore. She lifted the quilt, put on her shoes, and walked towards the wing room with long legs and twisted waist. Before she reached the wing room, she heard laughter from afar. I was furious and rushed in. I saw Jia Lian holding Duo Girl on his lap and teasing her wantonly. Seeing her enter the room, not only was she not timid, but her eyes were full of provocation, and she seemed to be getting more and more excited. Wang Shifeng couldn't hold back her anger, and rushed up to tear her apart. Unexpectedly, Jia Lian shouted, "Have you had enough?" Jia Lian, who always dared not to speak, suddenly got angry, and she was frightened for a while. She panted and said, Do you have any conscience? It's fine if you don't care about my illness, but you bring these bastard wives home, you." She was furious and couldn't find words to describe Jia Lian's behavior for a while. "Humph!" Jia Lian snorted coldly. "You still have the nerve to say it. What's wrong with me bringing people back? It's better than you being pressed to the ground and molested in public." What are you talking about?" Jia Lian was so confident that Wang Shifeng was shocked and a little timid. "How can you lie in front of the master and the lady? You have made me lose face." Pinger also told her about the situation these 2 days. However, perhaps out of consideration for her face, he only said that it was Zhang Yuni who subdued her, without describing the details. Now, facing Jia Lian's questioning, Wang Shifeng's momentum weakened by 3 points. I was unconscious. Don't talk about madness. When he was touching you, I saw that you enjoyed it very much, and even shouted that he would poke you with a stick. How dare he? How dare he? Why don't you ask him? What are you yelling at me? I think he is very familiar with it. It may not be that you have colluded with him for a long time. Otherwise, would he be so kind that he would not make money for himself, but would rather partner with you? Are you guilty and dare not ask him to confront? This time, Wang Shifeng's soft spot was grasped, and she couldn't help feeling guilty. At the same time, she was secretly annoyed that Zhang Yuni took advantage of her regardless of the occasion. You? She was so angry at Jia Lian's words that her chest was heaving. I'll ask him to confront you right now. Since Jia Lian was suspicious and had said that he wanted to confront Zhang Yuni, it was a matter of reputation. So she couldn't afford to back down even a little. She was even a little glad that Jia Lian didn't question Zhang Yuni in person, but asked her to find him. Otherwise, once he was guilty, he might not disclose the intimate contact in Huifang Garden, because she was worried that going from the front yard to the East Mansion would make too much noise. She simply asked Pinger to take the key and go directly to Huifang Garden in the East Mansion through the East Corner Gate of the Grandview Garden. She had never expected that Zhang Yuni would be at home on vacation. She wanted to make a big gesture and then keep Pinger so that he would cooperate with her to confront Jia Lian. However, she was originally a flamboyant person, and she would suppress others even if she was wrong. Now that she was right, she would not back down. She rushed into the Ascension Pavilion, with her hands on her hips, and angrily said, "You! What did you do to me when I was unconscious?" If she hadn't taken care of the business of the partnership and suspected that Zhang Yuni and the Wang family were secretly allied, she wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. Zhang Yuni said with a confused face, "What do you mean? Sister-in-law? What have I ever done to you?" Lian Er said that you took advantage of my unconsciousness and touched me. In public. How could it be false? In the end, she was too embarrassed to say that she was stabbed. Zhang Yuni frowned and said, "What else did he say? He now suspects that I am not clean either. Come with me, and let's talk it out in front of him." Zhang Yuni said indignantly, "I didn't want to talk about people behind their backs, but I didn't expect him to bite me back. He pushed me from behind that day, and I was caught off guard. So I bumped into my sister-in-law. Due to the emergency, my sister-in-law was unconscious and holding a knife in her hand. I had no choice but to hold her down. But I didn't touch her. At that time, I grabbed my sister-in-law's wrist. Even if I wanted to touch her, I had to take into account the knife in her hand. Right?" His words made sense. It made sense. Wang Shifeng was half believing and half doubting. She looked back at Pinger and said, "That damn guy just tried to stop me with words. Why didn't you say anything? My grandmother asked me to go to the front yard to prepare. I was not there at the time. I just heard it from others. I told Lian Eri so confidently. How could I speak carelessly? What a false accusation." Zhang Yuni slapped the armrest of the chair and stood up angrily and said, he originally intended to divorce his wife. He spoke the truth after drinking several times. I was afraid that if I told my sister-in-law, it would make me look like a villain in vain. Now that it has been implicated, I don't have to worry about it anymore. If my sister-in-law doesn't believe it, let's go and confront him. I want to ask him what his intentions are. Chapter 214. A good show is on. Wang Shifeng came for this purpose, and Zhang Yuni followed Wang Shifeng and returned to Rongfu through the Grandview Garden. Wang Shifeng was full of thoughts and did not notice that Pinger took the lead. When she returned to her own courtyard, she saw that Pinger did not enter the house, but lay on the window and made a gesture to her to keep quiet. She did not know that Pinger had knocked on the window in advance by covering her body, but instead reminded Zhang Yuni with her eyes not to make too much movement. When she came to the window, she heard Jia Lian's voice from inside. Whether she was wronged or not, this hat has been put on her anyway. I have had enough of this Yasha star. If she was not from the Wang family, it would be difficult to divorce her, and she would have been kicked out long ago. Speaking of this, Jia Lian sighed again. It's a pity that she failed to hurt Brother Yi this time. Otherwise, using this as an excuse, the old lady and the lady would not be able to find any reason. But if Master Yi really came to confront, how can such a thing be explained clearly? Anyway, I insisted. What can she do to me? Second Master, you are so bad. He. Haven't you seen enough of Second Master's badness? Zhang Yuni shrugged at the right time and made a helpless gesture. Wang Shifeng was so angry that she didn't even notice that there was not even a maid in the yard. She didn't bother to greet Zhang Yuni, and rushed into the house angrily and kicked the door open. Zhang Yuni did not follow her in, but instead winked at Pinger. When he heard the sound of swords being drawn from inside, he turned around and went behind the screen wall of the courtyard. After a while, Pinger screamed, "Grandma! Run!" Wang Shifeng, with her hairpins in disorder and tearful eyes, ran out in panic. Zhang Yuni saw 2 holes on her skirt, and he couldn't help but sigh at Jia Lian's realistic acting. He grabbed Wang Shifeng's hand and pulled her out without saying anything. At the same time, he said, I'm afraid that Brother Lian really wants to kill me. Sister-in-law. Come with me. Let's hide first, and avoid the sharp edge for a while. Wang Shifeng was suddenly caught by him, and she couldn't help but panic, and hurriedly tried to break free. However, Zhang Yuni grabbed too tightly, and couldn't break free for a while. At this time, Pinger shouted again, Grandma. Run! I can't stop you. She was afraid that Jia Lian would see the scene, and she had an excuse. So she had to let Zhang Yuni drag her half-dragged and half-dragged. Originally, she thought that she could go straight to Rong Shitong from the back building to ask for help after going out. But the door of the back building was locked and closed tightly. Zhang Yuni seemed to be in a panic, and turned into the corridor between the hall and the big hall, then went around the back corridor and took her to hide in the empty house. Before that, she was at a loss, and was half-dragged and half-dragged into the house. But when she entered the house, she realized that if Jia Lian broke in and saw her, she didn't know how to make a scene. Just as she was about to escape, Jia Lian's scolding came from outside. Where is she? I clearly saw her running this way. Where did she hide? No. I'm afraid you saw it wrong. Was it wrong? Jia Lian didn't seem to believe Pinger's words, and his footsteps got closer. Open the door of this room for me. Wang Shifeng trembled, and Zhang Yuni was quick to hug Wang Shifeng from behind, covered her mouth, and carried her into the corner of the door. Wang Shifeng struggled only twice, and dared not make any more noise. Then, the door opened halfway, and Wang Shifeng's heart was in her throat. Fortunately, Jia Lian did not enter the room to check. He only took a glance and threatened Pinger. She is lucky this time. Remember to tell her that if she dares to get angry with me again, I will teach her a lesson. I know. The footsteps gradually faded away, and Pinger closed the door considerately, and did not forget to remind the inside, Master and Madam, don't rush out. I will go to see the situation again. The moment the door was closed, Wang Shifeng felt her tense body softened. Then, a strange heat spread from her back to her limbs. She twisted twice symbolically. Zhang Yuni was not afraid of her making a sound at this moment, but was worried that she would break free. So he put down his hand covering her mouth and hugged her with his arms instead. Wang Shifeng lost her former flamboyance, and was helpless, muttering to herself, how could he? Sister-in-law, don't you understand? He doesn't care whether there is anything between us, and he is determined to let us take the blame, so that sister-in-law will have no reason to control him. Wang Shifeng gave up her uneasy shyness after hearing this, and leaned halfway in his arms with some powerlessness. Zhang Yuni became more and more aggressive, hugged Wang Shifeng tightly in his arms, and put his head close to her ear. He whispered in a breath of temptation, it's okay if he just framed me. But although he had no choice that day, he pressed sister-in-law under him, and Yuni really couldn't control himself, and had thoughts that he shouldn't have. But sister-in-law was unconscious at the time. How could he wrongly accuse sister-in-law like this? Hearing his frank confession, Wang Shifeng couldn't help but tremble, panting, and said insincerely, still, why don't you let go? Zhang Yuni saw that she was insincere, and said, Yuni feels sorry for my sister-in-law, and I also hate that I didn't ignore her in Huifang Garden. If I could have had a spring breeze with my sister-in-law at that time, I wouldn't have suffered such an unjust accusation now. Wang Shifeng trembled and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it? Zhang Yuni coaxed. He doesn't care about my sister-in-law. Why do you still consider him? My sister-in-law has obviously not done anything wrong to him, but has rejected me thousands of miles away. But she still has to be maliciously slandered by him. Are you willing to suffer such an unjust accusation? The spring clothes are thin, and she was held tightly in Zhang Yuni's arms. The scorching heat from behind has already made Wang Shifeng restless. The hot air from the conversations in her ears made her bones and muscles numb. Jia Lian's ruthlessness and Zhang Yuni's tenderness made Wang Shifeng trapped inside and outside. Her body began to tremble like a sieve. Zhang Yuni's body became more and more stiff after such torture. He said in a muffled voice, Sister-in-law, don't you think about it? If I hadn't reacted quickly, if sister-in-law really killed me, even if I was just injured, even if you were unconscious at the time, the emperor would probably not let you go easily. He swallowed a mouthful, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's romantic to die under the peony flowers. But Yuni was unwilling to do so. He didn't get his wish, but he almost killed us. These words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Wang Shifeng showed a resolute look on her face, and her long legs with even bones and flesh were slightly close together intentionally or unintentionally. When both of them shuddered, she twisted her snow-white neck, turned her head, and gave Jean Uni a charming look, gritting her teeth and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Since he is eager to put a green hat on your head, why not ask him to wear it tightly?" Jean Uni was waiting for this. He turned around and pressed Wang Shifeng against the corner of the wall, saying with a double meaning, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Mine is very big, and I will keep it tightly." Chapter 215. Inside and outside the wall. Rongwa Mansion. Pinger, holding a bundle, walked around the back of the room and glanced at Jia Lian, who was sitting on the ground helplessly. Her eyes swept over and saw the wet hem of his clothes in front of him. She twisted her neck at him with a look of disgust, signaling him to leave quickly. Jia Lian shook his head at her helplessly, leaning his back tightly against the wall with no hope in life. He was breathing heavily and was full of gratitude for Jean Uni, who had fought for half an hour. He didn't know that this was just Jean Uni's routine operation. And even because Wang Shifeng was overwhelmed and almost fainted several times, he restrained himself a lot. He just thought that in order to clear the patient for himself, he did not hesitate to increase the dosage of the medicine. And Wang Shifeng in the room was also hopeless, lying on the ground with her legs spread out, breathing heavily. However, the couple, one leaning against the outside and the other lying inside, were equally satisfied. But their situations were very different. Unlike Jia Lian, who was kept in the dark, Wang Shifeng's mind was as clear as a mirror. She compared her situation with Pinger's and knew that Jean Uni might have restrained herself. Originally, on the one hand, she wanted to take revenge on Jia Lian, and on the other hand, she had been lonely for a long time and could not stand Jean Uni's repeated provocations. Now, not only did she achieve the purpose of revenge in excess, but she was also satisfied and full of joy. Thinking of the excess, she felt sticky all over, as if she was in a quagmire. She exhaled heavily, and then glanced at Jean Uni, who was dressed, and said weakly, "Where is Pinger? Why is there no trace for so long?" She knew very well that Pinger must have come a long time ago. "I just know it's inconvenient to disturb her. I'm afraid she's taking a walk outside." Because Pinger was her maid, and she had been with Jean Uni for a long time, she didn't expect her to know. Maybe it was to take revenge on Jia Lian. She didn't take care of her clothes before, and now they are all muddy. "I originally hoped that Jean Uni could go out and notify Pinger to get clean clothes in." Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Pinger pushed the door in with a bundle, looking at Wang Shifeng, who seemed to be dying on the ground. She asked with concern, "Grandma, are you okay?" Wang Shifeng felt mixed emotions in her heart. What she heard was shallow, which was not as good as today's empathy, which was deeply rooted in people's hearts. She couldn't help but regret it. If she had known this situation, why did she refuse in every possible way, so that she would have to wait for these days in vain? But she changed the subject and said, "He doesn't suspect it, right?" This he naturally refers to Jia Lian. Pinger unconsciously glanced at the back window. As long as Grandma doesn't bother him, he won't have the time to care about Grandma's affairs, and he would have run away long ago. Wang Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. But Jean Uni saw Pinger's actions. Looking at the small hole in the back window, he said jokingly, "If sister-in-law only has these few tricks. If you want to make the hat of Brother Lian, wear it tightly. I'm afraid you have to practice it well. It has been more than a year since Jia Zhen offered his wife, but he has only heard a little about it, and the first time with Wang Shifeng. Jia Lian watched it with his own eyes, although it also satisfied his husband's current bad taste. It was a hard performance after all, and it was worth it." The word strict was like a magic sound, which made Wang Shifeng's pretty face, which was still full of shame, look more charming and tempting. "Bah!" she spat. "In the past, I never let him beg me like this. You bastard. You still think that the people you abused are not enough." Speaking of bastards, her pretty face suddenly blushed, and there was a faint pain in her knees. She said in a startled voice, "Pinger, come and see if my leg is injured." Pinger squatted down quickly, raised her hand and pressed on her swollen knee, and said with concern, "Grandma, come and see if I can move. If I can still move. Why do I need you to help me?" Wang Shifeng glared at Jean Uni and said unhappily, "You have no conscience. Why don't you move me away quickly? This muddy ground is like a place where people can stay." He, Jean Uni said with a sly smile. These are all from my sister-in-law. I don't dislike them. Why do you dislike them yourself? Having said that, he still bent down and picked up Wang Shifeng, who was weak in all 4 limbs. However, the room was not big, and there was not much clean space on the floor, so he simply held her in his arms. He rubbed Wang Shifeng's buttocks against his clothes without hesitation. Then he held his hands and lifted her flat to make it easier for Pinger to wipe it. You don't mind the dirt. Although Wang Shifeng complained, she felt very relieved. Zhang Yuni said, sister-in-law is a fairy. How can she be dirty? This dress is now stained with the smell of sister-in-law, and I will be reluctant to wash it later. Don't use those words to coax a little girl to coax me. Wang Shifeng was quite pleased, but turned and said with some worry, if you go back like this, if someone sees it and spreads it to his ears, won't it make him suspicious for no reason? Zhang Yuni said shamelessly, what if you were suspicious? He left his sister-in-law and didn't know how to cherish her. So I got what I wanted. Who can I blame? You still have some conscience. Wang Shifeng weakly hit his chest and buried her head. Pinger, who was standing by, knew that there was Jiao Lian behind the house, and she couldn't stand it anymore. She kindly reminded, Master and Madam should be more restrained, and you are not afraid of being hurt. After she said this, Wang Shifeng didn't feel a little nervous. Before, Pinger was guarding outside, so even if the noise was too loud, she was confident that Pinger would remind her in time. Now, there is no one outside to watch, and she is really worried. However, she has always been strong-willed, and even if she knows she is wrong, she will argue with her own will. She said, you little slut. Now you know to ask me to restrain myself. But you don't know? Before she finished speaking, her always sharp words were blocked by Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni guessed what she was going to say when she was halfway through her words. Although Jiao Lian had signed a written agreement the day before yesterday, if he knew that Pinger had already committed herself to him, it would inevitably cause trouble. Therefore, it is better to hide it if possible. Wang Shifeng was still in the afterglow of the past, and when he held her in his arms like this and kissed her passionately, she trembled all over and could not control herself. She could not help but raise her arms like lotus roots, wrap them around his neck, and let him tease her at will. This made Pinger suffer. She was originally squatting and wiping Wang Shifeng with one mind. Caught off guard for a moment, she hurriedly ran away, wiped the corners of her eyes, squinted her eyes, changed a towel from her bag, and wiped her head and face. After spitting a few more times, Fong stamped her feet and complained, Grandma, do you still want someone to wipe it? Wang Shifeng was immediately embarrassed and blushed and said, well, you girl, now you have someone to support you. You are more powerful, right? You even dare to make up stories about me. When I get better, you'll have to be careful. She knew she was in the wrong, and although she said it harshly, she seemed to be timid. Pinger was not afraid of her on weekdays, and now she was even more so. Instead, she warned, Grandma, there is still a long time to go, so don't make trouble now. She said this to Wang Shifeng, but looked at Zhang Yuni with a look of reproach. Seeing her embarrassed face, Zhang Yuni felt a little guilty and sneered, Sister-in-law, have you recovered? Do you want to put it down and try to see if you can stand? Wang Shifeng nodded shyly. Zhang Yuni hugged her slender waist and let her fall slowly, while letting her put her arms on his body for easy support. After she got used to it, he suggested, don't wipe it. Put on your clothes and go back to take a bath. Even if someone asks, just say you sprained your foot before. Wang Shifeng was worried that something was wrong with her and would reveal her whereabouts. But Zhang Yuni knew it well. Jiao Lian was too late to avoid suspicion, let alone ask. There was no need to waste time here. Pinger also knew the truth. So she echoed, he is not here. Although no one dared to come out of the courtyard, they all heard it. What is there for you to be afraid of? Wang Shifeng thought so too. After moving for a while, she told Zhang Yuni, you are not feeling well. You should wait for Pinger to come back and take you back from the garden. Then, Fong went back with Pinger's support. After they left, Zhang Yuni went around to the back of the house. He glanced at Jiao Lian, who was sitting on the ground with his back against the wall, and said in a pretentious manner, before, I was in the house, and I didn't know whether the second brother Lian's illness could be cured at once. So I made an appointment with my sister-in-law to visit often. I am afraid that I will need you in the future. Please help me. Jiao Lian showed gratitude on his face, and nodded frequently like a chicken eating rice. saying, "Brother, you are still thoughtful. I don't need to thank you for your kindness." Chapter 216, Inquiring and Secretly Suspicious. "Oh, where did you do this?" Zhang Yuni returned to Dangxian Pavilion from the east corner gate. Yusher, who had been waiting for a long time, saw that he was covered in filth and complained, even if she was really holding it in. "She should have waited for me to arrange it. She is so careless that something will happen sooner or later." Zhang Yuni knew that she mistakenly thought it was the traces left by Li Wan. So he didn't explain and smiled. "Sister-in-law, why are you here now? Is there something wrong?" When he asked this, Yusha remembered the business. "Oh, the eldest wife just came and mentioned your marriage to me again." "Oh," Zhang Yuni sneered. "They came to your house to find you. Aren't you afraid that Jiazhen will make trouble with the old lady?" Although judging from the result, that push also led to the current husband and wife. But Jiazhen had evil intentions, so he changed to calling her by her name. Yusher looked puzzled and said, "I also find it strange." After some probing, she said that Jiazhen accepted the money from the other side and agreed to the marriage. She didn't care that Zhang Yuni changed his name, but followed him and called him by his name. "Oh, there is such a thing?" Zhang Yuni laughed dumbly. He knew that Jiaxi sold his daughter, but now he actually spent money on Yingchuan's marriage, which was new. Seeing his smile, Yusher also smiled and said, "That's right. Since the last time, the eldest wife has never come again. Now that she comes directly to me, it must be true. Yuni, what do you think? As the eldest sister-in-law, if she wants to be with Zhang Yuni for a long time, she has to see the mood of his wife. Yingchuan is soft-hearted. If she has the affection of matchmaking at this moment, there will be no problem." Zhang Yuni didn't care about this, shook his head and said, "Didn't I say it last time? Let's put that one off first and wait until the time is right. Then, what's the reason for delaying?" It's not that Yusher couldn't think of a way to delay, but she liked this marriage so much that she couldn't help but be passive. Zhang Yuni didn't consider these details, and thought for a while and said, "Just tell her that although I also like the second girl, the eldest master is famous, and now I'm not able to do this side of the mansion, and I can't take care of it. How can I help the other side?" He was sure that she would not get up early without profit, and added, "If he is willing to sign a document to guarantee that he will not extort money from me in the future, I can agree." Hearing this, Yusher looked ashamed. She was only thinking about finding a way out for herself, but she ignored the burden of Ning Mansion, which added a lot of burden to Zhang Yuni, while helping him undress and take off his dirty clothes. He suggested, "Actually, I don't have much to spend now, so Yuni might as well take back the profit from the sugar." With the bird droppings business, Zhang Yuni didn't care much about the profit from the sugar. He just used this as an excuse. But he didn't expect Yusher to take it seriously. Let's talk about this later. Since Yusher was grateful for this, there was no need to explain to her. It would be a waste not to make money from the favor that came out of nowhere. He thought about it and reminded, "Sister-in-law, ask next time how much money Jiazhen got from that end." On the one hand, he didn't know that she not only didn't spend any money, but also made a small profit. He thought to himself that with his character, since he spent money on Yingchuan's wedding, if it really came to the time to sell his daughter, he would definitely include the money he spent. In order to avoid misjudgment at that time, it is better to find out clearly first. On the other hand, the Ning Mansion now relies on him. With Jiazhen's character, he should be eager to tie him up tightly. How could he give up himself, the god of wealth, for Jiaxi's petty gains? Wang Shifeng went crazy. He secretly did bad things, and now he turned to seek Jiaxi's petty gains. The two things put together, Zhang Yuni couldn't help but feel puzzled. Maybe there is a connection between the two. When he asked this, Yusher looked more ashamed. Hesitating, Big Madam said that he received 800 taels from the Big Master. Mrs. Xing told Yusher like offering a treasure that Jiazhen had received silver. How could she not be curious? How much Jiazhen received? However, she was really embarrassed to tell Zhang Yuni this number, so she kept it secret at the beginning. 800 taels? Zhang Yuni frowned. If it was 8,000 or 80,000, it could be explained that Jiazhen was too careless, or that he was short of money. But 800 taels, it was no longer a question of how much, but a little bit of money. He became more and more certain that there was some connection between the two. He even suspected that the nightmare magic was also related to Jiazhen. If he had not known in advance that he might have an accident, why would he earn 800 taels? Although there was no sign of this in Ma Daopo's explanation. Only Aunt Zhao knew about it. Since she could find herself, she might not be desperate and go to Jiazhen. After all, as the head of the Jia family, Jiazhen had a lot of say in issues such as lineage inheritance. Once Jia Baoyu got into trouble, Jia Huan, as Jia Zheng's only son, would have a subtle relationship with his grandson Jia Lan. If Jia Zheng secretly supports him, he may have a chance to make a fuss about the right of inheritance. As for why Jia Zhen attacked him, there are too many possibilities. Perhaps he suspected that he knew the cause of death of the father and son. Or it was because of Qin Kiching. Or for other reasons. Zhang Yuli did not intend to dig deeper. Ever since he learned from Jia Lian in Rongfu that Jia Zhen was secretly doing bad things. In Zhang Yuli's eyes, he was already a dead man. The reason why he did not rush to do it was, on the one hand, because he was distracted by the bald monk and the lame Taoist. On the other hand, since Jia Zhen chose Rongfu and had reached the point where he was doing bad things, he was obviously at his wit's end. Today's Ningguo Mansion, especially Huifang Garden, uses servants and servants who are carefully selected. There are also servants who follow the mother's dowry to supervise, so there is no need to worry about his own safety. Of course, the experience of Wang Shifeng and Jia Baoyu also reminded him that he must let Zhen Shirin come back as soon as possible so as to control the food and water in the back garden. At the same time, in order to avoid a setback, he had to take the initiative. Thinking of this, he said to Yusher, Brother Zhen must be too tight on money. Didn't he say that Ronger was too exploitative in the farm and withheld the harvest of the farm, and wanted to remove his job? Just agree to him, so as not to make outsiders laugh at this little money. Those who work with their minds rule others, and those who work with their hands serve others. Even if he wanted to take action against Jiazhen, he didn't need to dirty his hands, raise an army for 1,000 days, and use it in one moment. Jia Rong, this poisonous snake, should also show his value. Otherwise, why should he keep him? However, even if Yusher and Jia Zhen's husband and wife relationship had long been exposed by himself, for the sake of safety, this strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf should be concealed from her. Not having enough fun at Wang Shifeng's place, he shouted outside, Prepare some hot water. Master wants to take a bath. Then he opened his arms to help Yusher take off her mottled white undershirt, and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, it's been a long time since you took a bath with me. Chapter 217 Freeing up hands to drive tigers to devour wolves. The next day, early in the morning, he practiced a set of boxing in Huifang Garden and just returned to the house to eat, when he saw Jia Rong hurriedly coming and accompanied by a maid. He nodded and said, Uncle E, Madam just said that she wants to relieve my nephew of his duties at the farm. But what have I done wrong? Zhang Yuli waved to the maid outside the house, and waited until she turned and left, then pointed to the opposite side of the table and said, Sit down. Let's eat and talk. Hey! Hey! Jia Rong leaned forward with only half of his buttocks on the stool. Please give me some advice. Uncle E, we are all family. Don't be so restrained. Zhang Yuli sighed. I am also embarrassed about this matter. Although you and I are uncle and nephew, you are also half my son from your sister-in-law's side. He paused and said, You have always been filial, and I have seen it all. Qin is also very much in my heart. Brother Zhen is your real father, and the head of this family. He mentioned this matter years ago. I tried to persuade him, but to no avail. I had no choice but to do this. How could it be? Jia Rong said anxiously. Now all the supplies in the mansion are borne by Uncle E. Zhang Yuli raised his hand and interrupted. After all, he is the head of this family. After all, I am just a guest. What can I do if he insists on doing this? At this point, he took a mouthful of porridge and sighed. I don't take a penny from the harvest in this mansion. It's just a matter of who gets more, and who gets less between you and your father. I wanted to help you more because of your filial piety. But this also made him dissatisfied. If I continue to favor you, I'm afraid there will be no room for me in this mansion. How could it be? Even if the master has the intention, there is still the grandfather above. Besides, even if the master wants to burn the bridge after crossing the river, it is too early now. The debt of this mansion can only be counted on Uncle E. Since you are so sincere, Uncle, you will not hide it from you. Zhang Yuni looked at Jia Rong with burning eyes, and said in a deep voice, "You should have heard about the situation of Sister Feng's madness." "Right." Jia Rong was stunned when he heard this, and said with horror, "Uncle," he said. Zhang Yuni laughed at himself. "Maybe I think too much. But you should know about Qin's affairs. And I have to consider this level." Seeing Jia Rong's uneasiness, he said, "To be honest, I have done my best for the mansion. Since he can't tolerate me, there is no need for me to stay and not leave. After a while, I will move back after cleaning up the old house." He knew very well that Jia Rong made the divorce letter of Qin Keqing without authorization, so he deliberately attributed the reason to this. Jia Zhen even hated himself. Without him as a support, how could Jia Rong live a good life? Sure enough, Jia Rong said with a sad face, "Uncle Yi, you are the pillar of the family. You can't just leave." "Alas," Zhang Yuni sighed. "Although I took on the debt for the mansion, the good bows are hidden when the birds are gone. Besides, I only make profits for my sister-in-law and you. But I gave you my only income. If I stay here, it will only make people hate me. But Uncle Yi, I am so open with you because of your filial piety. But now it is really not easy for me to take over the job. That's all I have to say. You should take care of yourself." At this point, Zhang Yuni shook his head and sighed. "I originally wanted to give Qin a name and arrange a new marriage for you in a while. Now it seems that this may not be a good thing for you. Instead, it would be better to take Qin away directly, which would save you some trouble. Uncle Yi, you can't leave. If you leave, who can your nephew rely on? You also know that I am alone and have no relatives around me. I would like to take you with me. But after all, he is your father. I am afraid he will not agree. It is better not to mention it." This, Jia Rong seemed to be hesitant to speak. Zhang Yuni also waved his hand and said, "Go back and think about it carefully. Just remember not to argue with him, lest you fall into his hands." He deliberately emphasized the word hands, and saw a gleam in Jia Rong's eyes, but shook his head and said, "Alas, when he beats his son, even I feel heartbroken. But he can still do it, seeing that the necessary efforts have been made. The rest depends on whether Jia Rong has the courage." He didn't care whether Jia Rong had the heart to eat or not, and ate and drank enough by himself, and then urged Jia Rong, who was a little lost, to leave Huifang Garden together. When he came to the front yard and got on the carriage, he saw Shui Pan coming in from the corner gate. Zhang Yuni greeted, "Why did Wenlong come so early? Is there something wrong?" Shui Pan glanced at the carriage and said disdainfully, "I came to the East Mansion to find Brother Zhen. Do I have to inform you in advance?" Zhang Yuni was stunned when he heard the words, and then tried to probe, "What are you talking about? Wenlong? Did my brother offend you in some way? It's not that he has to be patient to deal with Shui Pan." However, Jia Zhen's recent series of actions were quite strange. Zhang Yuni was afraid of alerting the enemy, so he was not willing to test him with words. Now that he saw Shui Pan's attitude had changed and heard that he was looking for Jia Zhen, he decided to try indirectly to see if he could get any useful information. Despite An Shui's instructions, Shui Pan couldn't hold back his anger when he was questioned by Zhang Yuni. He said angrily, "Who is your brother? I thought you were a friend, but I didn't expect you to do some sneaky things behind my back." Zhang Yuni felt that something was wrong, so he got off the carriage and asked with a smile, "Tell me, what sneaky things did I do?" Still pretending, "It's just some silver. If you just said you were paying off Brother Zhen's debt, how could I refuse? Why do you have to play these empty tricks? What silver? Why? Have I wronged you? We are all relatives. If there is a problem, just say it. Why use the name of King Zhongshuan to pressure others?" After hearing this, Zhang Yuni understood. "Where did you hear this from? What else can you say? Are you the one who blames you, Brother Zhen and Mother? I thought it was only Jia Zhen who was playing tricks. But Aunt Shui was actually involved." Seeing Shui Pan finish his words and no longer paying attention to him, turning around and leaving, Zhang Yuni smiled and said, "The innocent are innocent. But since Wenlong said so, do you dare to accompany me to the Zhongshuan Palace?" He knew Shui Pan's character. With this suspicion, he was afraid that he would not want to talk to him more. He still had many doubts, and had to ask him here. It's better to provoke him than to ask. What's there to be afraid of? Shui Pan stopped when he heard this. Zhang Yuni was just at ease, and he ordered at the second gate, "Go and ask my sister-in-law to bring the silver bills from the Zhongshuan Palace." During this period, because of the monk and the Taoist priest, It was not just Jiajin who was delayed. He had taken several days off and only went to the government office 2 days ago. He had not spared time to collect the caustic soda revenue for this quarter. He took the opportunity to send it there, to prove his innocence and to find out the details. Chapter 218 Behind the Scenes. Hearing that he had ordered to get the banknotes and take him to the Zhongshuan Palace, Xue Pan, no matter how stupid he was, knew that there was something else going on. Although he was impulsive and had bad habits, he was also a straightforward person. Thinking of what he had just said, he couldn't help scratching his head and said embarrassedly, "Could it be that Brother Jin wronged you? He kept saying that you said it yourself." "It's a long story. Let's talk about it slowly in the car." Zhang Yuni was not in a hurry to explain. He waited until Yushir arrived and handed over the banknotes before he and Xue Pan got into the car. Xue Pan had been holding back for a long time. As soon as he got in the car, he couldn't wait to say, "It was all my brother's fault just now. If there is any misunderstanding, I will explain it to my mother when I go back." Seeing is believing. Hearing is false. Wenlong will be able to tell the truth later. Zhang Yuni changed the subject and said, "But I am curious why he told you these irrelevant things?" Xue Pan did not hide anything and told the whole story. "Why does my aunt suspect my brother? Did she hear it from my cousin?" Xue Pan thought for a while and murmured, "It doesn't seem like it. My mother also asked me who came up with the idea of asking for money." Zhang Yuni asked about the details of the time and had a rough idea in his mind. It is estimated that Aunt Xue saw that he suddenly proposed such a reason and did not let the Xue family participate in the gift-giving, which led to her suspicion. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart, thinking that the Xue family was ignorant of the times. Originally, because he was using the Xue family's connections, he didn't mind sharing the profits with them. But he didn't expect that he would end up with a favor and then a grudge. He pondered for a long time. But Xue Pan couldn't stand it anymore. "I have been talking for so long. What is going on? If Brother Jin is lying and wrongly accusing you, I will go to him to argue." Zhang Yuni naturally knew Xue Pan's character. He was afraid that if he knew that he was wronged, he would definitely go to Jiajin to confront him. However, he had already had a countermeasure, so as not to expose his suspicion. "My cousin did not lie. But, as you know, the mansion is not as good as before. He has always spent money like water. I did it for his own good, so that he would not be used to spending lavishly and not make ends meet. I made up a reason, but I didn't expect that such a misunderstanding would be created. I didn't think it through, and I have to trouble Wenlong to help cover it up. This is not entirely a lie, but it just changed the original intention." After hearing this, Xue Pan suddenly realized and felt more ashamed. "It's my fault. I shouldn't believe everything I hear and doubt my brother. I said it myself. No wonder you misunderstood." Zhang Yuni said this, but changed the subject. "However, when doing business together, we should trust each other. Now that the concubine is suspicious, there is no need to cooperate in this business. In the future, we should go our own way and make things clear." This, Xue Pan's face turned pale and blue, and he raised his hand to slap himself twice, saying, "I shouldn't doubt my brother's character." Zhang Yuni was unmoved and still insisted, "I have to trouble Wenlong to go back and tell the concubine, and I will no longer touch the profits of white sugar. But to avoid suspicion, there is no need to cooperate in this caustic soda business." After all, the Xue family helped to open up the trade route. Although it is dispensable to him now, he didn't want to burn bridges. However, since he was so ignorant of the current situation, there was no need to indulge him. He just took advantage of the situation and monopolized the profits of caustic soda. The production of white sugar was simple. Although the inner court had a monopoly on it, it could not resist the temptation of profits. Just like private salt, someone had already secretly set up a black workshop, which was no longer as good as before. The profit of a year was not as much as the profit of a quarter of caustic soda. It was a good opportunity to replace these two businesses. He controlled the sales channels, and Zhang Hua was familiar with the route. There was really no need to take the Xue family and dilute his own profits. As for Zhang Dehui, if he was willing to serve, Zhang Yuni would not mind taking him in for his own use. Xue Pan was full of shame, and he was not serious about the business. So how could he have any objections? Of course, the Xue family had no say in this. If Zhang Yuni did not want to be criticized, and the profit of white sugar was getting thinner, even if he still occupied it, the Xue family would not be qualified to object. As he spoke, the carriage had arrived at the Zhongshuan Palace. Zhang Yuni led Shui Pan out of the car and met the chief secretary Zhao Liangong in the side hall. The relationship with the king of Qin was originally handled by him. Some things happened in the palace recently, which delayed the harvest of the previous season. Please ask Chief Secretary Zhao to pass it to the prince. He handed over the silver note and said, "This is the son of the Shui family, who was originally a partner. Now the two sides have split up. His family also has a share of the silver in the past. He should be brought here. Otherwise, it seems that this favor is taken by me alone." Although Shui Pan misunderstood him, his evaluation of one thing in front of him and another behind his back was not wrong. Originally, he hoped that he could get the moon first by being close to the water tower in the inner palace, and then win over the Shui family through their own problems, so that the Shui family will be willing to serve him at will. Since the Shui family is ignorant of the current situation and insists on him using some means, then they can only do as they wish. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If everyone was like Jiaxi, with a simple mind, as long as the silver was in place, he could solve the problem. Why would he bother? Therefore, he did not take it as an offense on the surface, but secretly gave the Shui family some eye drops at the right time. As the saying goes, if soft doesn't work, then use hard. Since they don't drink toasts and don't give them some penalty wine, how can they be submissive? Give him a chance to do a full set of tricks from behind. As the chief historian of the Zhongchuan prince's mansion, Zhao Liangong was entrusted with an important task by Zhongchuan prince and entrusted all the affairs of the king of Qin to him. Naturally, he would not be a fool. When Zhao Liangong was involved in the review for the Shui family, this was also the reason why the Shui family was able to get preferential treatment in terms of glass quota. Now, Zhang Yuni suddenly came with the Shui family and mentioned that the caustic soda business had been broken up. Seeing Shui Pan's expression of wanting to find a hole to hide in, he knew what the problem was. He bowed to Zhang Yuni and said tacitly, Okay, don't worry, Master Zhang. I will tell the prince." Although he also called him the prince, he was different from Zhang Yuni's prince. In front of Shui Pan, Zhang Yuni naturally couldn't say the king of Qin, so he covered it up with the prince. And Zhao Liangong hinted that he would tell the king Zhongshuan. They were all foxes for thousands of years, and the tricks were tacitly understood by each other. Only Shui Pan, the dull bully, thought that Zhang Yuni was earning favors for his family, and he was increasingly ashamed. "Thank you very much, Mr. Zhao." In front of Shui Pan, it was difficult to say many things. Zhang Yuni also did his routine work. After finishing his business, he stood up and said goodbye. "I will see you off, sir." Zhao Liangong saw him off all the way to the door. Zhang Yuni did his best and taught Shui Pan a set of white lies in the carriage, so as not to reveal himself in front of Jiaxin. When they arrived at the inner palace, he asked Sierra to send Shui Pan back to Rongfu. Chapter 219. Mend the fence after the sheep is rid. Rong Mansion. Shui family courtyard in the northeast corner. And Shui and Baochai have been waiting for a long time, because it is not clear whether Jiaxin came to collect the debt at Zhang Yuni's request. Before leaving, she also asked Shui Pan to find out the truth. The two mansions are separated by only a wall. Seeing that it was almost noon and he had not come back yet, she could not help but feel anxious. Just as she was about to send someone to the east mansion, she saw Shui Pan walk in with his head down, and Shui hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed her son, saying, "My son, what's wrong?" She thought Shui Pan was unhappy in the east mansion, so he had this expression, and her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. "Mom," Shui Pan wailed when he heard this, "we have wronged Brother Yi." And Shui's heart trembled, and she quickly asked, What did you wrong him? Did Brother Zhen tell you something?" Shui Baochai frowned slightly. Her dark eyes suddenly shrank, and she said in a deep voice, "Brother, did you meet Brother Yi?" And Shui was anxious, but she grasped the key point at once. When Shui Pan complained for Zhang Yuni, he used the word all, and I am afraid that Jiaxin was also included in his words. That's right. When she asked this, Shui Pan also opened up. He told her about meeting Zhang Yuni in the morning when he went to the east mansion, and what happened afterwards. However, he didn't have any rules, and he felt ashamed, and Aunt Shui urged him from the side, so he often complained 3 times for every one sentence he said. Aunt Shui, hearing that Zhang Yuni knew that she was suspicious of him and had embezzled money under the name of the king of Zhongshuan, sat down on the Kong. She kept beating her chest and stamping her feet, lamenting, You evil creature. You really don't have any precautions at all. You can just say Jingur. How can you tell him in person? We are also suspicious. Fortunately, Xue Baochai was clear-headed and able to remain somewhat calm. After repeated questioning, she finally got the whole story. You damn bastard. You have been causing trouble for the family. I am really angry and distressed. Hearing that Zhang Yuni wanted to draw a clear line with her family and no longer be a partner in the caustic soda business, Aunt Xue couldn't help but cover her chest and rub the pair of gifts in front of her again and again, squeezing them out of shape. What should we do? How can we gain a foothold in the inner court in the future? Xue Baochai's quiet face also showed a trace of sorrow. She glanced at the two people who were in a state of despair, pursed her lips, and forced a smile. It has come to this point. It is useless for mother to complain. We should think about how to make up for the loss. And Xue shook her clothes and lamented. He has even said that the bridge is back to the bridge, and the road is back to the road. How can we make up for it? Xue Baochai glanced at Xue Pan, thought for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, since Brother Yi is still willing to send a car to send brother back, he should not mean to blame brother. The situation is not too bad. Yes. 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 Aunt Xue woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly echoed. Your brother also believed what I engineer said, which is understandable. I believe that Brother Yi did not vent his anger on him. So there is room for maneuver. Xue Pan felt more and more ashamed when he heard this. Aunt Xue had already started to think, pointing at Xue Pan and saying, you are the one who caused the trouble. I will prepare a generous gift for you to give it to him tonight, and apologize to you. Don't talk nonsense this time. If I hadn't believed you, how could I doubt Brother Yi's character? I am so ashamed now. How can I have the face to? Don't worry. Mom. Xue Baochai interrupted them. You have to know how to apologize. If you rush, it will only backfire. She didn't wait for them to ask, and looked at Xue Pan and said, don't mess up what Brother Yi told you to do. What is it? Xue Pan looked confused. Xue Baochai seemed to be deflated, complaining, brother, you are confused. Why did Brother Yi have to throw dirty water on himself and make up such a lie? Isn't it for the good of Brother Zhen? Yes. 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 That's what he meant. Now I have no choice but to tell you the truth. If we ruin this, even if we apologize 100 times, it will be useless. You guys are going to give gifts in such a big way. Can you still hide it from Brother Zhen? Her analysis was so logical that Aunt Xue couldn't help but feel scared. She couldn't help but clench her fists and beat her chest, shaking the earth. Xue Pan nodded and smiled. Sister, tell me, what should we do? I think Brother Zhen will come again. Brother, you can't hide the truth. I think it's better not to see him. If you really can't avoid it, just push the matter to mother. Hey! Hey! Xue Pan hurriedly agreed, looking forward to Xue Baochai's next words. Unexpectedly, Xue Baochai waved her hand and said, brother, you have been running around for a whole morning. You must be hungry. Let's go eat. Is it that simple? Xue Pan said with lingering thoughts. Xue Baochai comforted, things have to be done one by one. Brother, take care of this first. After sending Xue Pan away, Aunt Xue also wondered, that's it? Of course not. Brother was here just now, and there are some things that I can't say more about. Xue Baochai turned to look at Aunt Xue and continued to analyze. Brother Yi has been worried about the East Palace, but Brother Zhen is willing to destroy his reputation behind his back for this little money. It is always good for brother to avoid him. Besides, now that Brother Yi knows about it, it is hard to say whether he will be disappointed. Yes, you are still thoughtful. Brother Zhen is too cunning. No matter how I persuaded him in the past, your brother just wouldn't listen. But, if we do this, will Brother Yi really be able to calm down? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xue Baochai frowned and sighed deeply. This time we are afraid that we have offended him to death. Otherwise, in front of the chief historian of the Zhongshuan Palace, he would not tell others and break up with our family. Aunt Xue's originally moist face suddenly turned pale, and she sighed. What can we do? If he makes trouble for us in the inner palace, let alone the future share, even this imperial merchant can't. Whether it can be kept or not is up to debate. Don't panic. Mom, what my daughter said before was not all for the purpose of stabilizing my brother. Although our family has offended someone this time, we still have to consider my aunt's face. Since she is willing to send a car to send my brother back and use the profits from sugar to exchange for the caustic soda business, she still has some feelings. So do you mean to ask your aunt to mediate? We must do our best first, so that Brother E can feel the sincerity of our family. And then ask your aunt to get twice the result with half the effort. Shui Baochai patted Aunt Shui's hand and said, the caustic soda business has always been in charge of Zhang Dehui. Mom might as well pass a message to Zhang Dehui and ask him to switch to Brother E, so that he will not have no one to manage this business. In this way, he will surely accept our family's favor. Later, when our eldest sister marries into the palace, we will ask my aunt to help mediate. I believe he will always give my aunt some face. And this matter will be over. Chapter 220. Sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. The Shui family was looking forward to Yuan Shen marrying into the palace. And Jia's mother and Wang's wife were also worried about this. When the work was just completed, Jia Baoyu and Wang Shifeng suddenly became insane. And they had no time to take care of Yuanchuan's marriage. Now that the two have recovered for some time, they can't help but urge Jia Zheng, because he suspected that he had failed the trust of Ning Wang, and the marriage had changed. Jia Zheng did not dare to tell the truth, so he had to delay. But delaying can't last long. After all, seeing that more than half a month had passed, there was still no sign. Jia's mother could no longer hold back her anger, and early in the morning, she called Jia Zheng to her side and scolded him. Finally, Fang stood up and said, it's just that you were asked to go to the palace to ask for permission. Why have you delayed it until now? You don't have to go to the government office today. I will work hard to accompany you and send you to the palace. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Jia Zheng had to confess, my son has never delayed it. It's just that the emperor refused to meet me every time I went to the palace. And there was no news when I wrote a letter to the emperor. Could it be that my son wanted to break into the palace? It's not that he did nothing. He couldn't enter the palace, and the way to Prince Ning was also blocked. So he had to write a letter. However, the memorial submitted was also ignored. When Jiamu heard this, her body softened, and she sat on the Luohan bed, saying in a daze, How could this happen? Jia Zheng was panicked when he saw this, and he dared not tell the whole story. It's that Brother E. If he hadn't been so talkative, the marriage would have been done. Why would it have been delayed until now? He didn't learn anything else in the officialdom, but he was very good at passing the buck. Moreover, in his opinion, if Prince Ning hadn't wanted to recruit Zhang Yuni, he wouldn't have failed to live up to his trust. Therefore, what he said was justified. His words reminded Jia's mother that Jia Zheng could not enter the palace. But Zhang Yuni was favored by the emperor. She was angry and said, What's the point of complaining at this time? Why don't you invite him to come and ask him to pass on the message to the emperor? This, Jia Zheng was speechless. He knew that Zhang Yuni could enter the palace without any problem. But firstly, in his opinion, the problem was with Prince Ning, and it might not work to find Zhang Yuni. Secondly, every time Zhang Yuni was invited to the house, something bad happened. But he could enter and leave without any problem on weekdays, which inevitably led to suspicion and backlash. He was unwilling to tell the truth about the reason, and unwilling to take the risk of inviting Zhang Yuni to the house. So he had to pass the blame and said, This matter was originally hidden from me by you. If you want to invite it, you can invite it. And I don't care. After that, he actually left with a wave of his sleeves. That day, Jia Baoyu went crazy, and she was puzzled by Jia Jing's attitude at that time. But later, when she heard about how Zhang Yuni subdued Wang Shifeng, she felt that it was natural. She knew her son's temper very well. Although he acted in an emergency, there were many indecent things. She just thought that this was the crux of the problem. Thinking of Jia Jing's attitude that day, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, because the Grandview Garden was still closed. Wang Shifeng took Zhang Yuni in and out last time, and Jia Lian made arrangements in advance, so it didn't alarm the mansion. Therefore, in Jia Mu's view, since the Taoist priest with broken feet and the bald monk came to the door, Zhang Yuni has never entered the mansion again. Combined with his attitude at the time, it is inevitable that she thinks that they are estranged because of this. After all, Jia Zheng offended the other party. Now that it is about Yuanchuan's affairs and involving the royal family, I am afraid that Zhang Yuni may not be willing to interfere. Fortunately, if the east is dark, the west will be bright. If the youngest son is not in trouble, there is still the elder son. She immediately ordered someone to call Jia Shi over. Some time ago, something happened in the mansion, and I didn't have time to ask you. How is the second girl's marriage going? Why did mother suddenly bring up this matter? Didn't we agree at the beginning that we would wait until the garden was built? Give some convenience to Yigur. And then slowly plan it? Jiamu scolded, asshole. It was Jingur who obstructed it at the beginning. And he had no choice but to do it to cover up. Now that he has accepted the money, why is he still hiding it, and doing things that ruin the family reputation? This is indeed Jiamu's voice, with Jiaxi's previous words as a foundation. And Jiaxin accepted the money again. In her opinion, the marriage is already a foregone conclusion, and there is really no need to take risks. Jiaxi knew it well. However, the words said back by Mrs. Xing put him in a dilemma. The reason for facilitating this marriage was to covet the money in Zhang Yuni's pocket. But Zhang Yuni not only said the ugly words in advance, but also asked him to sign a document to guarantee that he would not take money from him in the future. How could he be willing? Seeing Jiaxi's speechless appearance, Jiamu's heart skipped a beat and shouted, "Are you lying to me? How could it be?" Jiaxi quickly denied it. "It's all the fault of the second son. Originally, my son had almost talked to him. But a few days ago, he suddenly changed his tone and said that he had always respected the mansion. But the mansion was quite disgusted with him. So it was better not to mention the marriage. Or is it that he and Jiazheng are brothers? Although they have different personalities, they are both good at evading and shirking the blame." Seeing that they could not explain, they talked about Jiazheng's attitude that day. In fact, Jia Baoyu is no different. No matter whether it is Qingwen or Jin Chuan, when he encounters problems, he will just cry, make a scene, or even hang himself. He has never faced it directly. Even Lin Daiyu, who seems to have a special liking for her, has never said that he will not marry anyone other than her. Although Jiaxi was trying to pass the buck, his words hit the nail on the head. Jiamu had this suspicion, and she did not doubt it at the moment. However, to be on the safe side, Jiamu still asked, "Are you sure that he is just because of this one thing?" She knew her son's character very well, and she stared at him while speaking. How can this be false? Brother, he said it himself. And he likes the second girl very much. These words were indeed said by Zhang Yuni, and Jiaxi was full of confidence. Seeing this, Jiamu had fewer doubts. Jiaxi immediately said, "They are little boys and girls. If they can make it happen." Since Zhang Yuni likes Yingchen very much, if he can't control himself, he will be in the wrong first. So he won't have the face to mention not letting him get the money. What nonsense! Jiaxi can be shameless for money, but Jiamu still wants it. Of course, for Yuanchun, who has been raised by her since childhood, she has no hesitation in sacrificing Yinchun, a concubine's daughter. It's just that she doesn't want to tear off the fig leaf, since he is suspicious of our attitude. Just show him our sincerity. I will let them all move into the garden and tell Yigur that the family does not treat him as an outsider and the door is always open to him. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but worry that it would affect Yuanchun's reputation, and reminded her, the eldest girl is getting married soon, and there must be no bad rumors in the mansion. Go back and tell them well. Don't do anything that is immoral. She was indeed worried, now that the marriage has gone wrong. If there are any more rumors in the mansion, I'm afraid it will be difficult to save it. However, her words backfired. Jiaxi only cares about making money for himself. So how can he care about the second house? In addition, he was already dissatisfied with Jiamu's favoritism. And now that he heard that she wanted to put the second house first, he was even more dissatisfied. Chapter 221, Living in the Grandview Garden. Different from the original novel, when Yuanchun came home to visit her parents, the other courtyard was used for waiting to get married. It would be fine if all the girls moved in. As for Jia Baoyu, even though he was Yuanchun's brother, Jia's mother did not dare to let him move in before Yuanchun got married. Jia Baoyu was naturally unwilling, but it was related to Yuanchun's marriage and the royal family. So no matter how much he cried, he still failed to get what he wanted. Of course, since it was convenient for Zhang Yuni, he would not be restricted from entering and leaving. Jia's mother repeatedly assured that once Yuanchun got married, she would let him move in as soon as possible, and reserve the home courtyard, which made him stop. But even so, when sending all the sisters to the Grandview Garden, he still couldn't help feeling sad and crying. In sharp contrast, all the sisters couldn't hide their joy. Among them, Shangyun and Sanchun were the most excited. Even Lin Daiyu could not help but feel yearning, but she did not show it to take Jia Baoyu's feelings into consideration. Only Baochai remained as unobtrusive as ever. As for where everyone lived, they experienced some twists and turns. Originally, Mrs. Xing intended to stay close to the water and wanted to arrange Yingchun in the chi-tang thatched cottage. However, Jia Mu was worried that her intentions would be too obvious and that it would be inconvenient for Zhang Yuni. So she arranged Yingchun in the relatively remote Xilingzhu. Tan Chun saw the intentions of Jia Mu and Mrs. Xing, and chose Qiu Shuangzhai without hesitation. It was close to Fengyao Bridge, and controlled the only way to Xilingzhu. It was indeed a good place to live. As for Shan Yun, although Li Wan did not move into the garden, because she was on good terms with Bao Chai. And she was not like Bao Chai and Lin Daiyu, who lived temporarily. She did not choose an independent courtyard, but lived with Bao Chai and Heng Huayuan. Lin Daiyu didn't have these thoughts, and had already taken a fancy to Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Therefore, although the situation is different from the original, there is no difference, and it is still the same as the original, although they had made sufficient preparations before moving in, and all the furniture and furnishings were in place. But the clothes they brought with them still needed to be put away. When they were packing their bags, Siki suddenly threw the bag in front of Yingchun. She gritted her teeth and said, "Miss, look at these clothes. You are dressed and acted like a lady. It's okay for the lady to put those on you on weekdays, but at least you wear them inside. If you wear these clothes outside, won't people see through them?" Yingchun was also tangled when she heard this. It was okay before. At least she wore those corsets and linings inside, so she could still deceive herself. Now, Madame Xing is even more unconcealed. Not only did she wear these light gauze dresses that are transparent inside and outside, but she also repeatedly told her to show them in front of Zhang Yuni. She pondered for a long time, and finally shook her head and said, "As long as I can jump out of this fire pit, it is worth taking some risks. Besides, the master and the lady attach so much importance to me. If I disappoint them, I am afraid I will have no place to stand in the future." Seeing that such persuasion failed to move Yingchun, even though Siki knew her character, she felt a little frustrated. However, she was not a person who would retreat when faced with difficulties. She turned her head and stiffened her neck, saying angrily, "But how is it different from those prostitutes who sell their clothes and actions like this? You?" Even though Yingchun knew that Siki was right, as long as she didn't say it to her face, she could still cover her ears and steal the bell and deceive herself. Siki didn't seem to notice her embarrassment, and continued, "If the young lady really despises herself, even if she can get what she wants, she will be looked down upon by others, and will not be treated well in the future. It is just their wish. It is nothing more than jumping from one fire pit into another. No. No. Brother Yi is not that kind of person. He can take good care of Xiangling in every way, and he is even more loyal to the East Mansion. He must not be a person who will abandon her after having an affair." She spoke these words intermittently, and the last part of the word abandoning was even more like a mosquito's voice. It didn't seem like she had much confidence in Zhang Yuni, but more like she was cheering herself up. She murmured to herself, "Besides, how can I make the decision in this matter? Fortunately, the old lady has good intentions. Xilingzhu is surrounded by water on 3 sides, and there is only a small road on the east side that can be used." Her voice became lower and lower, and the rest of the words were probably only heard by herself. Siki was a little absent-minded for a while, and this was exactly what she was entangled with. Although most of the maids have to marry with the young lady, Yingchun has never been valued, and her grandmother is with Mrs. Xing, so there may be room for maneuver. Now, she is so shameless, and secretly doing such immoral things, even if it is to cover up her tracks. She will not be let go. It's not that she has any dissatisfaction with Zhang Yuni. On the contrary, she agrees with Yingchun's words. In fact, not only her, but also her father, mother, grandmother, uncle, and aunt are the same. Now, who in the 2 mansions doesn't know that Master Yi is loyal and righteous? Her grandmother, Wang Shanbao, was originally Mrs. Xing's companion, so how could she not know what Jia she and Mrs. Xing were planning? Siki was already beautiful, and she was tall and strong. Among the petite and weak women of this era, she was unique, with Xiangling as a pearl in front of her. They had high expectations for her, and they had a mentality of hoarding rare goods. As the saying goes, if one person succeeds, all the people will benefit. For the servants of the 2 mansions, it was enough for them to flock to her if their daughter could win a concubine. Not to mention, Zhang Yuni was well known and kind to others. Before Yu Erji got married, Yu Laonyang and Yu Sanjia followed her and ate delicious food and drank spicy drinks, wearing gold and silver, silk and satin. Not only Siki's parents and grandmother, but also her second uncle Qin Xian and Yang were overjoyed. Even her aunt, who had always been at odds with her mother Wang, and her cousin Pan Yuan's mother, rushed to her home regardless of her mother's sarcasm. However, although she knew all this very well, she and her cousin Pan Yuan were childhood sweethearts. In addition, things that have been determined for a long time cannot be changed overnight. That's why she tried to persuade Ying Chun to gain a chance. That being said, why do we have to take this step at the beginning? Except for you, Xiaoju and Xiao Lianhua. Everyone in this courtyard is said by the madam. Your mother, your aunt and your aunt are all here now. But who didn't get the madam's order? How can we have any say? Madam Xing didn't have many people to use. So Wang Shanbao, as her companion, naturally had to be entrusted with an important task. In addition, they were very concerned about Siki and hit it off. On Xiling Island, most of the wives and mothers were related to Siki's family. However, not to mention that there was Madame Xing's order. Even if there was no order, they would probably be eager to promote this marriage, so that Siki could also take advantage of Yingchuan's luck. Even if Zhang Yuni nodded and asked them to tie Siki up and send her over, there would probably be no objection. The young lady also said that most of the people in this courtyard are my relatives. As long as the young lady nodded, we are the master and servant of the same mind. They are counting on me to help them in the future. It's not impossible to find a reason to cover it up. During this period, Siki had listened to the nagging of those relatives at home, and even racked her brains to give her advice on how to climb into Zhang Yuni's bed. At this moment, it also gave her a certain support. However, although it was to persuade Ying Chun, when she thought about pulling the banner of being taken in by Zhang Yuni, she couldn't help but blush. At the same time, she felt guilty about her cousin Pan Yuan. Can it really be concealed? Although Ying Chun also hoped to escape from the fire pit, Mrs. Xing's idea was too shocking. Moreover, she was also worried that Zhang Yuni would dislike her because of this. Chapter 222 Talking about Matters of Heart. Master and Servant as One. Xiao Xuanzhai. The secretary finished packing and came out of the room. She came to the study room on the other side of the hall, walked to the side of Tanchun, who was writing furiously, and reported, "Miss, everything is packed." Before Tanchun could reply, the secretary was surprised. Isn't this the legend of the white snake told by Master Yi? Why did Miss copy it down? Tanchun was not in a hurry to speak. She glanced at the secretary, slowly put the pen on the pen holder, and then said solemnly, "You and I are master and servant as one, and you must follow me as a dowry in the future. I will naturally follow Miss for the rest of my life." The secretary blushed and glanced at Tanchun secretly. Why did Miss suddenly talk about this? Tanchun did not answer, and continued, "Your family is all in the mansion. It would be fine if they could all follow me as a dowry. Otherwise, I am afraid that I may not be able to take care of them." "Miss, what are you talking about? It is a great honor for me to follow you. It's a lifetime of hard work. Besides, if the young lady marries a good family in the future, my family will also be proud of it." Tanchun smiled awkwardly. How can a good family be so easy to find? Even if you are a lady, you may not live comfortably, let alone a concubine. The maid didn't dare to talk to her casually after sighing. Tanchun didn't seem to wait for her response. She shook her head and laughed at herself. Besides, there is such a troublesome mother? The young lady has always been respectful to the lady. I believe the lady will not blame the young lady for the concubine. Having said that, it's a blessing that she didn't despise you because of this. How can she plan for me? As the saying goes, a hero doesn't ask where he comes from. The young lady is well educated and well mannered. Let me say that although the second wife is also well mannered, she is a bit cruel in her actions. She is not as kind and gentle as the young lady, and she is more popular. The secretary thought she was feeling sentimental about her life and comforted her by saying, "Gold shines everywhere. Although you have no place to show your talents now, when you take charge of the family business in the future, you will be able to impress your son-in-law, the master and his wife." Tanchun shook her head and said, "Even if you are a lady with a family background, you have worked hard for most of your life, and the old lady still didn't let you go. What about me?" The secretary didn't dare to say anything. Tanchun looked at the servant and said, "We are master and servant. We share the same glory, and can talk about anything. I don't want to hide it from you. At this point, she suddenly stopped, staring at the servant with burning eyes. After a while, she said in a deep voice, "What do you think of Brother E?" Ah, the servant was speechless. Master E is naturally very good. At this point, she suddenly realized, with a hint of surprise on her face. Miss, could it be? Tan-Chun saw it in her eyes, and nodded without waiting for her to continue, saying, "Yes. I don't need to say more about Brother Yi's character. Who doesn't know it in the two mansions now? Moreover, he is loyal and righteous. Whether it is the East Mansion, still Xiangling, the mother and daughter of the Yu family, are all considerate and take good care of him." She paused for a moment and said, "Besides, Brother Yi's parents died early, and there is no elder to pressure him." "Mrs. Right," the maid echoed. "I heard from my family that the son of housekeeper Lai was able to get an official position because of him. He is young and promising, and he is about the same age as Miss. So he is really a good match for Miss. If he is like this for housekeeper Lai, he will definitely take good care of Master Huan in the future." As Tan-Chun's personal maid, the maid knew very well that although she tried to avoid contact with Aunt Zhao and her son on weekdays, half of her monthly allowance was used to subsidize them. Of course, being able to help Jiao Huan, her family will naturally benefit. But she is just too embarrassed to say it. However, what she didn't say was said by Tan-Chun. She only sighed, "Yes. You and I are originally one. Master and servant. I am not the second sister-in-law. After you get married, I will have to fight for your status." Miss. The maid was immediately grateful. "I can follow the young lady. Even if I can only be a maid, I am satisfied." Speaking of the word maid, her pretty face, which was already flushed with excitement, became even more charming. She unconsciously looked at the manuscript on the table, with a puzzled look on her face. "Miss, do you want to use the manuscript to express your feelings to Mastery?" Tan-Chun sneered. "Brother Yi is a man who does great things. How can he care about the thoughts of these little girls? Then what is Miss?" Considering Tan-Chun's face, the maid didn't say the word feelings after all. "Of course not." Tan-Chun seemed to see what she was thinking, and said with a smile, "Last time, Sister Lin reminded me that Brother Yi's story is wonderful. If it is published, it will definitely sell well." "Ah?" The secretary looked puzzled. She had followed Tan-Chun since she was a child, and knew that she would not speak without purpose. She asked in confusion, "What do you mean, young lady?" Tan-Chun smiled and asked, "Can you see some clues in the legend of the white snake?" "What clues?" Although Bai Suzhen is a woman, she helped Su Xian a lot in opening a clinic. Tan-Chun talked freely. Brother Yi can tell such a story, which must be what he thinks in his heart. Although he works in the inner court, he also runs several businesses with his concubine and second sister-in-law. After all, serving people with beauty cannot last long. "Miss, you want to publish this story and make some money so that Mastery can see what you can do?" At this point, the maid began to have doubts. But publishing a book is not a small matter. It costs a lot to make plates, print, and set up a bookstore. Although I think Master Yi's story will be sold well. But with such a large investment, where does Miss get so much money? Could it be? Tan-Chun seemed to be testing her and asked, "What? Tell me what you think. Miss, do you want Master Yi to invest and take the opportunity to?" It's not that the maid didn't think it through. But Tan-Chun is a girl after all, and she can't say anything about getting too close to a man. I thought Tan-Chun should understand what I didn't say and would probably acquiesce. Unexpectedly, she shook her head and said, "Although I can't afford this money alone. If I include Sister Bao, Sister Lin, and all the sisters, or at least ask the eldest and second sisters-in-law to join in, it will be enough. Why do you have to bring them with you? Wouldn't it be?" Tan-Chun didn't answer, but talked freely. "I have also inquired from Sister Zhen recently. Brother Yi's ancestors worked in the Imperial Observatory. The Qingshui government office can't support a large family, and has been a single-line family for generations. Now, although he is a burden to the East Mansion, he cannot be a burden for life. Moreover, with his ability, even if he supports the East Mansion for a lifetime, it is just a drop in the bucket. In the future, he will definitely have children and progeny. Miss, you have considered it very well." The secretary counted on her fingers and said, "Xiangling has been with the master for only 1 year, and she is already pregnant. Although the sister of Grandma Jin is married, she has also been given a status. Bao and Ruiju seem to have also had a concubine. Tanchun nodded and said, with Brother Yi's ability, whether he makes money or not is secondary. But how the whole family can live in harmony is the most important thing. He is not lacking in the Emperor's favor. And he has the ability to make a fortune every day. Even if he has never taken the imperial examination, he will definitely be a loyal minister in the future. The Zhang family has been a single-line family for generations. Even if he is open-minded, he will definitely care about the incense. Now he has 2 concubines before he gets married. And there will probably be more in the future. With too many people, disputes are inevitable in the back house. There are concubines like Xiangling who inherit the incense of other families. If they are not handled properly, it will inevitably lead to unrest in the family. Therefore, competing for performance is not necessarily a good thing. On the contrary, it is the right way to unify the sisters. The centipede is dead but not stiff. The most taboo of the aristocratic family is internal consumption. And it is also easy for others to take advantage of it. She went on step by step. And the secretary listened attentively. Even though he already knew the ability of his young lady, he admired her more after she finished her analysis. Young lady, you have such a thorough consideration. Master Yi will surely not turn a blind eye to it. Tanchun nodded confidently. And then reminded, Cui Mo and Xiao Chan are still young. So you don't need to tell them for now. Wait until the time is right. Young lady, don't worry. I know the importance of this matter. Well, Tanchun pondered, I have something else to remind you. When you have nothing to do on weekdays, keep an eye on Ziling Zhou. If you see Brother Yi, remember to tell me immediately. Young lady, are you talking about the second young lady? As Tanchun said, the master and the servant share the same glory. Being able to marry into the Zhang family with her is something that Shi Shu would be more than happy to do. Since she was frank, she did not hide it, and told him her guess immediately. The secretary was shocked and hesitated a little. If the old lady, how can we? Tanchun raised her hand to stop him. We are all the old lady's granddaughters. And we are all the same to her. It's just that the eldest master and the eldest lady are concerned. And no one speaks for me. The secretary agreed with this. Just talking about the attitude shown by Mrs. Wang when Jia Baoyu was crazy last time. If Aunt Zhao hadn't caused such trouble, she would probably be more willing to promote her own lady. Right? However, thinking about this, she couldn't help but think of Jia Jing's attitude again. And hesitated, but the master. Hearing this, Tanchun didn't feel a little discouraged. After she had that idea, she kept paying attention. Naturally, she would not be unaware of Jia Jing's attitude that was completely opposite to Jia Shi at that time. But, man proposes, God disposes. How can you know the result if you don't try? Besides, she is not completely clueless about Jia Jing's attitude. If she can marry into the Zhang family, my biological mother, Aunt Zhao, will be overjoyed. Right? Thinking of this, she pursed her lips and said calmly, you just said that Brother Yi is willing to help even the Lai family. If he marries me, can he not take care of Wanner? She has caused me so much trouble. Even if she doesn't consider me this time, she should do something for Wanner. After hearing this, the secretary no longer had any doubts and unconsciously straightened her back. Miss, you are so thoughtful. You will definitely get what you want. Chapter 223, Continuing the Past Relationship and Using Public Power for Personal Gain. You are a heartless thief. You know that I only have this place to sneak around. But you didn't even prepare in advance. But you still want to play tricks on me like this. While the sisters happily moved into the Grandview Garden. Across the wall from the Grandview Garden, in the rockery of Linshui Pavilion, Wang Shifeng was complaining non-stop. Since the sisters moved into the Grandview Garden, Jiamu had made up her mind to open the door for Zhang Yuni. So she had to tell him. She was afraid that sending a maid would not be respectful enough. So she ordered Wang Shifeng to do it, which gave the second wife, who had tasted the sweetness of the marrow, an opportunity to relive the old dream. However, due to her different status and the hasty situation, she could only act in the cave where she had refused to enter in every possible way last time. Unlike last time, when Zhang Yuni dragged her by force. This time she waited here first. As soon as Zhang Yuni arrived at the entrance of the cave, he could not wait to drag her in. Pa! 2 crisp sounds were heard. And Zhang Yuni's laughter followed. I have heard that sister-in-law is a good person. I have always been a good person. Since sister-in-law can't stand steadily in the battle now, and is worried about kneeling and bumping, it's just right for me to see your eloquence. Pa! Wang Shifeng spat. And then her panicked voice sounded. You get out of here quickly. How could I be so mean? Who do you think I am? He. The more tricks the second sister-in-law said, the more likely it is that the second brother Lien will wear his hat firmly. Right? After this, there seemed to be a moment of silence inside. Afterwards, although there were still mumbling complaints, they were always intermittent and could not say a complete sentence. After a long time, accompanied by a heavy groan, Jiao Lian's green hat was overflowing on his face. Pinger, who was waiting outside, had already known the opportunity and walked in. The cave was dark, and she couldn't adapt to the light and darkness for a while. She took out the fire, but heard Wang Shifeng shyly said, Don't rush to light it. Then she poked Zhang Yuni with her fingertips and urged, You go out first. She has always been used to being flamboyant, but she always suffers in front of Zhang Yuni. The first time, on the one hand, she lost her soul and had no time to care about these details. On the other hand, although Zhang Yuni made her overwhelmed, he didn't tease her too much. Now her head and face are covered with a lot of things, and she is a little embarrassed to see people. Zhang Yuni secretly complained that Wang Shifeng liked to play more and more as she got worse, and she always made herself miserable. He put on his middle coat, picked up his clothes, and left the cave. Pinger then blew the fire in her hand and lit it. After adapting to the light and darkness in the cave, she complained, Grandma, how did it get to this point again? How can we go back? Bah, you little slut. You are complaining about me not letting you share the profits. Right? Wang Shifeng spat and scolded. I have a lot of spit on my head and face. Why don't you say anything about him? It is said that people who eat people's mouths are short, and people who take people's hands are short. No wonder you always favor him. I'm afraid you eat a lot of food every day. Right? Pinger wanted to explain it, but when she heard the last sentence, she stamped her feet and said, Grandma, why are you making up stories again? Seeing that she had the upper hand, Wang Shifeng let out a comfortable hum from her nose and sighed. If I had known that he was so vulgar and shameless, I would not have listened to his instigation and fell into your trap regardless of his sweet words. Even though Pinger was concerned about Wang Shifeng's face, she couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard her words were insincere. What are you laughing at? Isn't it true? Wang Shifeng snatched the towel from her hand, as if her tail was stepped on. She wiped it on her face again, and then spat again. The more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. That day, you knew he was outside, but you stopped the green-haired turtle and told me to run first. When he left from the back corridor, you threatened me again. I think you teamed up with him and deliberately dragged me into the water. Right? Although she didn't guess it completely, she was a little close, and Pinger couldn't help but feel a little short of breath. With Wang Shifeng's ability to observe words and expressions, how could she not see the clues? And scolded, You heartless and mischievous ghost. I have been good to you for nothing all these years, and you are plotting against me with outsiders. As she said this, she stretched her legs to kick Pinger, but she didn't expect to hit her sore spot. Hiss. I couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and my two long legs with even flesh and bones also lay weakly on the blanket. Grandma, Pinger scolded. Master is thinking about Grandma all the time. How can you be an outsider? This is also for Grandma's good, since Master Lien has despised Grandma. If you continue to be stubborn, you will be the only one who suffers. Since Wang Shifeng saw through it, she no longer concealed it, but just cleared Zhang Yuni of the relationship and attributed all the reasons to herself. You still have some conscience. No. At this point, Wang Shifeng suddenly reacted and spat. Bah! What do you mean by for my good? You colluded with him and plotted me to do this. And you still said it was for my good? Don't you know the good grandma of Master? What's good about it? You can only play tricks on people. My body is about to fall apart. Wang Shifeng was afraid that the previous complaints would make Zhang Yuni dissatisfied, so she pretended to complain and muttered, Although people are different, the difference is too big. If I had known this would happen, I might as well have entered here in the first place. Although Pinger didn't understand what it meant to enter here in the first place, she understood what she said. Immediately agreed, That's right. Grandma. Relax. The master is different from others. He always thinks of you in his heart. Not only will he not look down on you, But he will also spoil you well. Men's mouths are lies. Only you will believe this. I just asked him to go out first. And now he has eaten everything and slipped away first. It's not that Wang Shifeng really thinks Zhang Yuni slipped away. But she was the one who drove him out just now. And she was embarrassed to call him in again now. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yuni laughed. Ha ha. Sister-in-law. What you said? If you want to say that you eat up everything, then it's you. Sister-in-law. Then? He walked in sideways. You still have the nerve to say it. Wang Shifeng pretended to be angry. You are so humiliating. Don't think you can fool me with a few sweet words. I don't know which fool you are talking about. Second madam? Zhang Yuni joked. If second madam thinks Yuni is not doing his best, then don't rush to clean up. Pa, who told you this? Wang Shifeng spat. You should save your sweet words for others. I don't care about this. What does sister-in-law care about? Of course it's business. The bird manure has been transported for nearly 10,000 loads. And I didn't see a penny when I returned. Now my uncle is working in the 9 frontiers. And the caustic soda business is not inseparable from my aunt's family. Why don't you let me join in? In the past, a married woman followed her husband. And she followed Jiao Lian and called him aunt. Now, the relationship between husband and wife has ended. And she has changed back to calling him aunt. Although she came with the instructions of Jia's mother, she did not interfere with both public and private matters. In addition to reliving the old memories, she also missed Zhang Yuni's business. Although the caustic soda business was split up, neither Zhang Yuni nor the Shui family publicized it. Originally, Zhang Yuni did not intend to tell Wang Shifeng. But now that she has committed herself to him and asked about this matter, he did not hide it from her. After explaining the situation, he looked at Wang Shifeng and said solemnly, You can't chew too much. It's not that I don't want to give up the caustic soda business. But the bird droppings business is already big enough. In the past, as a commercial secret, he had always kept the use of bird droppings a secret. But now he explained the use of bird droppings and the preparations he had made before. My feelings towards you are clear to all. I said at the beginning that the money from this business is secondary. It will also benefit your Wang family. I am not deceiving you. Just wait for 2 or 3 months until the spring plowing ceremony and the harvest of grain in the imperial farms outside Beijing. Then we will know the result. After hearing the big cake Zhang Yuni painted, Wang Shifeng couldn't help but be dazzled. Looking at his eyes, it seemed to be pulling out silk. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she said in a charming voice, Such a big business. Aren't you afraid of drawing water with a bamboo basket? The so-called drawing water with a bamboo basket, of course, refers to her people. Zhang Yuni understood her implication. And naturally, he couldn't spoil the mood and tell her to take advantage of the Wang family. Sister-in-law, although I hate to live with you, I am not just greedy for your body. Even if it is futile in the end, I will be satisfied if I can take the opportunity to talk more with you. Wang Shifeng no longer said those sweet words that were reserved for others. Instead, she threw him a coquettish look, forced herself to lift her long legs, hooked her crescent-shaped feet, and rubbed them against his abdomen. Zhang Yuni took another small step forward without making a sound, grabbed Wang Shifeng's white and tender feet, and played with them in his hands while guiding them. But in a moment, Wang Shifeng's face, which was still full of charm, became even more charming and moving under the reflection of the swaying fire stick. Just as Zhang Yuni was about to take another step, she suddenly retracted her legs and said with lingering fear, I need to take a long time to calm down. I can't let you do whatever you want. She paused for a moment and then said, It's been a long time since we've been delayed. I'll ask Pinger to serve you tonight. Zhang Yuni handed over a wet handkerchief and said with a smile, Isn't it a rare opportunity to get close to my sister-in-law? I can't help myself. He changed his clothes and wet them in the stream outside so that Wang Shifeng could wipe the marks on her face. You still have some conscience. Wang Shifeng glanced at him and warned, I'm counting on you for the business. Of course. Zhang Yuni agreed, but then changed the subject. But, sister-in-law, you know, this is not a small business. I'm afraid there are many people who are jealous. I have to take care of all aspects in the future. And maybe I have to give out some shares. I need to tell you in advance. This is also the reason why he deliberately told Wang Shifeng about the Shui family's affairs. Just to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. To prevent her from being blinded by money and forgetting everything. How could I not know this? Perhaps because of the Shui family's experience. Wang Shifeng curled her lips. then changed the subject and said, however, "It's fine if you give out some shares, but don't give them to just one person. Besides, we have to take the lion's share." Zhang Yuni said ambiguously, "I know what I'm doing. Just wait for the money." Wang Shifeng had recovered by now. After she changed her clothes, she leaned against Zhang Yuni, put her hand on his chest, and said with a smile, "Today, I took some things to cover the floor while they were moving. You can clean up here later. Now that the corner door is open, it will be more convenient for me to come over." She then sneered, "But the old lady let the wolf into the house like this. I don't know how many girls in the garden will be harmed by you." She saw it clearly. But now is different from the past. She has severed her relationship with Jia Lian, and she is not very interested in Rong Mansion. I have always been upright. How could I? Oh! Wang Shifeng chuckled and said angrily, "Don't lie to me with this. I'm afraid that Sister Jin has been eaten by you a long time ago, and there is nothing left. Right?" Chapter 224, each showing their special abilities. Tan Chun was a person of swift and decisive character. Since she had made up her mind, she was unwilling to waste time. She had almost finished organizing the story of the legend of the White Snake. Although Zhang Yuni's story was wonderful, it was in vernacular and needed to be polished. However, since she had decided not to be the only one, the polishing work had to be assigned to a group of sisters, and these were not things that could be done overnight. On the contrary, Jia Jing's attitude was imminent. Now, Aunt Zhao was different from usual. With the explicit prohibition of Jiamu, it was difficult to even meet her, let alone talk to her. The more so, the more urgent it was, and she needed to plan as soon as possible to avoid missing the opportunity. So the next day, she brought the servant to Aunt Zhao's yard. "You, how did you come here?" Since that day, Aunt Zhao was afraid of being suspected by Zhang Yuni and Jia Lian for her actions, so she stayed dormant. Now, seeing that Wang Shifeng and Jia Baoyu had recovered from their illness, she was even more suspicious. Unlike last time, the secretary had received instructions from Tan Chun, and without her instructions, she took Xiao Jixiang away from the room. And Tan Chun, because she was worried, although she heard Aunt Zhao's question, she only lowered her head and thought about it, and didn't pay too much attention to her expression. When the secretary led Xiao Jixiang away, she raised her head and said, "Aunt, do you know that the son of Lai Guanjia was promoted by Brother Yi and became an official in the inner court? If it was to help herself, Aunt Zhao might not be interested in intervening. But if it involved Jia Huan, she would be tempted." So, at the beginning, she didn't rush to explain her purpose, but instead, she first brought up the matter of the Lai family. Hearing that she was not going to charge him, Aunt Zhao relaxed immediately. She said unhappily, "I was just beaten with a stick, and my ears are not deaf." The news spread all over the house. "How could I not know? Aunt, since you know, why don't you have a plan?" Tan Chun coaxed, "Have you ever thought about helping Huaner to get close to Brother Yi?" "Of course I haven't," Aunt Zhao blurted out. But then she reacted and said with a nervous face, "What's the use of thinking? I am a concubine born in a family. Even if I want to get close to him, I can't. How can I have any chance to get through?" She just thought that Tan Chun saw the clues and came to test her on behalf of Lady Wang. Aunt Zhao was telling the truth. Tan Chun didn't doubt it. She stared at her with a sharp look and said, "If there is such an opportunity, are you willing to fight for it?" Why are you asking this?" Although she tried to be straightforward, Aunt Zhao was still suspicious. Seeing that she was not convinced, Tan Chun stopped beating around the bush and said directly, "Aunt, don't you think about it? Even though Lai Guanjia is not related to you at all, Brother Yi is willing to help his son. If it is his own brother-in-law, how can he not help him as much as possible?" Aunt Zhao was stunned when she heard this. And then she smiled and praised, "You have such vision and planning. And you know how to rely on Master Yi. You are worthy of being crawled out of my intestines." If it were in the past, Tan Chun would naturally sneer at these words. Now, she is still asking her to help, but she can only pinch her nose and acquiesce. However, she didn't want to entangle here, so she struck while the iron was hot and asked, "So Aunt also agrees?" "That's..." The word stopped here. Aunt Zhao raised her eyebrows and sneered, "I thought you never came to visit me for no reason. Why did you think of me now? It turns out it's for your own sake. Is it because you can't count on the madam?" She was very dissatisfied with Tan Chun's clinging to Lady Wang, and now that she finally got the chance, she couldn't help but sneer. Although Tanchun needed her help, she would not be easily controlled by her. She said without giving in, "Aunt, you don't have to say anything to offend me. Although I am doing this for myself. Won't you also benefit from it? This is a win-win situation. If you are still being hypocritical here and break up, I may still have a chance to succeed. But you will regret it. Forget it." Aunt Zhao was unsure of Tanchun's attitude, and she didn't dare to go too far. So she stopped and said, "You are my flesh and blood. How can I sit idly by and watch such a good thing? But this time you should know which side you are on. Don't cross the river and burn the bridge, forgetting about us." Speaking of this, she seemed to think of something, and hesitated to say, "You don't want me to be humble and persuade you." Because Jia Zheng repeatedly invited Zhang Yuni to banquets. And when Jia Bayu fell ill, Jia Zheng spoke coldly to Zhang Yuni. And she was not there. She didn't think that he had gone wrong for a while. Instead, she felt guilty, thinking that Tanchun knew that she had flirted with Zhang Yuni and wanted her to go and give her a head start. Yes, Tanchun had no idea there was this episode. So she thought she saw her intention. And seeing that she was hesitant to speak, she thought she was too embarrassed to tell him about her usual means of currying favor in front of her. She simply interrupted the conversation and said, "The master seems to have some opinions about Brother Yi because of the second sister-in-law's madness last time. Auntie needs to help with some efforts, so that Brother Yi will not be settled. But the master will be in trouble." This, Aunt Zhao didn't expect this to happen. And she couldn't help but feel lucky that she was a little slow. But then she became embarrassed and said angrily, "Now, how can I have the opportunity to blow pillow talk?" Tanchun naturally knew Aunt Zhao's current situation. She immediately gave instructions. There is no rush for this matter. After all, the master still favors the aunt. As long as you are willing to spend some time, there will always be a chance to meet. There is no need to rush for success. So as not to ruin things, just find out the master's attitude first and tell me, and we can make a long-term plan. Do you need to teach me these? I have been with the master for so many years, and I don't have this ability. How can I give birth to you too?" Aunt Zhao was quite disdainful of Tanchun's instructions, and instead asked about Wang Shifeng's madness. "Tell me, how can the master have an opinion about Master Yi when the second wife is crazy?" As the initiator, she has been worried that the matter will be exposed. But she is also worried that asking around will reveal her feet. After finally getting this logical excuse, how can she let it go? Tanchun thought she was trying to guess Jia Jing's attitude. And she didn't hide it, and told all the relevant news she heard. Aunt Zhao heard that not only Zhang Yuni admitted that he was possessed, but also monks and Taoist priests came to visit him. And she felt relieved. On the contrary, she was somewhat gloating over Wang Shifeng's loss of face. As for Jia Jing's attitude, he didn't investigate it because it was in line with his character. After she let go of her worries, her mind began to become active, and she began to care about Tanchun's plan. "When it comes to the means of dealing with men, you have to learn more from me." She wanted to teach her everything. But Tanchun didn't intend to take this route, and couldn't stand her crazy talk. "Don't worry about these, Auntie. I'm not a concubine. Learning those skills of currying favor and flattering will only make people look down on me." As she said this, she turned around and left. "Pa," Aunt Zhao spat at her back. "What's wrong with currying favor and flattering? If I don't have this ability, who can you rely on now?" Chapter 225 Calculation. Early in the morning of this day, Zhang Yuni, accompanied by Jin Shirin, practiced a set of boxing in Huifang Garden. Taoist Jiyun saw that he had not yet finished his earthly ties, so he did not force him to stay, and he had returned to Ning Mansion the day before. Zhang Yuni was not in a hurry to entrust his property outside, but kept him in Ning Mansion temporarily on the pretext of protecting Xiangling's pregnancy. Firstly, it was indeed considered that it was the first time, and he had no experience in this area. Secondly, it was also safe to be cautious, although the whole Ning Mansion was under his control. Passive defense was inevitable. He could only feel at ease with Jin Shirin, who was familiar with pharmacology. Watching him, after returning to Dangxian Pavilion, he took a bath and felt refreshed. Then he put on his middle clothes and went to the balcony on the second floor. While getting dressed under the help of Ruizhu, he looked far into the distance at the Grandview Garden. Although Jiamu opened the door for him, he was not in a hurry to go into the garden. On the contrary, since the group of golden hairpins moved into the Grandview Garden, he has had this extra hobby. It's not that he has a voyeuristic habit, But he remembered the plot of Dayu burying flowers and tried to find some patterns. Although the gardens on both sides are large enough, they are only a few hundred meters apart at most. Because the original owner did not have the burden of studying hard. He had excellent eyesight. Although the flowers on the opposite corner could not be seen because of the obstruction of the Grand View Tower. But as long as there is no obstruction, even Xilinx it can be seen clearly. However, at this moment, his eyes did not spy on Dayu's figure, but stayed on Lungsue Temple. Perhaps because of the change of the original direction. Not only did Jiabaoyu not move into Yihong Courtyard, but even Niayu was nowhere to be found. Therefore, Lungsue Temple was left vacant. Although he knew that Miaoyu entered the Grandview Garden through Lin Jishi's family, he had no friendship with Lin Jishi's family, and it was difficult to find out. Secondly, he was still considering the words with Jia Mu and Wang Furen. Thinking of the missing Miu, he couldn't help but think of Yuan Shun. It was April, and it had been nearly a month since the completion of the Grandview Garden. But there was no information about Yuanchuan's wedding date. He was naturally happy to see the change in Yuanchuan's marriage. After all, he was not born to be rebellious, and it was impossible for him to risk his life and property for Yuan Shun. Even if Prince Ning could not inherit the throne, once Yuan Shun married into the prince's mansion, it would be like a missing link in the golden hairpin. On the contrary, it was the change that gave him the opportunity to covet. When the corruption case in the Ministry of Works broke out, the Qing family was exterminated, and Wang Ziting was transferred away from the capital. He had already guessed it, and it was inevitable that he would have some associations. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky. In order to be on the safe side, he reported to the emperor and the king of Qin when he partnered with Wang Shifeng. He was not worried that they would suspect that he had some connection with the Wang family. Thinking of the guano business, it was inevitable that another troublesome matter came up. During the spring plowing ceremony, because the oxen went on strike, Emperor Zhengqin got excited and thought of the big cake he had drawn at the beginning, urging him to start the Iron Ox project as soon as possible. This worried him. Even the simplest agricultural machinery, such as tractors, could not be made in this era. Just talking about fuel was enough to give him a headache. After thinking about it, he could only make a steam engine, and then regardless of the cost, use a lever to connect and make a simple big toy to get through. Of course, while he was having a headache, he also learned a lesson. One person's skills are short, but two people have long plans. He took the opportunity to propose to the emperor to open a school of immortals and teach some simple knowledge of mathematics, physics and chemistry in order to accumulate relevant talents. He now realized that the emperor was not concerned about how much money he could make, but the illusory miracles. He did not need to be very pragmatic, as long as he catered to the emperor's preferences, regardless of the cost, and made some products that were ahead of the times. Since he wanted to build a steam engine and knew that the sea was the general direction in the future, he also began to plan ironclad ships. It must be enough to make a big splash at that time, and it would be enough for him to fool around for a while. With this direction, although the School of Immortals was still under construction, he had already set the direction. Focus on buoyancy and related knowledge. After all, he had no systematic experience related to education. He could only set a direction first, and then slowly pick up the missing pieces, add to it, and expand the branches and leaves. While his thoughts were flying, he had already put on his official uniform. When he withdrew his gaze, he inadvertently glimpsed a red figure in Yihong Courtyard. Xiaohong. At the beginning, when he took Lin Dayu back to Beijing, Zhang Yudi had seen her, and he recognized her at a glance. The house was vacant and inevitably dilapidated. Although Jia Baoyu had not moved in yet, he had arranged for some maids to move in. Originally thought, if the original direction was changed, Lin Hongyu might not move into Yihong Courtyard. Unexpectedly, she still went in early. He had also thought about Xiaohong. After all, he was very picky about maids, holding the idea of preferring to have nothing than to have something inferior. He did not want any maids who were not ranked among the golden hairpins, or who were famous and outstanding. Xiangling was pregnant, and Yu Erji, Yu Sanjia, and Qin Keqing only had two maids, Baolu and Ruizhu. To serve them, it was inevitable that they were stretched. Naturally, he set his sights on Rongfu. However, in order to avoid being embarrassed, he had been holding back, planning to wait until Xiangling gave birth to a child, and then take the opportunity to ask for two capable people. It was not convenient for him to ask for the maids in Jiabaoyu and the girls' rooms. He could only target those who had not yet emerged, or those who were in the rooms of Jia Mu and Wang Fu Ren. Therefore, Yuanong, Xiaohong, Jin Chuan, Yu Chuan, and Lu Wu were all within his consideration. However, Yuanong herself might not object, but Jia Mu might not agree. As for the rest, he did not want to let them go. Of course, people like Amber, Saixia, and Kaiyun might not be useful to everyone, but they could be used as personal maids. However, even though he had a suitable excuse, he couldn't ask for too much, and he was still a little entangled in the choice of person. Lu Wu, firstly, was too young, and secondly, she was sick, and she was not useful now. When she grew up, Zhang Yudi would not be in a hurry, and her mother, Sister Lu, would have to rush to find a job for her. So there was no rush. He didn't plan to waste the quota. In his plan, Jin Chuan must have a seat, and others were fine, and they could be planned slowly. And if Jin Chuan was not brought out early, she would die sooner or later. However, his family was not clean, and he brought Jin Chuan with him. But he was worried about leaving her sister in Rongfu, to avoid unnecessary gossip. Originally, he was still entangled between Jin Chuan's sisters and Xiaohong. Now, Wang Shifeng is his private cargo. If he follows the original plot, he will have to serve Wang Shifeng sooner or later. The master has been eaten by him. And there is Jia Lian, a grateful turtle. So it is a foregone conclusion that she will be a maid. There is no need to worry about it anymore. Thinking of this, he shook his official uniform and turned to go downstairs. Chapter 226, Quiet and Thinking of Action. While Zhang Yudi was plotting against Jin Chuan, Jia Zheng also began to think of action. Although he was not like Jia Shi, he was not a pure-hearted person. Half a year had passed since he was ordered by Jia Mu to move back to Wang Furen's courtyard, and he had long been unable to hold back his anger. What a man! The less he could get, the more he thought of her. But now that he was living in Wang Furen's courtyard, Jin Chuan was still wandering in front of him from time to time, and he was getting more and more itchy. Although Wang Furen had said before that she planned to give Jin Chuan to Jia Baoyu, there had been no movement over time, and he could not help but suspect that Wang Furen was trying to evade him. However, not to mention that the rumors at the beginning had caused discord between the couple, and because of Yu Inchuan's marriage, he had become a hands-off manager, which caused Wang Furen to be unfaithful. Even if there were no such reasons, he would not be embarrassed to bring up the past. After much thought, he could only remove the firewood from the bottom of the pot, starting with Jin Chuan. As long as Jin Chuan wanted to belong to him, or even take the initiative, then it would not be his maid coveting his son. But Jia Baoyu should avoid her. However, although he had a good plan, he could not bring himself to ask Jin Chuan in person. For such a matter, he had to ask someone else to do it. Not only did he have to consider the distance and closeness, and choose someone who could convince Jin Chuan, but he also had to help him keep the secret, so as not to leak the news to Mrs. Wang before he succeeded. Apart from Aunt Zhao, he had no other choice to meet this condition. Although Jia Mu had forbidden him to stay in Aunt Zhao's room, they lived in the backyard and saw each other every day, so they could not be forbidden to meet. Coincidentally, Aunt Zhao was also asked by Tan Chun to look for an opportunity. On this day, Jia Zheng returned home after the court session. Jia Zheng quickly dismissed his attendants, and before he could give him instructions, Aunt Zhao had already complained, "Master, I was fooled by rumors and almost made a big mistake. I dare not ask for forgiveness. Master, Madam. However, I am not here to serve you, and you don't even have a person who understands you. I feel uneasy just thinking about it." She was used to doing superficial work, and her voice was full of emotion, and Jia Zheng was moved. However, the husband is the leader of the wife, and as a master, it is reasonable for his wife and concubine to have such an attitude. Originally, he was still a little embarrassed to speak, but Aunt Zhao's words gave him a way out. "You still know the limits. It just so happens that the master has something to entrust to you." This, Aunt Zhao was stunned when she heard this, which was different from her preset script. She was not completely ignorant of the situation in Mrs. Wang's courtyard, and knew that Jia Zheng had been living in the wing room. "I thought that Jia Zheng had been holding it in for half a year, and he would definitely lose control if he acted so hypocritically. Even if there was an order from Lady Jia, he didn't have to go to her room. and Minpa Shai was only a few steps away. However, although Jiazheng said he had something to order, he was a little disappointed. But he was not disappointed. He wiped the tears that had been forced out, and said hesitantly, I am the master's person, and it is my duty to do things for the master. Jiazheng nodded in approval and said, well, you are right. The master really can't be without a personal person around him. Last year, I intended to take Jean Chuan from the mistress's room as my room, but the mistress refused in every possible way. You find an opportunity to flirt with her. If she is willing to follow the master, ask her to go to the master's room to serve when she is free. The master will not treat her harshly. In front of Aunt Zhao, he didn't need to hide it too much, but he was embarrassed to say it clearly and compete with his son for her. Ah, Aunt Zhao was stunned when she heard it. Does the master dislike my old age and fading beauty? She originally served men with her beauty. If she hadn't panicked, she would never say that she was old and fading even if she was old, let alone that she hadn't reached that age. Although she had always relied on grandmother Jia behind her. If Jiazheng hadn't doted on her, how could grandmother Jia bring her out and cause trouble for Lady Wang? How could it be? Jiazheng denied it flatly. It's just that filial piety comes first. Since the old lady has spoken, the master can't disobey her wishes. He has to wait until the eldest girl is married before he can return to your courtyard. You just said that there is no one around the master who understands the cold and the heat. The reason why Jiazheng didn't mention it earlier or later, and chose this time, was because Yuanchuan's marriage had changed. Originally, Jia's mother had said that he should stay until Yuanchun got married, so as to avoid any gossip from outside that would affect Yuanchuan's reputation. If there was a hope, it would be fine. He could just hold on, and it would be over. Now, it was still unknown when this matter would be resolved. How could he wait any longer? However, although Jiazheng denied it, Aunt Zhao didn't believe it. But she was just a concubine, and she didn't have the confidence of Lady Wang to compete with Jiazheng. She quickly bowed her head and said obediently, Master, you are right. If I can have someone to help me take care of you, I would be more than happy. Although her face was full of spring, her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She had already offended Lady Wang. If she disobeyed Jiazheng's wishes again, let alone gaining a foothold in the mansion, it was hard to say whether she could save the lives of mother and son. However, although that was the case, she was different from Aunt Zhou. She had been in a bad light in front of Lady Wang for many years. Once she lost favor, she would be at the mercy of others. The more it was at this time, the more Tanchuan's entrustment could not be lost. Zhang Yuni had even helped with Yuanchuan's marriage, and she had seen Lady Wang's attitude towards Zhang Yuni. If she could facilitate this marriage, even Lady Wang had to give him some face. Thinking of this, Tanchuan's words of taking it slow were long forgotten. She quickly grabbed Jiazheng's arm and said sadly, I know I have made a big mistake. I dare not ask for forgiveness from the master and the lady. No matter how many mistakes I made, they are all my fault. The girl and the boy are both the master's biological children, especially now that the girl is grown up. It is time for her to find a marriage. However, I have offended the lady, and I am afraid that I will also drag down the girl. Please have mercy on her. Master. Of course. Jiazheng agreed, but changed the subject and said, but this is not something that will be clear in a short time. Don't worry. The master will definitely find a good family for her. Aunt Zhao hurriedly said, I do have a candidate. In order to avoid not having the opportunity to blow the wind in the future, she had to take advantage of Jiazheng's still useful time to ask for a definite letter. Jiazheng frowned slightly. Although Aunt Zhao was Tanchuan's biological mother, marriage was not something that she, a concubine, could interfere in. However, since he was still counting on her to pass on his message, he did not blame her and said in a deep voice, How much knowledge do you have? How do you know what a good family is? Stop causing trouble for the master. Master, although I am not very knowledgeable, I have met a few of the brothers in the two mansions. Mastery of the East Mansion is first class in terms of age, status, family background, and character. He is also a relative and knows everything about us. Before she could finish her words, Jiazheng threw his sleeves and shouted, Why do you mention him for no reason? Do you think the master is not ashamed enough? Master, the eldest master doesn't feel ashamed, so why should the master? Although Jiazheng was unhappy, he could not wait for death, so he might as well give it a try. Okay. Jia Zheng knew that she had misunderstood his words, but he was unwilling to explain too much. He just said impatiently, "Remember to do what the master told you to do. The master knows this." After saying that, he turned around and left. And Zhao had been with him for more than 10 years, so she naturally heard the perfunctory in his words. Looking at Jia Zheng's disappearing back, she pondered for a long time, and then gritted her teeth and said, "Since you don't care about the old friendship, I can only do it myself. I don't believe that I can't do it without you." Chapter 227. The scumbag has a deep trick. There is no peace in the Rong mansion. And the same is true for the Ning mansion. That day, after a set of boxing, Jin Shirin hesitated to say, "Uni. Romer in the mansion has been coming to me at night recently to ask about pharmacology knowledge. But he is concerned about some tiger and wolf medicines that conflict with each other. Is there anything wrong?" Zhang Yuni felt that it was too formal to always call him sir, so he asked Jin Shirin to call him by his name. Although Zhang Yuni was not on guard against him, he took the initiative to avoid suspicion and asked to live in the guest room in the front yard, which made it convenient for Jia Rong to do it. He waved his hand and said calmly, "It's not his fault. He is not young anymore, and he still has no offspring to inherit the family business. He must be young and impatient. You explain to him clearly what can be used and what can't be used. That's it." Zhang Yuni knew Jia Rong's purpose, although he felt that this method was too slow to take effect. He had to say that it saved some trouble. After all, Jia Zhen had the habit of taking medicine to cheer himself up. So even if something really went wrong, it would not arouse suspicion. He asked Jin Shirin to remind Jia Rong of the mutual generation and mutual restraint. But in fact, he wanted to prevent Jia Rong from being blind and having no clue. Jin Shirin had no idea about these secrets, so he nodded and agreed. Zhang Yuni learned about Xiangling's situation and then returned to Dangxian Pavilion, because he chatted with Jin Shirin for a few words. Ruizhu and Baozhu were not notified, but prepared breakfast according to the usual time, in order to avoid getting cold and hurting his stomach. He did not rush to take a bath, and went upstairs after eating. After taking a bath, he went to the second-floor balcony as usual and looked at the Grandview garden. But he saw Jia Baoyu sitting on a stone under the peach blossoms by the Qifang Sluice Bridge. He held a book in his hand, but he did not lower his head to read it. Instead, he looked around, a little furtively. Suddenly, Jia Baoyu, like a student who was making small movements in the classroom, suddenly sat up straight, just like he noticed the figure of the head teacher outside the window. Zhang Yuni was also a little curious about his behavior. While he was wondering, he saw the delicate figure of Lin Dayu. She seemed to have discovered Jia Baoyu sitting on the stone, lifted her skirt, tiptoed, went around behind Jia Baoyu, who was completely unaware, and patted him on the shoulder. "Damn!" Seeing Jia Baoyu trying to cover up, but like offering a treasure, he handed the book in his hand to Lin Dayu. Zhang Yuni cursed in his heart. Jia Baoyu, this kid, has a deep routine. He is instigating Lin Dayu to watch the West Chamber together. He took off the official uniform he had just put on and turned back to the house. And he told Ruizhu, "Change into casual clothes. And when you go to the front, Sierra will tell him to go to the Yamen to pass on the message that the master will not go to the Yamen today." Don't think that Jia Baoyu's motives are pure. Even if Zhang Yuni didn't see him sneaking around, he could guess that his motives were not pure. In his previous life, he had used various methods to coax his girlfriend and watch some romance movies, even romance action movies, to achieve the effect of success. You know, the impact of the West Chamber on a girl like Lin Dayu, who is not experienced in the world, is even greater than that on a girl who has seen a lot in her previous life. After all, he is still a scumbag, and he knows the routine of scumbags the best. He hurriedly put on his clothes and came all the way to the east corner gate. The gatekeeper had already received instructions, and hurriedly smiled and opened the door and said, "Master Yi, are you going to go into the garden?" Zhang Yuni had no time to chat, so he threw a piece of silver, waved at the nodding old woman, and rushed to Qifang Gate Bridge. When he arrived at the bridge, he saw Lin Dayu reading a book with a red face. Jia Baoyu, who was standing next to him, was scratching his head, as if he wanted to reach out but didn't dare. He didn't alarm the two of them, but walked quickly to them and suddenly said, "Sister Lin, Brother Bao, this is..." At this point, he looked at the book in Lin Dayu's hand, and his voice stopped abruptly. Then he stretched out his hand and said, "Sister Lin, give me the book." Brother E. Zhang Yuni, who suddenly spoke, really scared the two of them. However, unlike Jia Baoyu's panic, Lin Daiyu looked ashen. Seeing Zhang Yuni's outstretched hand, she suddenly woke up from a dream. She put her hand holding the book behind her back, bit her pale lips, and said stubbornly, "I am reading this book. Please forgive me for not obeying your order." Zhang Yuni did not take it as an offense, but laughed and said, "Sister Lin, you don't know? Last time on my uncle's birthday, Brother Zhen ordered this meeting the real record in the front yard. Brother Bao saw that it was different from what he read on weekdays. So he asked Brother Zhen and found out about this storybook. I like to read some miscellaneous books, so I lent it to him." Hearing this, Lin Daiyu felt dizzy. Bao you, didn't you say that you bought the book?" Her face turned pale and blue, and her voice was trembling. In ancient times, men and women could not give and take books privately, let alone such banned books. Zhang Yuni wanted to create this kind of ambiguity, and at the same time, it was also to destroy the sense of privacy between her and Jia Baoyu. Jia Baoyu didn't know Zhang Yuni's purpose yet, and said in bewilderment, "How could I lie to my sister? This book was indeed bought by me." Zhang Yuni looked at Jia Baoyu and said jokingly, "Oh? Did you really buy it? Although it's not a valuable item. Would I lie? Brother Zhen and the others were there at the time. If not, let's confront them in front of my uncle." "Don't," Jia Baoyu said repeatedly. "I lied to my sister. This book was indeed borrowed by me and Brother E." Jia Baoyu had no idea of Zhang Yuni's insidiousness, and didn't understand why he insisted on seizing this book. But he was beaten up in Jia Jing's study. If he knowingly committed the crime, he would be skinned alive. Hearing this, Lin Daiyu felt her body soften, and the book in her hand fell to the ground unconsciously. Zhang Yuni walked up behind Lin Daiyu, picked up the book from the ground, and waved at Jia Baoyu, saying, "I'll take the book back. Last time, you were seen by your uncle and got beaten. Don't let him know this time." Jia Baoyu dared not delay any longer, and ran away without looking back. "You don't even dare to recognize a book." Zhang Yuni shook the wazenji in his hand, looked at Lin Daiyu, whose face was turning pale, and said calmly, "Sister Lin, you are a smart person. You should understand what I mean." Zhang Yuni's tone was flat, but Lin Daiyu was struck by lightning, like a weak willow in the wind, trembling, and even unable to sit steadily. She naturally saw that Zhang Yuni was using Jia Baoyu's fear of Jia Zheng to force him to admit the source of the book. But as Zhang Yuni said, if he didn't even dare to recognize a book, what kind of responsibility could he be expected to have? She was born in a scholarly family and had never done anything wrong. However, she was completely defenseless against Jia Baoyu. Not only did she read the banned book, she was also attracted by its contents. "If I say too much, I'm afraid you will think too much. I will only tell you the truth, and you can think about it yourself." Zhang Yuni paused for a moment and said, "You and I are cousins from the same family. Both of us have lost our parents and are helpless. I am also thinking of the friendship of the elders. If you can listen to me, it will not be in vain for me to be a villain." "No, Brother E is gold," bitter words of advice. Although she was extremely disappointed with Jia Baoyu's irresponsibility, she still avoided saying the words gold and jade. So she changed it to bitter words of advice. As she spoke, she struggled to get up, but her legs and feet were weak. She couldn't stand up for several times. Zhang Yuni didn't help her, but rolled the book in his hand into a tube and handed it to Lin Daiyu. Lin Daiyu hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the other end and stood up with the help of the force. After she stood firm, she bowed to him and said, "Thank you, Brother E." Zhang Yuni nodded and said, "I'm glad you understand. This book is just like what I lent to Brother Bao. Now I'm taking it back from him. Sister has never seen it. This is a secret between us." As he spoke, he winked at Lin Daiyu and said, "Sister Lin, don't rush back, lest your legs and feet are unstable, and you bump into something. I'll go to Xiaoxiang Pavilion and ask Zijuan to pick you up." Chapter 228 Storytelling and Jianjia. Although he didn't mind using some tricks on the golden hairpins, he wouldn't lick them, even if she was Lin Daiyu. People always think that their choice is the right one, but in the end, they are inevitably blinded by a leaf. If the stick doesn't hit you, you will never know the pain. As the saying goes, good words can't persuade a damned ghost. If Lin Daiyu is stubborn, she will end up with a depressed ending, and he doesn't need to spend too much time thinking about it. There is only a thief who can be a thief for 1,000 days. But there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Unlike Ning Mansion, he is close to the water, and the tower is not his turn, even if Jiamu opens the door for him. After all, the Grandview Garden is in Rong Mansion. And he is not like Jiaboyu, who has nothing to do. It's not like him and Lin Dayu, who have been together for so many years. In order to prevent her from getting deeply involved, at least a basin of cold water should be poured first. In this way, even if Jiaboyu wants to be intimate with her in the future, Lin Dayu will be on guard and will not be deeply involved in it without knowing it. Why is Mastery here? Seeing Zhang Yuni's sudden visit, Zijuan was alert. The young lady is not here. As a maid born in Rongfu, how many of them would not be obsessed with Master Bao, who is the center of attention, and hope to fly up to the branch? Although she did not have the fate of Qingwen and Shiren, she was assigned to Jiaboyu early. But being assigned to Lin Dayu and becoming a maid is also considered to be close to the water. If Jiaboyu can marry Lin Dayu, she will naturally serve her with reason, and reason based on her relationship with Lin Dayu. If someone shows kindness for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. In the eyes of Jiamu and Lin Dayu, the century-old mountain ginseng is a rare good thing. In the eyes of servants like Zijuan, he is the most precious treasure among treasures. Moreover, he also made up a pretext to let Xiangling learn poetry from Lin Dayu. I was walking around in the garden just now, and saw Miss Lin sprain her ankle. Go to Qifeng Bridge and send a message. Go and bring her back. He didn't care about Zijuan's attitude. Instead, he deliberately distanced himself and called Miss Lin. Zijuan was not as good as Lida. As the housekeeper of Rong Mansion, he had a relatively wide range of contacts and information channels, and could judge the situation, even if he was prosperous. In the eyes of servants like Zijuan, he was still not as good as Jiaboyu, and had a natural advantage. However, that was only for the moment. Not to mention that Yuanchuan's marriage had changed. Even if there was no change, when the king of Qin ascended the throne, even if they were blocked from the news, they would be able to recognize some reality. Of course, as long as he was willing to work hard. There was no need to wait until that time. It just depended on whether he was willing to work hard or not. Hearing that Lin Dayu sprained her ankle, Zijuan didn't care about anything else, and quickly apologized and ran to Qifeng Gate Bridge. Although she had some selfish motives, she was true to her master-servant relationship with Lin Dayu. At the same time, it was also based on the fact that there was something to be done. Zhang Yuni didn't rush to Xiaoxiang Pavilion, but went out of the courtyard and stood outside the courtyard. However, before Zijuan helped Lin Dayu back, she saw Tanchun coming over accompanied by the secretary. The secretary got Tanchuan's instructions, and stared at the direction of Fengyao Bridge when she had time. Unexpectedly, she didn't see Zhang Yuni going to Xilingzhu, but saw him coming to Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Therefore, she informed Tanchun as soon as possible. From a distance, Tanchun waved at Zhang Yuni and said, "Hey, Brother Yi is here too. I have an idea and I am planning to discuss it with my sisters and then ask for Brother Yi's consent." Although she had an idea, since the story was Zhang Yuni's, even if it needed polishing, if she wanted to publish it, she had to get his consent. As she spoke, she told the secretary, "Go and call Sister Bao, Sister Shanyun, Sister Ursi and Sister Erji all over." They were all of the same age, except Yingchun and Shichuan, who were all called sisters. However, her way of calling them seemed chaotic, but she was calm and composed. As she spoke, she had already arranged the order. After all, Heng Huayuan was too far away, and only by passing the message from Baochai could Yingchun not arrive early. As her eldest maid, the secretary naturally understood this. She bowed to Zhang Yuni and turned to pass the message. Zhang Yuni did not interrupt her. After she finished her instructions, she came towards him and explained, "I was just strolling in the garden and happened to see Sister Lin sprain her ankle. So I came to inform Zijuan and went to help her back." As he was speaking, Lin Dayu, supported by Zijuan, also appeared in front of the bamboo forest. Hearing his explanation, Zijuan hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you for your trouble, Master Yi." Tanchun was halfway there, and seeing this, she could not ignore it. So she turned around and helped Lin Dayu to the gate of the courtyard with Zijuan. When she got closer, she smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I am still picking up Sister Lin's words. It's really boring for us to stay in the garden all day. It's better to polish Brother Yi's story a little, and everyone will invest together to publish it. Not only can it subsidize some expenses, but it can also kill time. I think this story is Brother Yi's. Why not take half of the shares? And we will share the rest. A little polishing was just to save Zhang Yunyi's face. He spoke mostly in vernacular, and it would be ridiculous to publish a book with it. She explained her idea and then said, I wonder what Brother Yi thinks. Zhang Yunyi would naturally not object. He didn't care about the profit. But Tan Chuan's idea of killing time made him quite interested. In this way, at least, he could use his energy and not be idle, giving Jiaboyu, who had ulterior motives, an opportunity to take advantage of it. Of course, he was a double standard, and he was happy to take the opportunity to get in touch with these beautiful women. He immediately praised, Third sister is really smart. My pastime to kill time has found a business opportunity for you. Even though Tan Chun wanted to attract his attention, she couldn't help but lower her head when she heard the praise, and said modestly, Brother Yi, you are too kind. I was just idle and thinking about it. Lin Daiyu originally saw Zhang Yunyi, and couldn't help but think of the previous embarrassment. When Tan Chun explained the purpose of her visit, she also became interested. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. It is also a good thing to spread this story. Lin Daiyu didn't sprain her ankle, but she was embarrassed by Zhang Yunyi, and her legs and feet were weak for a while. Now, she is no longer in trouble. The three of them were so excited about talking that they forgot to go into the house, and started talking in front of the courtyard gate. After talking for a while, they saw the colorful and gorgeous girls in front of the green bamboo forest. From a distance, she heard Shan Yun laughing and saying, Hey! Brother Yi is here too. What are you talking about? Why don't you come into the house? When she said this, Lin Daiyu suddenly felt embarrassed. She quickly exchanged greetings with Bao Chai, Shang Yun, In Chun and others, and then called them to enter the yard with Zhang Yunyi and Tan Chun. Chapter 229. When did Brother Yi come? In Chun suddenly saw Zhang Yunyi, and felt a little awkward for a moment. When she entered the house, she remembered that she had not greeted him with Bao Chai and Shang Yun, so she started to make small talk. Unexpectedly, when she asked this, Lin Daiyu and Tan Chun were silent. Zhang Yunyi then repeated the lie that he saw Lin Daiyu sprain her ankle. It happened that the third sister came over again. I have something to discuss with everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Siki glared at the secretary and said, Master Yi is here. Since you knew it, why didn't you tell us in advance? The maids in other rooms would naturally not interrupt like her. However, In Chun has always been a Buddhist, and Siki has a fierce temper, which seems to be a bit of a weak master and a strong servant. Everyone is used to her speaking for In Chun, although she didn't want to be included in the dowry. She also hoped that In Chun could escape from the fire pit. If she had known that Zhang Yunyi was here, she would have to tidy up for In Chun. The secretary of course concealed it on purpose. Not only In Chun, but also Bao Chai and Shang Yun did not reveal it. However, facing Siki's questioning, she was not timid at all, but said confidently, The young lady asked me to invite the girls because there was an important matter to discuss. Master Yi happened to meet, and I neglected it for a moment. Besides, Master Yi is not an outsider. He will know it when he comes. Why should he know it in advance? In terms of pushing and pulling skills, the three secretaries are not the opponent of the tall and strong Siki. But when it comes to the logic of speaking, she is pulled down by the secretary for several streets. She was speechless, but her chest was heaving, and she was indignant. The two maids confronted each other, and the scene was awkward for a while. In Chun glanced at Siki with complaint. Tan Chun said to In Chun, It's not the maid's fault. I told her to discuss with Sister Lin before I came, and asked her to invite the sisters. Originally, I had to ask Brother Yi about this matter. Seeing that he was there, I hurried to ask the maid to invite the sisters. Because it was agreed in advance, she didn't dare to say much without my instructions. It was my fault. Seeing that she took the initiative, In Chun became more and more embarrassed, and Siki couldn't say anything more. Bao Chai hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said, Tell me, why did you call us here so hurriedly? At this point, she secretly glanced at Zhang Yunyi and said, Since you said you wanted to ask Brother Yi about his opinion, could this matter be related to Brother Yi? Tan Chun then told her thoughts to the sisters. After saying that, she did not forget to explain, this was originally Sister Lin's idea. So I came to ask her opinion first. Brother Yi also agreed just now. Hearing this, Shang Yun clapped her hands and cheered. This is a refined thing. We are idle on weekdays, and the poems we have written cannot be wasted. If we can help polish them and put the poems in, it will be a fun thing. She only thought of these. But Bao Chai had business experience before, because of the caustic soda business. The family offended Zhang Yuni, and she was worried about how to save it. Now, Tan Chuan's proposal gave her an opportunity. This is indeed a good thing. However, publishing a book is not a trivial matter. The early plate making, printing, and purchasing of paper are all not small expenses. Not to mention the sales volume. The story is the hard work of Brother E and us. Since it is to be published, if it is entrusted to an outside bookstore, I am afraid that there will be some trivial bargaining. At this point, she paused, then looked at Zhang Yuni and said, My family happens to have a shop, so I can take care of this matter. As for the income, I can guarantee that it will remain intact. Although the Shui family does not have a bookstore, it does not cost much money to set up a printing workshop. If they can sell Zhang Yuni a favor, it can be regarded as spending a small amount of money to achieve a big thing. Tan Chun was here to show herself off. So how could she allow Bao Chai to take advantage of her? Without waiting for Bao Chai to finish, she rejected the idea immediately. We can't let Bao Jia bear the burden alone. I have confidence in Brother Yi's story, and it will definitely sell well. We each have a monthly allowance, and even if there is still some shortfall, we can go to the second sister-in-law to borrow some and set up a printing workshop, which is enough. Speaking of this, she paused and said, I think this story was originally written by Brother E, and he invested in the story and took half of it, and the rest we split equally. In addition, we are girls, and it is not easy to sign our names. After the book is published, it must be under Brother Yi's name. She said a lot of things in a fluent manner, although Bao Chai was a little unwilling. The idea was Tan Chuan's after all. Besides, she asked Zhang Yuni to take half of the shares and sign his name. She was not sure what he meant for a while, and it was even harder to object. Others saw that she spoke clearly and planned in an orderly manner, so they had no objections. However, Shang Yun, who was standing by, was a little embarrassed when she heard that they had to pay money. The Sher family was not well off, and she was adopted by her uncle and aunt. She had to do some needlework to make ends meet. How could she have the spare money to join them in making trouble? Just as she was hesitating about how to start, she heard Zhang Yuni say, My story, including the beginning and the end, only took me 1 or 2 hours to tell. I'm afraid that the time you spent on polishing it would be much longer than mine. He paused for a moment, looked around, and then smiled. It just so happens that I have a lot of such stories here, and I can tell you slowly later. If we don't do it, then it's fine. If we do it, we should do it well. Why not just open a bookstore? You don't have to worry about the money. Just as the third sister said, I will invest half of the shares, and you will share the rest equally. Tan Chun knew that he didn't care about this little money, so she smiled and said, In this case, I have to thank Brother E for subsidizing us. However, since we are going to open a study, please name it Brother E. Zhang Yuni suddenly said, Since all the sisters have spent a lot of effort, why not call it Ziyancai? After these books are published, they don't need to be signed by my name, and they will all be under the name of Ziyancai. 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 The girls murmured in unison. They are all girls in their teens. How can they not have a little idea of showing off? If it was any other false name, it would be fine. But this elegant name of a book, it can't help but be moved. Although it is not convenient for them to come forward and have to rely on Zhang Yuni to manage it. It is not difficult to see from the name of the bookstore that it is women who are involved. In addition, Zhang Yuni has no relatives and lives in Ning Mansion. So isn't it obvious? Lin Daiyu said embarrassedly, The story is from Brother E, and you are asked to invest. We just polish it a little. Isn't it just sitting back and enjoying the benefits? Ha ha! Zhang Yuni laughed heartily. I only gave a rough idea of these stories. You have to fill in the content. Besides, I also hold half of the shares, and the future dividends will also be the majority. As long as the sisters don't think I am too greedy, it's fine. Brother E is joking. You regard money as dirt. How could we not know? More than that, he doesn't even care about the reputation. Faced with the praise of the girls, Zhang Yuni naturally accepted it with pleasure. Seeing that Zhang Yuni not only agreed, but also gave advice and wanted to take out the stock. Tan Chun hurriedly said, in this case, let's get started quickly. As she said, she took out a stack of manuscripts from her arms, gave a few sheets to Dayu, Bao Chai and others, and handed the rest to Zhang Yuni and said, this is what I wrote from memory. Sister Bao, Sister Lin, Sister Shang Yun and I are responsible for polishing. Second sister. Speaking of this, Tan Chun hesitated for a moment and said, second sister and fourth sister, help copy in the future. And give some ideas by the way. If Ying Chun had the talent of Dayu and Bao Chai, she would still insist on letting everyone polish together. But it is hard to say. Although she was determined to show Zhang Yuni her ability to integrate, but she also regarded Ying Chun as the most powerful competitor. Therefore, when assigning tasks, she was a little bit cunning and exposed Ying Chun's shortcomings. Ying Chun knew her own family affairs. Although she could polish Zhang Yuni's story a little, she really couldn't help much with Dayu, Bao Chai and others. Zhang Yuni took the manuscript handed over by Tan Chun and felt the paper was warm. Maybe it was because Tan Chun had kept it in her arms for a long time, and there was a faint fragrance of virginity. He unconsciously moved the manuscript closer to his eyes. He praised, I have heard that the third sister is talented. I didn't expect that when doing things, she would plan before acting and be clear and organized. Brother E, you are too kind. Chapter 230 Matchmaking. Although the madam trusts you, you are just a maid after all. When you get old, won't you be forced to marry a servant? The master doesn't have anyone who understands him now. If he can have a child, the whole family may benefit from it. I am doing this for your own good. Please think about it carefully. Aunt Zhao was extremely reluctant to do this kind of matchmaking, but Jia Zheng urged her to do it. Aunt Zhao was afraid that she would annoy him and make Mrs. Wang worry. She had no choice but to pull Jin Chuan and talk to her. However, she did not tell Jin Chuan that she was conveying Jia Zheng's intention, but attributed the credit to herself. She was also tempered in the harem. Since she knew that she would lose favor soon, she might as well sell Jin Chuan, the new favorite, as a favor. Jin Chuan was a little dazed when she heard this. Last time, in front of Mrs. Wang, Jia Zheng did not say it explicitly, but he had such a meaning in his words. However, she never expected that Aunt Zhao would also join in the fun. How can this be done? Last year, in front of the master, Madam had already told me to go to Baoyu in a while. Aunt Zhao was stunned when she heard it. And then she realized why Jia Zheng came to her. This was to compete with his son for the maid. And she was embarrassed to speak up. However, the more this happened, the more she worried that Jia Zheng would blame her for not doing a good job. She said earnestly, why do you think I came to you? You also know that I understand the master's mind best. And can't I see what he likes? Don't you think that the master is the master after all? And even if Baoyu is favored, can he still compete with the master? Besides, even if you follow Baoyu, if you make the master unhappy, you may not be able to stay with him for long. At that time, you may not be able to become the master's concubine, but you may only be a servant. Jin Chuan was speechless for a moment. To be fair, Baoyu is in his prime, while Jia Zheng is almost old. If she could choose, she would not lose sight of the main point. But what Aunt Zhao said was not without reason. As a maid, what right could she have to choose? However, her whole family was married to Lady Wang. If she acted behind Lady Wang's back, it would be a disaster rather than a blessing. Aunt, please forgive me. If the wife knew about this, she would beat me to death. I can't. Just pretend I've never heard of it. She couldn't afford to offend either side, so she could only pretend she didn't know. But Aunt Zhao was relentless, saying, you're not thinking about Baoyu, are you? You also said that Madam promised you last year. If it really worked, she would have sent you there long ago. Why drag it on until today? Baoyu is surrounded by the old lady's people. Even if you go, can you still compete with Qingwen and Shiren? How dare I have such thoughts? Knowing that Jia Zheng had his eyes on her, Jin Chuan dared not get involved with Baoyu, and quickly denied it. I'm a servant. How can I have the right to say anything, let alone hide it from Madam, and do something that betrays my master? Whether it's the master or Baoyu, I definitely won't dare to have any delusions without Madam's approval. Aunt Zhao saw that she was not moved, and after a moment's silence, she said, help people to the end. I have an idea that can have the best of both worlds. Jin Chuan was doubtful and asked, really? Aunt Zhao and Madame Wang had always been at odds with each other. As Madame Wang's maid, Jin Chuan was still on guard even though Aunt Zhao's words were exaggerated. Aunt Zhao hoped to help Jia Zheng achieve his long-cherished wish so as to win his protection. She suggested, "You just said that the mistress promised you to bow you in front of the master. But if Bao Yu knew the master's mind, how dare he compete with the master for you? If he took the initiative to talk to the mistress, you wouldn't have to be embarrassed." Jin Chuan said nervously, "This is what the aunt said. I dare not spread it. What's the big deal?" Aunt Zhao patted her chest and said, "If you have time, ask Bao Yu to go to my place to find Huaner to play, and I will talk to him." Now, Jin Chuan stopped talking. Aunt Zhao had said so much. If she continued to refuse, and if Jia Zheng heard about it, she would be accused of being ungrateful. How could she have a good ending? Like Yuan, maids like them were used to the luxurious life of their masters. Who would be willing to marry a servant? Even if she didn't think about herself, she had to think about her family. Even though Jia Zheng was old, he was still a real master. And, unlike what Mrs. Wang had said, without Jia Baoyu's obstruction, Jia Zheng insisted on taking a concubine. Not only would grandmother Jia not object, but even Mrs. Wang would not object. Of course, she knew very well that she could only wait passively. Once she took the initiative to approach him, she would only bring trouble to herself. And Zhao's idea was a solution. At the same time, she also had some expectations in her heart. If Bao Yu knew about it and reported it to Mrs. Wang truthfully, Mrs. Wang would do everything she could to send her there, no matter how difficult it was. She had followed Mrs. Wang for many years and had a thorough understanding of her feelings. At that time, when Jia Zheng showed his intention, didn't Mrs. Wang want to use Bao Yu to prevaricate? Otherwise, why did she have to wait until Jia Zheng opened his mouth before she said it? Even if Bao Yu didn't have the courage, he didn't need her, a maid, to be caught in the middle. However, she still had reservations about Aunt Zhao, and waved her hand and said, "Second master and third master are brothers. Go and play with him. Why do I have to instigate it?" Aunt Zhao heard the meaning and didn't ask any more questions. She immediately ran to Meng Tai to announce the good news. "Master, I have already told Jin Chuan." "Oh, what did she say?" "She has been able to be favored by the master for 8 lifetimes. But she is worried about the wife." Speaking of this, she hesitated. Jia Zheng frowned unconsciously. "Fortunately, I have thought of a way," Aunt Zhao said, like offering a treasure. "There are some things that the master can't say. But Bao Yu and Huaner are both the master's sons, and they should be filial. This is because the master is not in my room. Otherwise, if Huaner knew that there was no one to serve in the master's room, she would have shouted to ask me to think of a way. If Bao Yu used this as an excuse to suggest to the wife that Jin Chuan should take care of the master's daily life, the wife would refuse, and the master would have something to shut the wife up. She has always known Jia Zheng's character. Since she didn't tell her about Bao Yu's relationship, she was happy to pretend to be confused. She even came up with a way to divert the blame. In this way, Jia Zheng got what he wanted, and her strategy worked. If it didn't work, even if Jia Bao Yu couldn't be blamed, at least he could share some of the blame. Jia Zheng looked embarrassed. He just thought Aunt Zhao was still in the dark and asked him to find his son. For a while, he didn't know how to answer. Aunt Zhao then volunteered, "Don't bother, Master. I'll take care of delivering the message to Bao Yu." Jia Zheng no longer had any doubts, and patted the armrest of the chair and said, "Okay. If this is done well, Master will definitely give you a credit." Aunt Zhao saw Jia Zheng happy, and said cautiously, "The matter of the third girl." Jia Zheng waved his hand impatiently and said, "Master, I have my own arrangements. Just take care of this matter, and don't worry about other things." Aunt Zhao wanted to make a final effort, but Jia Zheng also had his own concerns. Every time Zhang Yuni was invited to the house in a solemn manner, nothing good happened. Marriage requires the consultation of good wishes, 3 letters and 6 ceremonies, and many discussions are required. As Tan Chuan's father, it is inevitable to invite Zhang Yuni to the house. How could he take such a risk? Aunt Zhao saw this and did not dare to mention it again, so she had to leave in a huff. Chapter 231, Pitiful Advice. Aunt Zhao came out of Ming Tai and returned to her own courtyard. But she saw Tan Chun waiting in the house. Originally, Tan Chun would not be so anxious. But a few days ago, she not only made a name for herself in front of Zhang Yuni, but also won his praise. Feeling that she had achieved results, She became more and more worried that something had gone wrong on Jia Jing's side. Where did you go, Aunt? Have you seen the master recently? Although she had tried her best to put on a begging attitude, the urging in her tone was obvious. Aunt Zhao said unhappily, you are asking for my life. And those who don't know would think I owe you money. Tan Chun thought she was asking for benefits in various ways. So she said, Aunt, don't worry. Not only will I not reduce your share of my monthly allowance, but I will also give you a share of the dividends from the bookstore in the future. What bookstore? Aunt Zhao asked in confusion. She wanted to give Aunt Zhao some confidence so that she could work hard. So she told her about Zhang Yuni and others opening a bookstore together. Now, I have already made a name for myself in Brother Yi's heart. Aunt, you should pay more attention to the master instead of wandering around. Where did I wander around? I just came back from the master's place. Oh, what did Aunt say? What is the master's attitude? Aunt Zhao wanted to tell Tan Chun that in order to help her, she did not hesitate to act as a matchmaker for Jia Zheng. But she was worried that she would take this matter to Mrs. Wang to seek credit. She could only say angrily, the master is stubborn. How can it be so simple? Although Tan Chun knew that she was too impatient, she was inevitably disappointed after hearing Aunt Zhao's words. Forget it. I just came to say hello to you. Please take care of me, she said, and stood up to leave. Aunt Zhao stopped her and said, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I have to talk to you. Jean Chuan has already said hello, and it's unknown when she will find out. She is worried that once Tan Chun knows, she will doubt that she has fallen out of favor and lost her value. Now, she is counting on Tan Chun to climb up the ladder and get rid of her helpless situation. Mother and daughter are tired of each other. If she can't help, even if Tan Chun marries Zhang Yuni, she may not remember her kindness. So, she is willing to help with advice. However, Tan Chun was a person of her own opinion and ignored her. Instead, she advised, Auntie, just do your own thing. What do you know? How can you, a girl, have such experience? Besides, what will you do if the master still refuses to give in? You didn't go to the master and make excuses for me, did you? How could that be? For such a good thing. Even if I don't consider you, I have to consider Huaner. How can I not do my best in order to win Tan Chun's trust? And Zhao was also sincere. Tan Chun thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. In order to reassure her, she patiently sat back. Although it is said that it is easy for a girl to pursue a boy, this layer of window paper has not been broken. Not to mention that Master Yi is several years older than you. There is also a second lady who is more suitable in age. Even if there is no second lady, Master's attitude will make him feel disappointed after a long time. Her words hit Tan Chun's soft spot. Zhang Yuni was not young anymore. And even though he still had to observe mourning, he had only been mourning for 3 years for his mother, and only 2.5 years for his father. Now, more than half of the time has passed. When the mourning period is over, I have not yet reached the age of marriage, while Ichan has just reached the age of marriage. This alone gives me a natural advantage. Not to mention that Ichan will not slack off either. Given the completely opposite attitudes of Jia Shi and Jia Zheng, Zhang Yuni may not be inclined. Seeing that Aunt Zhao pointed directly to the point, she also put away her contempt. Humbly said, then what should I do according to what Aunt Zhao said? Aunt Zhao smiled and said, of course we have to break this window paper. You also said that you have a place in Master Yi's heart. You are not much younger than the second lady. As long as he knows it. Does he care about waiting for a year or two? This, Tan Chun was entangled. This is tantamount to a secret affair. And she couldn't make a decision for a while. Seeing this, Aunt Zhao persuaded her. There is another benefit to this. You know, Master Yi has helped with the eldest girl's marriage. If he goes directly to the old lady will have no reason to object. Even if the master still has objections, it is not good to oppose this marriage. To be honest, I know the master's temper best. I am afraid it will be difficult for him to change his mind for a while. Tan Chun knew what Aunt Zhao said. What she cared about was how to break the window paper. After all, she was still an unmarried girl and was inevitably shy to speak up. Seeing that Aunt Zhao was still unable to get the point, she had to try to be tactful and said, Aunt, why don't you tell me how to let Brother Yi take the initiative to propose marriage? Need I say that? Of course someone reminded him. Otherwise, how long will it take for you to be half-hearted? She patted her chest and said, although I am not as suitable as the wife, I am your mother after all. It is more appropriate for me to take action. And please don't make things worse. I'll be very lucky if you don't make things worse. Although Aunt Zhao is the biological mother, she has no right to interfere in marriage. Tanchun didn't feel comfortable talking about her status as a concubine, so she had to make excuses. Aunt Zhao was able to say that she was not as suitable as the wife, so she naturally understood the reason. However, she didn't take it seriously and said, "What do you know? Although I am just a concubine, mothers are honored by their sons. And your brother has caught the eye of mastery." She told Tanchun about Zhang Yuni's praise of Jia Huan, and only concealed her own contribution, and changed her request to Zhang Yuni's initiative. Choose the lesser of two evils. Although there is a risk of leakage, it is better than waiting to die. Moreover, since she conspired with Ma Daopa, she was also panicked and anxious to get a definite message from Zhang Yuni. However, she was Jia Jing's concubine after all, and Zhang Yuni was surrounded by many people. Even if she wanted to, she would have no chance to get close to him. The only way she could have a chance was to ask Tanchun to help cover up. Tanchun was doubtful and said, "Why didn't I hear you say it before? Isn't it because of you? You always hang around the wife. So I naturally didn't dare to tell you. Now that you have seen clearly that the wife will not help you, what else can I hide?" She pursed her dry lips and said earnestly, "How can I harm you for such a great thing? Besides, even the master has been fooled by me for so many years. And he is just a young boy. How can I not convince him? Don't worry. I will naturally not let anyone catch the handle. Just say that I mentioned this matter in front of you, and he will do it himself in the future. I will pay attention to your attitude, and I can also pass messages between you two. But what else can you say?" Aunt Zhao urged, "If you hesitate any longer and give up the opportunity to others, you will regret it. Let's make it a deal. Didn't you say that he would go to the garden and tell you that stupid story? When he comes again, you can ask someone to take me to the garden. I will take care of the rest. And you don't have to worry about it." Tanchun pondered for a long time, and then said in a deep voice, "Okay. And don't run around after dinner recently, so as not to be lost when the time comes." Chapter 232, Living Crime Cannot Be Escaped. Dusk. As May approaches, the days are getting longer. A faint afterglow dyes the whole sky golden. Tanchun and her servants in Chiu Shuangzhai had dinner early. The secretary looked at Tanchun, who was sitting on the couch with her head down in thought, with some doubts, and urged, "Miss, it's getting late. Master Yi is probably coming. I just saw that the second lady and Miss Bao have already gone. Let's go to Miss Lin quickly." Tanchun nodded, got up from the couch, but took out 2 ingots of silver from the cabinet in front of the bed, handed them to the secretary, and said, "I promised Auntie that as long as she helps persuade the master, I will take her to the garden for a walk. Everyone is going to Sister Lin's place now. You bring her in, and let her walk around by herself." Even if Tanchun trusted the secretary, she didn't dare to tell her to arrange for Aunt Zhao to meet Zhang Yuni. Especially, it was getting dark when Zhang Yuni finished telling the story. However, even so, the secretary was still worried. "Miss, what if the lady knew about it?" "It's okay." Tanchun waved her hand. "As long as the gatekeepers took the silver, how dare they spread it around and let her into the garden? Now the sisters are all in Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Tell her to go east as much as possible. Avoid some people, and no one will bump into her." She always made plans before acting, and after observing twice, she knew that Zhang Yuni came alone. So she made up her mind. Seeing that Tanchun had made up her mind, the secretary said no more, and the two separated in front of Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Needless to say, the secretary left the Grandview Garden and went to Aunt Zhao's courtyard. When Tanchun entered Xiaoxiang Pavilion, the sisters were gossiping. When Baochai saw her, she smiled and said, "Usually, the third sister is the first to come. Why are you so late today?" Among all the sisters, she is the oldest. Although Tanchun tried her best to hide it, Baochai still saw some clues. Last time, Tanchun rejected her proposal to help publish a book. Now that she had the opportunity, she teased her. "When we were having dinner, I suddenly thought of a plot that was just right for the legend of the White Snake. I thought about it for a while, because I was worried that I would be late. I asked the secretary to stay and make a rough draft first, so that I would not forget it when I went back." Tanchun had a plan in advance and responded without leaving any traces. She also made up for the loophole that the secretary did not accompany her, because she was worried that she would ask the secretary about the relevant details later. She said the draft she had already prepared and discussed it with everyone. Just after discussing the relevant plot, Jean Yuni came late. After the greeting, he was ready to listen attentively. Jean Yuni smiled and said, "I have already bought the shop, which is on Juke Street. Most of the craftsmen in the bookshop have been hired, and the work will start soon. With money, things can be done easily." In addition, he was familiar with Shuntian Prefecture. All the pawn shops in the capital were under the jurisdiction of Shuntian Prefecture, so he dared not slack off. In just 10 days, he had done most of the work. When they heard that the shop was located on Juke Street, the most prosperous street in the capital, everyone couldn't help but talk about it. Compared to the liveliness of the past, Tanchun seemed to talk less today. Jean Yuni also noticed it and smiled and said, "Since it is our own shop, there is no need to ask outsiders to write the plaque. Third sister's handwriting is elegant, and the idea was also proposed by you. I have to trouble you." As he was talking, the secretary came in and nodded slightly to Tanchun calmly. She took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Then I will show you my ugliness." At this point, Shang Yun suddenly said with a smile, "Speaking of inscriptions, I remember that year my second brother also inscribed a nickname for the house called Jiang Yangchuan. He always likes to join in the fun. Why hasn't he come for a few days?" Although she seemed to be asking everyone, her eyes were looking at Dai Yu intentionally or unintentionally. When she asked this, everyone looked over. It must be said that Zhang Yuni's idea of finding something for them to do was not bad. These days, the sisters are busy polishing the legend of the white snake, and for a while, they all ignored that there was such a person. When Lin Daiyu heard Jia Baoyu mentioned, she couldn't help but think of the scene that day. She glanced at Zhang Yuni with a guilty conscience, and then lowered her head. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Bao Chai nudged Shang Yun in the waist with her elbow and said, "We live far away, so maybe if he came in, you might not have seen him. If we talk about living close, only Xiaoxiang Pavilion is the closest. Lin Daiyu is sensitive by nature, and she felt a little indignant. He can come or not. Do we have to revolve around him? If he doesn't come, do we have to invite him again and again?" Bao Chai smiled and said, "It's not necessary to invite him again and again. But if he knew that we did this funny thing without telling him, I'm afraid he would complain." Daiyu pouted and said, "Why bother with him? It will be fine after a while." Tanchun has always been cautious about Jia Baoyu. Seeing that the topic was getting farther and farther, and fearing that Aunt Zhao would get impatient and cause trouble if the topic was delayed for too long, she quickly changed the topic and said, "Let's listen to Brother Yi's story quickly." After she said that, everyone didn't want to dwell on Jia Baoyu's affairs anymore. Only then did Zhang Yuni finish telling everyone the story of a Chinese ghost story, which he had just finished telling last time, because they had been chatting for a long time. It was already dark when they left. When everyone left Xiaoxiang Pavilion, Ing Chun, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, "It's getting late, and there's no moon today. I'm close, so why not ask Siki to send Brother Yi off? It has been almost a month since they moved into the Grandview Garden. Although Zhang Yuni often goes into the garden, he always goes with everyone else." And she couldn't get a word in on the polishing of the story. In addition, Mrs. Xing was urging her, so she didn't care about being shy. So she took the excuse of walking at night and suggested that Siki send him off. Tanchun thought to herself that it was not good, and hurriedly said, "If you say it's close, I'm not far away. Besides, it's not that there is no light at all. It's not the first time that Brother Yi has come back. There are main roads on the way back, but second sister's place is surrounded by water on 3 sides. How can I feel at ease without Siki accompanying her at night?" Ing Chun originally mustered up the courage to speak, but after Tanchun said this, she immediately stopped. However, Ing Chun no longer insisted. Unexpectedly, Bao Chai said, "Sister Yuan and I have Tsuelu to accompany us, so why not let Inger see Brother Yi off?" Now Tanchun had no reason to stop him, thinking that Aunt Xiao was still in the garden. If she acted rashly, her face turned pale. Just when he was at a loss, he heard Zhang Yuni say, "No need. Hinwu Garden is too far away, and it will not be safe for Inger to go back alone later." During this period, he could more or less see that Tanchun was trying to please him and show off in front of him. It would have been fine if he had stopped Siki today, But he did not take the opportunity to ask Shirshu to send her off, which was really strange. He had the intention of stealing her, and he thought she was waiting for an opportunity to meet him privately. So he deliberately created an opportunity. With this in mind, he deliberately slowed down his pace on the way back, and even looked back every 3 steps. Unexpectedly, he walked all the way to the Qifeng Gate Bridge, but still did not see anyone chasing him. After standing at the bridge head and waiting for a while, he was a little disappointed and stepped onto the path in front of the Qintang cottage and headed towards the east corner gate. Unexpectedly, just when he arrived in front of the Qintang cottage, he vaguely saw a charming woman with a coquettish figure, waving at him hard. Who else could it be if not Aunt Zhao? He was secretly shocked in his heart. It was dark. He thought Tanchun wanted to meet him secretly. Was this creating an opportunity for himself and Aunt Zhao? He looked around like a thief, and immediately stepped over the fence wall that was barely knee-high, and walked into the Qintang cottage in a flash. Aunt Zhao had a seductive look on her face, twisting her waist and hips, and hurriedly followed into the house. Flattering. Congratulations, Master Yi. There is a good thing. Good thing? Zhang Yuni turned around, slammed the door shut, and snorted coldly. But the good thing you colluded with Ma Daopa? Aunt Zhao's body trembled suddenly, and with a thump, she crawled on the ground, shaking like a sieve, and kept begging, Master Yi, spare me. Master, spare me. The moonlight was dim, and the room was almost dark. Zhang Yuni only saw a black shadow crawling in front of him. As if trembling, arching a plump peach, he pursed his dry lips, pressed the tip of his tongue against his teeth, and quickly walked around behind Aunt Zhao, squatted down, raised his hand and pressed it. He said with a strange smile, He. The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment of life cannot be escaped. How to sentence you depends on your attitude. Chapter 233 Interrogation. Although the Qintang cottage was uninhabited, but there were some simple furniture, enough for Zhang Yuni to adapt to the darkness, and he fiddled with it for a while. The only flaw was that the room was too dim. Even after a long time, he got used to the darkness, and the charming and enchanting eyebrows of Aunt Zhao could not be seen clearly. However, Aunt Zhao was good at flattering and used to superficial work, so her voice was enough to fascinate. Just like now, he was already dressed, and Aunt Zhao was still lying on the table motionless, panting slightly, and speaking sadly. Master, I will let you deal with me. Please spare my life. Of course, she had behaved like this in the past, perhaps to flatter, but today, she was really overwhelmed and exhausted. Zhang Yuni jumped on the table, crossed his legs, and grabbed the perky peach, while kneading it like dough. He raised his other hand, lifted Aunt Zhao's chin, and said without comment, Who else knows about your affair with Ma Daopa? Tell me now. Maybe there is still room for maneuver. Who knows? Aunt Zhao looked confused and said incoherently, I was also instigated by Ma Daopa. How dare I let others know about this? Even water. I just asked him to put the pills in the tea. Aunt Zhao was already scared by him. Moreover, if she really colluded with Jiazhen, she should at least suspect that it was Jiazhen who leaked it to her. Now, she looked confused and didn't seem to be pretending, so she guessed that Jiazhen had another reason. Then he said, Tell me, what are you doing with the third lady? It's not that he didn't suspect Tanchuan's intention in arranging this, but he didn't have any concerns about it. After all, no matter what, Aunt Zhao was her biological mother. Even if she had some small actions in secret, she dared not make it public. At most, she would catch the adultery in person, with the evidence of Aunt Zhao poisoning Jia Baoyu and Wang Shifeng. Even if she really had evil intentions, it was just buy one get one free. Now that everything was done, Tanchun didn't come as expected. Instead, she wanted to interrogate Aunt Zhao. After her affair with Ma Daopa was exposed, Aunt Zhao was like a frightened bird. She told the whole story like a bamboo tube. She even explained why Tanchun found her, the reason for Jia Jing's attitude, and helped to pass the message to Jin Chuan. Father and son fighting for a maid? Zhang Yuni had a rough idea about the other things, but he was quite surprised by the matter of Jin Chuan. However, thinking about it carefully, in the original novel, when Zhao Liangong came to the house and mentioned the matter of the red handkerchief, Jia Zheng did not seem to want to beat him, but only asked him to stay and asked him something. It was from Jia Huan that Baoyu failed to force Jin Chuan which led to Jin Chuan jumping into the well. That he was furious. Oh! Tell me, what is Jin Chuan's attitude? Although he intended to ask for Jin Chuan's sisters as soon as possible, he didn't want someone who was in Chao's camp, but was in Han's camp, and was doing bad things around him. There is no room for maids to say such things. Chatting about gossip. Aunt Zhao forgot her own situation and talked endlessly. She naturally wanted to follow Bao Yu. But the master stopped her in front, and the wife blocked her in the back. So she could only accept it. As she spoke, her tone gradually changed. And she hummed and moaned, "Master, I really can't stand it anymore. I can't serve you anymore. Please, please have some mercy on me." Zhang Yuni then realized that Aunt Zhao had been rubbed to the point of being unbearable by him, and slapped her in anger. "That's enough. I'm quite satisfied with your attitude. Remember to come whenever you call me in the future." Hey! Hey! Master is so capable. You've made me suffer so much. It's my blessing to be able to serve you. While Aunt Zhao agreed, she didn't forget to praise Zhang Yuni. Keep an eye on Jin Chuan. If she is driven out of the house by the wife, I will let someone notify you. Remember to come immediately. I have other instructions. Although there were other hidden stories behind Bao Yu's beating and Jin Chuan's suicide, they were also victims just from the results. Among them, Bao Yu was the most to blame. If he hadn't failed to flirt with her, and if Wang Furen hadn't seen her and wanted to avoid her, Jin Chuan wouldn't necessarily have to go to the end of her life. However, Aunt Zhao's analysis was not without reason. How many maids in this mansion are not trying to get close to him? Although there was Jia Zheng as a reason. Wang Furen would probably be eager to give Jin Chuan to him. And even Jin Chuan would probably be more willing to follow him. But as the saying goes, you don't know the pain until you are hit by the board. Although he asked to come to her side to save her life, Zhang Yuni also had confidence in himself. But sometimes people's hearts are very complicated. If she didn't recognize Jia Baoyu's true face, she might not be devoted to him. Therefore, he planned to wait until Jin Chuan was desperate, and then give her a choice, so that he could completely take her in. Madam wants to drive Jin Chuan out of the house? Aunt Zhao asked with a little doubt. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Didn't I tell you last time to remember not to make mistakes? Who told you to act on your own and collude with Ma Daopa? Whether it was deceiving Lin Daiyu to see the West Chamber, or the matter of Jin Chuan. For Zhang Yuni, who regarded Rong Mansion as his own fish pond, Jia Baoyu really deserved to be punished. I am also worried about offending Madam. In order to protect myself. At this point, Aunt Zhao seemed to have tasted the meaning, and raised her head with a look of surprise and said, Master, are you willing to help and save my mother and son? Zhang Yuni raised his hand, pinched her chin, and flicked her lower lip with his thumb twice, and smiled. Since you are serving the master, you are still working hard. I have to help you. Aunt Zhao trembled with excitement when she heard the words. As if she had misunderstood, she quickly supported the table with both hands, lifted his collar, and lay on his legs. She raised her excited and charming face like a ripe apple, with a flattering look and seductive eyes, saying, Master, you pity me so much. Even if I risk my life, I will serve you well. I don't know how long it took. Zhang Yuni finally let out a heavy breath and got down from the table, bending down and patting the hem of his clothes. He waved his hand and said, Remember to clean up here. Don't let anyone see the clues. After that, he opened the door and left. This place is close to the water source. Aunt Zhao panted for a long time before coming to the waterside, wet her handkerchief and the hem of her clothes, and went back to wipe them. When she was busy until the third watch, she dragged her tired body to the gate of the Grandview Garden. She was also somewhat calculated, telling a lie that she fell into the water. The gatekeeper took Tan Juan's money, but was afraid that Mrs. Wang would know. So she dared not say anything. Instead of taking a look, she hurriedly urged her to leave. When she returned to her room, Aunt Zhao could no longer hold on, and she didn't even bother to wash up. Her head was already dizzy, and she fell asleep on the pillow. However, she didn't ask the maid to send a message to Tanshan when she returned, which made Tanshan worried all night. Chapter 234 Master and Servant Night Talk. Yingshan and her servant were also awake. Back at Juejin Tower, Siki helped Yingshan wash and get into bed. She threw her own bedding on the porch in front of the bed and said, Miss, I think the third lady did it on purpose. She stopped me from sending it. And it seems that she is also thinking about Master Shani. Mrs. Xing was in a hurry. The first two times Zhang Yuni came to tell the story, Siki tried to intercept him, but she was always caught up by the secretary and said some bland gossip. After a while, she had to give up this method. Today, Tanchun spoke up to stop her again, so it was no wonder that she was suspicious. This can't be? Although she stopped us, there is no excuse for the maid to deliver it. Miss, don't you think about it? She has already won a lot of praise from Master Yi for doing such a thing. Why does she need to take risks? Miss, however, is not good at poetry. Every time she goes, she can only sit there and can't even say a few words. Siki said, sitting on the edge of the bed. She was born plump, with round buttocks, pressed on the edge of the bed, which made her look even fuller, and her lower back seemed to collapse. Inchun slept on her side to make it easier to talk to her, and this scene immediately caught her eye. She couldn't help but mutter to herself that Mrs. Xing had never been able to achieve the effect of patting and lining herself. But when it came to Siki, it was natural and effortless. She couldn't help but stare at him in a trance. Siki did not turn around, and did not notice Inchun's gaze. She just said to herself, originally, whenever Master Yi came in, even if he did not come to our place, we would always have a chance to meet. But now, although he comes into the garden every now and then, he always tells those stupid stories. Everyone is gathered together. When will Miss have a chance to be alone? Seeing that Inchun didn't respond after talking for a long time, Siki turned around and looked back. She complained, Miss, please say something. Inchun noticed her twisting waist and quickly turned over and lay flat. She looked at Siki, but her view was blocked by two mountains. The two soft hands hidden in the quilt were unconsciously raised in front of her body. Then she sighed and said, you know, I don't have any ideas. I just do whatever Madam tells me to do. I tried it today, but in public. What third sister said? Can I still refute it? At this point, she changed the subject, but if there is someone around Brother Yi who can help speak up, this matter will be much simpler. If there is someone who can speak up for us, Madam would have asked for it long ago. Why do we have to worry about it? Inchun pursed her lips, looked at Siki and said, you are my eldest maid. Even if I marry in the future, you will still go with me. It's better to tell Madam first. Send you there first, so that with you by Brother Yi's side, it will be much easier. No. 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 Siki stopped him repeatedly. How can I go? I have served the young lady for so many years, and suddenly I go to be with Master Yi. It is so unclear, and the young lady will inevitably be criticized. It is better for us to go and ask the old lady to ask the old lady to ask the third young lady not to cause trouble for us. No, Inchun said hurriedly. My third sister and I are both granddaughters, and it doesn't matter who she marries. She is usually more favored than me. It's just that the master and the mistress are concerned about her this time, and the second master and the second mistress didn't care about it. Otherwise, how could it be my turn? As soon as Siki sat on the bed, she thought about this, and she had thought it through. If you really want to be criticized, it's already inappropriate for me to ask you to send her off today. So why bother to cover up the truth? If I rashly let you go, it would naturally be inappropriate. But now there is a ready-made opportunity. Siki blurted out, what opportunity? After asking, she felt a little regretful. She should have asked Inchun to give up the idea instead of continuing this topic. Before she could find a reason, Inchun took over the conversation. Think about it. Brother Yi only has Ruiju as a maid. When we went to the East Mansion before the new year, we saw it. Not to mention that Sister Jun and her sister had no one around them. Even Xiangling, who was pregnant, had no one to help. As long as I ask you to take care of Xiangling, there will inevitably be some gossip. But it's not a big deal. This, Siki hesitated for a while. As Ingchun's eldest maid, there is almost no doubt that she will be married with the dowry and be a maid in the same room. But if she followed Xiangling, she could get rid of her status as a maid, and there would be no dowry in the future. Zhang Yuni had a good reputation, so she was not worried. However, she was still a shield beside Ingchun. Once she went to the East Palace to follow Xiangling. Those in the family who were bent on climbing up the social ladder would probably turn around and urge her to climb into Zhang Yuni's bed. For this reason, she could not rely on her family at all, and could only hope to help Ingchun's marriage. Although if Chun married into the Zhang family, she could ask her for help with her merits and years of affection. But there is always a chance of something happening. If she hadn't seen Tanchuan's thoughts, she would still have some confidence. But now it was another matter. After all, no matter from which aspect, marrying with the second house is better than marrying with the first house. She was in a dilemma. But suddenly her eyes lit up. Miss, you just lack someone to pass on the message. I have a suitable candidate. Who is it? Yuan Nan. Siki said concisely. The old lady has tacitly agreed to this matter, and she will definitely not shirk her responsibility. At this point, she hesitated and said, besides, when she sent Master Yi out a few years ago, I saw, she seemed to be talking and laughing with Master Yi, and they got along well. She originally wanted to say that she was just talking, but considering the reputation of Yuan Nan, she changed her words. But it's fine if you tell me this. But how can I tell Yuan Nan? Don't worry. Young lady. Leave this to me. She thought for a moment and changed her words. If you are worried, let's try Yuan Nan first. How to try her? I will invite her over some other day. And young lady will say that you don't have a stable man in your house. When you want to get married, ask the old lady for her as a dowry, so that she can help with housework in the future. She stays with the old lady all day, so she must know who the young lady wants to marry. As long as she agrees, then this matter will be 100% certain. Chun looked entangled and said, but after all, she is the old lady's ancestor. If she goes with her as a dowry, I'm afraid it will be affecting you. Siki said in a resolute voice, what time is it? Why are you still hesitating? As long as you can get what you want, I will give this deputy lady to Yuan Nan. What's the harm? Siki. Chun sat up from the bed suddenly, holding Siki's hand and said, don't worry. As long as I can marry, I will beg for a status for you. Let's take care of the present first, and talk about this later. Siki didn't dare to agree, and quickly changed the subject. It's getting late. Miss, go to bed early. I will go to find Sister Yuan Nan tomorrow. Hey! Hey! Chun patted her hands twice again, and then lay back on the bed. Chapter 235 Being Jealous. The next day, just after dawn, Chun, who had not slept all night, rushed into Aunt Zhao's room. She grabbed her arm and shook it twice. When Aunt Zhao opened her sleepy eyes, she asked, when did you come back yesterday? Why didn't you send someone to tell me? Aunt Zhao shook her hand away and said unhappily, you girl, you don't even know how to call someone. I've worked so hard. At this point, she quickly stopped talking, raised her arms, stretched her waist, and felt her whole body was clear and refreshed like never before. She unconsciously clenched her fists, pulling her numb muscles and bones, and let out a soul-stirring groan from her throat. Although this muffled groan was full of emotion, Chun was a girl after all, and she didn't understand the meaning of it. In addition, Aunt Zhao always did not hide her style, so she didn't ask in detail, but urged, Aunt, don't keep us in suspense. What did Brother Yi say? What did he say? Compared to before, Aunt Zhao seemed to be confident. Now it's different from the past. She can already get Zhang Yuni. For her, whether Chun marries or not is just icing on the cake. Of course, if she wants to enter the garden in the future, she will have to rely on Tanchuan's hand. So she can't help but say a few perfunctory words. I will naturally not forget what I should say. But how can I get straight to the point about this kind of thing? I have to come and go at once. Right? Chun was not satisfied with this answer, and hurriedly asked, what is Brother Yi's attitude? What attitude? Aunt Zhao was stunned. She didn't hide her thoughts about Chun last night from Zhang Yuni. However, she didn't bother to ask about Zhang Yuni's attitude. She couldn't help but wipe the corner of her lips and pondered, it's dark. How can I see clearly? But since he has allowed me to persuade him for so long, he must be quite pleased. At this point, she felt a blockage in her throat and said hoarsely, just do your own thing. Leave mastery to me. I will make sure it won't ruin your business. Chun wanted to ask again, but Aunt Zhao had already waved her hand impatiently. I was tired for half the night yesterday. It's so early in the morning. Do you still want to sleep? As she said that, she pulled the corner of the quilt and covered her head. Seeing this, Chun had to stamp her feet and turn away. Jiamu's courtyard. Jiang Yangchuan. Qingwen brought a basin of water for washing her face and put it aside. She glanced at Jia Baoyu, who was sickly lying on the bed, and poked Shiren with her arm, saying, he has been listless for more than 10 days. Do you want to ask a doctor to take a look? What else can he do? This kind of situation has happened before. He is probably being naughty with Miss Lin. Shirin shook her head and sighed. I thought that if we don't live together, we can have fewer quarrels. Now it seems that I am overthinking. Second master is too angry. Miss Lin is weak. So he is just angry. These words seemed to trigger some mechanism. And Jia Baoyu suddenly jumped up from the bed. Without saying a word, he picked up the towel on the basin, wiped his face twice, put on the clothes that Shirin had spread out, and rushed out. He rushed into the Grandview Garden and came to the gate of Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Just as he was about to push the door in, he took back his steps and stood in front of the courtyard gate. Hesitating, Zijuan happened to come out to pour water, and seeing the figure wandering in front of the courtyard gate, she quickly dropped her basin and ran out. She did not rush to call Jia Baoyu in, but asked, Second master, what's wrong with you? Why don't you come in? Did you have a quarrel with the young lady again? For more than 10 days, Jia Baoyu had been missing, and she couldn't help but feel a little confused. However, no matter how she asked indirect questions, Lin Dayu never mentioned it, and she didn't see the two of them getting angry. So when she saw Jia Baoyu, she hurried forward to ask. She asked 3 questions in a row, but Jia Baoyu couldn't answer any of them. And, thinking of the hasty escape that day, she shrank back slightly. Is Miss Lin okay these days? Why don't you ask her yourself? Second master? Zijuan frowned slightly. Mr. Yi has been coming to tell stories to the girls recently. And the girls are busy, so they don't sigh anymore. What is he doing here? Jia Baoyu exclaimed, and rushed in immediately without caring about Zijuan. Zijuan knew it was bad when she saw him, and hurriedly tried to persuade and pull him. Second master, wait for me to finish my words. How could Jia Baoyu be patient? Just as he was about to rush into the house, Dayu suddenly appeared from the door, blocked the door, and looked at him calmly. Jia Baoyu's momentum weakened by 3 points, and he turned around and said anxiously, Sister, it was Brother Yi who forced me that day. I didn't lie to you. Forced you? Lin Dayu snorted coldly and interrupted. Brother Yi was just using uncle as a cover. So you were timid. If uncle, aunt or old lady really forced you in the future, would you dare to contradict him in person? Ah? Jia Baoyu was stunned and blurted out. You know everything? He then seemed to have found a reason and said indignantly, Since you know that he deliberately used the master to scare me, it would be fine if you didn't defend me. But why did you get together with him? What kind of story do you care about? You? Lin Dayu was so angry at his specious words that she trembled. Who got together with whom? Brother Yi meant well, but you didn't dare to say these words to his face. But you want me to defend you? Jia Baoyu was immediately indignant when he heard that Lin Dayu didn't help him, but said that Zhang Yini had good intentions. When the girl came, wasn't I there to play with her? I loved it. And if the girl wanted it, she would take it. If I heard that the girl liked to eat something, I would quickly clean it up and wait for her to eat it. We ate at the same table and slept on the same bed. The maids couldn't think of it, but I was afraid that the girl would be angry. So I thought of it for them. Who would have thought that the girl would be so arrogant now, and not take me seriously, but take Brother Yi from the outside world seriously, and ignore me for 3 days and 4 days. He spoke a lot, and the more he spoke, the more wrong he felt, and tears fell unconsciously. You, what are you talking about? Lin Dayu was embarrassed and angry. Have I ever taken anyone seriously? Have I ever ignored anyone? Isn't it? I don't have any brothers or sisters, although I have 2. Don't you know that they are from different mothers? I also went out alone like you, thinking that you have the same heart as me. Who knew that I was worried in vain, and ended up with grievances and nowhere to complain? Jia Baoyu said confidently, that big Brother Yi from the 4th road, he can enter the house just by telling 2 stories. But now he is stopping me and not letting me in. Ahem. Lin Dayu coughed twice and took a breath. It was my 3rd sister's idea to open a bookstore. Brother Yi just lent me a place. Even if he came, the sisters were also present. How could he enter the house? Ah, Jia Baoyu said in astonishment. What bookstore? I am too lazy to explain what bookstore. Lin Dayu exhaled heavily, looked at him with a complicated expression and said, You keep saying that you have no brothers and sisters. But where do you put your eldest sister? Besides, Brother Yi's mother and mother are cousins and handkerchief friends. How come you say they are outsiders? After she finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to Jia Baoyu, and slammed the door shut with a bang. Second master, are you here to apologize to the young lady? Or are you deliberately here to irritate the young lady? Seeing Jiabaoyu staring at the closed door in a daze, Zijuan couldn't help complaining. Jiabaoyu finally woke up from his dream and said, "Good sister, tell me quickly, what's going on with that bookstore?" I was going to tell the second master, but the second master rushed in a hurry without waiting for me to finish my words. Now the misunderstanding has deepened. Although she complained, she didn't keep it a secret. She immediately told the story of how Tan Chun proposed to publish The Legend of the White Snake, and how Zhang Yuni invested and named it. Hearing that in the past 10 days, the sisters not only figured out interesting things to add color to the story, but also opened a bookstore. But he missed this interesting thing. Jiabaoyu couldn't help but beat his chest and stamp his feet. But then he thought about it. This matter was all caused by Zhang Yuni's story, and he was the one who led the opening of the bookstore and the naming. Not only did all the sisters revolve around him, but they also ignored him, which made him a little disappointed. He left Xiaoxiang Pavilion dejectedly. Chapter 236, Forced to do so. Zilingzhou, Jue Jin Lu. The master and servant got up in the morning, but before they could invite Yuan Yang, Madame Xing arrived first. She walked around Zilingzhou in a haughty manner, and when she entered Jue Jin Lu, she was even more dissatisfied with everything. She stepped forward and grabbed Yingchuan's collar, shaking off a touch of snow white from her collar. Fawn said arrogantly, "Why don't you change into the clothes I gave you? You've moved in for a month, but you haven't made any progress. Do you think that you are far away from me and the master now that you moved in, and you are starting to disobey us?" Yingchun covered her chest with her hands and said timidly, "My daughter dare not. It's just what? I heard that he comes to the garden every now and then. If it weren't for your laziness, how could you still have no clue until now? Don't blame me for not reminding you. The master spent money on your marriage. If something goes wrong, you know his temper." Siki saw Yingchun was speechless because of what Mrs. Xing said, and hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Madam, you are wise. Miss has been thinking of a way. Last night, Master Yi came to tell a story, and Miss was going to see him off at night, but was blocked by the third lady. Seeing that Mrs. Xing's attitude was not good, she changed Yingchuan, sending her to see him off to seeing him off in person. Although Yingchun felt that it was inappropriate, she did not dare to correct it in the face of Mrs. Xing's questioning, and could only acquiesce to Siki's statement. "What? Is there such a thing?" Mrs. Xing couldn't help but frown. The old lady acquiesced. "I think she is going to make a scene. What does it have to do with her whether you send her or not?" She became more and more angry as she spoke, and said angrily, "You were raised by the eldest master and his parents, and this girl Tan was raised by the second master and his parents. You two have the same background. Although your mother died earlier, your mother was 10 times better than Aunt Zhao. You should be better than the girl Tan. You are older than her, and have the support of the old lady in us. It would be fine if you didn't control her. But why did she control you?" After being framed by Mrs. Xing, Yingchun was speechless, and just lowered her head, and covered her clothes. "Madam, this matter is not the fault of the young lady. Don't blame her." Madame Xing looked at Siki with a squint and said, "I think you are also responsible. If there is no clue, ask your parents to tie you up first, and send you to Igur first." Siki's face froze, and she quickly explained, "Madam, you don't know. The young lady is also worried that this matter will spread, and will be heard by the old lady." Madame Xing didn't wait for her to finish, and interrupted impatiently, "This is strange. This marriage was originally tacitly approved by the old lady. You are worried about the old lady. But you are worried first. Why are you so worried?" Siki could only bite the bullet and said, "Madam, please allow me to report. According to the young lady and the servant, the third lady is also thinking about this marriage. But she is a girl, and there is no one to make the decision. If the old lady knows about it, it will be troublesome. Mrs. Xing can be so casual with Yingchun, let alone a maid. Although Tanchuan's behavior is only her guess, there is no evidence yet. But the arrow is on the string, and she can only use the open and secret struggles between the first and second houses to buy time." "What? She dares to pick our peaches?" Mrs. Xing grabbed Yingchun and said, "Come on. Come with me to the old lady and tell her this. I want to see." "Madam, you can't do that," Siki said in surprise. "Madam, think about it. For the old lady, the young lady and the third lady are both granddaughters, and she has always been The young lady is not as favored as the third lady. If this matter gets out, if the second lady decides for the third lady, it will be too late to regret it. I wanted to say that the old lady was partial, but when the words came to my lips, I realized that it was not right. So I changed my words and said that Ing Chun was not as favored as Tan Chun. She dared. Mrs. Xing shouted angrily. The master spent a lot of money on this. Before she had time to save the money, she realized that she not only did not spend a penny, but also made a small sum of money from the old lady. Seeing her stop talking, Siki thought she was persuaded, and hurriedly said, although the master spent money, we are a family after all. Even if the old lady really changed her mind, can the master still use that little money to make trouble? But once this matter is reported to the old lady, it will be hard to say. Although the third lady has this idea, there is no reason to take the initiative to find the old lady and the second lady to talk. She can only work hard behind the scenes. Although she can stop it for a while, she can't stop it forever. It's just that she has intentions but no intentions. And she is watching closely. We have only one way in and out, so the progress is slow. Please give us some time. Mrs. Xing shook Ing Chun's hand heavily and said, give you some time. It's easy to say. Who can? Jia's mother still hopes to promote this marriage, so that she can ask Zhang Yuni for help. With the pressure from Lady Jia, she was also pressing for his life. However, there was no need to say these words to Ing Chun and her servants. She stopped talking, took a deep breath and said, you tell me how to deal with it. I discussed it with the young lady yesterday. Now that Master Yi has entered the garden, Miss San pesters him to tell stories, and she is staring at us. We can only ask someone else to pass a message to Master Yi. Siki saw that she had been fooled, so she quickly told the story of finding Yuan Yan as an external aid. After hearing this, Mrs. Xing couldn't help complaining. At the beginning, I said that I wanted you to live in the Chitang thatched cottage. But the old lady, at this point, she remembered that it was inappropriate to make up stories about Lady Jia in front of the two of them. So she quickly stopped talking. Then he murmured, Yuanyang is the old lady's family after all. If you go, it will not only be difficult to convince her, but also arouse suspicion. It's better for me to go directly to the old lady and follow your excuse. It's easier. Seeing that they finally got away with it, Ichan and her servants breathed a sigh of relief. Mrs. Xing did not delay and rushed to Rongqing Hall without stopping. Although Jia's mother did not know her purpose, she also wanted to ask about the progress of the marriage. So she sent away the irrelevant servants. Mrs. Xing was thoughtful and kept Yuan on. After the others left, she explained her purpose to Jia's mother. Seeing that Jia's mother did not comment, she said again, the second girl has always been soft-tempered, and Siki has a hot temper. I think that Ir's big family business must be managed by a steady person. Yuanan on the side blushed. She never expected that what she had been asking for, but could not get would come so easily. Mrs. Xing had already received information from Siki, and also noticed her expression. I thought that after so much preparation, Yuanan would be willing to do it, and Jiamu would not be reluctant to give up a maid. Unexpectedly, the result was beyond their expectations. Jiamu shook her head and said, others can do it, but Yuanan can't. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Xing was anxious. I see that Yuanan has no objection. Why don't you? Before she finished speaking, Jiamu raised her hand to interrupt. If Igur has a lot of family business, can't there be less in the Ningguang mansion? Besides, as the heir to the throne, the Ningguang will definitely have a lot of imperial edicts in the palace. If there is no steady man around the eldest lady, won't people laugh at us? This, Mrs. Xing and Yuanong were stunned at the same time. Unlike Yuanong, who was shocked and at a loss, Mrs. Xing was more and more indignant about Jiamu's partiality. At the same time, she was more convinced that Siki had made trouble, and did not dare to tell Tanchun about her little thoughts. She stood up and said goodbye. What the old lady said is very true. I will go back and discuss it with the master. Chapter 237 Clues. Before going to the Yamen, Zhang Yuni moved to Rongfu and found Lida. As soon as they met, Lida nodded and said, Master, why are you here? Zhang Yuni nodded slightly and said, there is something. Please keep an eye on it for me. Although Aunt Zhao was willing to submit, the situation on Jin Chuan's side was unclear, and he didn't want to expose his relationship with Aunt Zhao. In addition, it was not easy for her to pass on information. So Zhang Yuni found Lida as the chief steward of Rongfu. Lida knew everything about Rongfu, and it was difficult to hide it from his eyes and ears, and it was easy to pass on information. Besides, everyone in Rongfu knew very well that he promoted Lai Shangrong. It was most appropriate for him to handle Jinchuan's affairs. When he heard that there was something to be done, Lida showed joy on his face and said respectfully, "Master, just give me your orders." He was most afraid that Zhang Yuni would not use him. As long as he had something to recommend him, he would not worry about his son not being valued. Zhang Yuni did not get straight to the point, but started to talk nonsense. "Xiangling is about to give birth, and I don't have many capable maids. Don't worry." "Sir." Lida obviously misunderstood Zhang Yuni's meaning, and before he finished speaking, he rushed to say, "I will go back and pick a few capable and thoughtful maids from home and send them to the East Palace to serve." Zhang Yuni glanced at him and said indifferently, "Why? Is there someone as capable and thoughtful as Qingwen in the mansion?" This, even though Lida was used to doing things for show, he didn't know how to answer for a while. The reason why Qingwen is so rare is not simply because of her beautiful appearance. More importantly, it is because of her excellent embroidery. Not to mention the golden fur coat that Baoyu wore out. Even the duck cheek fur coat that Jiamu gave to Shui Baoqin is also worth a lot of money. From the material alone, all the feathers used are the small crown feathers on the top of the wild duck's head. The whole cloak needs to consume no less than 1,000 wild ducks. And to sew the tiny crown feathers on silk and fur, the gold and silver threads and manual work consumed are even more expensive. The key is that this kind of delicate work cannot make any mistakes. Whether it is Su embroidery, Shu brocade, or Keisai, these high-end fabrics have their own weaving methods. How to put the needle and how to thread the thread. Even if the talent is high, it takes a long time of practice to cultivate a skilled worker. Even the princes and nobles cannot do without sewing and mending, let alone the impoverished nobles like the Jia family. However, a dead camel is bigger than a horse, even if the 4 major families are lonely. For them, some commonplace things are shortcomings for some people who have no background and suddenly become rich. The reason why Shangyun can make a living by sewing and mending is that she is used to using silk and satin in her early years. In ancient times, needlework was a compulsory course for every woman, and people like Qingwen are 1 in 1,000. Talent and training are indispensable. In the early years, the Jia family had not yet shown signs of decline, and Lai Ma was able to find some good materials for Qingwen to practice with her relationship with Jia Mu. Now, let alone whether there is such strength. Even if there is, it is not something that can be achieved overnight. Qingwen has been given to Jia Mu by Lai Ma, so it is naturally impossible to take her back and give her to Zhang Yuni. Fortunately, Zhang Yuni did not mean to force him, and saw that Lida was a little at a loss. Fong patted his shoulder and said, "Master, you only need someone who is careful and thoughtful now. But it doesn't necessarily have to be Qingwen. However, the eldest sister-in-law is from a small family after all, and she is not as well-born and well-educated as the old lady and the madam." Hearing what he said, Lida also breathed a sigh of relief. "This is a simple matter. I will go back and talk to the old lady and the madam about it." He just thought that Zhang Yuni was embarrassed to ask for someone. But Zhang Yuni raised his hand and interrupted, although the old lady and the madam have no reason to refuse. The people in their room are also used to it. You can't let them give up because of Xiangling. Speaking of this, he changed the subject and said, "However, I don't think Jin Chuan looks like she can stay in the mansion for a long time. Please help me keep an eye on her. If the madam really sends her away, remember to tell me immediately. Anyway, this kind of prophetic thing is not the first time he has done it, so he doesn't mind doing it again. On the contrary, with the cover of a charlatan, even if the Lai family has the intention of turning against them, they will have an extra layer of concerns. With the experience of Xiangling looking for her relatives, and Wang Shifeng and Jia Baoyu going crazy, Lida didn't find Zhang Yuni's words strange. He patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry. Sir, I will take care of this matter." "Yes." Zhang Yuni nodded and said, "The government is planning to build a fairy school recently. I plan to let Shangrong gain experience, and you can give him more advice later. Jin Chuan's matter is just a small matter for him now. If it weren't for the relationship between Jia Zheng and Jia Baoyu, he would have gone through so much trouble to ask for the person directly according to his original plan. It is the affairs in the government office that are the foundation of his life, and he needs to spend more time and effort on them. Thinking and doing are 2 different things, even if it is under the guise of learning immortality. But reading is the best. In the eyes of scholars of this era, the so-called immortal learning is just a minor path. Although there must be brave men under great rewards. He wants to cultivate a group of talents, who can be entrusted with important tasks, and help him in the future through immortal learning. Only relying on the temptation of great benefits, without the support of interest, and lacking the enthusiasm for research, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, in addition to recruiting some people who have no hope of imperial examinations from the people to stop people from criticizing, the main selection is from the descendants of craftsmen. On the one hand, he has a pearl and jade in front of him, which has the temptation of crossing the class. So there is no worry that they are unwilling to study hard. On the other hand, these children of craftsmen are influenced by what they see and hear, and they are not short of relevant practical knowledge, but they lack theoretical guidance. As for Lai Shangrong, he has also been to school and can write and calculate. Zhang Yuni plans to arrange him to teach these recruited children of craftsmen in immortal learning, reading and writing, and some simple mathematical knowledge. On the one hand, we should make the best use of things, and on the other hand, we should give him a promotion and then promote him. This is also a return of favor, and worthy of Lai Da's recent performance. Yes, yes, yes. I will remind Shang Rong to do his best and go all out, so as not to disappoint the adults. Hearing that his son was going to be promoted, Lai Da hurriedly responded, bowed lower and lower, and even changed his address from little man to little one. After the matter was explained, Zhang Yuni did not stay any longer and turned around and left Rong Mansion. Lai Da sent people all the way to the east corner gate, and when he sent Zhang Yuni to the carriage, he bowed to the bottom and sent him off respectfully. When Zhang Yuni's carriage gradually went away, he supported his waist, slowly straightened his body, looked at the carriage going away, frowned and pondered for a long time, then shook his head and turned back to the mansion. Chapter 238. Jin Chuan was wronged. It was already May. The enrollment of the Immortal Academy was coming to an end, and Zhang Yuni was quite surprised. Although no scholars with achievements were recruited, there were many who could write and calculate. Most of these people were princes and ministers in the capital, and illegitimate sons who had no hope of passing the imperial examination. Perhaps they were trying to please the emperor because of his favor, or perhaps it was because of the political sense of the big family that eggs should not be put in one basket. Zhang Yuni did not object to this, regardless of whether a few outstanding ones could be cultivated among these unsuccessful illegitimate sons. At least with this relationship, he could be considered to have integrated into the officialdom of the capital, compared with the princes and ministers who signed up enthusiastically. The two mansions of Ning and Rong, which were close to the water, did not even have a single applicant. Zhang Yuni had to sigh that the decline of the Jia family was not without traces. In addition, the few acres of sacrificial fields for the spring plowing ceremony were already full of ears of corn. According to the report of Zhang Cheng and others, it is roughly estimated that the yield per mu is about 600 jin. This is not the era of later generations where the yield per mu is often 1000 jin. A yield of 500 jin per mu can be called a top-grade fertile field, and 600 jin can be said to be unprecedented. Of course, this is due to the effect of bird droppings, and the fact that Zhang Yuni also prepared alum water. More importantly, the fate of officials in Shentian Prefecture has been linked to the yield of the sacrificial field. The servants of the government office took turns to guard the rice seedlings almost 12 hours a day, wishing to provide for each seedling. Even the officials sent their own maids and servants to participate in it. Under such careful care, not only was there no drought or flooding, but there was no disturbance of pests and diseases, and the growth was naturally very gratifying. For this reason, not only was Emperor Zhenqing ecstatic, but the officials of Shentian Prefecture, led by Jia Yusuan, also brought gifts of thanks and came to thank him. While Zhang Yuni was busy with government affairs, Jia Baoyu was bored and had nothing to do. At first, after 2 days of sulking, he was a little itchy and wanted to get together with the sisters. But when he thought of the bookstore and the stories, they had nothing to do with him, and he lost interest. In addition, the sisters now lived in the garden, and it was rare for him to meet them if he didn't go to the garden. As time went on, he became more and more embarrassed. That day, the afternoon suddenly became cloudy and the sky changed. Jia Baoyu was really bored in the house and didn't feel like taking a nap. So he got up and walked around. He always loved to hang out with the girls. And now the sisters moved into the garden, and there were stories to distract his energy. Whether it was space or psychology, he felt far away. On the other hand, Yuan Yang didn't like to talk to him. After thinking about it, he came to Rongqi Hall. It happened that Wang Furen was taking a nap in the inner room. Jin Chuan sat beside her with her eyes slightly closed, slumped and pounding her legs. He walked quietly behind Jin Chuan and suddenly took off the pendant on her ear. He smiled softly. "Why are you so sleepy?" Jin Chuan was startled, looked up and saw that it was Boyu. And then she put her heart back into her stomach. She closed her eyes again, raised her fist, and weakly rubbed Wang Furen's calf. On that day, she was bewitched by Aunt Zhao, and her heart was moved for a while. But when she calmed down, she became worried. Although her idea was good, she also knew that Jia Baoyu was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw Jia Zheng. If he knew that he was going to compete with Jia Zheng, he would probably avoid him. Although this would allow her to become a concubine of the master, Jia Zheng was already old, and it would also displease Lady Wang. So he was hesitant. Seeing that Jin Chuan ignored him, Jia Baoyu took out the Xiangxue Runjin pill from his purse like offering a treasure, and put it into Jin Chuan's mouth. Jin Chuan was dazed and held the Xiangxue Runjin pill in her mouth. Seeing that she held the Xiangxue Runjin pill he handed her, Jia Baoyu took advantage of it and came up to hold her hand. Smiling quietly, "I will ask the lady for you tomorrow, and we will be together." Recently, the sisters are not like before, always around him, and he can't help feeling lost and wants to find some sense of existence. Jin Chuan was stunned for a moment, but before she could speak, Jia Baoyu said again, "Otherwise, I will ask the lady for you when she wakes up." As he spoke, he was already bullying. Jin Chuan suddenly woke up and hurriedly pushed him out. She regretted it deeply. If she hadn't given Aunt Zhao a chance to speak, she could have let it go. But Aunt Zhao had already brought a message to Jia Zheng. How could she pretend not to know? Although she had read few books, she had heard Mrs. Wang complain about hypocrisy and sanctimoniousness. If Jia Zheng thought that she was ungrateful, even if she really followed Jia Baoyu, it would not last long. She would even be accused of instigating and seducing Jia Baoyu. Thinking of this, she hurriedly said, "The golden hairpin fell into the well. Whatever is yours. I'll tell you a trick. Go to the east courtyard and get Huaner and Kaiyun." Jia Baoyu smiled and licked his face and said, "No matter how he goes, I will only guard you." As he spoke, he approached again. However, before he finished speaking, Mrs. Wang, who was taking a nap on the imperial concubine couch, suddenly sat up and slapped Jin Chuan in the face. She pointed at her and scolded, "You lowly little whore. You have corrupted a good man." She was not sleeping soundly to begin with, and she heard the noise as soon as Jia Baoyu came in. She also wanted to give Jin Chuan to Baoyu, but was blocked by Jia's mother. If Jia Baoyu asked for it himself, Jia's mother would not object because of her doting, so she kept pretending to sleep. She was already resentful of Jia Zheng for lingering in Aunt Zhao's room for these years. But Jin Chuan insisted on urging Jia Baoyu to go to the east courtyard, which touched Mrs. Wang's reverse scale. Therefore, she emphasized the word both. Seeing that Lady Wang suddenly woke up, Jia Baoyu was furious. He was so scared that he ran away. Jin Chuan's face was burning, but her heart was as cold as the winter wind. As a maidservant beside Lady Wang, how could she not be sensitive at all? It was just that in the face of Jia Baoyu's repeated provocations, she spoke without thinking and ignored Lady Wang on the couch. Facing Lady Wang's anger, he, the instigator who had just vowed to do so, just ran away. Not to mention the words he asked for. He didn't even say a word to plead for himself. How could she not be chilled? She knew why Lady Wang was angry, and she didn't dare to use Jia Zheng's words through Aunt Zhao to judge. She just knelt on the ground, said nothing, and put on an attitude of accepting the punishment. However, things did not go as planned. Wang Furen told Yuchuan, who came hurriedly, "Call your mother and take your sister out." Jin Chuan kowtowed and begged, "I won't dare to do it again. Madam, if you want to beat or scold me, just do it. It's a favor from heaven that you don't ask me to go out. I have been with Madam for more than 10 years. If you drive me out now, I will never see anyone again." Although Jin Chuan begged hard, Wang Furen was determined to drive her away. In the end, she called Jin Chuan's mother, Bai Lao's wife, to take her away. As a maid, loyalty is the most important thing. Wang Furen no longer feels at ease with Jin Chuan. She dared not bring up the past again and asked her to serve Jia Baoyu. She knew Jia Zheng's thoughts very well. Without this obstacle, Jia Zheng would probably applaud. However, one Aunt Zhao was already enough to annoy her, and adding another Jean Chuan would be fine. But she could never tolerate her flirting with Aunt Zhao. So, she simply sent her away and put an end to it. Chapter 239, Putting Death to the Bail. By family. Jean Chuan, who was taken back, stood in the main hall with a dead look on her face. Old Lady Bai did not care about her daughter's thoughts. Pointing at her and questioning, "Why did Madam suddenly get so angry? And she had to kick you out? You are going to cut off our family's livelihood." Jean Chuan's being kicked out seemed to be just her problem. But her family would inevitably be affected. Their family was all married to Lady Wang, and their honor and disgrace depended on Lady Wang's thoughts. How could she care about Jean Chuan's feelings? Faced with Old Lady Bai's questioning, Jean Chuan was speechless. Originally, she could at least be promoted to be a concubine. Suddenly, she went to the other extreme, and she was a little confused for a while. Seeing this, Yu Chuan, who was standing by, hurriedly said, "I saw Baoyu escape from the inner room when I was outside. Could it be related to Baoyu?" Lao Nyangbai exclaimed. "How could it be? Didn't you say that Madame intended to give you Baoyu? Did you offend him and Madame drove you out?" For Wang Furen's intention to give her to Baoyu, it was a good thing for the Bai family, and Jean Chuan did not hide it from her family. But Jia Zheng passed the message through Aunt Zhao, and she didn't know where to start. So she didn't tell her family. When asked by Lan Yan at this time, she no longer concealed it, and told the whole story in a discontinuous manner. "Since the master has asked Aunt Zhao to pass the message, my daughter can't pretend not to hear it. Baoyu was. I didn't expect that Madame was not asleep." This, Lao Nyongbai's body softened, and she fell down on the chair. If it was just to offend Jia Baoyu, even if Mrs. Wang was angry, it would only be temporary. And it was only a matter of Jean Chuan's personal words and deeds. At most, Jean Chuan would be driven out of the house, and would have no chance to be with Baoyu. As long as Mrs. Wang still trusted the Bai family, at most she would be kept at home. But Mrs. Wang was obviously suspicious because she mentioned Aunt Zhao, and the Bai family might also be suspected. Mrs. Bai and Jean Chuan were able to think of this level, but Yu Chuan didn't think as deeply as they did. As for now, begging the master may only add fuel to the fire. If it weren't for Baoyu, my sister wouldn't have suffered this disaster. Madame has always loved Baoyu the most. As long as he is willing to plead for my sister, Madame will definitely give her a lighter sentence." She turned around and said, "Don't worry, sister. I'll go find Baoyu now." Lao Nyangbai took a deep breath and reminded, "Remember not to blame him. Beg him well. Even if he doesn't agree, don't contradict him." Jean Chuan seemed to want to say something, but she didn't say anything. Although judging from Jia Baoyu's performance at the time, it was unlikely that he was willing to plead. And Mrs. Wang might not care. But she still had some hope in her heart. After Yu Chuan left, the mother and daughter looked at each other in silence for a moment. Jean Chuan looked determined and said firmly, "My daughter knows that it was me who caused the trouble. Even if Madame really refuses to forgive me, I can prove my innocence and will never implicate my family." Just now, the two did not stop Yu Chuan from asking Baoyu, because they did not want to say something in front of her. As for how to prove her innocence, Jean Chuan did not say. However, Mrs. Bai seemed to understand the meaning of her words, and tears flowed unconsciously. The Wang family was not as generous as the Jia family in treating their servants, which could be seen from Wang Shifeng's way of managing the household. Once someone was considered a traitor, not only would he not be able to get a good job in the future, but even the livelihood of his family would probably be in trouble. In this era, there were many people who had to eat their children in times of disaster. For Old Lady Bai, it was a blessing to be able to save her family and lose a daughter. The mother and daughter were crying on the spot, but they saw Zhou Rui and his wife walking in with a fake smile. Old Lady Bai quickly wiped her face, forced a bitter smile, and greeted them. "Housekeeper Zhou, please come in and sit down. What does the madam want to tell you?" She made tea and asked them to sit down, saying, "This child is not sensible. I have to trouble you two to help the madam." Before she finished her words, Zhou Rui raised his hand to interrupt her and said, "You are also an old man who came with the madam as a dowry. There are some things I shouldn't remind you of. Aunt Zhao threw dirty water on the madam like that a few years ago. How dare you get involved with her?" He remained calm and attributed Jean Chuan's words to the Bai family. Mrs. Bai didn't dare to admit it, and quickly explained, "Housekeeper Zhou, please understand. We are loyal to the madam, and we have no other intentions. This child just spoke without thinking. Please consider the friendship between generations." "Don't worry." Zhou Rui interrupted again. "Even people dare to behead people, let alone just being a traitor. Is he just speaking without thinking? Or is he speaking his mind? I am not a worm in your stomach. How can I tell?" After he finished speaking, Zhou Rui's wife looked at Jin Chuan and said, "I am here just to ask you on behalf of the madam. Why did you urge my brother to go to the east courtyard? What is your intention?" Jin Chuan fell to her knees with a thump. She held her snow-white neck high and said stubbornly, "Please tell madam that Jin Chuan just wanted to get rid of Master Boyu and had no other thoughts." She knew very well that if she continued to bring up Jia Zheng, Mrs. Wang would only become more suspicious. So she insisted that she just wanted to get rid of Jia Baoyu's entanglement. "How dare you bring me up?" Zhou Rui's wife said coldly. "Madam originally intended to give you to Baoyu. Don't you know? Even if there was something wrong with my brother, why did you have to send him away?" "I know. But madam was there at the time." Speaking of this, Jin Chuan paused and said in a loud voice, "Please trouble Uncle Zhou and Aunt Shou to report to madam. I know that I speak without thinking. If madam still doesn't trust me, I will prove to madam that I have no second thoughts." "Okay." Zhou Rui patted the handle of the chair and stood up suddenly, saying, "For the sake of our friendship for several lifetimes, I will tell madam this. You guys take care of yourself." He naturally understood the meaning of Jin Chuan's words. Since Jin Chuan had the courage, Madame Wang would not pursue the Bai family. Before, they held a businesslike attitude, and at this moment, they didn't mind doing a favor. The two of them left in a huff and ran into Yu Chuan, who had returned. She bowed slightly to the two of them, walked into the house quickly, and said anxiously, but the madam changed her mind and asked the housekeeper Zhou to come. Halfway through her words, she saw the expressions of Bai Laonyang and Jin Chuan, and her voice stopped abruptly. Bai Laonyang wiped the tears from her face and asked hurriedly, "What did Boyu say?" This, Yu Chuan, who was already stunned on the spot, froze even more when she heard the words, "Baoyu? Baoyu?" Under Mrs. Bai's questioning, she hesitated for a long time before she could explain the matter clearly. At first, when Jia Baoyu heard that Jin Chuan was driven away, he volunteered to go and plead for mercy before Jin Chuan could speak. But when he arrived in front of Mrs. Wang's Rongqi Hall, he hesitated. When he heard the sound of Mrs. Wang throwing things inside, he ran away without remembering the promise at the beginning. Hearing this, Mrs. Bai felt dizzy and fell to the ground, and Jin Chuan moved her knees, faced Mrs. Bai, kowtowed 3 times solemnly, and then got up and went back to the house without saying a word. Chapter 240 Life-Saving Straw. Master is indeed as good as a god. This afternoon, Jin Chuan was driven out of the mansion by the second wife. Zhang Yuni returned to Ning Mansion after the court session. As soon as he got off the carriage, Lai De, who had been waiting for a long time, came to greet him. As good as a god? Zhang Yuni glanced at Lai De without commenting. No. 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 It's a prophet. Lai De quickly changed his description. Zhang Yuni nodded with satisfaction and ordered, "Go to the Bai family and ask Jin Chuan if she is willing to come with me. If she is willing, bring her here. Master still has something to ask her." Hey. Lai De immediately agreed and went straight to the Bai family. Jin Chuan's father, Bai Hong, who was originally working in a farm outside the city, heard the message from Bai Laonyang and hurried back. However, although he was the head of the family, he was just a servant, and he was at a loss when he came back. He sat on the doorstep and smoked a pipe in silence. Since Jin Chuan returned to the room, she has not come out again. Only Bai Laonyang and Yu Chuan were crying in the hall. The family was in a sad mood, and they had no time to prepare dinner. Lai De pushed the door open and met Bai Hong's surprised eyes. He smiled and greeted, "Brother Bai." Bai Hong was stunned, then showed a hint of joy, stood up suddenly, and blurted out, "Butler Lai. But the master told you." He learned the secret from Bai Laonyang, and when he saw Lai De coming, he immediately thought that Jia Zheng heard the news and sent him here. "What master? How can the master have time to take care of your family's affairs?" The Bai family is from the second house, and Lai naturally knows who the master he is talking about is. He didn't think there was another hidden story, and just thought Bai Hong was desperate and thought Jia Zheng was meddling in his affairs, because he was worried that the Bai family would still expect Jia Zheng to ask about it. He refuted it mercilessly. Bai Hong was stunned when he heard this. And then he frowned and turned his head to Jin Chuan's room. Since Lida was not ordered by Jia Zheng, he could only suspect that Jin Chuan was really having an affair with Aunt Zhao. After all, the Bai family and the Lai family had no friendship, and Aunt Zhao was a houseborn child of the Jia family, and belonged to the same old family slave system as Lida. Lida didn't notice Bai Hong's expression, but nodded to him frequently and smiled. "Where is Jin Chuan? Call her out quickly. There's something good." If Jin Chuan was in Rongfu, then because of the identity of the Bai family's Wang family, she was not in the same camp as the old family slaves to whom Lida belonged, and they couldn't pee in the same pot. But if Jin Chuan followed Zhang Yuni, it would be another matter. Since Zhang Yuni had good intentions and asked him to keep a close eye on her, he must have taken a fancy to Jin Chuan. And he might not be like Xiangling, flying up to the branch. It is better to send charcoal in the snow than to add icing on the cake. Lida is used to doing things for show, and he will naturally not let go of this kind of free favor. Therefore, not only did he not put on a bad face because of the original different positions, but he did not put on the airs of a housekeeper and called Bai Hong brothers. The conversation between the two also woke up Bai Laonyang and Yuchuan in the house. They looked at this uninvited guest with a curious look. While looking at Lida, they couldn't help but look at each other, and their hearts were beating. Hearing this, Bai Hong turned around and said, "What does housekeeper Lai mean? Jin Chuan is now driven out by the wife. What good can there be? It's not that he didn't want to save his daughter." However, whether Lida was entrusted by Aunt Xiao or the old lady intended to use the Bai family as a pawn, once the Bai family accepted it, it would be tantamount to confirming the reputation of being a traitor. After all, Grandmother Jia is old and can't protect them for a lifetime. Even if the current difficulties are over, it may not be a good thing for the Bai family in the long run. "Why can't there be a good thing?" Lida said with a smile. "Xiangling in Master Yi's room is about to give birth, and he wants to find a good person. But he doesn't want to take away the old lady and the lady's favorite. So he told me to pay more attention. Isn't this a bargain for your Jin Chuan?" Lida is not blind to the attitude of the Bai family, but he did it on purpose. In terms of vision and ability, he is not as good as Zhang Yuni, but he has been the housekeeper for many years, and his means of dealing with servants are much better than Zhang Yuni. Therefore, he deliberately did not make his intention clear at the beginning, making the Bai family uneasy. After Bai Hong made his attitude clear, he brought up Zhang Yuni, in order to make them clearly realize that only Zhang Yuni was the only life-saving straw. Of course, he was not without his own thoughts. He changed Zhang Yuni's instructions to pay attention to Jin Chuan to pay more attention to him, so that the Bai family would also be grateful to him. He thought carefully, and the effect was remarkable. The three people of the Bai family were stunned for a moment, and they all exclaimed in a trembling voice, Master Yi." The above concerns were not a problem for Zhang Yuni at all. On the contrary, as Mrs. Wang's companion, they knew that Zhang Yuni had contributed to Yuanchuan's marriage. If he was willing to help, not only all the problems were solved, but even with his reputation of treating servants well, it was not impossible for the Bai family to rise because of this. After the exclamation, Bai Hong suddenly came back to his senses, and hurriedly smiled and bowed to welcome Lida into the house. "Thank you, housekeeper Lai, for your kind words. Please have some tea." Laonyang Bai and Yuchuan were in a hurry, wiping the chair and pouring tea for Lida to sit down. When Lida took a sip and smiled at the three people, they realized that the real owner Jin Chuan was still in the room. Laonyang Bai hurriedly winked at Yuchuan, who hurried to knock on the door. Because Lida's voice was not loud, Jin Chuan closed the door and didn't hear what he said. However, Bai Hong and Laonyang Bai's exclamation was heard clearly. When Yuchuan came to knock on the door, she opened the door in a daze, as if in a dream. Following Yuchuan to the main hall, she bowed to Lida, and then said in disbelief, Master Yi is really willing to ask Madam for me?" Speaking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little worried, and said timidly, Master Yi doesn't know yet. Madam kicked me out. Right? Because Lida was selfish and vague. She thought Zhang Yuni was still in the dark about his situation. As soon as she said this, Bai Hong and Bai Laonyang shouted in unison, "What are you talking about? Since Butler Lai came to you, he must be sure." As they said this, the two smiled at Lida and said, This child just spoke without thinking. And he didn't mess up the job. Please ask Butler Lai to say more good things to Master Yi. We will definitely remember your kindness. Although they had the same idea as Jin Chuan. Since Lida came to find him, he must be sure. Faced with this question, Lai Dazi didn't dare to answer casually. After all, Zhang Yuni had said before that he still had something to ask Jin Chuan. Don't worry. I've been to the East Mansion before I came here. And Master Yi already knows the situation. He paused and said. However, although Master Yi doesn't mind asking his wife for someone, he still has something to ask Jin Chuan. If you are willing to serve Master Yi, come with me to the East Mansion. Yes. Yes. Before Jin Chuan could speak, Bai Hong and Bai Laonyang had already agreed in a hurry. They turned their heads eagerly and told Jin Chuan, who had not yet come to her senses. Master Yi likes you, and you have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Remember to speak to him nicely, and don't be shy and lose your temper. Yu Chuan on the side did not understand the mystery in the words, but Jin Chuan understood what they meant. A blush appeared on her face, and she nodded to Lida, and murmured in a mosquito-like voice, Don't worry. Father and mother. I won't. Hurry. Go. Don't keep Master Yi waiting for too long. Jin Chuan was almost pushed out by Bai's father and mother.